I, a graduate of Tsinghua and Peking University, you want me to return to the countryside? The question marks on Su-Yi's forehead almost solidified into reality. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, Jingzhou's dazzling neon lights, the bustling traffic were as splendid as a never-ending dream. But in his mind, a cold, mechanical voice echoed repeatedly. Just 10 minutes ago, his life plan was as clear as a textbook: join a Fortune 500 company, get promoted in 3 years, buy a house in 5, then marry a beautiful and wealthy woman, reaching the pinnacle of life. 10 minutes later, a bewildering strongest village official system settled directly in his mind. Ding! The strongest village official system activated successfully. Starter pack distributed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Invincible Diamond Kidneys. Before Su-Yi could even mock the vulgar name, an indescribable warm current exploded from his waist, instantly surging through his limbs and bones. It felt like an old tractor suddenly being fitted with a top-tier V12 engine. Every cell in his body cheered and rejoiced. The fatigue and depletion accumulated over years of burning the midnight oil were instantly swept away. He could even clearly feel an inexhaustible force gathering in his lower abdomen. He subconsciously clenched his fists, and a series of crisp sounds came from his bones. An unprecedented sense of control arose spontaneously. Su-Yi walked to the mirror. The young man reflected had a handsome face, but there was always a trace of scholarly fatigue between his brows. But now that trace of fatigue was gone, replaced by a sharp spirit, and his eyes were frighteningly bright. This benefit certainly seems to have something to it. However, before Su-Yi could recover from the surprise of this transformation, the system's voice rang out again. Guide mission released: return to your hometown in glory and become the village secretary of Qinghe Village. Mission time limit 1 year. Mission success: the system will formally bind with the host and grant core development rewards. Mission failure: the system will automatically unbind and reclaim all benefits, including the starter pack. The smile on Su-Yi's face slowly froze. Return to the village. Become a village secretary. He dug his ears, seriously doubting whether he had heard correctly. Qinghe Village, his hometown. A small mountain village whose name could only be found on a map after zooming in and in again. Poverty was the only label for that place. He had studied hard for over a decade, competing all the way from the village elementary school to Tsinghua and Peking University. What for? Wasn't it to escape that poor mountain gully and take root in a big city like Jingzhou? Now the system wanted him to go back. Hadn't he wasted over a decade of study? He looked at his phone at the offer from a Fortune 500 company. Starting annual salary of 3,000, not counting bonuses. If he just reported for duty, he would instantly become a urban white-collar elite envied by countless people. And the village secretary. Would the annual subsidy even cover 2 months of rent in Jingzhou? However, Su-Yi also didn't want to return to his previous subhealthy state. Besides, the system had mentioned core development rewards. A starter pack was already so incredible, what would the core reward be? He paced back and forth in the room, thoughts racing. The Fortune 500 job, with his ability and education, he might have another chance in the future. But this mysterious system, once missed, would be truly missed. Su-Yi was not an indecisive person. He knew well that risk and opportunity coexisted, that fortune favors the bold. After thinking it through, the hesitation in his eyes quickly faded, replaced by a blazing flame of determination. Isn't it just returning to the village to be a secretary? He'll do it. He took out his phone, his fingers gliding over a familiar number, and dialed. The phone rang for a long time before being answered. A rough, impatient voice came from the other end. Hey, you brat. What is it now? The voice belonged to Su-Yi's father, Su Weidong, the current village secretary of Qinghe Village. Su-Yi grinned, deliberately lowered his voice, and said in a playful, rustic tone, Comrade old Su, let me report some good news. Your son, Hu Hanzong, is coming back. There was 2 seconds of silence on the other end. Speak, human. Su Weidong's voice carried a hint of what madness are you up to now? Ahem. Su-Yi cleared his throat, returning to a normal tone. Comrade old Su, I'm not going to that company. I want to come back to the village. Come back to the village? What for? You can't even do farm work. You're not coming back to freeload, are you? Su Weidong's tone was full of skepticism. Of course not freeloading. Su-Yi took a deep breath and said slowly, I'm coming back to take over your position and be the village secretary. This time a long dead silence fell on the other end of the line. Su-Yi could even imagine his usually stern father frowning deeply, full of disbelief. After a long while, Su Weidong's voice finally sounded again. You haven't gotten into trouble outside, have you? Or did you get fired because of a conflict? You brat, tell me the truth. No matter how big the trouble, Dad will cover for you. Hearing this, a warm current surged in Su-Yi's heart. Comrade old Su, where did your mind go? Su-Yi chuckled, trying to keep his tone light. I'm fine. No trouble, no grievance. I just had a sudden realization. Working as a wage slave for others in the big city is not as good as coming back home and doing something big. Something big. That poor mountain gully of ours, even the roads are impassable. What big thing can you do? Su Weidong snorted sarcastically. That's not necessarily true. Su-Yi's gaze fell on the bustling night view outside the window, but his eyes were clearer than ever. On the other end of the phone, Su Weidong fell silent again. He had been a village secretary all his life, yet the village was still poor. He felt guilty. If his son, a graduate of top universities, really had the ability to lead the villagers to a better life. Su Weidong seemed to have made up his mind. Good. That single word was heavy, as if squeezed out from his throat. Since you've made up your mind, then come back. His voice was no longer trembling, becoming unusually calm. I can prepare the ground in the village for you, but the road itself, how to walk it, and whether it can be passed, depends on you. With his father's reply, the last stone in Su-Yi's heart fell. Thanks, comrade old Su. Stop being cheeky. When are you coming back? Booking the ticket now? The earliest one. Su-Yi hung up and immediately opened the booking app without any hesitation. Su-Yi's fingertips slid rapidly across the ticket-buying app, finally locking in a high-speed rail ticket departing at 10 the next morning, with the terminal in the city center followed by a long-distance bus transfer. This was the fastest route. After booking the ticket without a moment's hesitation, he opened his email and found the offer letter from a Fortune Global 500 HR. The email's wording was warm and enthusiastic, brimming with expectation for a top university graduate. Su-Yi's finger hovered over the reply button, his mind flashing through the dazzling nightscape of Qingzhou, the contract worth 300,000 a year, and old Zus, strained words, no matter how big the trouble, your father will shoulder it for you. He smiled and typed a line. No lengthy explanations, no polite apologies. Just a short sentence: thank you for your appreciation. But my hometown is so beautiful, I want to go back and see it. Click. Sent. Done in one go. He could even imagine the expression on the capable HR's face during Monday morning's meeting when she saw this reply. A top university graduate giving up a bright future to go watch the scenery in a remote mountain village. That reason was as absurd as a joke made up by a new intern. Su-Yi shut down the computer and began packing his luggage. He didn't have much: a few decent shirts and jackets, some professional books, and a powerful laptop. He stuffed these items one by one into the suitcase, moving unhurriedly, looking at his radiant self in the mirror, and then at the luggage that seemed ready for a CBD check-in. He couldn't help but laugh at himself. An urban elite returning to the countryside. This script, somewhat interesting. The next day, from the smooth high-speed rail to the bumpy bus, the world style seemed to flip a switch. On the high-speed train, he still leaned against the window, energetically planning Qinghe Village's future. Thanks to that invincible golden kidney, the hours-long journey didn't tire him at all. Instead, he grew more energetic, several times tempted to run around the carriage. But once he switched to the bus heading to Qingshan town, the scene changed abruptly. The bus cabin mixed with sweat, smoke, and an indescribable musty smell. The potholed national road made the whole vehicle bounce like a spring. Every jolt shook his internal organs in resonance. Su-Yi didn't feel uncomfortable. With his system-enhanced body, these bumps were like massage. What really drove him crazy was the endlessly spinning loading icon on his phone. The signal came and went, a short video buffering like a slideshow. Su-Yi helplessly put away his phone and leaned back. While physical disconnection forced digital detox, at least it was a preview of the newbie village pace. When the bus stopped at Qingshan town station, dusk had fallen. Just as Su-Yi dragged his suitcase out of the station, he saw a half-old blue pickup parked on the roadside, its headlights flashing twice. A familiar figure leaned against the door, a cigarette in hand, the ember glowing in the twilight. It was Su Weidong. He wore a washed-out old jacket, a pair of liberation boots with mud spots, and his wrinkles were especially deep under the dim streetlight. Seeing Su-Yi, he silently walked over, took the suitcase, and easily tossed it onto the truck bed. Throughout, father and son exchanged no words, yet there was an unspoken understanding. Get in. Su Weidong opened the passenger door, then walked around to the other side and started the engine. The pickup emitted a tractor-like roar and wobbled onto the road back to the village. From the town to the village, there was still nearly an hour of dirt road. Outside the window, fields and woods sped backward in the dark. No streetlights, only the pickup's headlights carving a small patch of light ahead. Wheels rolling over gravel, raising clouds of dust that made one want to cough. Su-Yi looked at the familiar yet strange scenery outside. The low adobe houses, the barren fields, the blurred outlines in his memory, now all vividly presented before him. It was almost exactly the same as when he left. No, even more dilapidated than he remembered. Regretting it. Su Weidong stared ahead, suddenly speaking, his voice muffled by the engine noise. Regret what? Su-Yi withdrew his gaze. Regret giving up the job in Qingzhou to come back to this godforsaken place. Su Weidong's tone was unreadable. No regret, Su-Yi answered crisply. The game has just begun. How could I regret? Game. Su Weidong snorted. If you treat this as a game, I suggest you buy a ticket tomorrow and roll back to Qingzhou. Don't embarrass yourself here. Su-Yi smiled and didn't reply. He knew his old man's temper. Tough tongue, soft heart. If he really wanted him gone, he wouldn't be waiting here tonight. He turned his head to look outside, where the silhouettes of distant mountains loomed faintly in the night. Good. This style, this setup, this starting difficulty. Very newbie village. The pickup stopped under a large locust tree at the village entrance. The family's old yellow dog ran out, wagging its tail, rubbing affectionately against Su-Yi's pant leg. Sui's home was a rare two-story building in the village, its outer walls somewhat mottled, but compared to the surrounding adobe houses, it was already a mansion. His motherly Xiaolan had long been waiting at the door. When she saw her son, her eyes reddened, and she held his hand, asking about everything, pulling him inside insistently. Your dad said you wanted to come back as a village official. I thought he was drunk and talking nonsense. Why did you decide to come back? Did you suffer outside? Mom, I'm fine. He felt the warmth in his palm, his heart swelling. I just missed you all, and I wanted to do something for the village. Su Weidong carried the luggage and set it down, brushed the dust off his hands, and said sternly to Su, you don't cling to your mother just yet. Put your stuff away and come with me. Where? The village committee. Su Weidong glanced at him, his eyes carrying a hint of assessment. The village elders all know you're coming back. They've already brewed tea waiting for you, our top graduate from a prestigious university. As soon as he spoke, he clearly felt his mother's grip tighten instinctively. He turned to see his father's stoic face, no trace of a joke. Goodness. Not even a breath's pause, straight to the main course. Travel-worn, hungry, not even eaten a hot meal, yet facing the village council of elders. Instead of any nervousness, the flame that had lain dormant throughout the journey ignited again in Sui's chest. He patted his mother's hand to reassure her, then looked at Su Weidong, grinning. Sure. Let's go. The village committee of Qinghe Village was a solitary brick bungalow, its roof tiles weathered with age and moss creeping along the corners of the walls. A faded wooden sign hung by the door, barely readable under the dim yellow light, revealing the words, Qinghe Village Villagers Committee. Yet as Su Weidong pushed open the creaking wooden door, a wave of heat mingled with the thick scent of tobacco, and tea rushed forth, nearly knocking Su off his feet. The room was ablaze with light, and around the long table a dense crowd of people was packed tightly together. The moment Su stepped in the previously noisy room, fell silent for a second. Then someone shouted out, oh, little E is back. Hurry, the top scholar from Qingbe is here, make room for him. What about that new batch of tea you just fried? Brew some for little E. This sudden enthusiasm made Sui's scalp tingle. Before he could react, a rough, calloused hand pulled him over and pressed him into a chair that had been conspicuously saved, the most prominent seat at the head of the table. Immediately a steaming cup of tea was brought to his lips, and from another direction a plate of melon seeds and peanuts was pushed within his reach. Little E, you must be tired from the journey. Drink some water and moisten your throat. The speaker was a small, white-haired old man whose face wrinkled into a smile. He was the village clerk whom Su called third granduncle. Then an enamel mug was thrust into Sui's hands, filled with freshly brewed steaming strong tea, leaves still swirling in the water. Come, child, you must be tired from the trip. Drink some water to warm yourself. And have some freshly roasted melon seeds. Su was bewildered by the sudden fanfare. Third granduncle, uncles, you're too kind. He held the teacup, a polite smile on his face while his mind raced. There's no need to be so polite. You are the golden phoenix that flew out of Qinghe Village. A thin, dark old man, the village director, slapped his thigh and boomed, Qingbe. What kind of place is that? Where the top scholars dwell. Our village's Yilin child has returned, we must give him the highest reception. Exactly. Just look at little E's spirit, just like a high-ranking city official. From now on, our whole village depends on you. The future of Qinghe Village rests on the shoulders of our elite graduate. Compliments were heaped upon Su like free gifts, their enthusiasm making his skin crawl. Titles like Pride of Our Village, Future Leader, Literary Star Descending to Earth were thrown at him without restraint. Holding the hot tea, Sui's hand trembled slightly. Something was wrong. This was definitely wrong. In his memory, these uncles and elders usually ignored his father Su Weidong or spoke with veiled sarcasm. What happened today? Did they all have a collective change of heart? Or had they taken the wrong medicine? This enthusiasm was like a weasel paying respects to a chicken. Sui's eyes swept the room, and he mentally grumbled, damn, this feels like walking into a bandit's den about to be shoved onto the first seat of the assembly hall. He took a cautious sip of the tea. No poison. Just as he was on guard ready to counter whatever came, Su Weidong, who had been silently standing at the door, let out a heavy cough. Ahem. The flattery in the room came to an abrupt halt. All eyes turned to Su Weidong. He walked to the table and slammed his broad hand down with a dull thud. Enough, stop all this useless chatter. He looked around, his voice low, but carrying an unassailable authority. I called everyone here today for one thing. He paused, his gaze shifting to the still-dazed Su. I, Su Weidong, am old and can't go on anymore. I'm stepping down as village party secretary. The room erupted in murmurs. But Su Weidong gave them no chance to discuss. He pointed a finger at Su and raised his voice. I propose that my son Su take over as the party secretary of Qinghe Village. The entire committee room fell into a deathly silence once more. Su was stunned too. He had expected his father to pave the way for him, but not so directly, so boldly. Without even going through a procedure, he was about to make a decision on the spot. Yet what left him even more dumbfounded was yet to come. The deathly silence lasted less than 3 seconds. I agree. Third granduncle was the first to raise his hand, his chrysanthemum-like smile even brighter. Little E is a top graduate from Qinghe, educated and knowledgeable. I have full confidence in him as the secretary. Agreed. I agree with both hands and feet. The director chimed in, clapping. A Qinghe graduate becoming a village official brings honor to our village. Agreed. Agreed. Unanimously passed. Papa papa, thunderous applause instantly flooded the room. The efficiency was astonishing. The scene was heartwarmingly enthusiastic. Su-yi was completely dazed. Was this already passed? It was faster than electing a class monitor in school. He even suspected these people had rehearsed beforehand. Before he could snap out of the bizarre atmosphere, third granduncle cheerfully pulled out a stack of papers from behind him and slid them directly in front of Su-yi. On the top sheet, several bold characters read, "Resolution on the re-election of the Qinghe Village Committee." Beneath it were rows of signatures and red fingerprints. Beside it was a blank village cadre registration form and an uncapped fountain pen. "Come now, little E." Third granduncle placed the pen in Su-yi's hand, pointing to the signature line on the form, and said in a coaxing tone, "Sign here, and press your fingerprint from now on. You'll be the big boss of Qinghe Village." Su-yi looked down at the paper and pen, then up at the surrounding faces full of warmth and anticipation. Big boss. The corners of his mouth twitched. That phrasing sounded so much like a bandit chief. He glanced at Su-yi beside him. His dad stood with arms crossed, an expression that said, "You chose this path, now you have to walk it to the end." And there was even a hint of relief. Looking around, pairs of eyes were gleaming, staring at him, or rather at the pen in his hand. Those eyes were filled with hope, eagerness, and a sense of deliverance that said, "You're finally here. Take this hot potato off our hands quickly." Su-yi took a deep breath. All right. He sighed inwardly. Since things had come to this, what else could he do? He was already here, whether it was a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, he had to take the plunge. Without further hesitation, he grasped the fountain pen. "This feels like signing a contract to sell myself," he muttered in his mind, but the nib touched the paper. The characters Su-yi were written stroke by stroke, the ink pressing through the paper. The moment he finished the last stroke, ding, a sound like the celestial music from the 9 heavens exploded in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have completed the guided task. Return to hometown in glory and become the party secretary of Qinghe Village. System binding in progress. Binding successful. Core development reward issued. Congratulations, host. You have received Super Ecological Farm Gift Pack. Super Ecological Farm Grand Gift Pack." Su-yi's fingers gripping the pen suddenly stiffened, the nib bleeding a tiny ink blot onto the paper. Lines of golden shimmering characters exploded like a depth charge in the depths of Su-yi's mind. Countless pieces of information about this super ecological farm. Its structure, principles, functions, limitations. Within less than a second were etched entirely into the recesses of his memory, as if he had been born knowing it all. This was a super greenhouse farm that could be freely sited within Qinghe Village with a maximum area of up to 100 mu. Within this super greenhouse farm, all parameters related to crop growth, light, temperature, humidity, nutrients, would be precisely regulated by the core system with an imagination surpassing the era. The growth cycle of crops here could generally be shortened to 1/6 of the original, while the quality of the harvested crops could reach the world's top tier. What kind of farm was this? It was nothing less than a future machine capable of printing money endlessly, placed right in a beginner's village. At the same time, Su-yi noticed a key piece of information. The system's reward gift pack also included the construction of the super ecological farm. As long as he could determine the construction site and scope, the system would dispatch a professional team to provide doorstep service, handling the farm's construction from start to finish. At this thought, Su-yi's breath halted for a moment. His mind, accustomed to high-speed operation, was now processing information with unprecedented efficiency. The sole constraint, and also the only task before him, emerged clearly in his mind. Land. He had to first secure a piece of land to build the super ecological farm. Preferably 100 mu. Not a single mu more, not a single mu less. He absolutely could not waste the upper limit of the farm area given by the system. With this thought, Su-yi slowly raised his head. The storm that had swept through his mind had already subsided. He took a deep breath, the inexhaustible power within his chest transforming into an unprecedented confidence. His gaze happened to meet the eyes across the table, eyes filled with a mix of hope and anxiety. Su-yi knew this was the first fire he had to kindle upon taking office. This fire had to burn fiercely, burn brightly, burn until everyone fell silent, burn until everyone could see hope. "Dear uncles and elders," Su-yi spoke. His voice was not loud, but it was like a sharp blade instantly cutting through the hot, turbid air in the room. All eyes fixed upon him in unison. He stood up, hands supporting the desktop, leaning forward slightly, the scholarly aura from Qinghe Academy now perfectly fused with an undeniable sharpness. "I know what everyone was thinking when they pushed me into this position." He smiled, a smile tinged with self-deprecation, yet all the more candid. "Qinghe Village has been too poor. Poverty for decades has worn away everyone's spirit. So everyone wanted to take a gamble. To gamble on whether I, a top graduate from Qinghe, could make something new happen as the village secretary. Hearing this, the people in the room wore awkward expressions, but no one refuted it. Because Su-yi had hit the mark. I tell you. Su-yi changed his tone, his voice suddenly rising like a thunderclap. You bet right. I gave up my job in the big city and chose to return, not to inherit my father's career and muddle through this poverty. I came back for only 3 things to lead the villagers. He raised 3 fingers, his gaze sharp as a blade. Make money, and make damn money. This curse left everyone in the room stunned. Even Su Weidong, who had been leaning against the door, arms crossed watching the show, gave a sudden twitch of his eyelids. Was this still his refined and gentle son? Su-yi ignored the crowd's reactions. He pointed a finger at his father. What comrade old Su couldn't do, he'll do. What comrade old Su dared not promise, he'll promise. In a word, I'm back, so everyone's good days are back. Su-yi's words were arrogant, brash, yet carried a magic that made hearts race. The immense confidence brought by the super ecological farm now transformed into an undeniable aura that instantly enveloped the entire village committee. The whole committee was dead silent. The dark, thin village director Su Weigua opened his mouth, his expression shifting from spectator to shock and uncertainty. Was this kid serious? Su-yi took in everyone's reactions. He didn't give them a chance to question him. He continued, speaking each word like a heavy hammer. I know you're all thinking this kid is just blowing smoke. Where's the money? He smiled, a smile brimming with unparalleled confidence. For the project, all the technology, all the startup capital. Every cent, every penny. I'll cover it all myself. The village doesn't need to pay a single cent. Nobody needs to take a dime out of their pockets. After all, you folks really don't have much money. Boom. This statement was 100 times more powerful than the earlier curse. Everyone in the room jerked their heads up, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. No money. Since when was there such a good thing in the world? Was this kid out of his mind? Seeing their skeptical expressions, Su-yi understood. How could they possibly imagine the existence of the system? Building the farm didn't cost him a cent. The real investment was what they held. Su-yi waited a moment for their emotions to settle before unveiling his core plan. Everyone has no money, but you have the most precious thing, land. My plan is simple. I'll contribute technology and startup capital for a 50 share, while the whole village's folks contribute their land. All villagers' land will be pooled together, developed uniformly, the whole village united as one rope, concentrating on big things. The project's profits will be distributed at year-end according to shares. Every household with land gets a share. The more land, the more dividends. As his words fell, the entire village committee fell into a deathly silence. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone was stunned by Su-yi's proposal. Pooling all the village's land for unified development. Dividends by shares. This idea was too bold. So bold that none of them had ever dared to think of it in their entire lives. Even Su Weidong, who had been leaning against the door, arms crossed, now frowned deeply, his eyes showing a hint of gravity. He knew his son had ideas, but he never expected him to play so big right from the start. Su-yi paid no heed to the crowd's shock. He slowly extended one finger, as if setting the first coordinate on this grand blueprint. His voice, clear and resolute, echoed through the small village committee room, and also echoed in everyone's heart. Now we start phase 1. I plan to first build a super ecological farm. The area, tentatively. Su-yi paused, his gaze piercing, and uttered the number that would shake most villages word by word. 100 mu of land. 100 acres of land. These 4 words, like a massive rock crashing into the calm surface of a lake, stirred up towering waves within the small village committee office. Having said this, Su-yi fell silent, his hands propping him up on the table, his gaze as sharp as a torch, calmly scrutinizing every person present. He had already prepared himself for everything. Doubts, arguments, even outright refutations. He knew that 100 acres of contiguous land in a rural area where land ownership was as tangled as a dog's teeth should be an extremely difficult task. Coordinating land had always been the most vexing problem in the countryside. For the sake of a single ridge's ownership, even blood brothers could fight until they were battered and bloodied, let alone when it involved a full 100 acres of the entire village. He had even already devised a complete set of arguments ready to go door to door, grinding away and negotiating. Even if it took him a month, he was determined to bite through this 100 acres. Yet the fierce opposition he had anticipated did not materialize. The entire room sank into an eerie silence. The several old village committee members exchanged glances, their expressions shifting from initial shock to a strange contemplative look. This reaction caught Su-yi completely off guard. Just as he was about to add fuel to the fire and make his point even clearer, the third uncle sitting across from him suddenly slapped his thigh. Aya! The old man's face crinkled into a smile, his voice booming loud enough to rattle the ears. I thought it was some earth-shattering problem. Isn't it just land? This stuff. What Qinghe Village lacks least right now is exactly this. Su-yi was slightly taken aback. This script wasn't right. Not short of land. How could that be? In his memory, land was the lifeline of farmers, something to be fought over for every inch. His father, Su Weidong, who had been leaning silently against the doorframe like a statue all along, finally stirred. He stepped forward, patted his son on the shoulder, and let out a sigh heavy with complex emotions. You brat, you've been away for so long. You don't understand the situation in the village. Su Weidong's voice was a bit hoarse, carrying the weathered weariness of years. Take a look at this village now. How many young people are still here? Aren't they all out working in the cities? What's left is just old bones like us and a few women and children keeping the home. Once the young folk leave, who's going to tend the land back home? Those old bones can barely manage the vegetable patch the size of a palm right outside their doors, let alone those vast stretches of wasteland. They've been left to grow weeds for ages. These words were like a key, instantly unlocking everyone's flood of speech. Su Weigua, the gaunt village director, slammed the table, taking over the conversation with a voice as loud as thunder. Weidong is right. Take my family. 5 acres of land besides the tiny plot in front of the house for our own vegetables, the remaining 4+ acres. All barren. Ain't that the truth? Another committee member chimed in, complaining. My wife went to the city the year before last to take care of our grandson. I'm just an old man at home stuck with a few acres. The weeds in the fields now are probably taller than me. Our family's few acres haven't seen a single seed sown in 5 or 6 years. In an instant, the entire village committee room transformed from a flattery session into a grievance meeting. Listening to the uncles and elders talk one after another, Su's heart was shaken to its core. Only then did he realize that the Qinghe village in his memory was no longer what it was today. In the years he had been away, the village had been mercilessly crushed under the wheels of the times, leaving behind a hollowed-out, aging shell. Land. This thing that had once been the very lifeline of farmers was now, under these circumstances, a heavy burden these left-behind elders couldn't shake off. And his proposal of land as shares was in this context nothing short of a miraculous cure, hitting everyone's pain point with precision. Not a single penny out of their own pockets. Not a single ounce of effort from them. Hand over that land that had long gone to waste and wait for dividends at the end of the year. Was there such a good deal in the world? This wasn't just a pie falling from the sky. It was the god of wealth holding a golden rice bowl, chasing after you to feed you. Having figured this out, third uncle's aged face beamed like a blooming chrysanthemum. The way he looked at Su was as if he were gazing at a walking human-shaped gold ingot. Xiaoyi, your method is brilliant. This is the kind of idea a truly educated person comes up with. The old man rubbed his hands excitedly. The land lies fallow anyway. Hand it over to you for your project, and at the end of the year we get a share of the money. This is a win-win, no, a perfect Tenatoften great thing. Right? With that brain of yours, no wonder you're from Tsinghua, Peking. Su Weigua, the village director, his earlier gloom completely swept away, his face glowing. We old fellows only know how to face the earth and turn our backs to the sky. We couldn't come up with this kind of thinking in 100 lifetimes. What does knowledge changes destiny mean? This is what it means. Land as shares, dividends, based on shares. Tisk tisk, the very words sound sophisticated. This is great. Our village has hope now. At least we're not just waiting to die. The atmosphere in the room had shifted from hollow politeness to shock and confusion, and now to a genuine fiery fervor from the depths of their hearts. Su looked at them, and the boulder that had been weighing on his heart finally dropped completely. He had thought the hardest obstacle would be the most difficult, yet it turned out to be the simplest link. Not a single one of the arguments he had prepared was used. So what are we waiting for? Su Weidong, seeing his old comrades suddenly ignited, made a decisive move. The authority he had wielded as village party secretary for half his life once again surfaced. He walked to the wall, unlocked a rusty old iron cabinet, and pulled out a large stack of yellowed registers wrapped in craft paper bags. With a loud thump, he dropped the registers on the table, sending dust flying. These are the land records for every household in the village. They're all here. Su Weidong's gaze swept the room like lightning, and he gave a curt order. Everyone split up and go door to door to notify them. Explain this clearly to everyone. Anyone willing to join in, sign and thumbprint on the spot. Got it. No problem. The old men moved into action as if injected with adrenaline. They divided the registers, grabbed ink pads, stuffed pens into their pockets. The entire committee office was in a state of organized chaos, like an old machine that had lain dormant for years, suddenly filled with oil and roaring to life. Shall we just wait for our good news? We'll get this handled for you properly. Before leaving, third uncle specifically patted Su on the shoulder and said with a chuckle. With that, the group rushed out of the committee office in high spirits, disappearing into the night. The room, once packed full, was now empty, leaving only Su alone. He looked at the cup of tea that had long gone cold on the table, listened to the intermittent barking of dogs from the distant village, and the faint murmur of voices. It all felt like a dream. From the moment he stepped into the village committee office to the full mobilization of the entire village, had it been even half an hour. This efficiency was higher than any project meeting he had ever attended in Jingzhou. Impossibly high. That night, Qinghe Village was like a pot that had boiled over. Lights flickered on in one house, doors opened in another. The once silent village echoed with the clamor of voices deep into the night. What? Hand over the wasteland and get a share of the money at year's end. Xiao Yi is leading this. That kid from Weidong's family, the one who graduated from Tsinghua, Peking. Then it's great. A top graduate from Tsinghua Peking wouldn't cheat us old folks, would he? Sign. Where do I sign? The signing process was smoother than anyone could have imagined. No persuasion was needed, not even much explanation. The villagers' enthusiasm exceeded everyone's expectations. One day. It took only one day. When on the evening of the next day Su Weidong, third uncle Su Weigua, and the others dragged their exhausted but exhilarated bodies back to the committee office, what they held in their hands was a thick stack of agreements, each covered with fresh red thumbprints. All done. Every single one. Third uncle slammed the stack of agreements on the table, his voice trembling with excitement. Of the 323 households in the entire village, except for 5 that nobody was home, the remaining 318 have all signed in thumbprint. Not a single one missed. As for those 5 households we've confirmed by phone, they all agreed to join the shares. Third uncle cleared his throat and continued the announcement. The total land area we've consolidated from the village is 786 acres. 786 mu. When third grandpa announced this number, the air in the entire village committee office seemed to freeze. Even Su-Yi's heart gave a violent thump. But he was not stunned. Instead, a sense of absurdity that made him want to laugh and cry surged within him. He had imagined countless difficulties, prepared a belly full of arguments and plans, and anticipated a protracted tug-of war lasting weeks or even months. Yet the reality was that the land issue, his greatest worry and most troublesome obstacle, was perfectly resolved in a single day in an overwhelming and unstoppable manner. Staring at the thick stack of agreements on the table, each covered with bright red thumbprints, only one thought remained in Su-Yi's mind. Qinghe Village had truly reached a point where destruction was necessary for rebirth. Half an hour later, at the high slope at the village entrance, Su-Yi, Su Weidong, third grandpa, Su Weigua, and other core members of the village committee stood facing the wind. Beneath their feet lay the full view of Qinghe Village. Vast stretches of land were jagged and irregular, some barren and yellow, others overgrown with weeds like a worn-out blanket, covered with countless ugly patches, lifeless and dreary. Shall we look from here eastward to the river? That piece of land is relatively flat and connected about over 200 mu. Su Weidong pointed into the distance, offering advice to his son based on decades of experience. Su Weigua also pointed in another direction. The southern plot is on high ground, not prone to waterlogging, but it's a bit far from the water source. We'll need to lay new pipes. The few old men babbled on, pointing and arguing over the land they had tilled their whole lives. This was exactly the scene Su-Yi had anticipated. Relying on naked eye observation and subjective judgment was far too inefficient. However, he happened to have brought back a miraculous tool. Old comrade Su, uncles don't rush. Su-Yi smiled calmly, and under the curious gazes of everyone took out a highly technological black hardshell briefcase from his backpack. Click. The case opened, revealing a sleek, pitch-black, intricately structured drone lying quietly inside, like a crouching falcon. What precious gadget is this? Third grandpa's eyes widened as he leaned in, extending his calloused fingers as if wanting to touch, but not daring to, his face full of awe. A drone. Su-Yi skillfully installed the propellers and battery while explaining casually. A flying measuring instrument that can let us see our village from above to get to know it anew. A flying measuring instrument. The few old men exchanged glances, their eyes filled with bewilderment and an inexplicable sense of awe. Su-Yi did not explain further. Action is always the best explanation. After checking everything, he placed the drone on level ground, took out his phone to connect to the remote, and the screen lit up instantly. Zzz. A futuristic whirring sound arose, the 4 propellers becoming blurs as they whipped up a strong current of air, propelling the drone smoothly upward. It shot straight up, instantly soaring above everyone's heads like a hawk breaking free from its shackles, darting into the distant sky. On the high slope, the heads of several old village committee members tilted upward in unison like sunflowers chasing the sun. Their mouths unconsciously dropped open wide enough to hold a fist. Oh, an indescribable awe. Come, all of you, look over here. Su-Yi calmly called out, showing them the phone screen. On the screen was the real-time high-definition footage transmitted by the drone. A god's eye view. As the drone continued to climb, the entire outline of Qinghe Village appeared before everyone with unprecedented clarity, complete in all its details. The winding river was a silver ribbon, the potholed dirt roads were ugly scars. The boundaries of each field were clearly outlined, where it was flat, where it was rugged, where it was close to water, where it bordered the highway. All perfectly clear. My heavens! Third grandpa stared fixedly at the screen, his cloudy eyes almost popping out, muttering to himself, This is clearer than the map hanging in the county office. Clearer than that. Look, isn't that the old yellow ox tied at my door? You can even see the ox's hairs. Su Weigua pointed at a moving yellow dot on the screen, exclaiming in surprise. Even Su Weidong, who was usually as steady as a mountain, felt his Adam's apple bob, a complex light flickering in his eyes. He looked at the village on the screen, both familiar and strange, and then at his son beside him, who was calmly controlling everything. A strong sense of powerlessness surged in his heart. He felt that he had truly grown old. The gap between him and his son was not just the 1,000+ kilometers from Jingzhou to Qinghe Village, but also a brand new era that he could no longer comprehend. He ignored the exclamations around him. His gaze swept rapidly across the screen, his brain working like a supercomputer, quickly comparing the pros and cons of each plot. In less than 30 seconds, his eyes locked onto a particular area. The southeast corner of the village, right next to the main road leading to the town, with terrain as flat as a carpet and a small stream meandering along its edge. Transportation, terrain, water source. Perfect. Right here. Sui's finger pressed heavily on that area on the screen, like an emperor marking his territory on a map. Look, he handed over the phone. This plot's location, terrain, and water source. All conditions are optimal. Our first phase of a 100-moose super farm will be built here. The few old men huddled around and looked for a long time. Although they didn't understand what optimal meant, they could understand the crystal-clear image. The land Sui had chosen indeed had no major flaws. All right, right here. Su Weidong was the first to make the decision, resolute and unwavering. He had been completely won over by his son's methods. I have no objection. Where Xiaoyi chooses can't be wrong. Third grandpa nodded, repeatedly convinced and admiring. High-tech. High-tech is truly amazing. Su Weiguo was still marveling. The few of us old geezers argued for half a day, but it's not as fast as Xiaoyi's iron bird flying once. Good, since everyone agrees it's settled. Sui retrieved the drone, a smile of successful planning on his face. The most crucial step was done. He said to everyone, Third Grandpa Uncle Weiguo, please go back and write a red notice to post the site selection result so that the whole village knows. As for me, I should contact the construction team to come in. Construction team? Su Weidong was taken aback. When did you contact them, you rascal? Of course I prepared in advance. Sui gave a mysterious smile and didn't explain further. Don't worry, old comrade Su, a professional team will make sure the job is done beautifully. That afternoon, a red notice reading, Site Selection Announcement for Phase 1 of Qinghe Village Super Ecological Farm, was posted in the most conspicuous place of the village committee office, attracting the whole village to gather and discuss. Meanwhile, Sui returned to his room and locked the door. He sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and sank his consciousness deep into his mind. Ding! The familiar system panel appeared again. On the panel was a holographic 3D map of Qinghe Village, 100 times more detailed than the drone's aerial footage. Sui's will turned into an invisible hand, precisely circling the 100 mu of land selected that afternoon on the map. Confirm selection of this plot as the construction site for Super Ecological Farm. The system's cold text appeared. Confirmed. Sui murmured in his mind. Ding. Site selection successful. Plot coordinates locked. System is allocating optimal construction plan. Plan generated. Exclusive construction team dispatched, estimated to arrive at the project site within 24 hours and contact the host. Please keep communication lines open and prepare for the handover. Early the next morning, just as the faint light of dawn began to break, the entire Qinghe village was still enveloped in a tranquil morning mist, punctuated only by sporadic roosters crowing and dogs barking, shattering the pre-dawn silence. Yet many villagers had unexpectedly risen at the crack of dawn. With unspoken accord, they made their way toward the desolate plot in the southeast corner of the village. The bright red notice posted yesterday at the village committee entrance had ignited a spark in the long-dead hearts of the entire village like a flame. They had to see it for themselves. They wondered what was so special about the land that was about to carry the whole village's hopes. Do you think the construction team secretary Xiaoyi mentioned will arrive soon? An old man crouched on the ridge of a field, gazing at the land with expectant eyes. It won't be that fast, someone nearby shook his head. With such a big project, they'll have to send people to measure and mark the lines first. That alone will take at least 10 days or half a month. Everyone nodded in agreement. Just then a low, resonant, and continuous roar came from the end of the main road leading to the town, approaching from afar like rolling thunder. Buzz. Rumble. This sound was nothing like the coughing of the village tractors or the weary engine of an occasional passing truck. It was uniform and overwhelming in its power. It was as if a primordial steel beast had awakened and was rolling inexorably toward this remote, nearly forgotten mountain village. All the murmurs on the ridge ceased abruptly. Everyone rose to their feet and turned in unison toward the source of the sound. On the horizon, within the morning mist, first a glaring yellow warning light flickered into view. Then a second, a third, a fourth. A row of yellow lights tore through the mist. When the full silhouette of that procession burst through the thin fog like a drawn sword, crashing into everyone's sight, the villagers of Qinghe, whether on the ridges or the paths, were collectively petrified. It was a massive professional construction convoy beyond their wildest imagination. Leading the way were several heavy-duty trucks, so shiny they reflected light, their gleaming metal logos never seen before by the villagers. Following close behind was an endless line of flatbed trailers. On those flatbeds sat colossal machines seen only on television before, majestic excavators with towering forms, track gleaming bulldozers, crane trucks with long arms stretching skyward, and even several special engineering vehicles whose names they didn't know, looking as if they had stepped out of a sci-fi movie. Every vehicle was brand new and spotless. Under the pale morning light, their bodies reflected a cold and dazzling brilliance, creating a suffocating visual contrast with the dilapidated gray village. This steel dragon, silent, yet imposing, precisely navigated the bumpy dirt road and entered Qinghe Village. Good heavens! Is this all here to work for our village? Wow! How much money must this cost? Those metal monsters alone could probably buy our whole village several times over. Stunned. Unprecedented shock. The entire village erupted. Many still asleep were jolted awake and rushed out in their pajamas. Everyone stampeded toward the village entrance, staring dumbfounded at this army that seemed to have descended from the sky, their minds blank and unable to utter a single coherent sentence. The convoy pulled up alongside the project site with seamless precision. The doors opened in unison. Workers in matching blue uniforms and white hard hats leaped out with agile movements, lined up neatly, crisp and efficient, without any superfluous sound or motion. The villagers kept their distance in awe. Just then, a middle-aged man in a different-colored uniform, holding a tablet and exuding an unmistakable leadership aura, strode straight through the crowd. He was on the phone, his eyes scanning the crowd quickly before locking on to Su-yi, who had just arrived. The man stepped forward briskly, stopping 2 paces from Su-yi, slightly bowed, and spoke with reverence and professional efficiency. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Su-yi?" Su-yi nodded calmly. "Mr. Su, I am the chief engineer for the Qinghe Village Ecological Farm Project. My surname is Li." Engineer Li handed over the tablet, which displayed a 3-dimensional project render and a detailed construction schedule. "This is our construction plan. Please review it. We will begin site leveling immediately, operating around the clock in shifts to ensure all tasks are completed on time and to the highest quality." This scene was clearly witnessed by all the surrounding villagers. That chief engineer, who exuded an aura of a big leader in every gesture, was showing such deference to their newly appointed village secretary. Su-yi took the tablet, scanned it quickly, and nodded with satisfaction. "Good. Thank you for your hard work. We guarantee completion." Engineer Li, upon receiving confirmation, wasted no words. He turned decisively and made a resolute gesture to the team waiting in formation behind him. Rumble. At the command, all machinery roared to life simultaneously, their deafening thunder reverberating through the sky. Bulldozers and excavators were the first to charge into the fallow land, beginning the leveling process. Half-human weeds and uneven slopes crumbled like paper before these steel giants, easily flattened and crushed. If the agreement signed yesterday had given the villagers a faint, elusive hope, then this construction team, arriving like reinforcements from heaven, and the bustling construction scene now, provided the most powerful, irrefutable proof of Su-yi's promise of big investment. "It's happening. It's really happening. I told you, Secretary Xiao, he has the skills. Look at this scale. Have we ever seen anything like it in our lives? Our Qinghe village is truly about to change." Su Weidong, third granduncle Su Weigua, and other core committee members stood on a small slope nearby, watching the rapidly transforming land, their faces flushed with excitement and grinning ear to ear. "Weidong, you have raised a fine son." Third granduncle patted Su Weidong's shoulder heavily, his eyes moist. "I've lived nearly 70 years, and I never dreamed our village could have a day like this." Su Weigua also grinned broadly, his dark face blooming. "Now I understand what they mean by knowledge is power. All us old fogies tied together can't match one finger of his." Su Weidong looked at his son surrounded by the crowd, and at the bustling construction site, a surge of ineffable pride welling in his chest. At that moment, the entire village's trust in Su-yi reached an unprecedented peak. The whole Qinghe village was utterly immersed in a euphoric construction atmosphere. The noise of the work became the most beautiful symphony to the villagers' ears. The dusty construction site looked more splendid than any scenic spot in their eyes. Yet Su-yi, the center of it all, did not linger at the site. After confirming every detail with Engineer Li, he returned to the tiny village committee office. Outside, the machinery roared deafeningly. Inside, it was quiet. Su-yi opened his laptop, which he had brought from Jingzhou, connected to his phone's hotspot, and began browsing the internet rapidly. The hardware was taken care of by the system. The software, what to plant, became the most pressing question on his mind. In addition to common vegetables and fruits like cabbage and tomatoes, he researched market conditions for high-value specialty vegetables and premium fruits. Streams of information and analyses of target customer groups scrolled across his screen. In the following days, Su-yi's life settled into a routine. In the mornings, he studied market trends at the village committee and formulated a future planning matrix. In the afternoons, he occasionally visited the construction site to watch as massive steel structural frames were hoisted into place with pinpoint precision, and silvery, new composite panels were quickly assembled. A super eco-farm brimming with technological sophistication was rising from this ancient land. The entire Qinghe village was immersed in this unprecedented atmosphere of hope and construction. Time flew by amidst the deafening roar of machinery. The villagers of Qinghe Village had developed an unshakable new habit. Every day at dawn they would put their hands in their pockets, and as if on a pilgrimage flocked to the southeastern corner of the village to watch their project. Su Weiguo, the village director, remained the most flamboyant figure in the crowd. Clutching his treasured thermos filled with strong tea, he would unfailingly appear on the ridge outside the construction site, which had become his exclusive podium. Do you all understand? He unscrewed the lid, blew gently at the rising steam, then took a leisurely sip, his demeanor perfectly poised. This is called modular construction, get it? All parts are pre-made in the factory, hauled over by trucks, and with a few clicks they snap together. Done. The group of old men surrounding him were utterly baffled, though they sensed it was something profound. Su Weiguo felt immensely pleased. These terms were ones he had learned from Su Yi the day before, and his impromptu teaching was remarkably effective. He couldn't decipher the arcane blueprints at all, nor could he distinguish load-bearing beams from steel structures. But he could see the speed. On the first day the place was a wasteland of waist-high weeds. By the third day a colossal steel skeleton had risen from the ground, resembling the stark white ribs of a prehistoric beast in the morning light. By the fifth day silver-white composite panels glinting with metallic coldness had almost entirely covered the skeleton. A supersized greenhouse spanning 100 mu and gleaming with cold metallic light had materialized before everyone's eyes. From barren wilderness to near-complete main structure, it took only a week. Today workers were hoisting the last few silver-white composite panels. Su Weiguo took another sip of hot tea, feeling that it was even more invigorating than usual. He stared at the behemoth, thinking it was not a farm but a thick shiny gold leaf he had pasted on his face as village director, so thick and shiny that it would reflect light when he walked. On the periphery of the crowd, Su Weidong stood in silence, several cigarette butts already crushed under his feet. Unlike the other old friends, he didn't go up to listen to Su Weiguo's boasts. His eyes were complex, excitement, pride, but above all a heavy, suffocating anxiety. When the cigarettes in his pocket were gone, he stubbed out the last one, turned around, and walked toward the village committee office with unusually heavy steps. He wanted to go ask his son what crop could be planted under this iron shell to justify the colossal investment that he dared not even imagine. Inside the village committee office, it was a world apart from the outside clamor. Su Yi stared at his laptop, the screen flickering with light, reflecting his calm, expressionless face. The keyboard clicks were soft and rapid with a unique rhythm. Outside the door were the thunderous sounds of construction and the boiling hopes of the entire village. Inside, he was injecting the core soul into this soon-to-be-activated super money-printing machine, a planting list that would affect the future of Qinghe Village. Creak. The old wooden door of the office was pushed open. Su Weidong walked in and closed the door behind him, shutting out most of the noise. Still busy. He walked behind his son. Yeah, planning what to plant. Su Yi didn't look up. Su Weidong craned his neck only to see the screen filled with dense tables and curves, not a single word of which he could understand. He was silent for a moment, fumbled in his pocket, pulled out an empty cigarette pack, and shoved it back irritably. That iron shell outside, I think it'll be finished by tomorrow. What kind of golden nugget are you planning to grow to fill this bottomless pit? Don't tell me you're still planting those cabbages and tomatoes. Those are indeed to be planted. They're the foundation, and the profits are not low. Su Yi finally stopped his work, leaned back in his chair, and turned to look at his father. But besides those, I also need some high-end varieties to boost brand value and increase profits. He turned the laptop towards Su Weidong. On the screen was a close-up of a plant. Its root was rough like a wild radish no one would want. Comrade old Su, guess how much this stuff costs per gene? Su Weidong leaned in, his face full of disdain. This is just a lousy radish root. Even pigs would turn up their noses at it. I wouldn't take it even if you gave it to me. Su Yi didn't say a word, just held up one finger. 10 yuan. Su Weidong guessed. Su Yi shook his head. It can't be 100, can it? Su Weidong laughed, thinking his son was teasing him. More than that. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Su Yi's mouth. This thing is called wasabi. It's used in top-tier Japanese restaurants to accompany the most expensive sashimi. Market price, depending on quality, ranges from 1,200 to 1,800. Su Yi paused, then uttered the final 3 words, per kilogram. The office fell silent instantly. The smile on Su Weidong's face froze completely. He stared fixedly at the lousy radish root. On the screen, his eyes bulging like brass bells. 1 kilogram. His voice trembled. Say that again. 1 kilogram, and it's in short supply. You can't just buy it any time with money. Su Yi didn't give him time to digest the shock. With a swipe of his finger, the screen changed to a picture of a small bunch of fresh sprouts. You recognize this, don't you? Tune sprouts. Of course I do. Su Weidong, as if regaining his footing, said immediately. They only appear in early spring, and they're very precious. Right, they only come in early spring. Su Yi nodded. But our farm can make them grow in the dog days of summer, and even in heavy snow. 365 days a year, every day, is the first harvest. Su Weidong's breath caught for a moment. He wasn't stupid. He had worked with the land all his life and understood the weight of the term off-season. When yours is the only supply in the world everyone begs you to sell, the price. Isn't it entirely up to you? Su-Yi's finger continued to swipe. One picture after another like heavy hammers pounded against Su Weidong's already numbed nerves. Ice plant, a trendy vegetable. Its leaves look like they're covered in ice crystals, and it's as crisp as ice. High-end Western restaurants scramble for it, priced at dozens or even hundreds per gene. White asparagus. Europeans call it white gold or edible ivory. The entire cultivation process must be shielded from light, making it extremely delicate, and its price is 3 to 5 times that of ordinary green asparagus. And this finger lime from Australia. When you cut it open, it looks like caviar. A small box can sell for hundreds of yuan. One unfamiliar name after another. One dizzying picture after another. Behind each name was a staggering price that made his heart race and his scalp tingle. He felt that the worldview he had held for a lifetime was being shattered piece by piece by his son's mouse and keyboard. He had spent his whole life facing the soil and bowing to the sky, tending to crops. He thought he knew the land best, knew farming best. But now, looking at these golden nuggets on the screen and then thinking of what he had planted all his life, he realized that he was the one who was blind. What he grew compared to these on his son's screen were nothing but clods of dirt. These precious things. Su Weidong's voice trembled even more. He reached out his calloused hand to touch the screen, then jerked it back as if the screen were scalding hot. Can we really grow them? Comrade Old Su, do you think that iron shell we're building is just for show? Su-Yi smiled. Our super farm can create a perfect environment that surpasses their native habitats. His gaze turned deep and confident, and he said word by word, we are not farming the land. We are farming technology. The next day, as the last heavy truck rumbled past the village entrance and vanished beyond the horizon, Qinghe Village sank into an eerie, unprecedented stillness. The week-long, deafening roar of steel came to an abrupt halt. All that remained was a silver-white behemoth spanning 100 mu of land. It crouched silently in the southeast corner of the village, reflecting a cold, piercing light under the afternoon sun, utterly incongruous with the dilapidated houses and barren fields around it. Yesterday's bustling construction site was now deserted. Most villagers stood at a distance watching, but no one dared approach the chilling structure. Just then Su-Yi Su Weidong, third granduncle Su Weigua, and other core members of the village committee walked over from the committee office. Shao-Yi, is this done? Su Weidong stared at the majestic building, his atoms apple bobbing, still uneasy in his heart. Let's go. Su-Yi wore a mysterious smile. Uncles and elders, your new secretary is going to take you in today to see the world. His tone was so relaxed that the old men following behind felt their hearts tremble with doubt. They followed Su-Yi, half believing. The closer they got, the stronger the oppressive aura of the building became. The metal walls were smooth as mirrors, the seams flawless. There were no windows, only an immensely thick metal door that radiated an unwelcoming coldness. Approaching the door, Su-Yi didn't pull out a key. Instead, under the puzzled gaze of the others, he took a thin white card from his pocket and swiped it lightly against an inconspicuous black panel beside the door. A crisp electronic beep sounded. With a low mechanical hum, the seemingly heavy metal door slid silently to one side. A breath of cool, clean air, faintly sweet, wafted out from within. It formed a stark contrast with the dusty, scorching air outside. The scene inside made Su Weidong, third granduncle, and the others momentarily lose their breath. This was nothing like the farm they had imagined. It was an immense, pure white space. The dome stretched so high it felt endless. Soft light poured from unknown sources, illuminating the whole area, as bright as day, yet casting not a single shadow. The floor was nothing like the muddy earth they knew. Neatly divided cultivation substrates of various colors were arranged in orderly rows like a giant's chessboard stretching to the horizon. Countless pipes of different thicknesses like dense blood vessels and nerves crisscrossed along the ground and in the air, connecting every plot of land. Huge electronic screens hung on the walls, flashing data and charts they couldn't comprehend. The air smelled not of soil, but of a refreshing, invigorating crispness. The entire space was hushed, broken only by a low hum, the sound of countless machines in operation. This. Oh my heavens. Third granduncle's weathered, wrinkled face was etched with incredulous shock. His feet seemed rooted to the ground, unable to move a step. Are these all pipes buried underground? Su Weiguo's eyes bulged as he pointed at the tangled pipes. Then how do you plow? How do you weed? Su Weidong opened his mouth, but no words came out. A lifetime of bending over the fields had left him utterly unable to comprehend what lay before him. You call this farming? How dumbstruck aren't you? Su-Yi teased, seeing their petrified looks. He walked over to a control console and dragged out several large sacks. With a rustle, he opened them, revealing seeds of every color. Seeing these familiar items seemed to snap the old men back to their senses. That's green seeds. Those are tomato seeds, imported, IDs say, so plump. And cucumber radish. But before they could recover from the first wave of shock, Su-Yi's next move delivered a soul-crushing blow. Su-Yi picked up a sack of green seeds, didn't even glance at it, walked straight to a huge funnel-like feeding port, and with a loud whoosh dumped the entire sack inside. then the tomato seeds, then the cucumber seeds, the radish seeds, one sack after another. Su-yi, as if tossing trash, poured all the different types of seeds into the same feeding port. Stop! A shrill scream erupted from third granduncle's throat. His whole body trembled violently, his face flushed a deep red, and his eyes were bloodshot. He lunged forward with his withered hand, trying to grab Su-yi, but Su-yi dodged easily. You wasteful brat. You're committing a sin. Third granduncle pointed at the feeding port, stomping his feet. In anguish, his voice choked with tears. Mixed all the seeds together. How can you plant them now? Everything will grow in a mess. How many good seeds have you ruined? Heaven will punish you. In his eyes, this was the most unforgivable crime a farmer could commit. A crime worthy of lightning strikes. Third granduncle, don't worry. Su-yi casually brushed the dust off his hands and teased, times have changed. The old ways don't work anymore. He pointed at the feeding port. This is an intelligent seed sorting and dispensing system. It looks like everything goes into the same hole, but inside it's all separated. By the time they reach the substrate, not a single seed will be out of place. Intelligent. The old men exchanged bewildered glances. They'd heard the word, but couldn't connect it to what they were seeing. Su-yi offered no further explanation. He walked to the central main console, which resembled a cockpit. On the light screen covered with virtual buttons, his fingers flew as he input a series of commands they couldn't understand. The old men held their breath, craning their necks to watch nervously. Su-yi gave the planting area division map one final check on the screen, then looked up at them with a grin flashing white teeth. All right, time to witness a miracle. As his words fell, his finger pressed hard on the bright red virtual button in the center of the screen labeled Start Planting. At that command, the entire vast farm seemed to awaken from slumber. From the dome, countless mechanical arms hidden in tracks descended silently like black spiders. On the ground, panels slid open and rows of compact seeding robots emerged in single file. The tips of the mechanical arms extended needle-fine precision seeding probes. The seeding robots launched high-speed pneumatic planting guns with a faint blue glow. In that moment, thousands of mechanical arms and robots began working simultaneously. Tap, 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 tap. A dense rhythmic sound that sent chills down the spine. With a speed almost too fast for the eye to follow, they performed incredibly precise seeding on the plant plots. Every seed was shot into the culture substrate at exact spacing and depth. The once empty substrate was visibly filling up rapidly. The entire scene exuded a violent sci-fi beauty. Third granduncle Su-weidong Su-weigwa. Every village committee member inside stood frozen, mouths agape, eyes wide, staring at the unbelievable sight before them. Their minds had completely shut down, gone blank. If seeing the interior had left them shocked, now what they felt was a fear that crushed their very souls. The terror of being ground to dust by a new era. So this is how land could be farmed. All the skills they had prided themselves on, labored over for a lifetime, didn't even amount to a speck of dust before this age. No one knew how long passed. Maybe a minute, maybe 10. When all the mechanical arms and robots had retracted, and the space fell silent again, the 100 mu of land had been fully seeded. Third granduncle's lips quivered for a long time before he found his voice. Instinctively drawing on his lifetime of experience, he raised the most fundamental question. Xiaoyi, isn't this planted a bit too densely? He pointed at the freshly seeded land, his voice trembling. The seedlings will crowd each other, competing for nutrients. They won't have room to grow. Yes, Xiao-yi, Su-weigwa chimed in, his face etched with concern. Who plants seeds so densely? Won't they suffocate? Faced with genuine doubts rooted in decades of experience, Su-yi simply smiled and calmly walked back to the main control console. Third granduncle Uncle Weigwa, I understand your concerns. He tapped lightly on the holographic screen, and a massive display on the wall instantly lit up, revealing an extremely complex, dynamic, three-dimensional diagram. Take a look at this. On the diagram, countless densely packed dots of light represented the seeds just sown. From beneath each dot, slender virtual pipelines in various colors extended like hair-thin threads, eventually converging into several major trunk lines. This is the precision nutrition supply system, Su-yi said, pointing at the shimmering pipelines on the screen. From the moment each seed is planted, it gets an independent nutrition supply pipe. The central management system will precisely deliver exactly what it needs in the right amount around the clock, according to its growth stage, directly to its roots. Water, nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, various trace elements. Each plant gets its own customized meal, enjoying VIP treatment. He paused, scanned the three stunned elders, and spoke deliberately, word by word. They don't need to compete for survival at all. So planting density has never been an issue here. The village committee members stared blankly at the dynamic diagram that looked like an indecipherable script to them. Trace elements, VIP treatment, internal competition. They couldn't understand a single word. Yet they grasped the core idea. Every seedling from its birth had a dedicated milk tube directly delivered to its mouth. Really, what was there to fight over? It was like being fed and clothed without lifting a finger. They exchanged bewildered glances, feeling that a lifetime of farming experience had been reduced to a joke ruthlessly trampled by Su-yi. While they were still in a state of shock, third granduncle's cloudy, yet sharp old eyes spotted another issue. He had been noting the names Su-yi muttered while scattering seeds. He hurried to the main console and pointed at the planting list displayed on one corner of the screen, his voice tinged with fresh puzzlement. Shall this? This list says cabbage and radish. Third granduncle frowned, his lifelong experience prompting him to blurt out. But it's the height of summer. Even if this metal shell keeps things cool, the season is wrong. When to plant what is determined by nature, if you go against the seasons it won't grow. Hearing this, the others immediately caught on. That's right. In the midst of being awed by all that high-tech, they'd forgotten such a basic issue. Planting cabbage in summer. That's preposterous. This time they felt they had finally latched onto the most fundamental problem that technology couldn't solve. That was the seasons, a law of nature. No matter how advanced technology was, it couldn't turn summer into autumn, could it? Faced with this fresh wave of collective doubt from his elders, he showed not a trace of panic. Instead, he grinned, revealing the unique confidence and vitality of youth. Third uncles, I know this sounds incredible, but this is exactly where my super ecological farm shines. Without further explanation, he mysteriously beckoned them. Come on, actions speak louder than words. Let me take you somewhere so you can experience it yourselves. With that, he led the skeptical group straight to the area where the cabbage seeds had just been sown. That area looked no different from the rest. Flat dark brown growth medium. However, the moment their feet crossed the boundary into that area, Tsinghua was the first to inhale sharply. A cool, dry air carrying the distinctive scent of harvest season rushed toward them. This coolness was different from the harsh chill of an air conditioner. It was gentle and refreshing, seeping into their noses and skin, as if instantly washing away all the summer heat and stuffiness. This feeling, too familiar. This is the feeling of autumn. Third granduncle jerked his head up, his weathered face filled with disbelief. He stretched out a hand that was weathered and withered like old tree bark, groping through the air, feeling the currents brush against his fingertips. Yes, exactly this feeling. Every year after white dew, when the weather turned cool and they harvested cabbages in the fields, the wind had this very scent. Dry, crisp, carrying the fresh fragrance of soil and ripe crops. Instinctively, they looked up at the dome. Above this area, the dome was no longer the bright daylight-like pure white light. Instead, a warm-toned, slightly angled, gentle glow illuminated the space, reminiscent of the sun in the late afternoon of an autumn day. Warm, but not scorching. Turning to look back at where they had just come from, only a few steps away, the air there remained neutral, while the ground beneath their feet felt like late autumn. A single step, 2 seasons. This was nothing short of divine magic. Can the weather be manufactured too? Third granduncle muttered, his lips trembling. A lifetime of relying on the sky and understanding the seasons was shattered in that moment, rendered utterly useless. All the village committee members were stunned, speechless by this bizarre experience. They were like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden. Everything before them completely overturned their understanding of the world. Seeing his elders looking so bewildered, Su-yi grinned triumphantly. He took 3 brand new thin white cards from his pocket and handed them to his father Su-Weidong, third granduncle, and village head Su-Weigua. Just feeling it is useless. Oh, we need results. Take these cards. They are the access cards for this place. You can enter this greenhouse anytime from now on. Su-yi's tone was full of trust and openness. If you're still worried, drop by whenever you have time and see for yourselves whether this off-season cabbage can actually grow. This gesture helped the 3 old men snap out of their existential doubt. They looked down at the smooth, cool white card in their hands, then at Su-yi's smug face, and a wave of complex, indescribable emotions welled up inside them. Seeing it was getting late and the sheer volume of information they had received today had turned their minds into mush, though their hearts were still pounding like a dozen rabbits inside, they felt it was not appropriate to say more. Clutching the access card that felt more precious than anything, the 3 men stumbled out of the super farm and went home. That night, all 3 suffered from insomnia. The next day, just as the sky began to lighten and a pale glow appeared in the east, 3 figures, as if by prior arrangement, simultaneously appeared before the metallic gate of the colossal silver-white structure. Third granduncle Su-Weidong, Su-Weigua. They exchanged glances and saw in each other's dark circles the same anxiety and restlessness. So, you all came, Su-Weigua said dryly. Couldn't sleep, felt uneasy, so I came to take a look. Third granduncle sighed. Su-Weidong said nothing, just silently stepped forward, took out the brand new white card from his pocket, and mimicking Su-yi's actions from yesterday, swiped it lightly over the black panel by the door. Beep. A crisp electronic sound rang out. The heavy metal doors slid silently to one side with a low mechanical hum. The 3 men outside, carrying the anxiety of a sleepless night and the last shred of rationality, looked inside. The next second, all 3 men, as if struck simultaneously by a divine thunderbolt, stood petrified. Before their eyes was no longer the empty flat growth medium from yesterday. It was a boundless lush green sea vibrant with life and brimming with vitality. Silence. A deathly silence. Third granduncle Su Weidong and Su Weigwa stood frozen at the doorway, as if struck by a paralysis spell. In the moment they glimpsed the scene within their minds utterly ceased to function. Dense sprouts broke through the soil arranged with a precision that seemed measured by a ruler and painted by a brush. Each leaf stretched out spiritedly, its tip adorned with a crystal-clear droplet, whether dew or nutrient solution, that refracted delicate light in the morning glow. From the doorway the verdant expanse stretched to the horizon. 100 acres of land cloaked in green overnight. A gentle breeze surged from within carrying the fresh scent of turned earth and the sweet grassy aroma of young plants flooding the nostrils of the three men. This was no illusion. A gulp sounded the rolling of someone's throat painfully loud in the eerie stillness. Heavens! Third granduncle's lips quivered violently. He stumbled forward, almost crawling, and threw himself onto the nearest ridge. His calloused hand, trembling with agitation, reached out, as if touching a rare treasure, gently brushing the freshest green shoot. What his fingertips met was a tender, moist coolness, real and undeniable. It was real. He jerked his hand back, then fearing he might have misjudged, bent over, until his nose nearly touched the ground, inhaling deeply. Yes, that was the scent, the smell of seedlings breaking through the earth, the fragrance he had breathed all his life. But it couldn't be. Whose seedlings grew this tall in one night? Wait on. Pinch me. Su Weigwa's voice was hoarse as he pointed at the sea of green, his eyes vacant and bewildered. Am I still asleep, dreaming? Su Weidong ignored him, staring fixedly at the sight, his heart churning with a tempest. After the shock, a surge of pride, so fierce it nearly burst his chest, overwhelmed him. My son. Did that rascal of mine do this? Just then a piercing, distorted howl came from behind, tearing the morning calm. Heavens above! It was a villager who had risen early to tidy his yard, drawn by the open farm gate and the three statue-like figures. Then he saw the scene inside. That shout ignited the fuse. The silent Qinghe Village exploded in an instant. What's happening? What's going on? Doors flew open as sleepy villagers poked their heads out. The first discoverer, too frantic to explain, scrambled back into the village, screaming at the top of his lungs, the land. The land has turned green. Secretary Xiao Yi's land. All green overnight. The land turned green. Everyone froze for a moment. What was so astonishing about green land? Grass, perhaps. Then it hit them: Secretary Xiao Yi's land. The 100 acres that had been sown only yesterday inside that iron shell. The entire village erupted into chaos. People barely dressed, dragging their shoes, poured from every direction, forming a surging tide that rushed madly toward the silver-white giant in the southeastern corner of the village. When hundreds of villagers jostled through the open metal gate and the boundless, lush, miraculous landscape assaulted every retina, the scene first fell into a deathly hush. Then an uproar erupted like a tsunami, a mix of terror and frenzy. Mother of heaven! Is this real? Someone slapped me. I watched them sew yesterday. How is this possible? The villagers went wild. They stormed into the farms, swarming the fields, each one doing what third granduncle had done, touching with their hands, sniffing with their noses, using the most primal means to verify the surreal reality. When all confirmed that this overwhelming green was real living sprouts, the awe within them swiftly transformed into an indescribable fervor and reverence. After the shock, the same figure surfaced in every mind. Sui, the young secretary who had brought this to them. Where is Secretary? Quick, find Secretary. What's going on? We need to ask him. The crowd stirred, 100 people bubbling like a boiling pot, voices clamoring. Just then a calm voice came from behind the crowd, cutting clearly through the noise. Everyone's here. Up early, I see. The crowd parted. Su, hands in his pockets, strolled in leisurely. His face showed no surprise, as if this sight were the most ordinary thing in the world. Secretary. The villagers surged around him, trapping him in a tight circle. Hundreds of eyes fixed on him. Shock, confusion, fervor, concern, even a hint of fear. Xiao Yi, what happened to the land? How could it grow overnight? Is there something wrong with such fast growth? Questions flooded him like a tide. Facing hundreds of eyes, Su Yi simply smiled, a relaxed, reassuring smile that seemed to calm the storm. He raised a hand and gently pressed downward. The clamor died instantly. Everyone held their breath, waiting for his answer. Su Yi scanned the circle of familiar, honest faces and declared, uncles, aunties, fellow villagers. If I didn't have real skill, would I have resigned from that great job in Jingzhou and come back to our Qinghe village? The question struck them all. Right? He was a top graduate from Qingbei with a promising future. If he weren't absolutely certain, who would give up a golden rice bowl to return to the village for this? That single sentence, more effective than any complex explanation, instantly calmed everyone. Seeing their eased expressions, Su Yi's smile deepened. He paused and said in a half-joking tone, gesturing at the endless green, this is nothing yet. Don't rush, put your hearts at ease. This is only just the beginning. Ever since the miracle of the overnight greening, the super ecological farm had completely replaced the old locust tree at the village entrance, becoming the new social hub and spiritual totem of Qinghe Village. At first the villagers only dared to watch from afar across the ridges, afraid that the earthy scent on their clothes might defile this celestial field that seemed otherworldly. But as days passed following third granduncle, and Su Weidong for a daily stroll became an unshakable entertainment for the entire village, young and old. They witnessed how miracles became routine. On the first day, it was the tender green of sprouts breaking through the soil. On the second day, the green deepened, and all the seedlings grew noticeably taller, standing vigorous and spirited. On the third day, tomato vines began to climb and cabbage leaves unfurled, hinting at the formation of hearts. On the fourth day, delicate yellow flower buds appeared on the cucumber vines. On the fifth day, each day the plants grew at a pace that defied nature in a frenzy of growth. The villagers progressed from initial shock to numbness and finally to a mix of pride and fervent anticipation. They no longer exclaimed, "How is this possible?" but instead admired it like a family heirloom. In small groups, hands behind their backs, they wandered through the vast climate-controlled fresh air space, pointing and commenting. "Look at that little secretary of old Zus, he's really got something." "You said it. These vegetables are even prettier than the ones in the supermarket." They had spent their lives working the land, thinking they understood the temper of crops, but here they felt like 3-year-olds just learning to farm. On the seventh day, Su Weiguo rushed into the village committee office like a gust of wind. He clutched a small notebook filled with scribbles, his face flushed from running, his voice trembling. Xiao Yi, come see for yourself." Su Yi, who was studying market data, looked up puzzled. "Uncle Weiguo, what's the rush? Has the sky fallen?" "It's crazier than the sky falling." Su Weiguo grabbed Su Yi's arm, practically yanking him out of the chair, his excitement making him incoherent. "Cucumbers. The cucumbers are already bearing fruit. Each one is as thick as a little finger. And many other vegetables too. At this rate, I reckon in another 3 to 5 days, can we harvest?" His voice trembled as he uttered that last sentence. A harvest in 10 days. If anyone heard that, they'd think he was mad. Su Yi showed no surprise. Instead, he found it amusing. He looked at his village chief, whose worldview was teetering, and asked, "Uncle Weiguo, didn't I explain this to everyone? Every seedling here from the moment it's planted enjoys VIP treatment, its own private feast. The central system monitors them 247, delivering nutrients straight to their roots, supplying whatever they lack. It's hard not to grow fast. Is it strange that they grow quickly?" This slightly teasing explanation was like a key unlocking Su Weiguo's stunned mind. Right? He suddenly recalled the underground network of shimmering precision nutrient supply system he had seen like a spider's web. He remembered the phrase, like having food brought to your mouth and clothes handed to you. He slapped his forehead, annoyed. What was I thinking? Judging a new world by old standards. With that realization, Su Weiguo relaxed completely. The anxiety born from defying common sense vanished, replaced by an unprecedented immense confidence. He stopped pondering why the vegetables grew so fast, and another image began to form in his mind. The lush emerald cucumbers crowned with flowers and tipped with thorns, each straight and uniformly thick, as if cast from the same mold. The succulent ruby tomatoes, each plump and perfectly round, of almost identical size, so red they seemed to have a built-in filter. And the verdant cabbages, flawless in appearance with no blemish that this lifelong farmer could find. Good heavens! Su Weiguo rubbed his hands unconsciously, his eyes burning with excitement, muttering to himself as he began calculating on his fingers. Take these cucumbers for instance. With such quality they should sell for at least 3 yuan a gene in the city. With this density, 1 mu could yield tens of thousands of gene, maybe even 100,000. 1 mu. That's 300,000 yuan. 10 days, 300,000. He was startled by the number, drawing a sharp breath. And tomatoes, cabbages, radishes, this 100 mu, my goodness. The more he calculated, the more stunned he became, his heart racing faster until he couldn't keep track, only seeing golden figures dancing before his eyes, dizzying him. He looked up at Su Yi, his gaze no longer that of an elder to a junior, but of a worshipper before a living god of wealth. "Xiao Yi, our village, we're going to be rich." Hearing Su Weiguo's excited, trembling calculations, Su Yi smiled inwardly. 3 yuan a gene for cucumbers. Uncle Weiguo, your vision is still too narrow. If what comes out of our farm sold at the same price as the common stuff in the market, wouldn't that waste the system's super ecological farm? He was never selling ordinary vegetables. Seeing that the time was right, Su Yi felt it was time to let the whole village taste the fruits of this technological cultivation. He cleared his throat, interrupting Su Weiguo's pleasant daydream. "Uncle Weiguo, stop calculating for now. There's something more important I need you to do." "What is it?" "Just say the word." Su Weiguo thumped his chest, now completely obedient to Su Yi's words. A mysterious smile played on Su Yi's lips. "Go broadcast over the village loudspeaker. Announce that 3 days from now at noon, the day after, to celebrate Qinghe Village's first harvest, a Qinghe Village First Harvest Tasting Festival will be held in the village committee square. Invite everyone in the village, men and women, young and old, to come and taste the treasures from our own land for free." A tasting festival. Su Weiguo was taken aback, then his eyes lit up brightly. "Great. What a brilliant idea. He slapped his thigh, his face flushed with excitement. Let everyone taste for themselves. It's worth more than 10,000 words of ours. Su Weiguo couldn't stay a moment longer. He turned and dashed out, his energy even greater than when he arrived, as if rejuvenated by 20 years, sprinting all the way to the village committee's broadcast room. Soon after, crackle, hello, hello. The long silent loudspeaker in the village crackled with static, then came to life. Su Weiguo cleared his throat, and with the loudest, most excited voice of his life shouted into the microphone, "Attention fellow villagers of Qinghe Village. Attention fellow villagers of Qinghe Village. Notice 3 days from now at noon, in the village committee square, our village's own super farm will host the first harvest tasting festival. All the ripe vegetables from the fields, as much as you can eat. Let everyone come and taste the fresh produce. I repeat, 3 days from now." 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, an unusual atmosphere of restlessness mingled with anticipation pervaded the entire Qinghe village. The villagers were counting the days on their fingers. That silver-white super farm became the focal point of everyone's attention. Every day, countless people crowded around the gate, craning their necks to peek inside. Though they could see nothing, it was enough to stir their hearts with longing. Finally, the day of the tasting event arrived. At daybreak, the vast square in front of the village committee, usually used for drying grain, was already filled with dozens of worn-out old tables and benches. Several families had spontaneously brought out their large iron woks and set up makeshift earthen stoves with firewood piled high as a small hill. Every face glowed with the festive joy of the spring festival. The square at the village committee compound was already packed, a sea of black heads. Almost the entire village had gathered here. Men and women, young and old, every face was etched with excitement and anticipation. All craned their necks, their eyes burning with intensity, all gazing in the same direction, the gate of that mysterious super farm. They were waiting for the moment when the first batch of ripe fruits would be picked. "Secretary Xiao Yi is here," someone in the crowd shouted. Sui, dressed in a neat casual outfit, walked unhurriedly through the crowd. The moment he appeared, he instantly became the center of attention. "Secretary Xiao Yi, when do we start?" "Yeah, we can't wait any longer." Sui raised his hand to check the time, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Right on time. Let's prepare to enter the greenhouse for harvesting." The moment he finished speaking, his father Su Weidong and the village director Su Weiguo eagerly took the lead. "Shall we well go in to help?" Su Weidong patted his chest, unable to hide his pride. "Many hands make light work. We'll harvest quickly." Su Weiguo echoed, rolling up his sleeves, as if ready to throw himself into the task. "Yes, with hundreds of us working together, we'll have the vegetables piled up like a mountain in no time." Su Weiguo rolled up his sleeves, adopting a posture ready for a big effort. "Count me in. I'm coming too. Picking vegetables is my specialty." The surrounding villagers responded one after another, rubbing their hands together with unprecedented fervor. In their eyes, being able to personally pick these miraculous vegetables was itself a great honor. However, faced with this overwhelming enthusiasm, Su merely smiled and gently waved his hand. Standing in the midst of the crowd, he calmly uttered a single sentence. "No need, no need. Why use an ox cleaver to kill a chicken? I alone am enough." As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire square fell into a stunned silence. Everyone was baffled. The clamor of voices abruptly ceased. People exchanged glances, seeing the same confusion in each other's eyes. One person. Harvest 100 acres of land. Was this kid not fully awake, or just talking nonsense? Just as everyone thought Su was joking, he had already turned around. With leisurely steps, he walked straight toward the metal gate of that silver-white giant. Under the gaze of hundreds of pairs of eyes filled with bewilderment, disbelief, and even a hint of worry, Su approached the main control panel inside the farm. He did not look back. Standing before the light screen covered with virtual buttons, he lightly tapped a few times. Harvest mode initiated. Target: cabbage, cucumber, tomato, eggplant, radish, greens. Quantity: 100 kilograms. Each a series of commands was entered. Su glanced at the confirmation box on the screen, then gently tapped it. The next second, hum. The dormant steel giant awoke after 10 days of silence. Inside the farm, high up on the dome, countless mechanical arms hidden in the tracks started up simultaneously like slumbering metal beasts. They glided silently, moving at speeds beyond human reaction, precisely positioning themselves above the ripe vegetables. At the front of each mechanical arm, different harvesting tools glinting with metallic cold extended. Thousands of mechanical arms worked simultaneously, yet in utter silence save for the faint friction of their metal joints. The harvested vegetables were gently placed onto conveyor belts rising slowly from the ground. The belts began to move, bringing the perfect, brightly colored vegetables steadily and continuously toward the entrance. The villagers in the square through the wide-open gate stared blankly at this scene straight out of a sci-fi movie. Their minds went blank. When the first batch of vegetables arrived at the entrance via the conveyor belt, the women in charge of cooking snapped out of their daze and rushed over in panic, carefully lifting the vegetables off the belt. The cucumbers, each one straight and emerald green with tiny thorns and flowers at the tip, as if carved from jade. The tomatoes, plump red, evenly sized, exuding an enticing luster. The cabbages, dense leaves, crisp green and white, each one a carefully selected work of art. For the entire cooking process, he had long instructed to keep things simple. Those that could be eaten raw, cucumbers, radishes, tomatoes, were washed and sliced directly for serving. Those that couldn't, cabbage greens, were blanched in boiling water, then just drizzled with a little soy sauce and sesame oil. The remaining eggplants were simply cut into strips and steamed. No complex seasonings, no tedious procedures. All for one purpose: to preserve the most authentic flavor of the ingredients. When the first plate of cold cucumber slices was set on the table, an intense, pure, crisp cucumber aroma exploded instantly. It was not the smell of cucumbers from the market, it was purer, more primal, as if one could see all the sunlight and raindrops that nurtured them on the vine. Next came blanched greens, steamed eggplant, white radish slices. Dish after dish was placed on the old tables. With each dish, the pure, soul-stirring fragrance of food thickened in the air above the square. Gradually, the noisy square fell silent. People stopped talking, stopped bustling. Everyone unconsciously halted their movements. In the air there remained only the sound of relentless, desperate swallowing. All eyes were fixed on those simple, unadorned dishes that exuded an irresistible allure. Third granduncle sat at the table at the head of the hall. As the most respected elder in the village, he was to take the first bite under the gaze of the entire village. His weather-beaten eyes swept over every dish on the table, finally resting on the steaming plate of cabbage, merely blanched yet still vivid and green. He extended his trembling hand, using chopsticks, to pick up a still warm cabbage leaf. In the entire square, hundreds of eyes followed that simple movement. He brought the leaf slowly, solemnly to his mouth. He began to chew. Once, twice. Then third granduncle's chewing abruptly froze. He seemed struck by a paralysis spell. His eyes flew wide open in an instant, his murky pupils sharply contracting. On his deeply furrowed old face, first came astonishment, then an overwhelming, incredulous shock. As if a thunderbolt had exploded on his taste buds and his mind. It's delicious. That single sentence seemed to drain all the strength from third grandpa's body like a spark igniting a fuse. Su Weidong and Su Wei was sitting beside him, could no longer contain themselves. Almost simultaneously they reached out with their chopsticks, one aiming for the plate of jade-green cucumber salad, the other for the dish of plump, rosy tomato chunks. The cucumber entered his mouth. Crunch. A crisp, almost explosive snap echoed within Su Weiguo's mouth. His entire body jolted, his eyes wide as brass bells. This was no ordinary crispness. It was a vibrant, layered crispness brimming with vitality. Then an unprecedented, rich cucumber fragrance, so intense it seemed liquefied, mixed with sweet juice, burst forth like a mountain flood, instantly overwhelming every taste bud. He couldn't even feel himself chewing. The cucumber slice seemed alive, splitting apart in his mouth, transforming into the sweetest spring water that flowed down his throat, washing away all distractions and leaving only a lingering fragrance. Meanwhile, the tomato chunk Su Weidong had picked up had already entered his mouth. No sourness. None of the harsh acidity of ordinary tomatoes. Only a gentle, sun-kissed, sweet and sour sensation, perfectly stimulating saliva secretion. The moment his teeth lightly touched it, the plump flesh melted completely, turning into a thick, sweet juice that filled his entire mouth. He could even taste a faint, honey-like sweet aftertaste. Oh my goodness. A burly man slapped his thigh, his voice distorted by sheer shock. He had just taken a bite of the blanched greens, and now his eyes were bloodshot, as if he had witnessed some incredible miracle. How can this vegetable be so delicious? That roar shattered the brief silence of the square. Whoosh! Everyone at every table, no longer caring about seniority or courtesy, let their chopsticks fall like raindrops. Crunch! Crunch! The sounds of cucumber chewing rose and fell crisp as firecrackers. SSS. Gasp! That was the sound of someone scalded by the tomato's deliciousness, yet unwilling to spit it out, only able to inhale deeply. The entire square had turned into a sea of joy. No conversation, no clamor. Only the most primal, pure sounds of chewing, swallowing, and uncontrollable, heartfelt exclamations. My heavens! This radish is just like fruit. Crisp and sweet, not a hint of spiciness. And this, it's just steamed, yet it's more fragrant than meat. Don't grab. Leave me one slice of that cucumber. Just one. The villagers had eaten vegetables all their lives and farmed the land all their lives. They thought they already knew everything about the taste of these things. But today they realized they were wrong. Terribly wrong. What they had eaten today could no longer be called vegetables. It was a brand new, never-before experienced ultimate deliciousness derived from the food itself. Sweet, crisp, juicy, savory. Any flowery word seemed pale and weak at this moment. They could only use the simplest, most direct way to express their inner shock. Delicious. So delicious. Oh my, I've never tasted anything so good in my whole life. Gradually, everyone's face bloomed with a blissful, almost foolish smile. Their cheeks glowed, sweat beaded on their foreheads, as if this was not just a simple tasting, but a feast that could cleanse the soul. When the initial frenzy of wolfing down subsided, another more realistic and exciting question emerged in people's minds. How much could these vegetables sell for? Everyone stopped their chopsticks, their eyes burning as they looked at each other, then turned in unison toward Su-yi. In every gaze burned a flame called hope. With such delicious vegetables, how could they worry about selling them? How could they not have a good life? Village Chief Su Weigua, his face flushed with excitement, grabbed an uncut cucumber, took big bites with a crunch, and rushed to Su-yi. Xiao-yi. His voice trembled with excitement. These vegetables, they're absolutely incredible. Just this cucumber with its appearance and taste. If we take it to the town market, even if we charge 1 yuan more per gene than others, no. Even 2 yuan more per gene, people will still go crazy for it. Su Weigua waved the half-eaten cucumber, his spittle flying, as if he could already see the villagers counting money until their fingers cramped. Right. Uncle Weigua is right. 2 yuan more is nothing. Such good stuff, there's no worry about people not wanting it. The villagers chimed in, their fervor reignited. In their minds, charging 2 yuan more per gene than ordinary vegetables was the boldest, most remarkable pricing they could imagine. However, amid this wave of enthusiasm, a weak, uncertain murmur came from a table in the corner. It was a young wife who had married into Su Dania's family only 2 years ago. She was usually timid and rarely spoke loudly in front of others. But after tasting the honey-sweet tomato, she was in a blissful daze. Hearing the village chief's words, she unconsciously paused her chopsticks and muttered to her husband beside her. Only 1 or 2 yuan more. Such delicious food at the same price as those wilted vegetables on the roadside. I feel a bit shortchanged. Her voice was very soft. But at that moment, the entire noisy square seemed to hit the mute button. That careless murmur, though faint, was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, immediately rippling through everyone's hearts. The fervent villagers instantly calmed down. Right. They were shortchanging themselves. They had been too excited just now. How could they not have thought of this? A villager stared blankly at the translucent white radish slice in his hand and murmured, "Yes, in those big city supermarkets, those beautifully packaged organic vegetables, expensive and not tasty, still sell like hotcakes, don't they? Our vegetables are 100 times, 1,000 times better than theirs. Why should they be only 2 yuan more than ordinary vegetables? That's a huge loss, right? It's a crime against nature." Another auntie slammed the table, shouting indignantly, "If we sell at that price, we're treating our own precious treasures like clods of dirt." The crowd's emotions took a roller coaster ride, from initial shock to ecstasy and now to regret and resentment. They looked at the divine vegetables on the table, then thought about the village chief's proposal of 2 yuan more per gene, and suddenly felt it was an insult to the land, to Su-yi, and to themselves. Su-yi had not spoken. He just watched quietly, observing the changes in the villagers' expressions as they moved from self-doubt to self-affirmation. He had been waiting for this moment, for them to figure it out themselves. Seeing that the time was right, he smiled and raised his hand, gently pressing it down. The noisy scene fell silent again. Hundreds of eyes full of expectation and trust focused on him. "Everyone is right." Su-yi said, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, his voice clear and forceful. "So of course our vegetables cannot be sold as ordinary vegetables." He paused, looking around at the faces that grew even more excited because of his words, and a confident smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He spoke each word with emphasis, resoundingly. "What we are going to do is create a high-end brand for Qinghe Village. Qinghe produce, guaranteed premium. Every produce from Qinghe is a masterpiece." These 8 words were not a question, but an unequivocal declaration. Like a rolling thunderclap, they exploded in the ears of every Qinghe villager. They might not grasp what brand premium or market positioning meant, yet they could feel the soaring pride embedded in these 8 words, and the unwavering confidence that brooked no doubt. Indeed, our vegetables are the finest of the finest. They deserve a price that others dare not even imagine. High-end brand. Village Director Su Weigua savored the term, feeling his blood race and his heart pound like a drum. He slapped his thigh abruptly, his face flushed with excitement. "Secretary Xiao-yi is right. This is exactly what we should do." He rose abruptly, scanning the crowd, his voice pitching an octave higher with fervor. Then how much should we sell these vegetables for per gene?" This question seared into everyone's heart like a red-hot brand. "Yes, what price exactly? Secretary Xiao-yi, give us a hint." The crowd stirred again, all eyes fixed on Su-yi with the eager look of nestlings waiting to be fed. A bold villager, unable to contain his excitement, stretched out one finger and called out tentatively, "I think we should sell for at least 10 yuan per gene." 10 yuan. To some, this already seemed an unimaginable fortune. Yet Su Weigua waved his hand grandly, as if commanding the landscape. 10 yuan. That's too small-minded. He straightened his back as if he hadn't been the one suggesting just 2 yuan more moments ago. With quality like this, 15 yuan is fine. Not a penny less. 15 yuan. This time the entire square erupted into chaos. The villagers buzzed with discussion, feverish excitement written on every face. In their wildest imagination, vegetables at 15 yuan a gene were something only the wealthy could afford. Watching the near-frenzied excitement on the villagers' faces, Su-yi merely smiled. He said nothing, simply observing in silence. When the clamor subsided slightly, he calmly raised his hand and pressed it downward gently. The gesture seemed to carry some magic, and the noisy square fell silent once more. All eyes refocused on him. Dear uncles and elders. Su-yi's gaze swept across the crowd, his voice calm, yet carrying an unshakable authority. Let me ask you a question first. At the town market now, the best-looking greens go for about 3 or 4 yuan a jean, right? The villagers nodded instinctively. This price was the most familiar to them. Yes, the best ones are just that. Su-wei answered first, unsure why Su-yi was asking, but replying honestly. Su-yi nodded, his smile unchanged. Then under hundreds of gazes he slowly extended one finger. Everyone held their breath, staring at him in puzzlement. The next second Su-yi's clear, measured voice rang in every ear. My price is based on this. He paused, then spoke each word deliberately. At least 10 times that. Silence. A deathly stillness. Time seemed frozen in that moment. The square was filled only with the villagers' petrified, dazed expressions, and eyes wide as saucers from sheer shock. Just moments ago they had been heatedly debating 10 or 15 yuan. Now they stood, as if collectively paralyzed, mouths agape wide enough to fit an egg. The half-cucumber in Su-wei's hand fell with a thud, but he didn't even notice. Third great-uncle's chopsticks holding a leaf of bok choy hovered in midair, trembling violently. At least 10 times. 10 times 3 or 4 yuan. How much was that? 30 or 40 yuan. After what felt like an eternity, a villager finally repeated in a dreamlike, barely audible whisper. At least 10 times. His voice shattered the uncanny stillness. Like a spark igniting pent-up emotions. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard. That means 30 or 40 yuan per jean. The crowd erupted completely. The astronomical price they had imagined wasn't even a starting point in Su-yi's mind. At least 10 times. This wasn't selling vegetables anymore. This was selling gold. After a brief uproar, the square fell silent again. Hundreds of gazes converged on Su-yi. Their expressions were infinitely complex. Watching the villagers' shattered worldview and their subsequent panic, Su-yi's smile only deepened. This was exactly the effect he wanted. First shatter, then rebuild. I know what everyone is worried about. Su-yi's voice rang out again like a soothing balm, steadying every wavering heart. Instead of explaining immediately, he asked a question. Do you think our vegetables are worth this price? Worth it? The villagers were taken aback, instinctively recalling the exquisite taste they had just experienced. That honey-sweet tomato, that crisp, jade-like cucumber. Such divine flavor. Not even 30 or 40 yuan, any price would be unmatched. Yes, of course they are, someone shouted. But who would buy them at such a high price? Another immediately voiced concern. Listen to me, everyone. Su-yi's voice brimmed with irrefutable confidence. Our target customers have never been ordinary people. Fine things never lack connoisseurs, nor those who spare no expense. Even putting that aside, those petty bourgeois chasing quality of life. Would they hesitate to spend dozens or even 100 yuan for a taste of unparalleled delight they might never experience again? I've said enough. Su-yi's voice turned resolute and forceful. This afternoon I'll take some samples and head to the city myself. Not only will I sell them, but I'll make people scramble to come to Qinghe Village to buy. What? Going to the city this afternoon? In that moment, everyone's heart found its anchor. The fear stirred by the unheard-of price was washed away completely by Su-yi's overwhelming confidence. Excellent. Su-wei slammed the table with a tiger-like roar, making the bowls and chopsticks tremble. He strode over to his son and clapped his broad, heavy hand firmly on Su-yi's shoulder. His eyes red with emotion brimmed with a father's purest pride. We old folks don't understand all those city tricks. He looked at Su-yi, his voice booming like a bell. Shall we go ahead and do it? Don't be afraid. Even if you can't sell at a high price, we won't lose anything. But if you really pull it off at a high price, let everyone see just how incredible Qinghe Village's produce truly is. The afternoon sun, thick with a sweltering heat, scorched the earth. The grand tasting event had just concluded, but Su-yi found no respite. He activated the farm's harvesting mode once more, and the mechanical arms gently plucked boxes of vegetables, their perfection almost absurd before they were conveyed out by the belt. Cucumbers, tomatoes, cabbages, radishes. He selected dozens of pounds of each, packing them into brand new insulated foam boxes. The back of the half-worn pickup truck at the village entrance was soon crammed full. Village Chief Su-wei sat in the driver's seat, his hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, veins bulging on the backs of his hands. His face flushed with a mix of excitement and tension, his eyes fixed straight ahead on the road. In stark contrast to his nervousness, Su-yi sat in the passenger seat, lounging comfortably against the backrest, his posture relaxed, his gaze calm as he watched the fields and villages whizzing past the window, eventually merging into the distant silhouette of steel and concrete. The city. His face bore no trace of the anxiety that comes with facing an unknown challenge, only a composed confidence that seemed to have everything under control. The pickup sped along. 2 hours later, in the bustling city center, a single ancient, yet opulent building appeared before them. 3 bold golden characters gleamed under the sun: Yilin Pavilion. This was the most exclusive private club-style restaurant in Yunzhou City, where only the wealthy and influential came and went. Su Weiguo parked the car in a distant lot, gazing at the magnificent entrance, swallowing hard, instinctively adjusting his best shirt. Xiao Yi can this really work? Su Yi patted his shoulder, picked up 2 boxes of samples, and strode ahead. Uncle Weiguo, rest assured. His voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable force. Our vegetables are worthy of any place. The doorman was courteous, but after confirming Su Yi's reservation, a flicker of barely perceptible surprise crossed his eyes. A front desk manager in a polished suit led them through the luxurious lobby to an office door marked Purchasing Manager. Manager Ma is inside. Please come in. The woman knocked, announced their arrival, and turned away, maintaining a polite, yet distant smile throughout. Su Weiguo took a deep breath and followed Su Yi through the door. The office was spacious, tastefully decorated with mahogany desks and leather sofas. A greasy-faced young man with slicked-back hair was lounging in a large executive chair, his legs crossed, talking on the phone. This was Ma Dong, the purchasing manager of Yilin Pavilion and the boss' own nephew. All right, got it. They'll call you later. Something's come up. Ma Dong hung up, impatiently tossing his phone onto the desk. Only then did he lift his eyelids, scrutinizing the two from head to toe with a condescending gaze. When his eyes fell on Su Weiguo's cloth shoes stained with a bit of mud, a curl of his lips revealed undisguised contempt. You're from Qinghe Village. His tone was dripping with arrogance. My uncle mentioned that a top graduate from Qinghe University wanted to discuss a partnership. Is that you? Ma Dong's eyes rested on Su Yi, devoid of any respect for higher education, instead carrying a sneer mixed with envy and disdain. In his view, all this talk of top graduates and high-tech agriculture was nothing but a gimmick. If his uncle hadn't personally called, he wouldn't have wasted a second on these 2 country bumpkins. Manager Ma, hello. Su Yi's expression remained calm, as if he hadn't noticed the disdain in the other's eyes. We've brought some samples, the first batch of ripe vegetables from our farm. Su Weiguo hurriedly placed the 2 boxes on the floor, ready to open them. However, Ma Dong's eyes never once glanced at the boxes. He just leaned back in his chair, picked at his ear with his pinky, and said lazily, all right, leave the stuff there for now. Su Weiguo's motion of opening the box froze. Ma Dong leaned back again, crossed his hands over his belly, and lifted his chin slightly. My uncle is a kind-hearted man. He always wants to support you folks starting businesses in the countryside. But I'm sure you know the rules of Yilin Pavilion. Our requirements for ingredients are top tier. He paused, then shifted his tone with a hint of amusement. So what price are you asking for your vegetables? Su Yi stepped forward, his face still impassive. The price naturally must match its quality. At this, Ma Dong let out a scornful laugh, leaning forward with his elbows on the desk. Quality? Young man, do you have any idea what Yilin Pavilion is about? Every day suppliers line up from my office to the main road, and each one claims their produce is the best. He extended a finger and tapped it rhythmically on the smooth mahogany desk. Tap, tap, tap. The sound was soft, but each tap struck Su Weiguo's heart like a hammer, making his face flush even redder. Ma Dong's eyes weren't on Su Yi or Su Weiguo, but on his own tapping fingers, speaking with implication. In business, it's all about long-term cooperation. When we choose suppliers, we don't just look at the product, we look at the supplier's sincerity and attitude. Young man, you're a top graduate from Qinghe, a smart guy. You should understand what I'm implying, right? He lifted his eyes and stared at Su Yi with a half smile. Yet Su Yi's face remained as calm as still water, as if he hadn't caught the hint at all. He showed neither anger nor submission, just stood there quietly gazing at Ma Dong's performance with an almost indifferent expression. Time ticked by second by second. The air in the office seemed to freeze. The smile on Ma Dong's face gradually faded. His tapping finger stopped. The scene he had anticipated never materialized. There was no fawning flattery, no discreet envelope slipped across the desk, not even a polite phrase like, please take care of it, Manager Ma. Only a silence that made him feel awkward. And the young man's calm, almost detached gaze. That look was as if he were watching a clown. This feeling of being ignored infuriated Ma Dong. He felt his authority had been challenged like never before. A poor kid from the countryside, a greenhorn with nothing but a degree. How dare he act so superior in front of him? Ungrateful. Enough. Ma Dong slammed the table, rising from his chair, his face full of undisguised disgust and impatience. He waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away 2 annoying flies. Yilin Pavilion doesn't need your vegetables. Take your stuff and leave. Don't waste my time. The words struck Su Weiguo's face like a resounding slap. Trembling with rage, his face flushed crimson, he stepped forward to argue. You? But a hand landed on his shoulder, steadying him. It was Su Yi. Su Yi stopped the agitated Su Weiguo with a look. He looked calmly at the now openly hostile Ma Dong, his face wholly devoid of anger or frustration. He spoke slowly, word by word, his voice low but clear in Ma Dong's ears. Manager Ma, remember your decision today. Don't regret it. With that, Su Yi didn't spare him another glance. He turned, pulling the still fuming Su Weiguo along, picked up the 2 boxes from the floor, and walked out the door without looking back. Ma Dong watched their retreating figures and let out a contemptuous humph. Regret. What a joke. He sank back into his leather chair, crossed his legs, and leisurely picked up his phone. Just 2 clueless country bumpkins. Thinking they were something special. Outside the Yilin pavilion, Su Weiguo stomped his foot in anger. Xiaoyi, that guy is a total jerk. Are we just going to leave like that? Su Yi placed the boxes back in the pickup bed, his face showing no sign of defeat. Instead, a smile appeared. Leave? Of course not. He looked toward another direction in the city center. To the next place. Tianranju, second only to Yilin Pavilion. The pickup truck weaved through the city streets, yet the bustling scenery outside the window could not dispel the suffocating gloom in Su Weiguo's heart. His hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, the veins on his knuckles bulging one by one, as if suppressing a wrath on the verge of eruption. Xiaoyi, that grandson surnamed Ma, is truly despicable. Pa, what Yilin Pavilion? I see it as nothing but a filthy cesspool. The more Su Weiguo spoke, the angrier he grew, the steering wheel creaking under his grip. Seated in the passenger seat, Su Yi remained as composed as ever, as if that unpleasant encounter was merely a breeze brushing past the window. His gaze flickered to the rearview mirror, catching a glimpse of the several intact crates of vegetables in the truck bed, and a faint, almost imperceptible smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Uncle Weiguo, don't be angry. It's not worth getting upset over someone like that. Besides, I never pinned all my hopes on the Yilin Pavilion from the start. Su Weiguo was taken aback, turning his head to stare at him. What do you mean? Su Yi's gaze shifted ahead, where the silhouette of an equally imposing but architecturally distinct building gradually came into focus. The Yilin Pavilion is the first, but not the only one. Sometimes those who fail to be first are even more eager for an opportunity and know better how to cherish it. Half an hour later, the pickup truck came to a steady halt in the parking lot of Tianranju. Unlike the ostentatious luxury of the Yilin Pavilion, this place was a building in the style of a Jiangnan garden. White walls and black tiles, flying eaves, and upturned corners. A plaque of agarwood at the entrance bore 3 characters in an elegant antique script: Tianranju. The atmosphere here was restrained and tranquil, yet exuded a subtle, profound sophistication. Su Weiguo looked at the place. His anger had largely dissipated, but a wave of nervousness surged anew. Xiaoyi, this place. It's even more refined than the last one. Will it work? Su Yi, carrying 2 sample boxes, got out of the car first. Whether it works or not, we'll only know after we go in and take a look. The reception at Tianranju was equally professional and courteous, but their eyes lacked the aloof scrutiny of the Yilin Pavilion staff, instead bearing a touch of appropriate warmth. They were led into a bright meeting room. Soon a middle-aged man of about 40 entered. He wore a well-fitted linen shirt and gold-rimmed glasses, exuding a scholar's elegance, while his eyes betrayed a merchant's shrewdness. Hello, I'm Wang Ke, the procurement manager of Tianranju. The man extended his hand with a professional smile. Mr. Su, I presume. A top graduate from Qinghe. I've long admired your reputation. His words were filled with polite flattery, but Su Yi could sense that the wariness still lingered behind those lenses. For Wang Ke, academic credentials were merely a stepping stone. What truly moved him was the product itself. Su Weiguo, flustered by the courteous demeanor, hurriedly shook hands. Su Yi, however, remained composed. Manager Wang, you flatter me. Words are futile. Oh, let's first take a look at our goods. Without unnecessary pleasantries, he placed one of the phone boxes on the meeting room table. With a soft click, the lid opened. In that instant, an indescribable, supremely fresh aura surged forth from the box. The air in the entire meeting room seemed to be purified by this breath. Wang Ke, who had maintained a professional smile, froze instantly. His gaze locked tightly onto the box. Inside, lush green cucumbers and plump ruby-red tomatoes lay quietly. Each cucumber curved with perfect grace, the tender spikes distinct, as if freshly plucked from the vine, still bearing the morning dew. Every tomato was evenly sized, their crimson luster so vivid that it seemed light shimmered beneath the skin. Wang Ke's breath involuntarily halted for a moment. As the procurement manager of Yun's top-tier restaurant, he had encountered premium ingredients from around the world and believed his discerning eye had reached its peak. Yet the items before him completely overturned over 2 decades of professional experience. Could vegetables really possess such quality? Instinctively, he reached out and carefully picked up a cucumber. It felt cool to the touch, firm and dense, its substantial weight conveying an astonishing vitality. Next, he picked up a tomato. Its smooth skin was taut like a young maiden's. The fingertips could even sense the abundant juice within the flesh. Wang Ke's expression shifted from initial astonishment to profound shock. He looked up at Su Yi, his eyes behind the glasses filled with disbelief. Mr. Su, did you really grow this? Su Yi merely smiled faintly without answering, instead making a gesture of invitation. Wang Ke took a deep breath, forcibly calming the storm within. He summoned an assistant to prepare the samples in the simplest way. Cucumbers and tomatoes were washed in clean water and sliced directly. The crisp snap of the blade cutting through the cucumber invigorated everyone present. Wang Ke picked up a slice of cucumber with a bamboo skewer and placed it solemnly into his mouth. He chewed. In the next second his eyes flew wide open. He detected not a trace of astringency, only a pure sun-kissed sweetness that melted on his tongue. The so-called premium organic cucumbers he had tasted before, in the face of this bite, were nothing but insipid industrial waste. Then he tried a slice of tomato. There was none of the raw, harsh taste common in ordinary tomatoes, instead a mellow, rich sweetness bursting with the essence of sunlight exploded in his mouth, transforming into the most luscious nectar. He stood utterly frozen, his mind blank. At last he understood why the world's finest chefs spent their lives pursuing the ultimate ingredients. Because any complex culinary technique paled in impotence before such top-tier produce. After a long pause, Wang Ke slowly came to his senses. He shot up from the sofa so abruptly that he knocked over a teacup beside him. But he paid no heed. He strode over to Su-yi, all previous professionalism, reserve, and wariness vanishing in that moment, replaced by pure exhilaration and ecstasy. He bowed deeply to Su-yi. Mr. Su, I apologize for my earlier neglect. Su-Weiguo watched in dumbfounded astonishment. The contrast was too stark. Su-yi helped him up, his face still bearing that serene, unruffled smile. Wang Ke straightened up, his eyes blazing as he fixed his gaze on Su-yi, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Mr. Su, such produce. How do you intend to price it? Finally, the crux of the matter. Su-yi looked at him and countered with a question. Manager Wang, you're an expert. What price do you think it deserves? Wang Ke was taken aback. He looked at the flawless vegetables in the box, his mind racing. This was beyond the realm of ordinary vegetables. Their value could not be measured by conventional market prices. This product could even catapult Tsinghua past the Yilin pavilion, making it the leader of Yunce's culinary scene. Pricing it too low would be an insult to the goods and a lack of sincerity. After a moment's deliberation, to show his utmost sincerity, he quoted a price he believed to be bold. Regardless of variety, how about 50 yuan per jean? As the words fell, he watched Su-yi's face intently, not missing any change in expression. However, Su-yi merely shook his head, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. He said nothing, but that smile caused Wang Ke's heart to sink. Too low. 50 yuan per jean was already over 10 times the normal vegetable price, even the ceiling for procurement prices in Yunzhou. Could the other party have an even higher price in mind? To secure the source, after a moment of thought, he steeled himself and raised the offer again. 60 yuan per jean. This is the greatest sincerity within my authority. Su-Weiguo, listening on the side, felt his heart nearly leap out of his throat. 60 yuan. Yet facing Wang Ke's renewed offer, Su-yi's smile deepened. He raised a finger and gently shook it. Under Wang Ke and Su-Weiguo's suddenly constricted pupils, he slowly uttered a single sentence. Manager Wang, why not broaden your vision a little more? The pattern. Open it a bit wider. Wang Ke was utterly dumbfounded. A procurement price of 60 yuan per caddy was an unheard-of astronomical price in the Yunzhou culinary world. Was that not enough vision? Behind him, Su-Weiguo's mind went completely blank, his ability to think utterly paralyzed. He felt as though he were trapped in a dream, a bizarre topsy-turvy dream. From 2 yuan more expensive to 15 yuan, and then to Su-yi's multiply by 10, it had shattered decades of his cognitive framework. And now even the price of 60 yuan per caddy seemed beneath Su-yi's notice. How much did he intend to sell for? Su-Weiguo dared not dwell on it further, fearing his heart might give out. The air in the reception room seemed to congeal. Fine beads of sweat had already seeped onto Wang Ke's forehead. He felt he could not see through this young man before him. Behind those calm eyes lurked an ambition vast enough to overturn the entire table. Su-yi paid no heed to their petrified expressions. Casually, he picked up from the crate another cucumber, a veritable work of art, and weighed it in his hand with a gentle toss. Manager Wang, let's not talk about money just yet. Su-yi's voice shattered the silence, making Wang Ke's taut nerves jolt. Not talk about money. Then what? I'd like to ask you a question. Su-yi turned his gaze, locking onto Wang Ke's eyes. Your Tsinghua has always been overshadowed by Yilin Pavilion. Are you content with that? Content with that? That single sentence struck with greater force than any earlier price quote. Like a sharp steel needle, it pierced the deepest recess of Wang Ke's heart. Mr. Su-yu. Wang Ke's breathing turned ragged instantly, his eyes behind the lenses fixed intently on Su-yi. A faint smile curled at the corner of Su-yi's mouth, a curve of absolute control. This was precisely the reaction he sought. Price was merely a reflection of value. What he needed was to make them see the far greater worth beyond the price itself. What has kept Yilin Pavilion at the top? Nothing more than an earlier entry into the market and a broader network of connections. Su-yi's voice was unhurried, yet each word struck like a dagger. But the very essence of the culinary industry is ultimately flavor. He raised his hand, pointing at the crate of radiant vegetables on the table, his voice imbued with a seductive power. Manager Wang, imagine this. If these vegetables were available only at Tsinghua, If only your guests and all of Yunzhou could savor this ultimate taste. Then what would Qilin Pavilion be worth? Wang Ke's pupils contracted violently. His mind buzzed as if struck by a thunderbolt. Qilin Pavilion. What would it be worth? That thought, like a detonated nuclear bomb, sent towering waves crashing through his mind. Yes, if Tianranju could enjoy exclusive access to ingredients of this quality. What would that mean? It meant that every wealthy magnate, every powerful figure, every celebrity in Yunzhou who craved such food would have only one choice: Tianranju. Wang Ke's heart pounded wildly, blood rushing to his head, plunging him into a state of immense exhilaration. Su-yi watched his flushed face, knowing the moment had arrived. Slowly he uttered 4 words that would drive Wang Ku to utter madness. Exclusive operation. I can grant Tianranju the exclusive rights to these vegetables. Boom. Wang Ke's reason crumbled completely. Exclusive operation. He knew all too well the commercial value behind those 4 words. This meant monopoly. It meant the power to define. It meant that Tianranju possessed a nuclear weapon for a dimensional strike in the bloody battlefield of high-end cuisine. With this exclusive right, these premium vegetables would become Tianranju's unique, unassailable moat. Want to taste them? Sorry, only one place. Wang Ke's lips quivered, trembling with excitement, barely able to utter a coherent sentence. However, Su-yi gently raised a hand to stop him. Manager Wang, don't get too excited just yet. Su-yi's expression turned calm again, but his words fell like the final straw, crushing Wang Ke's psychological defenses. Of course, all of this presupposes that your Tianranju can handle it. The quantity I can supply is enormous. Su-yi watched Wang Ke's expression shift abruptly, a faint smile playing at the corner of his mouth. In a calm, yet terrifying tone, he completed the sentence. So enormous. You might not dare to imagine it. The ecstasy on Wang Ke's face froze instantly. In its place came an unprecedented gravity. He finally understood. He understood completely. This young man had never come to peddle a few vegetables from the start. This was not a procurement deal for a purchasing manager to decide. This was a strategic partnership capable of altering the fate of Tianranju itself, even reshaping the entire high-end dining landscape of Yunzhou. In his hands lay the trump card that could overturn the table. And Wang Ku was merely the first fortunate enough to see that card. Having grasped all this, cold sweat instantly drenched Wang Ke's back. His gaze towards Su-yi transformed completely. The earlier caution, politeness, and excitement all melted into a profound, heartfelt awe. His chest heaved violently as he forcibly suppressed the tempest raging within. He bowed deeply and solemnly to Su-yi once more. This time not for previous negligence, but for an equal, even a partner he must look up to. Mr. Su, forgive my short-sightedness. This matter far exceeds my authority. Wang Ke straightened up, speaking with an exceedingly respectful tone. Please wait a moment. I need to report to our boss immediately. Su-yi nodded, made a go-ahead gesture, and sat back down on the sofa, his demeanor as composed as ever. Wang Ke dared not delay a second. He almost sprinted into the inner lounge, shut the door, and whipped out his phone. He stared at the PIN number in his contacts and pressed the call button. The phone was answered almost instantly. Hello, Wang Ke, what's the matter? A steady, powerful, middle-aged man's voice came through. Boss. Wang Ke's voice trembled with extreme excitement and tension. Qilin Pavilion is doomed. There was a second of silence on the line. Explain clearly. Wang Ke forced himself to calm down and rapidly recounted the events in the most concise terms. He didn't dwell on how miraculous the vegetables tasted, knowing that for his boss results mattered more than process. He emphasized only 2 core points. The quality is crushing. And most critically, they're willing to give us exclusivity. But they said the volume is so huge we can't imagine it. Another dead silence on the phone. Yet Wang Ke could clearly hear the boss' steady breathing grow heavier in that moment. After a full 10 seconds, the voice returned with a decisive, unyielding resolve. Keep him there. At all costs, keep him there. I happen to be nearby. 10 minutes. He'll be there in 10 minutes. In less than 10 minutes. The door to the reception room was abruptly pushed open. A figure strode in swiftly, carrying a sharp breeze. The visitor was about 50 years old, dressed in a neatly tailored Chinese-style short-sleeved shirt with a not-buttoned front. His face was refined and elegant, but his eyes were as piercing as an eagle's, seemingly capable of seeing through a person's heart. He exuded the calm authority of one long accustomed to power, and with every step, there was an imposing presence that commanded respect without anger. He was the owner of Natural Retreat, Tang Jinyuan, a man in the business circles of Yunzhou whose mere footstep could cause tremors. Tang Jinyuan did not look at Wang Ku, nor did he even acknowledge Su Weiguo, who had already stood up in fright. The moment he entered, his gaze locked onto Su-yi. This young man was too composed. Facing such an imposing aura, he remained seated calmly on the sofa, even nodding slightly in greeting. This ease was itself a silent display of strength. He strode quickly to Su-yi, extended his hand proactively, his face wearing the precisely measured enthusiasm of a businessman. Mr. Su, a pleasure to meet you. Su-yi stood up and shook his hand lightly, his expression serene. Mr. Tang. A simple phrase, neither humble nor arrogant. Tang Jinyuan released his hand, and immediately turned his gaze to the open foam box on the coffee table. At a single glance, his sharp eyes revealed a trace of undisguised admiration. Without unnecessary words, he picked up a bamboo skewer that his assistant had prepared, spearing a translucent slice of cucumber. He did not put it into his mouth immediately, but first brought it to his nose for a light sniff. The pure ultimate fragrance refreshed his spirit. He placed the cucumber slice in his mouth. The chewing motion paused instantly after only one bite. Tang Yuan closed his eyes. His face showed none of Wang Ke's almost indecent ecstasy, only an extreme deep shock. The sweet clear juice exploded in his mouth, cleansing every taste bud. He slowly opened his eyes and let out a long exhale. The breath itself seemed to carry a hint of the cucumber's sweetness. He then tasted a slice of tomato. Again he simply felt silently, allowing the rich mellow flavor to bloom on his palate. Beside him, Su Weiguo's heart was almost in his throat. Watching Tang Yuan's unfathomable expression, he was so nervous he didn't know where to put his hands and feet. Finally Tang Yuan put down the skewer. He turned and looked at Su Yi with unprecedented solemnity. There was no longer a trace of probing in his eyes, only pure admiration and seriousness. He cut straight to the core issue. Brother Su, your produce has impeccable quality. The address Brother Su sent a jolt through Wang Ke's heart. The boss was placing the other party on an equal footing, one that even demanded proactively forging a strategic alliance. I wonder, brother, when you say large quantity, just how large can it be? Here it was. The critical moment had finally arrived. The entire reception room was so quiet that a pin dropping could be heard. Under everyone's gaze, the corners of Su Yi's lips curled into a calm smile. He raised one finger and gently tapped the air. Not much, he began slowly, his tone as casual, as if he were commenting on the weather. The first batch will be about 1,600 tons. He paused, then added the more devastating detail. Every 10 days thereafter, a consistent amount of this scale can be supplied. Silence. Deathly silence. 1,600 tons. Wang Ke stood frozen, his mouth slightly open, his eyes behind the lenses filled with extreme shock. He had imagined many possibilities. A few tons, tens of tons, even 100 tons would have been an impressive quantity. But he never expected that the other party would open with a number completely beyond his imagination. 1,600 tons. And every 10 days. No wonder he emphasized the quantity. Tang Yuan's eagle-sharp pupils contracted sharply at that moment. He seemed struck by an invisible lightning bolt, his body swaying almost imperceptibly. As the helmsman of a commercial empire, his mental arithmetic was far beyond ordinary. 1,600 tons. That was 3,200,000 caddies. If purchased at a high price, the total value of this batch would be an astronomical figure that even made his heart race. He fell silent. The air in the entire reception room seemed to solidify into a tangible mass because of his silence. Su Weiguo's palms were slick with sweat, and his shirt was soaked through with cold perspiration. He could feel an invisible, enormous storm brewing wildly in this small room. Time passed second by second. Each second felt like a century. Finally, a flash of decisive light burst from Tang Yuan's eyes, the audacity and madness of one willing to stake everything. He raised his head, stared intently at Su Yi, and uttered a price that stunned everyone present, his words clipped and resolute. 100. He held up one finger, his voice firm and decisive. Per caddy. Brother Su, I want the exclusive rights to sell these vegetables. The number exploded like a bomb in the minds of Su Weiguo and Wang Ke. 100. Per caddy. Su Weiguo's legs went weak. If he hadn't been gripping the armrest of the sofa, he would have collapsed to the floor. He felt that the entire cognitive framework of his life had been repeatedly shattered that afternoon, ground into powder. Wang Ke gasped sharply, his eyes nearly popping out. 100 per caddy multiplied by 3,200,000 caddies. 320 million. Was the boss insane? Yet Tang Yuan's expression was unprecedentedly calm and resolute. He feared that missing this opportunity would make him regret it for a lifetime. Tang Yuan looked at the unflappable Su Yi and then candidly waved his hand. However, such a huge sum of money would be a tremendous burden for any enterprise to pay at once. His tone was utterly sincere. My sincerity is this: I will prepay 30 million yuan as a deposit to secure our cooperation. He spelled out the payment plan. The remaining 290 million can be settled in full within 10 days as specified in the contract. The same will apply to future batches. What do you think, brother? Hearing this, Su Yi nodded. Agreed. He finally revealed his first genuine smile of the day. Pleasure doing business together. Pleasure doing business together. Tang Yuan's tense nerves finally relaxed, and he too showed a relieved smile. Everything that followed fell into place smoothly. Wang Ke immediately fetched the highest-tier exclusive supply contract that had been prepared in advance. Su Yi signed his name on the line for Party B. At the seal, the company's name was clear and powerful: Qinghe Village High-Tech Agriculture Co. Ltd. The contract was signed. Tang Yuan, in front of Su Yi, directly called the finance department. Within 3 minutes. Ding dong. A crisp notification sound echoed in the quiet reception room. Su Yi took out his phone and opened the bank's SMS. Seeing that long string of zeros, Su Weiguo beside him felt his breath stop. 30 million. It had been credited just like that. He pinched his thigh hard. The sharp pain told him that none of this was a dream. Brother Su, today is my treat. Let's have a good drink to celebrate. Tang Jinyuan warmly extended an invitation. But Sui smiled and shook his head, putting away his phone. I appreciate Mr. Tang's kindness, but there are matters in the village. We need to rush back. He stood up and said to Wang, Manager Wang, there are still a few sample boxes in the car. Please have someone help me bring them down. Consider them my welcome gift to Mr. Tang. Tomorrow morning, you can send a fleet directly into the village to pick up the vegetables. Having said that, he helped the still-dazed Su Weiguo towards the exit. Tang Jinyuan personally escorted them to the door. Watching the pickup truck recede into the distance, he slowly let his smile fade, replaced by a calmness that foretold an approaching storm. He said to Wang Ku in a low voice, notify all branches of natural retreat to update the menus starting tomorrow. The skies over Yunzhou are about to change. The twilight's afterglow painted the clouds at the horizon a warm tangerine hue. Inside the pickup truck heading home, the atmosphere was eerily silent. Su Weiguo gripped the steering wheel with white-knuckled force, the veins on his hands standing out sharply, yet his face bore a strange expression, a chaotic mix of ecstasy, reverence, and bewilderment. He kept turning his head to glance at Su Yi in the passenger seat, opening his mouth as if to speak, but no words came. In the end, all he could manage was a foolish, throaty chuckle. From the moment they left Tianranju until now, he had repeated this cycle no fewer than 10 times. His mind was still reeling from the astronomical figure. 320 million. And the 30 million deposit. In his 50-plus years of life, he had never dared to dream so wildly. Su Yi watched his father's dazed look as if he had been struck senseless by a windfall, and merely smiled faintly, his gaze calm, as he stared ahead. The village entrance drew near. Before the car even reached the courtyard of the village committee, Su Yi could see an unusual sight from afar. The open space in front of the committee office was packed with a dense crowd. Almost every villager except those who could barely walk had gathered there. They stood like devotees awaiting judgment, craning their necks, anxiously peering toward the village entrance. On every face was a blend of deepest apprehension and fervent anticipation. The distinctive diesel engine rumble of the pickup truck approached, piercing the silent crowd like a thunderclap. The crowd erupted instantly. They're back. It's the director's car. Young Secretary E is back too. Someone shouted, snapping the taut string of tension. All the villagers, unable to contain their anxiety any longer, surged toward the intersection like a tide, surrounding the newly stopped pickup truck in a tight circle. Outside the window were familiar, eager faces, gray-haired elders, worried middle-aged men, and women holding children. Their eyes, like countless searchlights, focused on the car door, hoping yet dreading the final outcome. Su Weiguo pushed open the driver's door. He took a deep breath, trying to stand tall, but found his legs weak. His face still bore the lingering shock and confusion. His eyes were vacant, his mouth opening and closing without a sound. Finally, the corners of his mouth involuntarily twisted into a grimace, a smile more bitter than a cry. This dazed demeanor was like a bucket of ice water, dashing the villagers' hopes cruelly and mercilessly. The once boisterous crowd fell into a dead silence. It's over. That was the first thought in everyone's mind. Director, did the negotiation fail? A stooped elder asked, his voice trembling. It can't be. Our vegetables are so good, our city folks all blind, a man murmured, his eyes red with unwillingness. Despair spread like a deadly plague through the crowd. Seeing their ashen faces, Su Weiguo's chaotic mind finally snapped awake, pierced by the aura of hopelessness. He paused and realized they had misunderstood. A surge of indescribable complex feelings, mingled grievance and ecstasy, erupted from his chest like a volcano. He grinned, showing a mouthful of white teeth, and slapped his thigh hard. A crisp, sharp sound startled everyone. The next second, he burst into a thunderous, earth-shaking laugh. Ha 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 ha. He bent over, laughing so hard tears nearly came, his hands on his hips. Under the stunned, bewildered gaze of the entire village, Su Weiguo shouted with all his might, failed? Who the hell said it failed? He paused, each word seeming squeezed from between his teeth, brimming with explosive power. The contract is signed. The amount is 320 million. And the first deposit of 30 million has already arrived. Qinghe Village is about to strike it rich. He roared as if with the last of his strength. The voice with unparalleled penetration kicked up dust and slammed into everyone's ears, echoing over Qinghe Village, lingering long. The massive reversal caused every villager's mind to freeze for several seconds. 320 million. Had they gone mad from poverty? Were they hallucinating? After a brief silence, a cheer erupted from the crowd, 10 times, 100 times louder than before, enough to lift the roof. Who? Is this real? Are we really going to get rich? Oh my heavens. 320 million. I never even dreamed of so much money. Reason was utterly consumed. The entire scene descended into blissful madness. The villagers cheered and screamed like madmen. Some strong men spun others around in joy, elders wept with emotion, kneeling to the sky in thanks to their ancestors. In the midst of this carnival, the passenger door opened softly. Su-yi stepped out with a gentle smile. At his appearance, the seething crowd seemed to hit a pause button, miraculously parting a path for him. Young secretary, it's young secretary. All eyes shifting from wild celebration to near fanatical adoration focused on him. It was him. He had brought all this. Under everyone's gaze, Su-yi said nothing. He simply raised his phone calmly. He tapped it open. He showed the crystal-clear bank transfer SMS to everyone. XX bank your account ending XXXX received on XXXX at XXXX RMB 3000. That long string of cold, gleaming zeros like a divine seal burned into every pupil. It stamped the final irrefutable sacred seal on this ecstatic revelry. It's true. I saw it. 7 zeros. 7 whole zeros. Ma, I've never seen so many zeros in my life. The entire village erupted in frenzy. This time the cheers were mixed with sobs and choked voices. It was the most primal, purest joy, ignited from a long-suppressed poverty and despair. People laughed, jumped, cried, and embraced each other. The air was thick with a scalding scent named hope. Su-yi watched the boiling scene, his smile deepening. This night was destined to be sleepless. Every household in Qinghe Village was brightly lit, shining like day. Excited chatter, hearty laughter, and boundless visions of the future echoed in every corner of the village. The next day, dawn had barely broken when a low, thunderous roar of engines tore through the silence preceding daybreak in Qinghe Village. Villagers who had reveled until midnight were startled awake, throwing on clothes and pushing open doors and windows only to be struck dumb by the sight before them. A massive convoy of over a dozen refrigerated trucks like a snow-white steel dragon slowly rolled into the dusty village. On each gleaming vehicle, the characters, Tai and Ranju, were emblazoned in bold, ancient strokes. They formed a stark, almost absurd visual contrast against the surrounding crumbling rammed earth walls and scattered tiled houses. The convoy came to a steady halt in the open space before the village committee compound. The door of the lead black business van slid open, and Tang Jinyuan stepped down, brimming with energy. Behind him, Wang Ke's eyes still held a lingering trace of bewilderment, as if yesterday's experience had been a dream. Su-yi had been waiting there, his demeanor as relaxed as ever. Brother Su. Tang Jinyuan strode forward, his face brimming with undisguised admiration and warmth. He extended both hands, gripping Su-yi's firmly with considerable strength. I barged in early like this. Hope I didn't disturb you. Su-yi felt the warmth and force transmitted through the handshake, and shook his head with a smile. Mr. Tang, you're too kind. You're most welcome. Haha, don't call me Mr. Tang, so formal. Tang Jinyuan patted Su-yi's shoulder forcefully, his eyes usually sharp as an eagle's now blazing with excitement. Just call me Brother Tang. He leaned in, lowering his voice, yet his exhilaration was impossible to conceal. Brother, you won't believe it. Last night, I brought that sample crate back to my restaurant, and happened to run into some esteemed guests from Jingzhou. One of them is the top food critic in the industry. His palate is so discerning it borders on acerbic, he rarely touches even the finest delicacies. Tang Jinyuan's cheeks flushed with excitement as he spoke, as if reliving the thrilling scene from the previous night. And guess what? He took just one bite of your cucumber and froze on the spot. Didn't say a word for a full half-minute. In the end, he cleared the entire plate himself, remarking that this was the first time in his life he had tasted the true essence of a cucumber. The others went wild too. They hounded me, asking what divine dish this was, saying everything they'd eaten over the past decades tasted like ash in comparison. Tang Jinyuan waved his hand, his eyes filled with boundless ambition. Brother, I tell you, after that one dish last night, even the last shred of doubt in my heart vanished. This deal will definitely be the most correct and worthwhile one I, Tang Jinyuan, have ever made. His confidence had skyrocketed. Then his gaze shifted past Su-yi to the majestic building bathed in morning light, gleaming with a silver metallic luster. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. In his mind, harvesting 1,600 tons of vegetables from such a vast farm would be an enormous undertaking. He immediately slapped his chest and said magnanimously, Brother Su, I can't let you handle the harvesting all alone. I've brought along dozens of my most efficient workers. Let them join the field today to help with picking and packing. Many hands make light work. Let's get all the vegetables loaded before dark. However, Su-yi shook his head after listening, offering a light smile. The smile carried a hint of calm and mystery that Tang Jinyuan couldn't decipher. Brother Tang, I appreciate your kindness, but there's no need for such trouble. Su-yi turned and made a please gesture toward the building, exuding a cold, technological aura. Come, Brother Tang. Let me show you our harvesting process. Tang Jinyuan was momentarily taken aback, confused yet eager to follow. As the heavy metal door slid silently to both sides, a clean air blending the fragrance of soil and the chill of machinery rushed out. Tang Jinyuan was once again astonished by the sight before him. Without much explanation, Su-yi directly led him to the main control panel that resembled a starship cockpit. Brother Tang watched closely. Su-Yi's fingers tapped lightly on the holographic screen filled with virtual buttons calling up the harvesting interface. The screen clearly displayed the planting area's maturity status and estimated yields of various crops in data form. Then he gently pressed a virtual button labeled Start Harvest, glowing with a soft blue light at the lower right corner. Buzz! In an instant, the vast dormant interior space erupted like a slumbering steel beast awakening. Tang Xinyuan's pupils contracted sharply. He witnessed a scene he would never forget. Countless precision mechanical arms slid silently from tracks, picking mature vegetables from the cultivation racks with a speed and accuracy surpassing human capability. Immediately the vegetables were sent onto conveyor belts flowing into sorting and packing lines. The entire process was seamless, dizzyingly fast. There was no human chatter, no bustling workers. Only the rhythmic, futuristic hum of countless devices operating in concert. Tang Xinyuan stood frozen. The dozens of efficient workers he had brought seemed like a joke from a primitive tribe compared to this spectacle. He finally understood completely what Su-Yi meant by no need for trouble. This was simply a different dimension of production. As crate after crate of vegetables were packed, sealed, and transported directly to the external loading platform via conveyor tracks, Tang Xinyuan slowly recovered from his petrified state. Just then, however, his gaze was inadvertently drawn to a modest list in the lower right corner of the holographic screen. That list box was small with no fancy title, resembling a casual note of pending tasks. It simply listed a few names in the most basic song typeface: wasabi, ice plant, Chinese tune buds, matsutake, white asparagus. At first Tang Xinyuan only glanced at it casually. But as he clearly recognized those names, it felt as if a thunderbolt from the 9 heavens had struck his crown. As a titan in the domestic fine dining industry, his sensitivity to high-end ingredients was bone deep. Each of these names alone would drive any top chef wild. Wasabi requires extremely demanding growing conditions. Domestic stable production areas are scarce. Chinese tune buds are highly seasonal. Only a few days each year yield the freshest. Matsutake, although now cultivable artificially, still retains its status as a premium fungus. And white asparagus ice plant. How could such things appear on the list of a rural vegetable farm? Was this even possible? The shock on Tang Xinyuan's face within a single second transformed into an almost horrified disbelief. He felt his blood rush to his head, his heart pounding wildly. Trembling, he extended a finger slowly, as if using all his strength, pointing at the holographic screen. His voice, due to extreme excitement, turned hoarse and raspy with a barely perceptible quiver. Su, brother Su, these things. Can you grow them here too? In the face of Tang Xinyuan's nearly voiceless and trembling inquiry, the air in the entire control room seemed to freeze from the shock embedded in his voice. Su-Yi's gaze shifted away from the light screen and landed on Tang Xinyuan's refined face, now etched with astonishment. He nodded calmly. I do have some. This reply was casual, yet it struck Tang Xinyuan's heart like a heavy hammer. The thought that he could really grow them had barely arisen when Su-Yi's next words, like an invisible hand, gently pressed down the emotions that had just soared skyward. But most are still in the cultivation stage. It won't be that quick to harvest. Tang Xinyuan instinctively breathed a sigh of relief, his tense body slightly relaxing. Indeed, such an extraordinary thing could not be available on demand. He had been too impatient. However, before he could fully exhale, Su-Yi changed his tone and added in a casual manner, as if commenting on the fine weather, but as luck would have it, the first batch of both ice plant and Chinese tune shoots in the list just matured today. The others are not ready yet. Hearing this, Tang Xinyuan's recently settled heart was instantly yanked back to his throat. Ice plant, Chinese tune shoots, available today. The fervent craving for unknown ingredients which he had forcibly suppressed was now utterly ignited, transforming into a blazing flame that burned wildly in his eyes. He could no longer maintain the composure of one long accustomed to authority. His breathing grew ragged, his eyes fixed intently on Su-Yi, shimmering with a fervent light that bordered on supplication. Brother Su, he said, his voice hoarse, tinged with a tension he himself did not notice. Could you let me have a look? Su-Yi, observing his state, curled a faint smile and nodded. He turned back again, his fingers lightly swiping across the light screen. Behind the entries for ice plant and Chinese tune shoots, he selected the command for sample harvest. The command was issued. The automated assembly line deep within the control room once again emitted that reassuring yet awe-inspiring hum. This time Tang Xinyuan did not watch the breathtaking harvesting process. His entire mind was locked onto the silver-white conveyor track beside him. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. Finally, with a slight click, 2 small foam boxes stamped with Qinghe Village high-tech agriculture glided steadily down the track and came to a halt before the 2 men. Tang Xinyuan's heart lurched. Without waiting for Su-Yi to act, he stepped forward himself, and with trembling hands lifted the lid of one box. An overwhelming freshness mingled with the scent of grass and morning dew rushed forth. Inside the box, translucent ice plants were neatly arranged. Their surfaces were covered with natural ice crystal-like protrusions that glittered like diamonds under the overhead lights, as if they were not creations of this world. Tang Jinyuan took a deep breath, a look of extreme awe flickering across his face. But just a second later that awe swiftly transformed into a wry, helpless smile. He did not exclaim. He did not even touch those perfect ice plants. He merely shook his head slowly, then opened the other box. Inside were vibrant Chinese tune shoots, so tender they seemed ready to burst with moisture, each stem upright, and emerald the tender tips, displaying an enticing purplish red hue. Their unique pungent aroma filled the entire space. Tang Jinyuan stared at these two boxes of veritable artworks, and his face, weathered by the vicissitudes of business, no longer held any trace of surprise. Only a complete powerless relief remained. He picked up an ice plant, and without any hesitation placed it into his mouth. He chewed lightly. Crack! After the crisp snap, the ice crystal vesicles burst in his mouth, releasing a slightly salty, extraordinarily refreshing juice that cleansed every taste bud. No salad dressing was needed, its very essence was the finest interpretation of delicious. It was an utterly pure primordial flavor. He closed his eyes, slowly savoring it. After a long while he exhaled deeply. He muttered as if to himself, or to Sue, his voice laden with complex emotions. I knew it. I knew it would be like this. He opened his eyes, turned to look at the calm Sue, and the wry smile grew more pronounced. With you, brother, common sense simply doesn't work. This statement marked a fundamental shift in Tang Jinyuan's mindset. He was no longer just a merchant who had discovered a treasure. He was striving to accept the successive miracles represented by this young man, each one redefining his understanding. He began to realize that measuring Sue and his farm by past experience and logic was itself a mistake. Having reached this understanding, the wry smile on Tang Jinyuan's face gradually faded. It was replaced by an unprecedented solemnity and gravity. His gaze turned razor-sharp as if trying to see through Sue completely. He asked in a deep voice, enunciating each word. Brother Sue, I'd like to ask one more question. For goods of this quality, what is the yield? Under Tang Jinyuan's intense scrutiny, Sue's expression remained serene. He slowly extended his right hand. 5 fingers clean and slender. The yield for these two is not large, he said, his tone as casual as if stating an insignificant number. It's only about 5 tons each per day. 5 tons. This number, like an invisible cosmic ray, precisely, and without warning, pierced through the psychological defense Tang Jinyuan had just built one he had named Nothing Surprises Me Anymore. The quality miracle he had barely gotten used to was now utterly overturned and shattered by a far more terrifying and inconceivable quantity miracle. He stood completely frozen in place, his mind a blank. His eagle-sharp pupils contracted violently and then dilated, trembling repeatedly, losing all focus. 5 tons per day. Did he mishear, or had the world gone mad? Ice plant and Chinese tune shoots. These were sold by the gram or the ounce in the high-end market. They were mostly used as garnishes, flavor accents, or status symbols for restaurant prestige. But Sue said 5 tons. And every single day. This would blow up the entire culinary world's table, and the house along with it. Tang Jinyuan's heart, which had just calmed, now pounded wildly again. Blood surged to his head, darkening his vision, and making him feel as if the world was spinning. The dizzying sensation of the world spinning lasted less than 2 seconds. Tang Jinyuan suddenly clenched his fist. His sharp nails dug deep into his palm, the searing pain, like an ice spike, forcefully pulling him back from his stupor. His blank mind was instantly filled with an indescribable, almost maddening flame. He did not look again at the 2 boxes of sample produce that could be considered works of art. His gaze, like 2 red-hot branding irons, was fixed firmly on Sue's face. In those gentle eyes of fire, named ambition now blazed. His life, his business empire, had been built through one risky gamble after another. He knew better than anyone that opportunity often hides beneath the most insane and unconventional appearances. Tang Jinyuan suddenly stepped forward, his movement urgent, stirring a sharp gust of wind. On his face, slightly flushed from intense excitement, there was no trace of a businessman's politeness or smoothness. Only the most primal and naked desire remained. Brother Sue. His voice was low, as if squeezed directly from his chest, every word carrying a scalding heat. Are these 2 for sale? No inquiry about price, no testing, not even any room for negotiation. These 3 words were direct and domineering. Without waiting for Sue's reply, he directly raised 5 fingers, his gesture as decisive as giving a charge order on a battlefield. Ice plant, 500 yuan per caddy. Before the words faded, he closed his hand, leaving only one index finger pointing straight at the sky. Chinese tune buds, 1,000 yuan per caddy. These 2 numbers exploded like depth charges in the quiet control room. Even Sue's eyes finally flickered with a barely perceptible ripple. 1,000 yuan per caddy for Chinese tune buds. Was he buying tune buds as if they were gold? However, what Tang Jinyuan said next truly revealed his breathtaking boldness. He stared intently at Sue, enunciating every word, his voice filled with unquestionable resolve. He'll take whatever you have. 5 tons a day. Yes, 5 tons a day. I want it all. This time a hint of amusement crept into the smile at the corner of Su-Yi's mouth. Instead of answering whether he would sell, he casually asked a question. Brother Tang's appetite seems bigger than I imagined. But a small place like Yunzhou, can it handle it? This light, throwaway question pricked precisely at Tang Xinyuan's overflowing ambition. Tang Xinyuan was momentarily stunned, then understood Su-Yi's meaning. His extremely taut aura suddenly relaxed. He knew that this young man was not questioning his purchasing power, but assessing his vision as a business partner. Tang Xinyuan laughed heartily, the sound echoing in the empty control room, filled with the unshakable confidence of one determined to succeed. Huh. Brother Su, you've underestimated your brother Tang. Tian Ranju in Yunzhou is just my base camp, my face. His voice was steady and forceful, beginning to unfold a business blueprint far grander than imagined. In the provincial capital in Binzhou in Jiangzhou. In the top 5 economic hubs of the province, I have my own channels. Some are top-tier clubs, some are private restaurants not open to the public, and there are special supply channels serving a tiny number of the truly wealthiest. In those places, what they consume is not the food but status circles and face. Tang Xinyuan turned around, his gaze burning as he looked at Su-Yi. The price they're willing to pay for the best, freshest, and most unique ingredients is beyond what you can imagine. He picked up the crystal-clear ice plant, his eyes growing deep. In the past, I could only airlift so-called top ingredients from abroad from specific production areas at high prices, small quantities, unstable quality, and always at the mercy of others. But now, he waved his hand abruptly, his voice suddenly rising, filled with unstoppable excitement and passion. With your produce, I never have to bow to anyone again. Not just ice plant and Chinese tune buds, the wasabi and matsutake mushrooms on your list. If you can mass produce them in the future, I'll take every single one. Brother Su, you have no idea what you've actually grown. He pointed at the 2 sample boxes, his voice trembling slightly. This isn't vegetables. This is a trump card that can smash through the ceiling of high-end dining across the whole province. 5 tons a day. Tang Xinyuan gave a cold laugh, filled with heroic spirit. That amount won't even fill the cracks between my channels in those few cities. I'll use your vegetables to completely reshuffle the high-end dining market of the entire province. These words were like a war declaration, every one of them brimming with aggression and ambition. Su-Yi finally understood completely. Good, he nodded, a smile of approval on his face. Brother Tang, I admire your boldness. Without wasting any more words, he said directly, then let's do it your way. Excellent. Tang Xinyuan shouted, the last weight in his heart crashing to the ground. He immediately took out his phone, and in front of Su-Yi dialed directly. Dispatch 20 more of the largest refrigerated trucks. Now, immediately, call back all the drivers who are on leave. Yes, all of them. After issuing a series of decisive instructions, Tang Xinyuan hung up and barked at the already stupefied Wang. Wang could go to the car and bring the supplementary agreement. We sign it on the spot. Yes, boss. Wang snapped out of his daze and rushed out. Soon a supplementary clause for exclusive supply of ice plant and Chinese tune buds was placed before Su-Yi. Su-Yi signed his name with a flourish. The seal of Qinghe Village High-Tech Agricultural Co. Ltd. was stamped once more. The agreement signed. Tang Xinyuan did not pause for a moment, picking up his phone again. Finance transfer another 15 million yuan to the Qinghe Village High-Tech Agriculture account immediately. This time he didn't say deposit, but payment. He settled the day's payment in full right in front of you. This was not just sincerity, it was a display of overwhelming financial power. Ding dong. The familiar text message alert sounded again. Su-Yi glanced at the long string of zeros on his phone screen and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Working with a juggernaut like this was truly exhilarating. No haggling, no procrastination, just the efficiency of money and goods flowing and an ever-expanding ambition. Brother Su, I'll leave this to you then. Tang Xinyuan rubbed his hands together, already impatient. Su-Yi smiled faintly, turned to the main control panel, made a few simple adjustments, and pressed the button for fully automated harvest and packaging. Whoom. The harvest targets now included the even more precious ice plant and Chinese tune buds. The entire vast workshop operated at an unprecedented ultra-efficient pace. Box after box of packaged premium vegetables, ice plant, and tune buds were transported through conveyor tracks to the loading platform outside. The workers already waiting under Wang Ke's direction methodically loaded these boxes of immense wealth onto the rows of white refrigerated trucks. Loading dispatch, next truck moves in, loading dispatch again. The entire process became a never-ending torrent of steel. When the last refrigerated trucks slowly drove away, Tang Xinyuan sat in the leading business car, rolled down the window, and waved vigorously at Su-Yi, who had come to see him off. His smile was as brilliant as the noonday sun. Brother Su, wait for my good news. In Yunzhou, the flagship restaurant of Natural Retreat stood at noon, its dining hall abuzz with the clatter of conversation and the clinking of chopsticks. Well-dressed patrons weave between antique partitions, the air thick with the aroma of food and murmured exchanges. Yet today's atmosphere carried an undercurrent of tension, a subtle departure from the ordinary. Nearly every table's patrons cast furtive glances toward the sleek, new menus before them. Crafted with exquisite detail, the menus featured a prominently placed brand-new section, Qinghe Ecology. The name evoked a fresh, elegant image, but the prices listed beneath it were enough to make anyone's heart skip a beat. Chilled Qinghe cucumber salad, 288 yuan. Qinghe tomato scrambled eggs, 388 yuan. Stir-fried Qinghe cabbage, 268 yuan. Is this menu misprinted? A middle-aged man in gold-rimmed spectacles tapped the menu, his brow furrowed. 388 for scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Did they plant those tomatoes on a gold mine? A young couple at the next table leaned in to whisper. A gimmick, the girl scoffed, a touch of disdain coloring her tone. But Natural Retreat has been a Yunzhou institution for years. Would they really risk their reputation like this? The boy's voice betrayed a hint of uncertainty. Curiosity, skepticism, and cautious observation wove through the dining room, creating a fragile stalemate. The Qinghe Ecology section glowed like a spotlighted glass case filled with treasures, but tagged with exorbitant prices, luring every gaze, yet leaving no one daring to be the first to shatter the barrier. Manager Li Ming stood nearby, his back ramrod straight, a flawless professional smile fixed on his face. But his clenched fists, damp with sweat, betrayed his inner turmoil. The boss had given a direct order this morning. Success or failure hinged on this very moment. Just then the heavy revolving wooden door swung open. A group of several men entered. At the lead was a man in his 50s, slightly stout, clad in understated bespoke Chinese attire, yet radiating the composed authority of one long accustomed to power. Li Ming's eyes lit up at the sight. He swiftly approached. Chairman Zhao, you've arrived. The man called Zhao gave a slight nod, his gaze already scanning the hall. His voice boomed with an undeniable penetrance. Manager Li, are those new dishes we sampled yesterday available today? He didn't lower his voice. In an instant the attention of several nearby tables was drawn. Sampling. New dishes. Li Ming's smile instantly turned fervent. He knew. The real spark had been struck. Of course. He respectfully handed over a fresh menu. Chairman Zhao took it, flipping directly to the Qinghe Ecology page. His eyes swept over it briefly, then a flicker of unconcealed delight crossed his face. Oh, not bad. Even more complete than yesterday. His finger tapped on the two newly added items. Ice plant and tune sprouts. You have these too. This casual exclamation was music to Li Ming's ears. The next moment Chairman Zhao made a gesture that set Li's heart racing. He gently placed the menu on the table and waved a hand in a magnanimous sweep. All right, just like this. One serving of every dish in this section. His voice wasn't loud, but it landed with the weight of a stone dropped into a tranquil lake, a massive boulder that shattered the stillness. The entire restaurant seemed to hit a mute button. Every patron in mid-conversation or mid-bite froze. Stunned, bewildered, incredulous gazes converged on the half-open door of the Peony Hall. Order every dish from that section. Those who had been debating whether the prices were astronomical now had minds gone blank. What kind of divine move was this? Did I hear that right? He's ordering the entire Qinghe series. Is he insane? How much would that cost? Who is this guy throwing money like that? Murmurs swelled again, but this time the skepticism was tempered by a shock and feverish curiosity, fueled by witnessing an ultimate flex. The air vibrated with a mix of awe and intrigue. Soon the Natural Retreat kitchen went into high gear. A parade of exquisitely plated Qinghe series dishes, each a work of art, was ferried by dedicated servers into Chairman Zhao's Peony Hall. As the first course, chilled Qinghe cucumber emerged from the kitchen, its pure sharp cucumber fragrance burst free from the plate, wafting through the hall. Next came Qinghe tomato's rich, sun-kissed fruity aroma, so dense it seemed to cling to the air. Then the bold, unique fragrance of oil-drizzled tune sprouts, an exotic scent that awakened every dormant taste bud. This was no mere food aroma. It was pure primal, the unadulterated essence of the ingredients themselves, yet so intense, it became a sensory storm. The diners who had been whispering fell silent. They unconsciously flared their nostrils, greedily drinking in the tantalizing scents. Glancing at their own tables, though the dishes were also savory and beautiful, they suddenly seemed insipid. This live demonstration of premium marketing, like a red-hot branding iron, seared itself into the curiosity of every onlooker. Finally, a young man at a window seat could no longer resist. He slammed the table and called out to the nearby server. Excuse me, they'll have what they're having. That Qinghe tomato scrambled eggs. That request toppled the first domino. Instantly a chain reaction erupted. Server, that cucumber salad. One for us too. Give us an order of that tune sprout dish too. Hurry. That ice plant salad looks good. We'll try it. A bizarre phenomenon of herd ordering swept through Natural Retreat's hall. The Qinghe Ecology that had been ignored moments before exploded in order rates within minutes. Manager Li stood in the corner, trembling with excitement as he watched the scene boil. That night, after closing, Tang Yuan sat alone in his empty office, eyes locked on the computer screen. On screen, the day's operational data report. A bar chart clearly displayed sales figures for each dish. Among them, a red bar nearly pierced the ceiling, towering above the gray ones like a colossus among ants. The label on that red bar read, Qinghe Ecology Series. Tang Jinyuan felt a surge of heat from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, plunging him into a blissful dizziness. With trembling hands, he picked up his phone, found the number etched into his memory, and dialed. When the call connected, he could no longer contain the volcanic emotion surging in his chest. Brother Su. Incredible news. The voice on the phone was slightly distorted due to extreme excitement. It's blown up. Brother Su, completely blown up. Tang Jinyuan's voice carried an irrepressible ecstasy, even bordering on incoherence. Since noon, the reservation phone at the restaurant hasn't stopped ringing. It's been bombarded. By evening the scene. I've been in the catering business for 20 years, and I've never seen such a frenzy. Those normally picky gourmets ate as if they hadn't eaten in 800 years. And there was a CEO worth billions who insisted on packing a portion of raw cucumber and tomatoes after finishing his meal, saying he wanted to fly back by private jet overnight to let his old man taste this heavenly flavor. You didn't see it. Just tonight, the sales of your Qinghe Ecological Series alone broke the highest single-day record in our restaurant's history. A faint smile curled at the corner of Su-Yi's lips. This was all within his expectations. He spoke into the phone with a relaxed tone. Brother Tang's operational skills are truly as renowned as they say. It seems our partnership has gotten off to a good start. Not just good. This is a heavenly start. Tang Jinyuan laughed heartily on the other end of the phone. After hanging up Su-Yi did not immediately put down his phone. He leaned back leisurely in the chair in the control room and casually opened some local social platforms and food forums in Yinzhou. Sure enough, Tianranju and Qinghe Ecology had become absolute trending keywords. Beneath the exquisite pictures of dishes, countless diners wrote food reviews with the most exaggerated and excited words. Brothers, I'm dumbfounded. A plate of tomato scrambled eggs sold for 388 yuan. I originally came to be a sucker, but I was wrong. I've never eaten such delicious tomatoes in my life. Tianranju is going crazy. This Qinghe Ecological Series, you'll know it when you eat it. Don't ask, just know that even the plate gets licked clean. To the person above, I saw with my own eyes a beautiful woman at the next table, licking her plate, really licking it. Su-Yi's gaze swept over these comments, his expression calm, as if reading a test paper with answers already known. His fingers gently slid, opening an analysis report of Yunzhe's high-end dining market. His eyes landed on the name that stood alongside Tianranju, Kailanch. Brother Tang's offensive is so fierce, his old rival should be unable to sit still. Su-Yi murmured to himself, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. In the following days in Yinzhou, in front of the main Tianranju restaurant, the spacious parking lot that could usually accommodate hundreds of cars was now crammed, with all kinds of luxury vehicles completely blocked. A black Bentley Mulsanne had to stop at the intersection. The driver stuck his head out, looking at the endless traffic jam and crowd of people ahead, his face full of difficulty. The rear window rolled down, revealing the face of a well-preserved middle-aged man. He stared at the terrifyingly long queue at the restaurant entrance stretching from the lobby to the street corner and frowned deeply. What's going on? What day is it today? This was no longer a restaurant, it was more like the ticket gate of a popular attraction. This peculiar spectacle of crowds and luxury cars made every passerby unable to help but glance over, guessing what had happened to this old established restaurant. Inside the restaurant, the atmosphere could no longer be described as warm. It was boiling. A boiling that was almost burning. In the air, the thick, unbreakable essence of the ingredients mixed with the diners' exclamations rising and falling formed a wave of sound that accelerated heartbeats. Oh my God, this cucumber. I feel like everything I ate before was plastic with cucumber flavor. A finely dressed woman picked up a slice of cucumber as thin as a cicada's wing, green and dripping with chopsticks, placed it in her mouth, and then her eyes suddenly widened. The flavor of this tomato is too powerful. Both sour and sweet, just like the ones I picked from my grandmother's vegetable patch in the countryside when I was little. No, it's 100 times richer than that. A man in a suit at the next table was carefully spooning the broth from the Qinghe tomato scrambled eggs. With a spoon, his expression of rapture, as if he were savoring some exquisite vintage wine. Almost every table of diners wore a complex expression of shock, intoxication, and disbelief after tasting the ultimate delicacy. The way they looked at the dishes on their plates was not like looking at food. It was more like appreciating artworks that had overturned their taste perceptions of the past decades. In a private room in the corner, an elderly man with graying hair, highly respected in Yunzhe's food circles, sat upright. He was the most influential food critic in Yunzhou, known as Wei Gong. In front of him, only a simple plate of Qinghe cucumber salad was placed. He didn't pick up his chopsticks but closed his eyes and took a deep breath. That pure, ultimate fragrance, as if imbued with life, penetrated his nostrils, causing even his usually stern face to involuntarily show a hint of emotion. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes, picked up his phone, and took a close-up photo of the cucumber plate. In the photo, the fine water droplets condensed on the cucumber slices were clearly visible, like natural diamonds. He did not write a lengthy food review. Instead, on his public social media account, he added a sentence that was extremely simple, yet extremely weighty. I declare that the sky of Yun's dining scene is about to change. This post once sent out was like a deep water bomb dropped into a calm lake. Within just half an hour, it was frantically forwarded and commented on by the wealthy and influential friends in his circle. At the same time, countless diners at Tianranju spontaneously became promoters. They unanimously did the same thing. Take photos, post on social media, upload short videos. The content was surprisingly consistent. First, they attracted attention with the gimmick of the exorbitant menu, then they boasted in exaggerated terms about having eaten this legendary dish with a tone of superiority that said, "You're really missing out." This word-of-mouth frenzy, ignited by the diners' personal experiences, swept through the entire upper-class social circle of Yunzhou at a viral efficient speed. Going to Tianranju for a meal of Qinghe dishes had within just one day evolved into a new form of social currency. Whoever hadn't eaten it was out of date. This directly led to a terrifying consequence. That night, customer traffic at all high-end dining establishments in Yunzhou plummeted sharply. What's going on? President Liu's reservation canceled. Chairman Wang also said he's not coming. He's been our regular for over a decade. The managers of various restaurants stared in horror at the reservation system and the empty lobby, cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. They unanimously picked up their phones, opened their social feeds, and then one by one the location tags of Tianranju and close-ups of Qinghe ecological dishes slapped them like loud smacks on the face. Their clients, their most important VIPs, had all defected to Tianranju. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the most popular local food public account in Yunzhou, Eat in Yunzhou, published an urgent extra post overnight. The title was simple, blunt, and full of visual impact. "We tried that plate of 388 yuan tomato scrambled eggs. Conclusion, it's worth the price." Within less than an hour of publication, the reading count instantly broke 1,000. The comment section was completely flooded. "I just came back from Tianranju. I can testify that the article is not an exaggeration at all. Can't book a table anymore. Even tomorrow's lunch slots are full. Has any bro who's eaten it tell me how good is it really? It's over. I feel like you'll never be able to look at ordinary tomato scrambled eggs the same way again." The entire public opinion arena of Yunzhou was completely detonated by the two words Tianranju and Qinghe. Village, the only top-tier restaurant in Yunzhou that could rival Tianranju. In stark contrast to the bustling noise of the restaurant across the street, there was a suffocating stillness here. In the splendid lobby, there were more waiters than guests. The lobby manager stood at the door looking at the mostly empty space, sweating profusely, constantly wiping his forehead. A flurry of hurried footsteps came. The owner of Village, Qian, had just finished a meeting out of town and rushed back travel-worn. The moment he stepped into the restaurant and saw this desolate scene, his face instantly darkened, as if it could drip water. "What's going on?" His voice was not loud, but carried a chilling coldness. The manager shuddered, quickly ran over and stammered as he reported in full detail what had happened in the past few days and the terrifying frenzy at Tianranju. The more Qian listened, the uglier his face became. He did not lose his temper. Instead, he took out his phone and opened the public account post from Eat in Yunzhou. Qinghe Ecology. After reading, he murmured the name, a flicker of malevolence in his eyes. He turned off the phone screen, lifted his head, and his eyes no longer showed any emotional fluctuation, only a cold calmness. He turned to his most trusted confidant, and slowly, word by word, issued his command. "Go investigate. I want to know by early tomorrow morning what exactly happened at Tianranju." Early the next morning, the rising sun attempted to dispel the night's moisture. Outside the window, the sky gradually brightened. Yet in the CEO's office on the top floor of Yilin Pavilion, an oppressive gloom shrouded the space, utterly at odds with the dawn. In the air, the fragrance of premium Longjing tea mingled with the scent of printer ink, creating a tension-filled, suffocating atmosphere. Qian had barely slept a wink last night. On his originally weary face, there was no trace of drowsiness now. Instead, it was suffused with an ominous, hyper-alert excitement. His temples throbbed violently, and his knuckles were white from the tight clenching of his fists. An urgent investigative report lay quietly in the center of his desk. On its cover, bold black letters printed a striking line: "Background investigation of Tianranju's new supplier, Qinghe Village High-Tech Agriculture Co., Ltd." The paper of the report seemed heavier than usual. Each page felt like a silent accusation. Qian picked up the report. The cool touch of the paper against his fingertips sent a shiver through his entire body. He took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. The immense doubt that had circled him all night, nearly driving him insane, was finally ready to be unveiled. He opened the report. His eyes first fell on the first page, which detailed the registration information, geographical location, and business scope of Qinghe Village. He murmured under his breath, his brows tightly furrowed. These two names, like two fine needles, pricked deep into his memory, yet he couldn't grasp the exact thread. A vague unease began to grow and spread in his heart. The next page of the report strikingly displayed the farm's responsible person's information. Su E, 23 years old, graduate of Qinghe University, specializing in high-tech eco-agriculture. Seeing this name and background, Qian Lakun's heart gave a violent jolt as if stung by something. Su Yi. He abruptly straightened up, his eyes instantly sharp as an eagle's. This name finally awakened the faint, fleeting shadow deep in his mind. High-tech eco-agriculture. A top graduate from Qinghe University. These keywords, as if linked by some invisible force, whirled rapidly in his mind, eventually converging into an extremely dangerous signal. He felt as if an invisible hand had seized his heart, gave it a sudden squeeze, and then it began to pound erratically, each beat slamming heavily against his ribs. That unease had now swelled into a powerful, bone-chilling premonition. Qian Lakun's fingers trembled uncontrollably. Breathing rapidly, he flipped directly to the appendix section of the report. Then his movement suddenly froze. His entire being seemed to be struck through and through by an invisible heavenly thunderbolt. Those eagle-like eyes fixedly locked onto one record in the appendix. It was a cold, objective log extracted from Yilin Pavilion's internal visitor system. Reason for visit: supplier cooperation negotiation. Visiting unit: Qinghe Village High-Tech Agriculture Co. Ltd. Visitor: Su Isu Weigua. Visit time: 4 days ago, 2:37 p.m. Receiver: Ma Dong, Purchasing Department Manager. Result: no purchase. No purchase. Those 3 words, like 3 red-hot branding irons, seared into Qian Lakun's eyes, scorching his very soul into trembling. Damn it! A surge of hot blood mixed with boundless regret and fury rushed from his chest straight to his head. In an instant the world spun. He finally understood. He finally knew where the unease and familiarity that had circled him all night came from. Tsinhua's trump card. It was Qinghe ecology which had ignited the entire Yunzhou high-end dining market. That divine dish that countless wealthy gourmands flocked to, willing to queue for hours just for a taste. Its source. Its founder. That young man named Su, he had once stood right here. Right on the grounds of Yilin Pavilion. He had brought his top-tier product capable of reshaping the market and his sincere intention to cooperate. And the first person he approached was not Tang Yuan, but Qian Lakun himself. And he, or rather his Yilin Pavilion, had personally pushed him away. Then helplessly watched as he walked into Tsinhua across the street, personally delivering the trump card that should have been his own. The one that could win the entire bet, straight into the arms of his biggest competitor. This was a shame so foolish, so fatal, so unforgivable that it deserved to be nailed in the history of Yilin Pavilion's development. Huh. From Qian Lakun's throat came a sound like a broken bellows as he gasped for air, his chest heaving violently. His well-maintained face flushed a livid purple from extreme rage, and the veins on his temples bulged one by one, twitching wildly, as if they would burst through his skin at any moment. He felt as if someone had clamped his heart with a pair of pliers and twisted it with all their might. The investigative report slipped from his trembling fingers and scattered across the floor. The black words on white paper were like merciless verdicts pronouncing his defeat. Ma Dong. Ma Dong again. That arrogant, incompetent fool who only knew how to take bribes and make demands. Qian Lakun abruptly raised his hand and slammed it down hard on the intercom button of the mahogany desk. That blow, using all his strength, produced a deafening bang. Get Ma Dong. His voice was hoarse and distorted from extreme anger squeezed out through clenched teeth. Get that incompetent, troublemaking fool. Immediately. Tell him to roll over here. The purchasing department manager's office. Ma Dong was sitting with his legs crossed, picking his teeth with his pinky finger while happily scrolling through short videos on his phone. The phone on his desk suddenly let out a piercing scream. He frowned and picked it up impatiently. On the line was the urgent voice of the chairman's secretary. Manager Ma, Chairman Qian wants you to come to his office immediately. Now, right now. Ma Dong curled his lip, showing reluctance. All right, what's the rush? Why would his uncle be looking for him so early in the morning? He slowly stood up, smoothed his slick, shiny pompadour, and admired his designer suit in the mirror. Maybe his uncle had heard about how he had once again shown discernment by turning away a country supplier who wanted to take advantage of Yilin Pavilion and was going to praise him in person. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. After all, a talent like himself, both a relative and someone who understood how to think for the company and was shrewd and capable, was rare. He hummed a tune, swaggered with a duck-like gait, and leisurely made his way toward the top-floor CEO's office. He pushed open the heavy solid wood door. Ma Dong immediately put on a fawning smile. Uncle, you're looking for me. So early. His words came to an abrupt halt. The atmosphere in the office was wrong. Very wrong. The air seemed to have frozen into ice, carrying a bone-chilling coldness that made him shiver instantly. His own Uncle Qian Lakun stood in the center of the office, his back to him, motionless, like a statue of a volcano about to erupt. The smile on Ma Dong's face froze, and a strange panic rose in his heart. He spoke cautiously, trying to break the suffocating silence. Uncle, is something wrong? Seeing no response from Qian Lakun, he rolled his eyes and decided to take the initiative, using his own achievements to ease the atmosphere. Oh, by the way, let me report something. He spoke as if seeking credit, his tone full of pride. A few days ago, I just sent away a clueless kid who claimed to be from Qinghe Village peddling some high-tech vegetables. I knew it was a scam at first glance, just a gimmick to get a foothold and jack up prices. I shut him down with just a few words. I've saved Yilin Pavilion another headache and blocked a potential fraudster. He expected his uncle to turn around and offer a praise of well done. However, what he got was Qian Likun slowly, very slowly turning around. Ma Dong saw his uncle's face. What kind of face was that? There was no angry roar, no furious reprimand. Only a deathly stillness, so cold, so calm, that it made his soul tremble. Uncle! Uncle! Ma Dong attempted to awaken a sliver of tenderness in the other man with the habitual familial address. However, Qian Likun offered no response. Ma Dong's self-congratulatory report fell like a stone cast into the deep sea, stirring not a single ripple. Only in the soundless, deathly stillness did his own folly reveal itself. He rambled on, trying to add another brushstroke to the merit he had painted for himself. That kid. His name is Sui. Yes, that's him. A graduate from Qinghe University, decent looking, but what happened? Wasn't he just a bumpkin trying to take a crooked path? I could tell from his eyes, something was off. He definitely had bad intentions. I'm telling you, I've seen plenty of his kind. If I'd let him deliver those vegetables, who knows how much trouble would have followed. Each of his words was like a sharp dagger precisely stabbing into Qian Likun's heart, already riddled with wounds. Qian Likun slowly raised his hand. His movement was so sluggish that Ma Dong could even see the veins bulging on the back of his hand from rage. Ma Dong thought his uncle was about to pat him on the shoulder, and even forced out an expectant, twisted smile. The next second, slap. A crisp sound exploded in the dead-silent office. The investigative report, which had condensed all of Qian Likun's regret and fury, was hurled with all his might, smashing straight into Ma Dong's face. The edges of the paper sliced like blades across Ma Dong's greasy cheek, leaving a faint, burning sting. Dozens of A4 pages scattered like heavenly flowers strewn across the floor. Ma Dong was stunned senseless by the blow, staggering back 2 steps before barely steadying himself. He covered his face, his eyes filled with disbelief, shock, and grievance. Uncle, why are you hitting me? Qian Likun didn't speak. He only used his chin to point at the few sheets scattered at Ma Dong's feet. His gaze was like ordering a dog to sniff its own excrement. Ma Dong bent down awkwardly, his whole body of fat trembling. He picked up the top cover page. Bold black characters struck his eyes like cold iron blocks. Background investigation on new supplier of Tianranju. Qinghe Village High-Tech Agriculture Co. Ltd. Qinghe Village. That name made his heart skip a beat. With trembling hands, he turned to the next page. Farm Manager Sui. Age, 23. Education, Qinghe University. Exactly the same. It completely matched the information of the young man he had driven away a few days ago. Ma Dong's breathing instantly became heavy. Cold sweat began to seep out from under his shiny, slicked-back hair, trickling down his temples. He still clung to a faint hope, perhaps just a coincidence of the same name. He frantically flipped through the pages until a form shattered all his illusions. It was the internal visitor log of Yilin Pavilion. He finally understood. The Qinghe ecology that had been flooding his social media feeds lauded to the heavens. The trump card that had turned Tang Xinyuan's fortunes overnight. The source was actually the young man he had driven away like a fly. This? How can it be? Ma Dong felt his brain explode. The last trace of color drained from his face, leaving behind only a corpse-like pallor. The report slipped from his hands, rustling as it scattered across the floor. Do you understand now? Qian Likun finally spoke. His voice was hoarse like 2 rusty iron plates scraping together, each word wrapped in a killing intent sharp enough to flay a man alive. Because of you, this fool. Yilin Pavilion is heading toward its doom. Qian Likun took a step forward, slowly closing in. With every step he took, Ma Dong uncontrollably shrank back. That young man you drove away. What he holds is a trump card that can decide the life and death of every high-end restaurant in Yunzhou. He came to Yilin Pavilion first. He personally brought a priceless treasure into your hands. And you, Qian Likun's voice suddenly rose, his bloodshot eyes glaring at him. You, this waste who only knows how to extort bribes, treated him like a beggar. You pushed him into Tang Xinyuan's arms. Into the hands of our greatest enemy. You destroyed Yilin Pavilion. You destroyed me. With a thud, Ma Dong could no longer hold himself up. His legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the cold, hard floor. His whole body convulsed like a sieve, his teeth chattering, emitting a clacking sound. No. No. Uncle, I didn't know. I really didn't. He wailed incoherently, trying to defend himself. It was his fault. He dressed so shabbily like a muddy-legged peasant from the countryside. Who could have imagined? Who could have imagined he had something so powerful? If he had come driving a luxury car, wearing designer brands, how could I have driven him away? It's because he didn't look like a big shot. Shut up. This absurdly foolish excuse became the last straw. Qian Likun's reason was completely consumed by the flames of rage. Waste. He suddenly lifted his foot and kicked Ma Dong viciously in his fat belly. Ugh. Ma Dong let out a scream like a pig being kicked, rolling backward twice. But that was only the beginning. Qian Likun, like a mad lion, charged forward, grabbed Ma Dong by the collar, and dragged him up from the ground. Slap. A resounding slap landed hard on Ma Dong's left cheek. Slap. Another slap hit his right cheek. He'll teach you to have eyes but fail to see. Slap. He'll teach you to act like a bully's dog. Slap. He'll teach you to be too clever for your own good. Qian Likun, possessed by madness, rained down blows with both hands, turning all his accumulated regret, rage, and frustration into the most primitive violence, pouring it onto his worthless nephew. Ma Dong's face swelled, visibly blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his once shiny slicked-back hair now a mess like a chicken's nest. He was completely beaten, senseless, left only with whimpering cries and pleas for mercy. "Uncle, stop. I was wrong. I really was wrong." Qian Likun panted heavily, releasing him with bloodshot eyes. Ma Dong collapsed back onto the floor like a pile of mud. Qian Likun walked to his desk, slammed the intercom button, and roared into the receiver like a beast. "Security. Call the security team. All of them get up here now." A few minutes later, several tall security guards rushed in. Seeing the scene in the office, they were all terrified into silence. In the hallway, a few executives who had heard the commotion poked their heads out, their faces filled with horror. Qian Likun pointed at the mess on the floor and announced in a grating, deliberate voice, using all his strength, "Ma Dong dereliction of duty has caused immeasurable losses to the company. Effective immediately, he is formally expelled from Yilin Pavilion. Throw him out. I never want to see this fool again in my lifetime." The security guards dared not delay. They immediately stepped forward, one on each side, grabbed the completely broken Ma Dong, and dragged him out like a dead dog. "No, Uncle, you can't do this to me. I'm your nephew. I was wrong. Give me another chance. Uncle." Ma Dong's cries and pleas echoed through the hallway, then abruptly stopped as the elevator doors closed. The entire floor fell into a deathly silence. All the executives kept their heads down, not daring to look at Qian Likun's ferocious face. Qian Likun's chest heaved violently. He waved his hand weakly. "Everyone out." The crowd, as if pardoned, vanished in an instant. The heavy wooden door was closed. In the office, only Qian Likun remained. The towering rage that had sustained him dissipated in an instant, replaced by bone-deep exhaustion and despair. He staggered to the enormous floor-to-ceiling window, stared at the Tianranju across the street, still bustling with traffic, and his eyes were hollow. Firing Ma Dong was merely catharsis. The real nightmare had only just begun. He had personally delivered a divine weapon capable of piercing his own heart into the hands of his mortal enemy. No, it couldn't end like this. Absolutely not. In Qian Likun's eyes, a struggling flame flickered back to life. Qian Likun slowly turned around and walked back to the messy desk. The scattered papers on the desktop had already been cleared away by the secretary. He picked up the internal phone, and his voice had regained its usual composure, albeit with a faint, barely noticeable hoarseness. "Connect me to President Zhang of the Yunzhou Agricultural Products Association." "Yes, President Qian." After a brief, waiting tone, a warm voice came from the other end. Without any unnecessary pleasantries, Qian Likun cut straight to the point. "Old Zhang, help me find a number. Qinghe Village, Qinghe Farm, a young man named Su Yi." After a moment, a private mobile number was sent to Qian Likun's phone. He stared at the string of digits on the screen. Each number felt like a needle piercing his temple. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surging magma of regret in his chest. He walked to the lounge area and poured himself a glass of warm water. The glass reflected his face, etched with gloom and exhaustion. He vigorously rubbed his cheeks until the stiff muscles softened again, until the reflection in the mirror no longer resembled a just defeated predatory beast. When he raised his head again, all negative emotions had vanished from his face. In their place was a gentle smile, tinged with appreciation and the demeanor of an elder. It was as if the man who had raged like a madman in the office was not him at all. He straightened his slightly disheveled collar, cleared his throat, then picked up his phone and calmly pressed the number that would determine the future of the Yilin Pavilion. The call connected. "Hello." The voice on the other end was young, clear, and carried a disquieting calm. The smile on Qian Likun's face grew even warmer, his tone filled with surprise and admiration. "Is this President Su Yi? I am Qian Likun from Yilin Pavilion." He introduced himself with a very low posture, without any hint of being a tycoon in Yunzhe's catering industry. On the other end of the line, Su Yi was sitting in the village committee office compiling statistics. Upon seeing the unfamiliar number, he already understood. "So it's President Qian. I've long admired your reputation." Su Yi's tone was polite, but with a hint of distance. "Haha, President Su, you flatter me." Qian Likun let out a hearty laugh, as if meeting a kindred spirit among the youth. "These past few days I've been hearing your name everywhere, President Su. Qinghe Ecology, high-tech agriculture. Remarkable. To be honest, in all my years in business, I've met many talented young people, but someone like you with vision, courage, and accomplishments so earth-shattering is absolutely the first. We oldtimers are really going to be washed up by you young waves." This unreserved praise, sincere in words, was full of admiration and appreciation for a young man. Any other young man in his early 20s would have been swept away by such flattery. A barely perceptible curve lifted the corner of Su-Yi's mouth. He leaned back leisurely in his chair, his tone still calm as still water. President Qin, you flatter me. I was just lucky and made a small attempt. Hearing this neither humble nor arrogant reply, Qian Likun's estimation of the young man rose even higher. At the same time that unease grew stronger, entwining his heart like vines. He immediately steered the conversation to the main topic, his tone filled with a remorseful apology. President Su, I'm taking the liberty to call you today, not only to express my admiration, but more importantly, to offer you a sincere apology. Regarding the unpleasant incident that happened at our Yilin pavilion a few days ago, I've already learned all about it. That fool named Ma Dong is my nephew and also the biggest failure in my management. I misjudged and mismanaged, allowing such a blind bullying waste to sit in the crucial position of purchasing manager. Not only did he slight a distinguished guest like you, President Su, but he also brought a huge stain on the reputation of Yilin Pavilion. On behalf of the company, I extend my sincerest apologies to you. His voice was filled with regret and self-reproach, as if truly pained by his wrong hiring. Just this morning, I officially removed him from Yilin Pavilion. And I guarantee that our Yilin Pavilion will never again employ such a morally bankrupt and blind fool. I hope, President Su, that you won't let the foolish actions of a single fool lead to any misunderstanding about our entire Yilin Pavilion. These words were both an apology and a disavowal, showcasing his impartiality and sincerity. Su-Yi listened quietly without interrupting. Only after the other finished did he speak calmly. President Qian, you're too serious. It's in the past. A simple sentence, neither accepting nor rejecting, not expressing any stance. Like a wad of cotton, it made Qian Likun's powerful punch land on nothing. Qian Likun took a deep breath and threw out his final trump card. President Su, I know it's a bit late to say anything now, but I still want to show the utmost sincerity of our Yilin Pavilion, hoping for a chance to make up for our mistake. Whatever purchase price Tsinghua offered you, our Yilin Pavilion is willing to add 20 on top of that. He paused as if feeling it wasn't enough. No, 30. Qian Likun's voice was resolute, as if using money to pay for his own stupidity. I only hope that President Su, considering my sincerity, can allocate some supply to our Yilin Pavilion. Our Yilin Pavilion has broader channels and a better platform than Tsinghua. We can push the brand Qinghe ecology to a whole new level. President Su, our cooperation would definitely be a win-win. After saying this, he held his breath, waiting quietly for the reply on the other end. The office was dead silent. He could even hear the violent pounding of his own heart due to tension. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end. Those seconds felt like an eternity to Qian Likun. Finally, Su-Yi's voice came again. President Qian, I truly appreciate your regard and your generous offer. But I'm sorry. At the early stage of our cooperation with Tsinghua, I had already signed an exclusive supply agreement with President Tang. The word exclusive shot through all of Qian Likun's hopes like two icy bullets. His heart plunged violently, as if falling into an abyss. Su-Yi's voice continued unhurried, but every word stabbed his heart. President Qian, as a businessman, you should understand that trust is the most fundamental thing for a company and a person. President Tang chose to trust me unconditionally when I needed it most, giving me the greatest support. I cannot and will not do anything that violates the contract or harms my credibility. So I'm sorry, I can only appreciate your kindness, but decline. Qian Likun felt his throat dry, his mouth full of bitterness. Okay. He forced out the word with difficulty. I understand. In that case, I won't insist. I only hope we'll have a chance to cooperate in the future. Of course, President Qian, there will be opportunities in the future. Su-Yi responded politely. All right, I won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye. Goodbye, President Qian. The two ended the call politely. In the village committee office, Su-Yi casually placed his phone on the table with a soft tap. The corners of his mouth lifted as he let out a faint mocking laugh. Then he continued looking down at the reports. As if that call was just a boring nuisance. At the top floor of Yilin Pavilion across the street. The moment Qian Likun hung up, the carefully disguised warm smile on his face cracked and peeled off like a cheap plaster mask. No angry roar. No undignified smashing. He simply placed his phone slowly on the rosewood desk, his movements so gentle that not a sound was made. In a single second, his face shifted from warmth to extreme coldness. In his eyes, all light had been extinguished, leaving only a bottomless gloom like a millennia-old icy pond. In the president's office of Qian, Qian Likun stared intently at the tablet before him. On the screen was the financial statement from the previous week. The column representing profit was a stark, blood-red negative number 87. Within just a few days, Yilin, once the undisputed ruler of Yun's dining scene, had seen its revenue plummet like a cliff, nearly collapsing entirely. The premium wagyu he had air freighted from overseas at great expense lay untouched in cold storage, racking up exorbitant warehousing costs with every passing moment. The Michelin star chef he had courted with relentless persistence now stood dazed in the empty kitchen. That morning, the chef had hinted more than once that if things continued this way, he might consider showcasing his talents elsewhere. Qian Lakun's face remained expressionless as he closed the report and tapped open a local food forum in Yunzhou. The pinned post had a blunt, straightforward title: "Brothers don't be suckers at Yilin go anymore. A5 Wagyu is nowhere near as good as Tianran just vegetables." Below, a chorus of agreements followed. Seconded. Last week I spent 380 on a set meal at Yilin Go, and at the time I thought the A5 Wagyu melting in my mouth was impressive. Until yesterday when I ate at Tianranju. I realized that what I'd been eating before was nothing but expensive soulless fat. Hilarious. While Boss Qian is still piling on premium ingredients, Boss Tang next door is crushing it with a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. The times have changed, sir. Qian Lakun's finger pressed hard on the screen, nearly shattering the glass. Just then his private phone rang. Seeing the name on the caller ID, his pupils contracted. He quickly composed himself, took a deep breath, and answered in the most deferential tone. "Chairman Zhou. Hello. What brings you to call?" "Oh, Boss Qian." The voice on the other end was casual, even carrying a tone of natural command. "Nothing major, just asking. Since your base is also in Yunzhou, could you do me a favor and cut the line at Tianranju to get me a private room? I have some friends from out of town who insist on eating that Qinghe vegetable dish, but they can't get a reservation. It's driving me crazy." These words were like a red-hot poison-tipped dagger piercing through Qian Lakun's ear and churning viciously in his chest. His greatest rival had now become an unattainable symbol of power in the eyes of others. And he, Qian Lakun, had been reduced to a pathetic messenger boy delivering a favor. Chairman Zhou. Qian Lakun felt as if an invisible hand were strangling his throat, making every word excruciatingly difficult. I'm afraid I can't help." "Oh, is that so?" The voice instantly turned cold, dripping with undisguised disappointment and contempt. "All right, I'll find someone else." The call was abruptly ended. Beep, beep, beep. The dial tone seemed to hammer against his fragile nerves, mocking his incompetence. Slap. Qian Lakun hurled his phone to the ground, the screen shattering into pieces like his crumbling pride. He had lost. Utterly and completely. All his counterattacks, all his struggles had become a joke in the face of this monster called Qinghe Ecology. He had even become a stepping stone for others to reach his rival. It was over. Everything was over. In stark contrast to Qilin Guest's gloom and despair, Tang Xinyuan's expansion was like a force of nature. After completely reshuffling Yunzhe's high-end dining market and crushing Qilin Gu underfoot, Tang Xinyuan wasted no time. He immediately mobilized the provincial resources he had cultivated for years. The provincial capital Binzhou Jiangzhou, within virtually a single night, the top-tier clubs and private dining venues in these economic hubs all launched the Qinghe Ecology series of dishes. Without any large-scale advertising, the market exploded through word of mouth within the elite circles. The ultimate mind-bending flavors became the latest social currency among the wealthy and powerful. "Have you eaten Qinghe vegetables today?" This phrase quickly replaced "What watch did you buy recently?" and "Which new car did you get?" as the newest greeting in the circle. The prices of dishes ranged from a few hundred to several thousand, catering both to the ultra-rich, who could splurge on ice plant sashimi and first-harvest tune shoots, and to the urban middle class and white-collar workers who could afford the smashed cucumber and sugar-tossed tomato after some hesitation. This precise pricing strategy allowed the influence of Qinghe vegetables to rapidly seep from the pyramid's peak downward. Countless people flooded into these restaurants, eager to taste the legendary flavor that could elevate the soul. The order volume swelled like a snowball, reaching a level that even Tang Xinyuan found staggering. As a result, he called Su Yi almost every day with an update. "Brother Su, it's exploding. Everything's exploding. The provincial capital has gone crazy. My restaurant manager said someone offered triple the price just to cut in line for a taste. Binzhou can't handle it either. My partner there said he's never seen so many people queuing for just one dish." Jiangzhou. A client in Jiangzhou booked the entire place today, inviting all his business partners to a Qinghe feast. "My God, this publicity is more effective than spending tens of millions on ads." Tang Xinyuan's voice on the phone was brimming with uncontainable excitement, like a victorious general eager to share his triumph with his most trusted ally. And Su Yi, for the most part, listened quietly. The better Tang Xinyuan's sales, the more stable his own income, and the more substantial the funds for Qinghe Village's future development. This feeling was quite pleasant. On the 7th day after the contract was signed, Tang Xinyuan's call came right on time. But this time his tone was even more agitated than before, carrying a hint of urgency. "Brother Su, the payment. I've had my finance team wire it. The final payment for the first batch, 290 million, every penny accounted for. And the advance payment of 30 million for the next batch is also sent. Check if you've received it." Tang Xinyuan was almost shouting these words, his heavy breathing audible through the phone. "Also, Brother Su, I just want to ask, when will the second batch be ready? We're about to run out here. All the channels across the province are pushing me. If I don't deliver soon, they'll tear down my office door." Hearing the almost pleading tone, Su Yi chuckled softly. "Brother Tang, don't worry." His voice was as calm as ever, yet carried a reassuring power. "Rest assured I won't let you down. In 3 more days, the second batch of vegetables will be ready for harvest. On the other end, Tang Yuan burst into a joyful laugh. Good, good, good. Brother Su, you are my anchor. 3 days. He'll wait for your good news. Hanging up Su, he picked up his phone and opened the bank notification. Staring at the dizzying string of zeros on the screen, a satisfied smile finally curled at the corner of his lips. He leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and began to plan how to use this vast sum. And at that moment, a crisp, long-unheard mechanical chime echoed abruptly in his mind. Ding detected that the host has led Qinghe Village's economy to a breakthrough with logistics and transportation, now the biggest bottleneck. To Qinghe Village's development, next stage guidance mission is now issued. Build an asphalt road connecting Qinghe Village to the outside world. Mission time, limit 1 year. Mission reward, Taoyuan Township. A full residential area upgrade and renovation package. The cold mechanical prompt exploded in Su Yi's mind. It instantly tightened his body, which had just relaxed from the arrival of a huge sum of money like a bow pulled taut. The system, which had been silent for nearly a month, so long that he had almost forgotten its existence, finally stirred. Su Yi sprang from his chair. The swift motion sent the executive chair sliding far backward, clanging loudly against the filing cabinet. But he was oblivious. His breath stopped completely in that moment. 2 blazing flames of ambition, enough to consume everything, ignited in his eyes that were usually as calm as an ancient well. It was here. He had speculated that the system might only unlock a new chapter when the influence of Qinghe Village reached a certain threshold, since there had been no response after the reward was given. He just never expected this day to arrive so soon, so abruptly. His gaze instinctively bypassed the task content, locking onto the final line of reward text, shimmering with a faint golden glow. Peach Blossom Village. A grand upgrade package for the entire village's residential district. Peach Blossom Village. Those 3 words struck deep into his soul, like a thunderbolt from the heavens. Like a surge of molten lava erupting from his chest, engulfing every limb and bone. His heart seemed to be seized by an invisible hand, pausing for half a second, then pounding with unprecedented force. Thump, thump, thump. The powerful heartbeat thundered like war drums against his eardrums. The previous system reward was the super ecological farm. It solved Qinghe Village's survival and development issues, creating wealth as a production tool, establishing a livelihood. And this time, Peach Blossom Village, just from its name, revealed an ultimate significance capable of overturning reality. Uncontrollably, a fragmented image flashed through his mind. White walls, black tiles, small bridges, overflowing water, a fairyland blending futuristic technology with pastoral poetry. This was far more than simple housing upgrades. It was not just repainting walls or repairing roofs. In the cultural genes of the Chinese people, Peach Blossom Village itself represents the ultimate ideal home. A divine paradise on earth where everyone lives in peace and prosperity. Su Yi understood instantly. The value and revolutionary nature of this reward would likely far exceed the already miraculous super ecological farm. If the farm was meant to enrich the villagers, then Peach Blossom Village was about enabling them to truly settle and live in comfort. A total leap in quality of life. The ultimate form of the concept of home. An indescribable heat and longing surged from deep within his chest, accelerating his blood flow, and a faint flush spread across his face from extreme excitement. Yet this fiery passion did not cloud his reason, instead it sharpened his thoughts to unprecedented clarity and precision. His gaze returned to the cold, realistic task description: build an asphalt road connecting Qinghe Village to the outside world. Su Yi's eyes instinctively turned to the window. The window of the village committee office faced the only main road through the village. At that moment, a heavy refrigerated truck belonging to Tang Yuan was cautiously creeping along at a snail's pace. The potholed dirt road made the heavy body rise and fall like a stumbling old ox, each forward movement accompanied by teeth-grinding jolts. This road had been like this for decades, dusty in clear weather, muddy in rain. It was like an invisible shackle firmly strangling Qinghe Village's throat. In the past, the villagers were poor, so they didn't feel the road's impact deeply, because few went out and few outsiders came in. But now everything had changed. As Qinghe Farm gained fame, more and more vehicles entered the village. Tang Yuan's refrigerated fleet, delivery suppliers, even curious visitors coming to see for themselves. This wretched dirt road not only severely reduced transport efficiency and increased costs, but also posed a huge safety hazard. It was like an ugly scar stubbornly blocking Qinghe Village's path to take off. Su Yi withdrew his gaze, his fingers tapping lightly on the desk unconsciously. Building a road. The thought weighed heavily. He knew it sounded simple, but was staggeringly difficult. First, money. The straight-line distance from Qinghe Village's entrance to the county road was short, but given the mountainous terrain and winding paths, at least 8 to 10 kilometers would be needed. To build a high-standard asphalt road capable of bearing heavy trucks, surveying, design, materials, labor, the total was absolutely astronomical. However, money was now the least problematic aspect. The super ecological farm's profitability was more than sufficient to support the road construction project. The real trouble lay beyond money. the tedious headache-inducing approval processes, the invisible barriers and regulations. Building a road was not like building a chicken coop in the backyard. It required permissions from countless departments, each stamp representing a mountain. Yet it was precisely this immense difficulty that settled Su Yi's mind completely. The hint of gravity in his eyes gradually gave way to a brighter, challenge-hungry light. He believed the difficulty of the system's task must be proportional to the reward's value. The harder this task, the more it proved how terrifyingly valuable the Peach Blossom Village reward truly was. Therefore this road had to be built, and built with the fastest speed, highest standard, and most indisputable manner. It was the first cornerstone leading to that ultimate ideal home. Once this thought took root in his mind, it spread like rampant vines, instantly occupying all his thoughts. But a practical question surfaced: who could help him move these mountains? Thinking this, Su Yi did not hesitate. He picked up his phone from the desk and directly dialed a number without any delay. He needed someone who could stand at a higher level and offer professional advice. The call connected quickly, and Tang Jinyuan's hearty voice came through. Yo, brother Su, what's up? Don't tell me the second batch of vegetables is ready early. Huh? Brother Tang. Su Yi got straight to the point, his tone solemn. I want your advice on something. I'm planning to build a road. In the name of the village collective, with our own money, a high-standard asphalt road from Qinghe Village straight to the county road. What do you think the first step should be? The hearty laughter on the other end of the line abruptly stopped. At the same time, in the office of the Heiyuan County Party Secretary, the room was simply but solemnly decorated with a faint scent of tea drifting in the air. County Party Secretary Li had just finished listening to his secretary's briefing on the county's recent key investment attraction projects. He leaned back in his chair, fingers rhythmically tapping the desk, as if digesting the information. After the report, the secretary was about to quietly withdraw. Li, as if casually, suddenly asked a question. His voice was steady, revealing no emotion, yet it made the air in the room freeze. I heard that Qinghe Village in our county has been making quite a stir lately, hasn't it? After a brief silence, Tang Jinyuan's voice took on an unprecedented gravity, heavy with a weight he had never shown before. Instead of answering directly, he countered with a question. Brother Su, tell me first, is this a sudden impulse or something you must see through? Su Yi's reply came without a shred of hesitation. I must see it through. At the other end of the line, Tang Jinyuan let out a long, deep breath, then spoke in a low voice. All right, I understand. I won't feed you empty words. Building a road. Money is just the entry fee. The real difficulty lies in the web of human relations and conflicting interests that follow. Remember this: when you can solve things with money and rules never touch human favor. The concern in his words was deeply sincere. Su Yi listened quietly, thanked him politely, and hung up the phone. Click. The phone was gently placed on the table. In the village committee office, it was so quiet that the rustle of leaves brushing against the window in the breeze could be heard. Su Yi leaned back in his chair, his gaze calm, fixed on the table, as if lost in thought. But only he knew the truth. There was no need for thought, still less for hesitation. The difficulty of the system mission precisely proved that the reward, Taoyuan Village, possessed a value so revolutionary it could overturn everything. This road had to be built. With that thought, no further ripples stirred in Su Yi's heart. He picked up the red landline phone on the desk, dialed his father Su Weidong's number, and spoke in a clear, forceful voice. Comrade Old Su, gather all the committee members. Have them come to the village office for a meeting immediately. An emergency meeting. Half an hour later. In the only meeting room of the village committee, the chairs were once again filled. The smell of tobacco mingled with the cheap aroma of tea leaves, saturating the air with a scent unique to a poor mountain village. Third Uncle, the village head, and several committee members all looked at Su Yi seated at the head of the table with a hint of confusion. They had barely had a few days of peace. Why was he making such a big commotion again? Su Weidong sat beside Su Yi, arms crossed, his face stern and silent, which only made the atmosphere feel more unusual. Su Yi's gaze slowly swept across the faces of each elder, faces etched with deep wrinkles by the years. He didn't bother with any polite opening remarks. He simply dropped a bombshell into that small room. I've decided to build a road. His voice was low, but it struck like a thunderclap, exploding in everyone's ears. The room fell into a dead silence, broken only by the slight clatter of Third Uncle's enamel mug trembling against the table. Clang. A sharp sound, gratingly loud. Su Yi looked at the stunned, speechless expressions on their faces and calmly added. From the village entrance, we'll build a 4-lane high-standard asphalt road straight to the town highway. Every word struck like a heavy hammer, pounding against their hearts. My goal isn't just to make sure everyone has enough to eat and wear. It's to turn Qinghe Village into the most livable modern new village in the province, even the whole country. To make every young person who left want to come back. To make outsiders envy us. With these words, a magnificent, sweeping picture unfolded before the eyes of these old men who had spent their lives bent over the earth. A flicker of incredulous light first sparked in their murky eyes. It was a primal longing for a better life suppressed for decades. But that light flickered only for an instant before being swiftly smothered by the dark clouds of reality. Xiao Yi, the idea is good. Third uncle licked his cracked lips and spoke first, his voice full of worry. But building a road, how much money would that cost? From the village entrance to the town winding and twisting, it's at least 10 kilometers. To build the kind of road you're talking about, wouldn't we have to dump a mountain of gold into it? The village head nodded vigorously, his face etched with anxiety. Forget the money for now. The procedures alone. Oh my God. He slapped his thigh, his voice cracking. How many departments would we have to run to? How many stamps would we need? Planning, land, transportation, forestry. None of them are people we can even talk to. Exactly, this is too big a deal. Our village can't handle it, can we? The town government talked about building it for over a decade, and in the end, nothing happened. The tiny flame that had just been kindled was instantly doused by bucket after bucket of cold water, nearly extinguished. Pessimism spread rapidly through the room. In their eyes, building a road was like a mortal trying to climb to the heavens, a dream beyond reach. Qinghe watched them silently, without rebuttal, without explanation. Only when all the worries and doubts had gradually subsided did he slowly pick up his phone. He unlocked it, opened the banking app, then turned the screen toward the crowd. His movements were unhurried, yet carried a power that steadied hearts. With money, nothing is a problem. Everyone's gaze instinctively focused on the small, glowing screen. The next second, the entire meeting room fell into a deathly silence. The air itself seemed to have been sucked away. There on the phone screen was a bank deposit notification just received, clearly displaying a string of numbers that could make any ordinary person stop breathing. The long tail of zeros hammered into every heart like successive blows. Clatter. Third uncle's enamel mug finally slipped from his grasp, clattering to the floor, spilling hot tea everywhere. Yet he didn't even notice. The village head's mouth gaped wide enough to hold an egg, his eyes fixed on that string of numbers as if he wanted to engrave them into his very eyeballs. Su Weidong, who had been stern all along, couldn't suppress the mad upward curve of his lips. His weathered face was overflowing with unmistakable pride. In their entire lives they had never seen, let alone dared to imagine, so much money. And now that astronomical figure was presented before them in such a real, impactful way. All the previous worries about money seemed pale and ridiculous in the face of that number. Qinghe retrieved his phone, sweeping his gaze across the utterly stunned crowd. Now the money problem is solved. He paused, his tone turning serious. But we face a more fundamental challenge. Only then did the others snap out of their shock, all eyes fixed on him, now tinged with a hint of reverence. We have money to build the road, but we lack people. Qinghe tapped the table heavily, drawing everyone's attention. We are severely short of talent. We lack operations talent, who understand modern management, sales talent, who master marketing, and most of all professional technical talent, who master advanced skills. We can hire an engineering team to build the road. But who will manage and build the future Qinghe Village, the future Qinghe Group? This question pierced like a needle, precisely deflating the euphoria of the money, revealing the deeper predicament beneath. Indeed, even with money and projects, there were no people. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy once more. Just then Su Weidong, who had been silent all along, suddenly slapped his thigh and shot to his feet. His face was flushed with excitement, his eyes blazing with unprecedented light. Short of people. His voice boomed, so loud it seemed to shake dust from the roof. Call back all the children of Qinghe Village. Every one of them. Our village worked so hard to send so many college graduates and skilled workers to the cities where they slave away for outsiders, barely earning a few thousand after a month of exhausting work. Now the village has money, big projects. Why shouldn't they come back to build their own home? That rough yet heartfelt speech ignited the entire meeting room like a spark, setting the prairie ablaze. They'll call my second son first. Tell him to roll back here immediately. Right? Call the kids back. My boy. He graduated with a bachelor's degree, works as a programmer in the big city, and his hair is almost gone. They'll tell him to come back right now. My son studied civil engineering. Perfect. He'll be useful for the road. And my daughter, she studied finance. She can come back as an accountant, handle the books. Working for outsiders is nowhere near as good as being the master of your own home. Someone shouted that last line. In an instant, every committee member rose to their feet, their fervor reaching a fever pitch. But in the midst of the heated uproar, ring, ring, ring. The old landline phone in the corner suddenly let out a shrill, urgent ring. The sound was like a bucket of ice water, instantly quenching the boiling atmosphere. Everyone fell silent, all eyes turning to the phone. The village head, who was closest, furrowed his brow and walked over to pick up the receiver. Hello, Qinghe Village Committee. He listened for a few moments, and the expression on his face shifted from irritation to surprise, then to an incredulous, peculiar look. He put down the phone, looked at the crowd, and especially at Qinghe. His voice came out strange. That was the town office just now. They said that tomorrow morning Secretary Yilin from the County Party Committee will personally lead a team to our village for an inspection. County Party Secretary Yilin. He was the top leader of the entire county. A figure so monumental that villagers like them, born and bred in the mountains, could only glimpse him on the county TV news. Why would a leader of such caliber suddenly descend upon their godforsaken, barren mountain gully? After a deathly silence, an even greater panic erupted. The secretary is coming. Heavens! How is this possible? Third uncle was the first to react, his voice cracking. He lunged toward the corner, grabbed a broom, and bolted for the door. Quick! Quick! Don't just stand there. Start cleaning right now. That road at the village entrance. Get some folks with shovels to fill in the potholes. We can't have the leader's car getting stuck. Su Weidong, drenched in sweat, began barking out frantic, incoherent orders. A banner. We've got to hurry to town and make a banner to hang up. Warmly welcome Secretary Li for his guidance. And tea. The tea at the village committee office won't do. We need to buy the best, and cigarettes too. Soft China Zhonghua. No, it has to be even higher grade. We should pick out the cleanest households in the village and tip them off in case the leader decides to do a home visit. The crowd milled about like headless flies, instantly thrown into chaos. They resorted to their simplest, most traditional methods to imagine how to welcome a high official, as if a good show of superficial effort would win the leader's favor. Stop right there. A calm yet commanding voice cut through the clamor. Su-yi rose to his feet. He didn't raise his voice, but his undeniable presence made everyone instinctively freeze and turn to look at him. No banner. No expensive cigarettes or tea. His gaze slowly swept over every panicked face in the room. Word by word, he spoke with gravity. Those who met his eyes felt a chill of respect and unconsciously lowered their heads. Xiao-yi, isn't that inappropriate? When a leader comes, we ought to show some hospitality. Third uncle muttered hesitantly, still clutching the broom. Su-yi looked at him, his tone softening, but still firm. Third uncle, do you really think a man of Secretary Li's stature cares about a carton of cigarettes or a tin of tea from us? The more we fuss over such things, the more we betray our insecurity and lower ourselves. What he wants to see is not how red our banner is, or how fine our refreshments are. He wants to see Qinghe Village as it truly is. He paused, his voice gaining clarity and strength. Don't prepare anything deliberately. The only thing everyone needs to do is pass the word for each household to tidy up their own front and backyards. Remember, keep it natural. Leave the rest to me. His words acted like a shot of adrenaline, giving the flustered village committee members a newfound anchor. As they looked at this composed young man, their panic and unease miraculously subsided. Right? Let's follow Xiao-yi. Su Weidong was the first to chime in, his chest thrust out, eyes brimming with trust. Do whatever Xiao-yi says. Yes, listen to Xiao-yi. One by one they nodded, then dispersed according to Su-yi's instructions to notify the villagers to clean up. Soon the once chaotic meeting room was left with only Su-yi. He sat back down in his chair, and the office fell silent. Slanting sunlight streamed through the window, gilding the dust motes in the air. Su-yi's face showed no trace of tension. Instead, it bore the intense focus and calm of a hunter who has caught the scent of his quarry. Secretary Lian's visit. To others it meant pressure and panic. But to him it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A perfect chance to elevate the road-building project from a village-level self-funded effort to a county-level strategic priority. He was well aware that the biggest obstacle to building the road was never money. It was the invisible procedures and barriers. And Lian was the man who could flatten all those barriers with a single sentence. With that thought, Su-yi wasted no time. He picked up his phone and dialed Tang Jinyuan again. This time the call was answered almost instantly. Brother Su, good news. Is the second batch of vegetables coming early? Tang Jinyuan's excited voice rang out. Brother Tang, this is even more thrilling than that. Su-yi's tone was steady. County Party Secretary Li is coming to inspect our village tomorrow morning. On the other end of the line, Tang Jinyuan's signature hearty laugh came to an abrupt halt. A full half-minute passed before his voice returned, breath restrained, more serious than ever. Is he coming alone or with a team? He said with a team. He's coming for you. Tang Jinyuan's words were decisive. He instantly grasped the logic behind it. The uproar Qinghe Vegetables had caused among the upper circles of the province. How could Lian, the top leader of Heiyuan County, not know? In fact, he might be under more pressure than anyone else. With a gold mine like this in his own backyard, the man in charge would be remiss if he didn't come and see for himself. Listen to me, Brother Su. Tang Jinyuan's tone turned as weighty as a general sending his soldiers into battle. This is your best chance to solve the road problem. Tomorrow, don't volunteer anything. Don't complain about poverty, don't beg for sympathy, don't mention how hard your village used to have it. Remember, a man in Lian's position hears more difficulties in a day than you've eaten meals. He's long been numb. He's not here to alleviate poverty. He's here to seek achievements. Su-yi listened quietly without interrupting. Tang Jinyuan's voice came clearly through the receiver, like a scalpel dissecting the psychology of a senior leader with precision. When he looks at you, he doesn't look at your smile, only at your value. He doesn't listen to your difficulties, only to your plans. He's not afraid of you making demands, only of you having no value and making his trip a waste. So tomorrow you need to do just one thing. Show off your muscle. Lay out your super farm, your miraculous vegetables, the massive economic and social benefits you can bring, one by one solidly, and slam them right in his face. You need to make him clearly understand one thing. Supporting you, Su-yi, in Qinghe Village is not charity, not a handout. It's the most brilliant, most dazzling political investment Li can grab during his term. When he's so shaken by your value and potential that he can't sit still, he'll ask you. He will definitely ask you what difficulties you have that the county can help solve. And at that moment you'll mention the road matter casually, as if it's a trivial little trouble. Got it. Every word from Tang Jinyuan was like a bolt of lightning cleaving through the fog in Su Yi's mind. Suddenly, everything became clear. He understood instantly. This was no longer a simple inspection reception. It was a negotiation, an unequal negotiation with the highest authority in the county, with Qinghe Village's future as the bargaining chip. And his only trump card was to make the other party see the immense value he possessed, value strong enough to reshuffle the deck. Brother Tang, I understand. Su Yi's voice carried genuine gratitude. Thank you. Don't thank me. What are brothers for? Tang Jinyuan chuckled, reverting to his usual tone. One last thing, tomorrow bring the same momentum that overturned Yunzhou's dining scene. Don't show him any deference and don't treat yourself as his subordinate. Treat him like a client begging you for an investment. All right. Su Yi hung up. He leaned back in his chair and slowly closed his eyes. In his mind, the entire reception process for tomorrow, every detail, every step, every possible dialogue, began to simulate, reorganize, and optimize at a terrifying speed. Ultimately, everything converged into one crystal-clear objective. Tomorrow what he wanted was not Secretary Li's satisfaction. He wanted Secretary Li's awe, and after that, awe, and eagerness that couldn't wait. At 9 o'clock the following morning, several sleek, pitch-black Audi A6 LS-like beasts that had strayed into a muddy swamp crawled painfully along the infamous washboard road at the entrance of Qinghe Village. Each time the wheels sank and lifted, the car would lurch with a violent, teeth-grinding shake. The yellow earth outside the window was churned up, forming a haze under the scorching sun, mercilessly coating the once spotless car bodies. In the convoy, the accompanying town mayor and office director had faces that grew uglier by the second, with fine beads of cold sweat oozing from their foreheads. Only Li and the county party secretary, sitting in the back seat of the lead car, remained calm, his back straight as a ramrod. No matter how the vehicle jolted, his body did not sway. He merely gazed silently through the window, now veiled with a thin layer of dust, observing everything outside. His heart was far from as tranquil as his exterior. Before coming, all he had heard were legends of how Qinghe vegetables had stirred up the provincial capital. But this road before him was like a bucket of ice water poured over his head, extinguishing much of the fervor and expectation that had burned within him. Finally, after enduring a final stretch of torture rivaling an off-road rally, the convoy arrived at the cement-paved courtyard of the Qinghe Village Committee. The car door opened. Lian stepped out first. He was in his early 50s, of medium build, but with sharp eyes. His long tenure in a high position lent him an aura of authority that commanded respect without anger. He did not rush to speak with those who had come to greet him. Instead, he looked around. Very clean. That was his first impression. The main road of the village and the doorsteps of every household had been meticulously swept, with not a speck of debris in sight, and even a few fallen leaves had been gathered into a pile. But this deliberate cleanliness could not conceal the deep-seated poverty. The adobe walls, eroded by wind and rain, were covered in cracks like spiderwebs. The dilapidated wooden houses seemed as if a strong wind could blow them down. The faded, worn-out clothes hanging in the yards silently told the story of the village's decades-long, unchanging destitution. Here there was a stark contrast to the place he had heard of, the one that had stirred the entire high-end market of the province. Li An's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. The expectation that had been dampened by the broken road was now further trampled by the decay before his eyes. Just then Su Yi, who had been waiting in the courtyard, approached with his father Su Weidong and several core members of the village committee. Li An's gaze immediately bypassed the crowd and locked precisely onto the young man at the front. Very young, yet his demeanor was unbelievably composed. Facing the top leader of the entire county, his eyes showed none of the nervousness, awe, or deliberate enthusiasm that ordinary village officials displayed when meeting a superior. This sparked a genuine flicker of surprise in Li, and who had seen all kinds of situations. You must be Comrade Su Yi. Lian extended his hand first, his voice deep and resonant, carrying a special warmth befitting a superior. A top graduate from Qinghe returning to your hometown to build it up. Remarkable. This seemingly ordinary compliment made the town mayor's heart tighten. Hello, Secretary Li. Su Yi reached out and gently shook the hand that held the fate of countless people in the county. Welcome to Qinghe Village to guide our work. His tone was neither humble nor arrogant, as calm as if he were greeting an elder neighbor. Standing behind Su Weidong and third grand uncle and the others watched the scene, and inexplicably the anxiety that had been gripping them eased by half. They suddenly felt that maybe today's affair wasn't as terrifying as they had imagined. After the brief pleasantries, unlike other eager grassroots officials, Su Yi did not immediately steer the leader toward highlight projects or political achievements. He did something that no one expected. He led Li In and his party on a walk through the village. They walked along the bumpy dirt road, looking at the dilapidated old houses. Thus a strange picture emerged. Led by the young man from the village, a group of leading cadres headed by the county party secretary strolled around the village on the uneven yellow earth road. He walked at the front, his voice flat, as if he were stating a fact unrelated to himself. This house belongs to my third grandpa. His son and daughter-in-law are working outside, haven't been back in over a decade. The old couple were taken to the city to look after their grandkids last year, so the house just sits empty. That house belonged to our village's former barefoot doctor. His son passed the college entrance exam, became a doctor in the provincial capital, and took him away. Now that house leaks whenever it rains. And up ahead, those were once prime paddy fields, but now. He pointed to the distant patches of wasteland overgrown with waist-high weeds. The young people don't come back, the old can't farm, so it's just left to waste. It's been like that for 5 or 6 years. He uttered no complaints, no cries of poverty, but simply described the dilapidated old houses and barren land in a calm tone. Yet this calm narration was heavier than any tearful accusation. It laid bare the most real and cruel scar of a corner forgotten by the era of rapid development. The accompanying town mayor was sweating coldly, wanting to interject with some platitudes like, "We've been trying hard," or "There are objective difficulties." But every time the words were stopped by Li Yan's serene, deep gaze. Li Yan said nothing, just listened and watched in silence. His footsteps trod on the soft yellow earth, his eyes sweeping over the cracked walls and barren ridges. His gaze grew deeper, and the disappointment in his heart grew heavier. Finally, at a small three-way junction, the group stopped. Li Yan turned around, his eyes like torches staring straight at and asked directly, "I heard that your village has made a big name in agriculture, even stirring up some people in the provincial capital." His voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable penetrating force. "But what I see before me is a huge contrast. What's going on?" The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Everyone's gaze focused on Yi. The town mayor's heart was in his throat, terrified that the young man might say something wrong. Yet facing the direct inquiry from the top official of the county, a slow, calculated smile spread across Yi's face. "I've been waiting for you to ask that." This was exactly the effect he wanted. First suppress, then elevate, first break, then build. Only by tearing open the bloody past of poverty in front of you could you appreciate the stunning impact of the future about to appear. He did not answer Li Yan's question directly. Instead, he raised his hand and pointed to the southeast corner of the village. "Secretary Li, you've seen our poor past." His voice suddenly became clear and resonant, brimming with powerful confidence. "Now I'd like you to see Qinghe Village's present. And the future." Li Yan turned his head sharply in the direction Yi pointed. The next second, his calm, unruffled pupils contracted sharply. There at the end of the rolling green hills and dilapidated village stood a colossal dome-shaped building, gleaming with a metallic silver luster, like an alien visitor perched imposingly between heaven and earth. The sunlight fell on the science-fiction-like curved surface, reflecting a cold, dazzling light. It formed a tear-like, intensely powerful visual impact against the low, crumbling adobe houses and the barren, impoverished yellow earth. Li Yan was no stranger to grand spectacles. He had led delegations to inspect provincial key projects worth tens of billions and foreign industrial parks at the forefront of technology. The modernity and technological sophistication of those places had once filled him with anxiety over Yilin County's backwardness. Yet the structure before him still delivered a soul-stirring shock unlike anything he had ever experienced. "Secretary Li, this way, please." Yi's voice snapped everyone back from their trance. With complex emotions, the group followed Yi to the seamless, colossal metal door. There was no keyhole, no handle. As everyone wondered how to enter, he pulled a pure black card from his pocket and swiped it lightly over an inconspicuous slot beside the door. A soft beep sounded. With a low hum of energy, the massive door slid silently open to both sides. In that instant, a wave of warm, moist air thick with the scent of lush vegetation and rich soil rushed toward them. It was the smell of life itself, pure, clean, and brimming with invigorating vitality. Everyone, including Li Yan, instinctively halted, drawing a deep breath. Then as they stepped across the threshold, the massive door closed behind them, sealing off the oppressive heat and dust of the outside world. A single step, 2 different worlds. The scene inside left many momentarily stunned. Before their eyes stretched an endless sea of green. Vegetables of every kind grew with wild abandon, almost barbaric in their vigor. Bright red tomatoes hung like strings of agate, emerald cucumbers crowned with blossoms and studded with spines dangled straight down, glossy purple eggplants shone plump and full, row after row of cabbages, their hearts tightly wrapped, seemed to drip with verdant moisture. Above, a simulated canopy cast soft, growth-optimized light, while the air carried a fine mist. Temperature and humidity were maintained at the most comfortable levels for both plants and humans. This, impossible. Agricultural expert Wang Jiangwo rushed to a row of cucumbers, adjusting his glasses as he nearly pressed his face against the vines. He studied the cucumbers, each nearly identical in size and spaced to the centimeter, then looked down. The ground was not soil but a dark brown granular culture medium. He pinched a few grains, rubbing them between his fingers. It was not ordinary planting soil. He raised his head to examine the dense planting density. Between vine and vine, there was almost no gap. This completely defied decades of his professional knowledge. He spun around to face Li, and his voice wavering. Secretary Li, this is unscientific. It violates every known agricultural principle. Wang Zhengwo's emotions ran high as he pointed at the scene, as if defending his faith. Plants need space and light. Planted this densely, they'll compete for sunlight and grow spindly. Our lower leaves will yellow and rot from lack of light. Roots will clash for nutrients and water, leading to massive yield loss or even total crop failure. This is basic common sense. Every farmer knows it. His words stirred fresh doubt in those who had just recovered from the initial shock. True, the expert was right. The crops looked lush, but far too unnaturally so. Li An's gaze sharpened as he turned to Su Yi, awaiting an explanation. Facing the expert's almost roaring challenge, Su Yi's face remained calm. He stepped forward and spoke with effortless composure. Expert Wang, everything you said is correct. But that applies only within the realm of traditional agriculture. He walked to a tomato plant, gently parted the thick leaves, and revealed an extremely fine, translucent tube connected to the root. Here there is no competition. Su Yi pointed at the tube, explaining to the group. This is called the Individual Precision Nutrient Supply System. Each plant, from the moment it is a seed, has its own nutrient pipeline linked to its roots. At every growth stage, the central computer precisely formulates what it needs and how much, delivering it 247. They don't waste energy rooting or competing, they only do one thing: grow. He looked up at the vast open ceiling. As for light, that's even less an issue. This is the full environmental simulation system. We can replicate the light, temperature, and humidity of any season, any time, any region. Every ray of light here is precisely calculated to ensure each leaf enjoys the most efficient photosynthesis. His calm explanation left the listeners in a fog, yet deeply impressed. Wang Zhengwo opened his mouth, 1,000 whys flashing through his mind, but he found himself utterly unable to ask any. Every word from Su Yi exceeded his knowledge. Seeing the lingering skepticism on their faces, Su Yi smiled. By the way, let me demonstrate our harvesting process. He stepped to a control terminal nearby and tapped lightly on a glowing screen. A low mechanical hum followed. Above, a track slid silently open along the ceiling, and several silver mechanical arms descended swiftly like agile spiders. Under everyone's astonished gaze, precision sensors extended from the arms' tips, red beams scanning the tomato plants. In the next instant, with a series of sharp swishes, laser cutters at the ends of the arms precisely severed each ripe tomato's stem at a speed imperceptible to the eye. Fast, accurate, decisive. Below, a collection trough lined with soft cushioning caught the tomatoes securely, sending them via conveyor belt to the sorting workshop. The entire process flowed seamlessly, a blend of sci-fi and brutal elegance. Then from the side, a box of neatly packed tomatoes arrived on the conveyor belt, stacked in perfect order. A dead silence fell. Everyone's mind went blank, overwhelmed by the surreal scene. After the tour in the rest lounge, the atmosphere was heavy with silence. Each person held a cup of tea, but none drank. Expert Wang Zhengwo sat listlessly, his eyes hollow, still processing the world-shattering display. The town mayor and other staff kept stealing glances at Lian, and then at the composed Su Yi, scarcely daring to breathe. A sharp clap broke the stagnant air. Lian slapped his thigh hard and stood up. The scrutiny in his eyes when he first saw Su Yi was gone, replaced by a burning, undisguised admiration. Comrade Su Yi, you've given me a tremendous surprise today. His voice rang with genuine appreciation. I've traveled to many places and seen countless projects, but you're the first to take agriculture to such an extreme, to the realm of science fiction. Remarkable, truly remarkable. This high praise instantly thawed the tense atmosphere, making it warm and lively. The town mayor quickly nodded in agreement, still not fully recovered from his shock. Lian paced a few steps, then shifted his tone, his gaze turning deep and sincere. Such a fine project and advanced technology settling in Huyuan County is our great fortune. But I also know that the finer the golden phoenix, the higher the demands on the parasol tree. It is our duty as local government to cultivate that tree. He stopped and looked at Su Yi, earnestly, naturally steering toward the real issue. Don't hold back. Funding, policy approvals. Anything the county can provide, I'll approve on the spot today. For the development of Qinghe Village, all departments and personnel must give you a green light. At this moment, Su Yi knew the opportunity he had been waiting for had arrived. He didn't want the leader's help, he wanted the leader's eager investment. A slight calculated smile touched his lips. He spoke with casual indifference, as if mentioning a trivial matter. Secretary Li, there is indeed one The moment Su Yi uttered those words, it was as if the breath of everyone in the entire lounge had been suspended for an instant. The warm and cordial atmosphere that had just filled the room instantly became focused and solemn. The accompanying town mayor's heart leaped into his throat, and the cold sweat that had just subsided on his back burst forth anew. He feared that Su Yi, young and impetuous, might make some unrealistic demand in front of the top leader that would embarrass everyone. Only Lian still wore an appreciative smile. He made a gesture for Su Yi to speak, his eyes brimming with encouragement. Speak freely. He was curious to see what challenge this young man who had so impressed him would present. Su-yi met Li An's gaze and pointed out the window. There lay the direction of the dilapidated village they had just passed through. It's the road leading out of our village. Lian paused, then gave a knowing chuckle. His mind immediately recalled the painful experience that morning when the black Audi A6L had crawled along the washboard road, nearly rattling his organs loose. He turned abruptly, his eyes like lightning striking his attending staff. This road absolutely needs repair. It's outrageous. His voice was not loud but carried the weight of 1,000 pounds, making every cadre present tremble inwardly. After we return, draft a plan immediately and initiate the project. Li An's decisive on-the-spot ruling showcased the top leader's resolute style. We'll build a concrete road for Qinghe Village according to the county's highest standards for village connectivity. Quality and timeline must be guaranteed. I want the construction team on site next month. The town mayor, flushed with excitement, rose quickly to express gratitude on behalf of the town and village. But just as he opened his mouth, Secretary Li Su-yi's voice rang out calmly, once more cutting off the mayor's words with an undeniable firmness. All eyes in the lounge turned back to him. Su-yi stood up, straight-faced Li An's slightly surprised look, and spoke clearly word by word. Thank you for your concern, but we don't want a concrete road. We want to go all the way. His voice rose sharply, filled with unwavering determination. Build a high-grade asphalt road with 2 lanes in each direction, capable of handling heavy trucks, connecting directly to the national highway. Hiss. The room filled with the unmistakable sound of sharp intakes of breath. 2 lanes in each direction. High-grade asphalt road. Directly to the national highway. This kid must be crazy. The town mayor's eyes bulged, his mouth agape, unable to close for a long time. Having the county build a concrete road was already an immense favor. How dare he be picky? This wasn't building a village road. It was building a county-level highway, nearly provincial standard. How much would that cost? How could the county budget approve such a fantastical project? Even Li An's brows knitted deeply. He admitted he admired Su-yi and was willing to give him full support. But this demand indeed exceeded normal bounds, almost like asking for the moon. Yet before he could respond, Su-yi's next words dropped like a depth charge into a calm lake. The money for the road. He paused, his gaze sweeping over every stunned face in the room, finally settling on Lian. His voice was steady but earth-shattering. We at Qinghe Village will find a way to pay for it ourselves. The village doesn't need a single cent from the county. We just hope the government can facilitate the planning and approval process. At these words, everyone's minds went completely blank. Lian too was utterly stunned by Su-yi's astonishing declaration. His sharp eyes, which had judged countless people, locked onto Su-yi's face, as if trying to see through the young man completely. After a full half-minute, he spoke slowly, his voice low and carrying a forceful scrutiny. Comrade Xiao Su, do you realize what you just said? From Qinghe Village to the national highway is at least a dozen kilometers. According to your standards, that investment is no small sum. Are you sure your village has that financial capability? This was no longer a simple question, but a test-laden interrogation. The air seemed to freeze. Everyone's heart was in their throat. Yet facing the immense pressure from the county's top leader, Su-yi's face showed no panic. He met Li An's probing gaze, nodded calmly and firmly. I am sure. No further explanation. Just those 3 simple words. But the unshakable confidence and composure emanating from his very bones, unruffled, even if the mountain crumbles, were more convincing than any number. It was like a divine pillar stabilizing the sea, instantly quelling all doubts. Li An's heart jolted. He could naturally see that this young man was not boasting, nor was he joking. After recognizing this, Li An's look at Su-yi changed completely. The last shred of doubt in his mind vanished. In its place was an unprecedented excitement and anticipation. A project where they would pay for a high-standard asphalt road themselves. What did that mean? It meant the project's prospects were enormously promising. This wasn't just a gold mine. It was a mountain of gold. If he could nurture this gold mountain during his tenure, what a brilliant political achievement it would be. With that thought, Lian stopped worrying about funding and shifted his mind to execution. What about the construction team? For such a big project, have you considered how to proceed with construction? Su-yi was about to mention his preliminary idea of public bidding to select qualified companies. But Lian smiled and waved his hand, proposing a plan before Su-yi could speak. How about this? Li An's tone became very cordial, even considerate of Su-yi's interests. For a project this size, quality and speed are key. If you look for contractors yourselves, the quality could be uneven and problems might arise. Let me recommend one. Our county's urban construction group. At the mention of that name, the town mayor's eyes went wide. That was Yilin County's most capable and technically superior state-owned construction enterprise. They undertook the county's most important municipal projects. Ordinary jobs couldn't even hire them. Lian looked at Su-yi with a warm smile and continued, they are our county's best state-owned construction team. They have the technology, equipment, and sense of responsibility. You provide the funds, the government will coordinate and let them do a construction agency for you. How about that? Construction agency. Su Yi's heart stirred. He immediately grasped Li An's profound intention. This seemingly simple recommendation was actually a great favor and powerful support. Having the government coordinate and the Urban Construction Group act as the construction agency not only solved the problem of finding a contractor. More importantly, this was a project personally assigned and pushed by the secretary himself. With the secretary's backing every step, road planning, land acquisition, and approval procedures would have smooth sailing. No clueless department or individual would dare cause trouble. This cleared all visible and invisible obstacles at once. That would be wonderful. Su Yi immediately showed gratitude and said sincerely, Secretary Li, you've solved our biggest problem. We fully trust the government's arrangements. His thanks came from the heart. He knew that Lian was demonstrating his sincerity through action. Good, good. Seeing Su Yi so cooperative, Lian said two goods with satisfaction. Dealing with smart people was so easy. He stepped forward and patted Su Yi's shoulder firmly, the solid feel satisfying him even more. All right, the road matter is settled. He'll have the CEO of the construction group contact you directly soon. Lian pushed the decision through efficiently, then shifted gears, his smile turning more meaningful. However, he drew out the word, his gaze sweeping everyone in the room and finally resting on Su Yi. Since the funds are all coming from Qinghe Village, the county can't just stand by. We need to offer some other tangible support. Li An's words, we must provide some tangible support, were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up a silent maelstrom in the small restroom. Those whose minds had just been shaken by the mention of agent construction and self-funded road repairs once again held their breath. Everyone's gaze, including that of the town mayor, who was utterly numb and unsure of what expression to wear, was firmly fixed on Leon. Their eyes held anticipation, fervor, and even a hint of disbelief. The top official of the county had not only agreed on the spot to build a high-standard asphalt road for the village, but had also proactively coordinated the strongest state-owned construction team to handle the project, clearing all obstacles. This was already an immense favor and support. Now he said he still had more to offer. What else could he give? How else could he support them? The restroom was so quiet that each person could hear the frantic pounding of their own heart. Lian's gaze remained fixed on Su Yi, his undisguised admiration almost overflowing. I've made a decision. He looked around the room, finally settling his eyes on Su Yi. From today onward, the county will establish a special task force for Qinghe Village's development, which I, Lian, will personally lead. As Lian's words fell, the town mayor's mind felt as if a bomb had exploded, leaving him dazed. A special task force. The secretary personally taking charge. What did this mean? It meant that from today, the Qinghe Village project would become the highest priority, #1 project in Yilin County. It meant that from now on, any department or procedure would give it a green light, overcoming all obstacles. This wasn't just support, it was like directly granting Qinghe Village an imperial sort of authority. Seeing a glint of light flash in Su Yi's eyes, Lian felt even more satisfied and promptly dropped the second bombshell. At the same time, on behalf of the County Party Committee and government, I hereby award Qinghe Village the title of Yilin County Rural Reform Pilot Zone. As long as you don't cross the red line of the law, you are allowed to boldly experiment and forge ahead. The county government will provide comprehensive protection for your development. As his words fell, the room fell into dead silence. If the previous decision was like giving Qinghe Village an imperial sword, then this Reform Pilot Zone title was like granting them a shield of immunity. Even Su Yi's heart skipped a heavy beat. He had anticipated many outcomes, but the best he had hoped for was just Lian agreeing to the road repairs and facilitating the procedures. He never imagined that Lian's boldness would be so immense. A special task force. A reform pilot zone. This was the core support, truly worth a fortune and impossible to buy with money. This was no longer just about building a road, it was directly paving a path to success for Qinghe Village's future. He stood up, his face filled with undeniable, heartfelt gratitude. Secretary Li, thank you. Thank you for the trust of the County Party Committee and government. We will definitely live up to your expectations. His voice was resolute and powerful. I'll sit down and talk. Lian smiled and gestured for Su Yi to sit, his demeanor no longer that of a superior, but more like an elder appreciating a younger generation. He looked at Su Yi, his tone becoming caring. This is all earned by you. However, he shifted the topic, speaking in a consultative tone. Your early investments in greenhouses and RD must have been substantial. Now building the road requires a large sum of money. The county must also consider your cash flow pressure. This pivot stirred a subtle feeling in Su Yi's heart. Lian continued, all right, I'll give you the most practical preferential policy. For your Qinghe Village High-Tech Agriculture Co., Ltd., starting this year, all taxes will be exempted for the first 3 years. For the following 2 years, taxes will be halved. This will help you get through the toughest initial period. This decision was entirely Lian's impromptu idea. In his view, any promising startup needed incubation and support in its early stages. Offering a 3-year exemption and 2-year halving tax policy was his habitual thinking and standard procedure as a local leader to foster enterprise growth. He believed this was the most practical help he could provide. However, he didn't know. This decision, which he considered just as standard procedure, was an enormous, unexpected delight for Su-yi. Su-yi was genuinely stunned. If the political support he had received earlier was within his plans and expectations earned by the value of the super farm, then this 3-year exemption and 2-year halving was a gift from heaven, pure generosity. He himself knew best just how terrifyingly profitable Qinghe Agriculture Company would be. The value of this 3-year tax exemption was immeasurable. This was like having a pillow delivered just as he felt drowsy. Su-yi quickly recovered, suppressing the ecstasy in his heart. He immediately stood up and proactively extended his hand. Seeing this, Lian also stood up with a smile and firmly grasped the young, yet steady hand. Secretary Li. Su-yi's face showed just the right amount of excitement and gratitude, his voice even more sincere than before. Thank you so much. I really can't thank you enough. With your words and such strong support from the county, if our village doesn't achieve something remarkable, we would be too ashamed to face you. These words expressed gratitude for the unexpected gift and reaffirmed their determination to work and achieve. They were neither servile nor arrogant, passionate, yet composed. Haha, excellent. Lian was very satisfied. He patted the back of Su-yi's hand, firmly looking at the young man before him, liking him more and more. This trip had been incredibly worthwhile. The two exchanged smiles, and everything was understood without words. This meeting ended with everyone delighted. Half an hour later, several Audi A6Ls, covered in thick dust, awkwardly turned around at the village entrance and drove onto the bumpy road that was soon to become history. The oppression and disappointment of the arrival had long been replaced by the excitement and anticipation of departure. In the back seat of the lead car, Lian leaned back, feeling the violent jolts of the vehicle, yet showing no impatience on his face. Instead, a faint smile. He turned to his secretary in the passenger seat and issued orders in an unquestioning tone. Xiao Wang, take this down. First, tonight, compile the findings of this research trip into a meeting summary and send it to all county party committee members and heads of relevant units by tomorrow morning. Second, call President Zhou of the Urban Construction Group immediately. The secretary immediately took out a notebook and pen, sitting upright. Li An's voice rang out clearly in the bumpy car. Tell him to personally bring the best design team and the best engineering team from the group to Qinghe Village tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning to liaise with Comrade Su-yi and fully cooperate to get the road built. The next day at the break of dawn, the only dirt road connecting Qinghe Village to the outside world was shattered by the deep roar of engines. 3 black off-road vehicles bearing the logo of Yilin County Urban Construction Group, followed by an engineering survey truck laden with sophisticated instruments, formed a compact convoy that rumbled over the uneven ground and parked before the village committee's courtyard. The door opened, and a slightly stout, bespectacled man with gold-rimmed glasses exuding a refined and affable demeanor stepped down first. He was Zhou Yi, general manager of the Yilin County Urban Construction Group. The previous night, just after finishing a social engagement and returning home, he received a call from Secretary Li's assistant. Upon hearing the secretary's unequivocal directive, Zhou Yi's intoxication vanished instantly. He summoned the group's top design and engineering teams overnight and rushed over at the crack of dawn. A direct appointment by the secretary himself, delivered in a tone of at all costs. This was the first time in Zhou Yi's career. General Manager, Zhou, you've had a long journey. Su-yi, who had been waiting at the entrance with his father Su Weidong and several village cadres, stepped forward with a beaming smile. Secretary Su, you're too kind. Zhou Yi quickly extended both hands and firmly clasped Su-yi's. Before coming, he had already gathered some information through his own channels about this young village party secretary in Qinghe Village. Upon learning of this secretary-led special task force, and that the village is funding the construction of a high-standard asphalt road itself, any trace of condescension he might have harbored toward a mere village official instantly dissipated. This was no village official. This was a veritable god of wealth draped in the guise of a village cadre, pure gold and silver. After brief pleasantries, Su Weidong and the other cadres assumed they would first invite the leader into the meeting room for tea and a briefing following standard protocol. Yet Su-yi cut straight to the chase. With a wave of his hand, he gestured toward the winding mountain road beyond the village. General Manager Zhou, let's skip the formalities. I know nothing about road construction, but you are the county's top experts. Su-yi's gaze was sincere, his tone full of respect for professionalism. So let's go to the site first. Well, examine every inch of the dozen kilometers from the village entrance to the national highway. You provide the most professional and efficient plan. How to build it, how much it will cost, how long it will take, and well, fully cooperate. These words warmed Zhou Yi's heart, who had been prepared with a full repertoire of polite formalities. He relished dealing with clients who respected expertise and avoided meddling. Excellent. Secretary Su, you're a straightforward man. Zhou Yi nodded promptly, then turned to his team. Everyone grab your equipment. Let's go. From here, measure meter by meter. I want all geological, hydrological, and slope data. At his command, the elite team of the Urban Construction Group sprang into action. Drones buzzed into the sky, capturing the most precise topographic maps from above. Engineers scurried across the hills and fields with handheld GPS devices and laser rangefinders recording every critical coordinate point. A specialized geological survey team set up drills at key road sections, extracting soil samples to analyze the bearing capacity of the ground. Su Weidong and the others accompanied them, watching these professionals wield equipment they had never even seen, carrying out complex and meticulous work. Su Weihua tried several times to approach and ask questions, but was stopped by Su's stern glances. Professional matters should be left to professionals. Staying out of the way is the greatest support. The survey lasted the entire morning. It was not until the sun had begun to tilt westward that all data was compiled, and the group finally returned to the village committee's meeting room. Inside the meeting room, a massive engineering blueprint was spread across the table. Standing before it, Zhou Yi adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. His face bore the weariness of completing a formidable task, but his eyes gleamed with exceptional brightness. Pointing to the winding route marked in red on the blueprint, he spoke in a low, steady voice. Secretary Su, after our on-site survey and data analysis this morning, we have a preliminary plan. In the meeting room, everyone instinctively straightened up and held their breath. Su Weidong's hands clenched nervously. He knew the critical moment had arrived. Zhou Yi's finger traced slowly across the blueprint, his voice calm and professional. The straight-line distance from the village entrance to the national highway is 12 kilometers, but considering the mountain terrain and engineering difficulties, the optimal route runs 14.3 kilometers in total. To meet your high standard, a two-way four-lane road capable of supporting heavy trucks, we need extensive earth excavation and backfilling, and in some sections small bridges and retaining walls must be constructed. The workload is enormous. He did not bombard them with complex jargon. Instead, he stated the challenges in the most straightforward terms. After finishing, he took a deep breath, swept his gaze across Su's face, and finally uttered the figure that embodied the entire team's efforts. After roughly calculating all material, labor, machinery, and management costs, the final recommended plan is... He paused. The entire meeting room fell so silent that a pin drop could be heard. Total cost 120 million yuan. Estimated construction period 5 months. 120 million. That number struck the small room like a nuclear bomb. Su Weidong's mind went blank. He was utterly dazed. His mouth hung open, his eyes bulged like copper bells, and he still clutched his teacup, staring at Zhou Yi, as if hearing a fairy tale. 100 million. With an extra 20 million. To build a road. If that money were converted into 100 yuan notes, it would fill a truck. The other village cadres turned pale like geese with their necks pinched, barely daring to breathe. The atmosphere in the room instantly froze to an icy standstill. Zhou Yi and his team members also looked nervously at Su Yi. They feared that this astronomical figure would scare off the young village party secretary. After all, this was just a village road. In the county's entire annual infrastructure budget, few projects could top this amount. If this young god of wealth fled, the task personally assigned by the secretary would be ruined. Zhou Yi's Adam's apple bobbed as he mentally rehearsed a long speech about, you get what you pay for, quality is the foundation for a century, and this price is absolutely worth it, ready to salvage the situation. Yet against all expectations. Facing this astronomical price that would make any township leader recoil, Su Yi's face showed not the slightest ripple. He didn't even frown. Amid the deathly silence, he calmly lifted his teacup, took a gentle sip, and set it down. Then, raising his head to meet Zhou Yi's anxious gaze, he nodded decisively. Okay, the price is fine. His tone was as flat as buying a few heads of cabbage at the market. Puff, cough, cough. Su Weidong choked on his tea, spraying it out, his face flushing crimson as he coughed violently. The entire urban construction group team stood frozen, as if turned to stone. Zhou Yi's prepared speech clogged in his throat like a wad of cotton. He couldn't utter a single word. He stood there momentarily at a loss for how to respond. That's it. He agreed just like that. Not even a counteroffer. This was 120 million, not 12,000. Just as Zhou Yi's mind was still rebooting, thinking the deal had gone through with shocking ease. Su Yi tapped his fingers lightly on the table, producing 2 crisp, rap sounds that snapped everyone back to reality. He spoke again, his tone still tranquil. The plan and the money, no problem. But I have one small additional request. A small request. Zhou Yi's heart suddenly leaped into his throat. Years of professional experience told him that the more readily a client paid, the more outlandish their demands tended to be. He had already steeled himself for a thorny problem. However, Su Yi simply tapped his finger lightly on the words, estimated construction period 5 months, on the blueprint. President Zhou, I have no objections to the plan or the price. But this timeline, can it be accelerated? As his words fell, the conference room plunged into another deathly silence. Accelerated. Zhou Yi froze, and so did the chief engineer behind him. They had imagined countless possible demands, but never that the client would challenge the schedule. 5 months. In our view, that's already remarkably fast, blurted out the chief engineer. a veteran technician in his 50s with sun-darkened skin and decades of experience. Secretary Su, do you think 5 months is too long? 14 kilometers of high-standard asphalt road, massive earthworks plus bridges and culverts. 5 months is already lightning speed in this industry. Zhou Yi snapped back to reality, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses and explaining with a professional tone. Yes, Secretary Su. 5 months is the optimal solution we derived after balancing efficiency, cost, and quality. Of course, shortening the timeline isn't impossible. He shifted his tone, turning serious. But that would require substantially increasing our construction crews and machinery to work on multiple sections simultaneously. As a result, cost would skyrocket along an extremely steep curve. Zhou Yi's words were tactful, but his meaning was clear. Faster was possible, but it would cost, and cost a lot. He believed any rational client would grasp the trade-off and abandon such an impractical idea. Yet Su Yi seemed oblivious to the intricate cost theory. He merely lifted his eyes, calm as a deep pool, and fixed them on Zhou Yi. President Zhou, I don't understand engineering. His voice was low, yet it silenced the entire room. Su Yi leaned forward slightly like a leopard poised to strike and asked word by word. I only want to know. Fastest possible time. Highest possible cost. Zhou Yi's Adam's apple bobbed violently. He was struck speechless by those two brutally simple questions. He instinctively turned to exchange a glance with the chief engineer. Both saw shock and bewilderment in each other's eyes. The chief engineer immediately understood, seized his laptop, and began typing furiously, pulling up a complex project scheduling software. Zhou Yi leaned in, and the two of them huddled together, whispering urgently over the dense data and progress bars on the screen. Minutes felt like an eternity. Finally, Zhou Yi bolted upright, removed his gold-rimmed glasses, wiped the thin film of sweat that had appeared on the lenses with his sleeve, and put them back on. He took a deep breath as if about to announce a verdict. Secretary Su. 3 months. At most we can compress the timeline to 3 months. Zhou Yi's gaze locked onto Su Yi's face as he revealed the price for this extreme speed. But the total cost will increase by at least 60 million yuan in expediting expenses on top of the original 120 million. The final total will reach 180 million. After uttering the figure, Zhou Yi felt utterly drained. He offered that number partly as an estimate, partly as a final professional deterrent. He couldn't believe, that anyone would throw in an extra 60 million just to save 2 months. That sum could build an entire building in the county seat. Yet after hearing the astronomical figure, Su Yi's face remained expressionless. There wasn't even a ripple in his deep eyes. In the suffocating silence of everyone's gaze, he suddenly smiled. The smile was light and carefree, as if he'd just heard a perfectly ordinary quote at a vegetable market. He leaned back comfortably in his chair, interlaced his fingers, and rested his hands lightly on the table. With the tone of ending a discussion, he decisively sealed the deal. Good. 180 million, 3 months. President Zhou, prepare the contract. A boom exploded in Su Weidong's mind. He could no longer control himself. He shot up from his chair, then legs giving way, thudded back down the chair, screeching against the floor. The entire urban construction group team was petrified. Zhou Yi's prepared final explanations about cost overruns lodged in his throat like a huge wad of cotton, unable to utter a single word. He stood there, mind blank, utterly at a loss for how to respond. That's it, he agreed, without even bargaining. That was a 60 million premium, not 6,000. Secretary Su. Zhou Yi's voice was parched. He wondered if he'd misheard. Are you sure? 180 million. I am sure. Su Yi's tone was calm, yet carried an unshakable decisiveness. The 60 million cost increase represented merely a few days' revenue from his super ecological farm. And using a few days of farm revenue to shave 2 months off the timeline to complete the system task 2 months earlier, absolutely worth it. He didn't even glance at Zhou Yi again. Instead, he calmly took a pre-printed blank contract template from his briefcase and placed it gently in the center of the table. On it, 2 bright red seals were already stamped: Qinghe Village Villagers Committee and Qinghe High-Tech Agriculture Co. Ltd. At that moment, Zhou Yi finally understood. He had been terribly wrong from the very start. The contract was signed on the spot. When Zhou Yi, clutching the contract worth 180 million with a 3-month deadline, climbed into his SUV heading back to the county seat, he still felt as if he were walking on clouds, dizzy and unreal. He turned to look out the window at the dilapidated villages speeding backward, then at the steaming contract in his hand. Only one thought filled his mind: this world has gone mad. Just then his pocket vibrated with a buzzing sound. Zhou Yi pulled out his phone. The name flashing on the screen jolted him instantly. All his dazedness vanished, and he sat up straight. The caller ID read Secretary Lin. He took a deep breath, cleared his throat, and answered respectfully. Hello, Secretary Li. On the other end came Li An's gentle, concerned voice. Xiaozhou, sorry to call you so late. How did the meeting for the Qinghe Village Road project go today? How are the negotiations? Zhou Yi clutched his phone tightly, the cold frame slick with the sweat from his palms. He forcibly suppressed his pounding heart, reporting in as steady a voice as possible. Report secretary. It went very smoothly. The contract has been signed. Oh. On the other end of the phone, Li An's tone carried a hint of relieved satisfaction. Good, I'm glad my efforts to broker this deal for you weren't in vain. After your on-site survey, what price did you finally quote? Can the village accept it? Here it comes. Zhou Yi's heart clenched. He could sense from Li An's question the great importance Lian placed on the Qinghe Village project. Thinking of the final contract price, cold sweat burst out on Zhou Yi's forehead. He licked his dry lips and forced himself to report to the phone word by word. Report secretary. The final contract price is 180 million yuan. Silence on the other end. A deathly silence. The previously gentle voice vanished without a trace, replaced by a suffocating stillness before a storm. Inside the off-road vehicle, the air seemed to freeze. He could even clearly hear the frantic thumping of his own heart. Every second felt like being fried in a pan of oil. A full dozen seconds passed before Li N's voice sounded again, but his tone was now as cold as ice, carrying the suppressed fury before a volcanic eruption. How much did you say? 180 million yuan. Zhou. A village road of just over 10 kilometers, and your city construction group quotes me 180 million. Li An's voice suddenly rose, each word like a steel needle piercing Zhou Yi's eardrums. Do you think Li An's face is that easy to use, using me as a front to inflate prices and fleece the big spenders? Boom. The accusation of fleecing the big spenders struck Zhou Yi like a 1,000-pound hammer, leaving him dizzy and terrified. Startled, he almost bounced off his seat, shouting into the phone in explanation, "No, secretary. Listen to me. This is absolutely not us quoting randomly." Zhou Yi spoke rapidly, without daring to pause, pouring out the entire negotiation process, like beans from a bamboo tube. Our initial proposal was a 5-month construction period with a total cost of 120 million. This price was absolutely fair, covering all materials, labor, and design. But Secretary Su was not satisfied with the construction period. He demanded we shorten the period at all costs, eventually compressing it from 5 months to 3. Secretary, you've worked on projects too. You know what this means. It means we have to invest more manpower and equipment. Management costs, material scheduling costs, and machinery will all increase exponentially. That extra 60 million is not our profit, it's all the real costs we have to sink into the accelerated work. It was Secretary Su himself, who proposed using 60 million to buy a 2-month reduction in the construction period. After finishing in one breath, Zhou Yi felt as if he had collapsed, slumping into his seat, gasping heavily. The sweat in his palms had made the phone's back cover slick. He held the phone nervously, awaiting Li An's final judgment. On the other end of the phone, there was another long silence. But this silence was completely different from before. If the previous one was born from rage over the price, this one was a deeper, indescribable shock. After a long while, Lian finally spoke slowly, word by word, his voice low, but with an unprecedented solemnity. "I understand." The voice on the phone was unreadable, but Zhou Yi keenly felt that the secretary's anger had dissipated. Lian continued, "Little Zhou, remember this. From now on, treat the Qinghe Village project as the top benchmark project of our Yilin County." "No." Li An's tone suddenly intensified. "Treat it as the lifeline project of your city construction group this year. In 3 months, I want to see a flawless road. No problems whatsoever with the quality. Do you understand?" "Understood. Understood. Rest assured, secretary." Zhou Yi immediately straightened up and promised loudly. "Good, go ahead." The call ended. Zhou Yi let out a long sigh, feeling as if he had just been pulled out of water. He leaned back against the seat, turning his head to watch the night scenery rapidly receding outside the window, the secretary's final decisive orders still echoing in his mind. Top benchmark project. Lifeline project. He knew that the young man named Su Yi had, in a way he completely could not understand, utterly changed the county's top leader's view on this project. County Party Secretary's office. Lian hung up the phone but did not sit down. Instead, he paced back and forth in the spacious office. The initial anger had long vanished from his face, replaced by a mixture of shock, excitement, and even a hint of complexity. 180 million. 60 million just to buy 2 months. Lian had struggled through half a lifetime in society, seen rich people, seen arrogant people, but never seen someone spend money like this. What did this mean? It meant that in Su Yi's plan, opening the road 2 months earlier would create value far exceeding 60 million. What exactly was he going to do? The more Lian thought, the more excited he became. He realized that his previous emphasis on Qinghe Village was still far from enough. And just as Lian's thoughts were surging back at Qinghe Village's village committee, it was completely dark and the meeting room was brightly lit. Su Yi had just seen off Zhou Yi and his team, who were so excited they could hardly find their way, and was about to return to his office to organize today's thoughts. Suddenly the meeting room door was shoved open with a bang. Just a crack. Village Director Su Weigua poked his big head in, first sneakily glancing left and right, then tiptoed in and closed the door behind him. He trotted over to Su Yi, trying to lower his voice, but still booming like a bell. "Secretary. Young Secretary Su." Su Wei said with a look of excitement mixed with anxiety. Mysteriously, the batch of kids you called back, the first group of over a dozen, have all arrived. They're all standing around in the village committee meeting room like headless flies, chattering away with no idea why they were called back. Upon hearing this, he put down the documents in his hand, revealing a knowing smile. He stood up, patted Su Wei on the shoulder. Come on, let's go take a look. Sui's gaze turned toward the pitch-black night outside the door, the corner of his mouth curving slightly upward. I need to have a good talk with them. The village committee meeting room. Sui stepped inside. The noisy chatter filling the room was abruptly severed by an invisible hand, the hum of voices dissolving into absolute silence. Dozens of gazes snapped onto him in unison. Those young men in their early 20s sprang from their chairs, almost reflexively, their movements carrying a long-lost restraint. Dust from their long journey still clung to their clothes, and at their feet sat bulging burlap sacks. Yet in their youthful eyes excitement and curiosity brimmed like magma ready to overflow. Xiaoyi, you're finally here. A young man with a crew cut and sharp, lively eyes hurried over, his smile full of familiarity. His name was Su Yang, considered the most urbanized among them, the one who had made it the furthest outside. Got held up by something. Su Yi smiled and patted his shoulder, his gaze sweeping across everyone present, nodding to each in greeting. Xiangzi, you're darker and stronger too. Alan, you've grown even prettier out there. He called out each person's name with ease, and a few simple pleasantries quickly dissolved the distance born from long separation. The tension in the crowd eased, and the atmosphere in the meeting room grew lively again. Everyone bombarded him with questions, their words filled with amazement at the changes in their hometown. Xiao Yigu, the road at the village entrance. Are they really going to build it like you told my dad? Good heavens, a 4-lane road both ways. When my dad told me over the phone, I nearly thought he was drunk. Su Yang raised his hand, signaling everyone to quiet down. His shrewd eyes fixed on Sui. He licked his dry lips and finally asked the question that weighed on everyone's mind, the most crucial and baffling one. By the way, Xiaoyi, let me ask you something. His voice dropped unconsciously, carrying a strange solemnity. That Qinghe vegetables, that's all the rage in the province now. I heard top-tier hotels charge several hundred for a single cold dish. Su Yang's Adam's apple bobbed violently as he swallowed hard. From the name, could it be grown in our village? The moment the words fell, the entire meeting room fell silent again. Everyone held their breath, their eyes locked on Su Yi, waiting for the final answer. Under the weight of all those gazes, Su Yi's smile remained unchanged. He simply nodded slightly. You guessed right. Qinghe vegetables. Origin, Qinghe Village. Boom. Though they had suspected it, hearing Su Yi confirm it struck like a thunderclap, exploding in every young mind. Holy crap. It's really from our village. I knew it. Qinghe. The name sounds so familiar. After a brief silence, exclamations and commotion erupted, impossible to contain. The way they looked at Su Yi had changed. Su Yang's face flushed with excitement. He stepped closer, his voice trembling noticeably. A single dish can sell for hundreds. My God, the profit margin is unimaginable. Then, how much money can our village make in a month from this? The question was more direct and blunt, yet it was the ultimate answer everyone present desperately wanted. Su Yi looked at their eyes filled with overwhelming curiosity and shock and smiled. Instead of answering directly, he raised one finger, studying them with obvious amusement. Take a guess. Su Yi spoke first, estimating using his boldest urban logic at least 5 million net profit a month. 5 million. Brother Yang, you're underestimating Xiao Yigu, countered another young man immediately. I'd say at least 10 million. 10 million. The number alone made many gasp sharply. Su Yi just smiled and shook his head. Su Yang's heart pounded. Summoning his wildest imagination, he blurted out a figure he himself found absurd. Could it be tens of millions? This time everyone was stunned, shaking their heads, repeatedly thinking the guess was too insane. However, Su Yi's smile beneath the bright lights remained as calm and carefree as ever. He spoke slowly, his tone as indifferent as if he were saying he'd had 2 bowls of rice for dinner. Monthly turnover. He paused, giving everyone a moment where their hearts seemed to stop. Roughly, just about 1 billion. 1 billion. The meeting room fell into deathly silence. Su Yang's mouth hung open, his eyes as wide as bells, his expression frozen solid like a statue, instantly turned to stone. His mind buzzed blank. He had imagined many possibilities. Millions. Tens of millions. Even his boldest guess was 100 million. But he never expected that from Su Yi's mouth would come a number that completely shattered his 30 years of life experience. 1 billion. And he said just about. Hiss. Someone let out a long, drawn-out gasp, as if draining all the air from their lungs. The sound was a signal. Instantly, gasps rippled through the room, one after another. The girl called Alan clamped her hand over her mouth to stifle a scream, but her beautiful eyes already brimmed with tears of sheer shock. Su Chang's dark face turned pale. He instinctively stepped back, his heel striking a chair leg with a dull thud, yet he felt nothing. In their entire lives they had never seen, nor even dared to dream of such a colossal number. It completely shattered their entire concept of money. All their previous confusion about the future, the hardships of struggling in big cities, the penny pinching over a few thousand yuan a month. All of it seemed so pale, so laughable, as insignificant as a speck of dust before the unit of 1 billion. Su-yi looked at the utterly stunned crowd and slowly withdrew his finger. He broke the silence. Now you understand why I was so eager to call everyone back. His tone turned serious like a heavy hammer striking each heart. The village is developing rapidly. We've already set up a company, Qinghe Village High-Tech Agriculture Co., Ltd. But right now it's basically an empty shell. We have money projects and the best products. His gaze swept slowly across every face, carrying an undeniable force. But we lack people. People we can trust, who are reliable, who can build an empire together with us. Our own people. So the skills you learned outside, it's time to bring them back and use them for your own home. Su-yi's words branded themselves deep into everyone's hearts. Then he began assigning tasks one by one. Work he had previously handled himself, alongside jaw-dropping salaries and a few words of encouragement. When the dazed crowd each left with their imperial edict, Su-yi let out a long breath. The days of being a lone commander were finally over. That night these first returnees lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Each mind replayed the evening's experience over and over. Everything felt like a dream. Finally, several who enjoyed making short videos could no longer contain themselves. They grabbed their phones from the pillow, unlocked them, and opened the familiar short video app. They edited the random footage they had taken upon returning to the village and uploaded the videos online. One of the videos was titled, "Is This Really a Village? You Won't Believe It." Qinghe Village. The next day dawned unusually early. Golden sunlight pierced through the morning mist, lazily spilling into the village committee's meeting room. A room full of young people, their eyes rimmed with red, forced themselves to stay alert. The air was thick with a blend of exhilaration and anxiety. When Su-yi pushed the door open, a dozen pairs of eyes like iron filings drawn to a magnet instantly focused on him. Their gazes were a mixture of excitement, fervor, confusion, and a lingering daze, as if they hadn't yet fully awakened from a dream. "None of you slept." Su-yi smiled, his expression as calm as ever, sharply contrasting with the room's restlessness. "Brother Xiao-yi, I couldn't sleep." Su-yang rubbed his sore eyes and said with a bitter smile, "I dreamed last night of stuffing money into sacks, and when I woke up, hey, it was still our old earthen bed." A burst of laughter erupted, easing the tense atmosphere slightly. "There will be opportunities later." Without wasting words, Su-yi walked straight to the main seat and placed a thick stack of folders on the table. A soft snap drew everyone's attention. His gaze fell on the girl named Yilin. Su-ling had studied financial management in college and had been working as an accountant at a small company in the city after graduation. "Yilin, come here." Su-ling was startled, quickly stood up, and walked over somewhat nervously. Su-yi pushed the thickest folder directly in front of her. "This is all the core financial data of the company, including bank accounts, transaction details, and all signed contracts." His voice was clear and steady. "From now on you will manage the company's accounts." Su-ling's mind went blank. She stared at the heavy folder before her, feeling it burning to the touch. Under the complex gazes of the others, she took a deep breath, reached out with a trembling hand, and opened the first page. The first thing she saw was the bold words, "Yilin Urban Construction Group." She quickly scanned the contract terms, and when her eyes landed on the total price column, her pupils contracted sharply. Total contract price 180 million yuan. Su-ling's fingers froze on the paper, as if she had been hit by a pause button. Her chest heaved violently, and a faint, almost inaudible gasp escaped her throat like a kitten whose tail had been stepped on. "What's wrong, Yilin?" Su-yang, who was closest, immediately noticed her distress. Su-ling's lips moved a few times before she squeezed out a few words in a voice barely above a whisper. "Road construction. 1.8 billion. What?" Suppressed gasps erupted around her. This number was enough to shock them. But they didn't know this was just the beginning. Su-ling forced herself to swallow, calming her racing heart, and opened the next document. It was a supply contract. The other party was a name they all knew well, Natural Residence Catering Group. When Su-ling's eyes moved from the dense legal clauses down to the supply details and settlement terms, her expression shifted from shock to bewilderment, then to blankness. Finally, it turned into utter stupefaction. She stood motionless, her beautiful eyes growing wider and wider, filled with a nearly absurd disbelief. "Yilin, what's wrong with you again? Don't scare us." The crowd gathered around, alarmed by her dazed look. Su-yang, the most anxious, leaned over and locked his eyes on the key content of the contract. The next second, Su-yang's face also changed drastically. Others crowded around to see. Then the entire meeting room fell into a deathly silence. The contract was black and white, clear enough to dizzy the mind. Supply of ordinary vegetables, cucumbers, tomatoes, etc. Settlement, every 10 days. Settlement amount 320 million yuan. Supply of premium vegetables, ice plant, tune shoot. Settlement, daily settlement amount 15 million yuan. Those rows and strings of zeros struck like invisible heavy hammers against the hearts of every young person. The 180 million road construction fee, which had seemed astronomical moments ago, now suddenly appeared insignificant in the face of this terrifying cash flow. Let me calculate. Su Yang's voice was hoarse, his fingers trembling. 320 million in 10 days, that's 960 million a month. 15 million a day, that's 450 million a month. Together, a month is 1.41 billion. When he shouted out the last number with all his strength, the room echoed with sharp intakes of breath. Everyone understood. Sui's casual remark last night, just about a billion, was not an exaggeration. It was even quite conservative. Just as the crowd was reeling from the overwhelming sense of happiness and unreality, Su Ling reacted first. By the way, what about taxes? As a finance professional, she was the first to think of this most critical issue. Corporate income tax, 25%. The more the company earned, the more taxes it had to pay. With such high contract amounts, how much would they have to pay? Although paying taxes was a duty, the thought of handing over so much money still stung. Su Yi, who had been watching them quietly, finally smiled. Calmly, he pulled out a red-headed document with a bright red seal from the bottom of the folder and gently pushed it to the center of the table. County government meeting minutes. Everyone immediately gathered around when the bold black text came into view. To vigorously support the Qinghe Village Rural Revitalization Project, it is agreed in principle to implement a special support policy for Qinghe High-Tech Agriculture Co., Ltd., including a 3-year tax exemption followed by a 2-year tax reduction of 50%. The meeting room fell silent for 3 seconds. Then it exploded. Holy crap. Tax exemption. 3 years of exemption, then half off. My God. Brother Xiaoyi is awesome. Su Chong slammed his fist on the table, producing a loud bang. Su Yang was flushed with excitement, his eyes filled with nothing but fervent admiration for Su Yi. The last doubts, the last worries were shattered by this red-headed document. Their morale and cohesion reached an unprecedented peak. Su Yi looked at the young people, who were now as energized as if they had been injected with adrenaline, and seized the moment to quickly assign tasks. Su Yang, you're in charge of sales liaison with natural residents, and also explore possibilities for new channels. Su Chong, follow up on the road construction project with the urban construction group. Report any issues directly to me. Ling set up the financial system, immediately formulate a set of rules and regulations, and ensure every penny has a clear destination. One by one instructions were issued, and everyone received their own heavy responsibilities. No one hesitated, no one flinched. Flames blazed in everyone's eyes as they quickly stepped into their roles. Just as the enormous money-making machine of Qinghe Village began to roar to life under the infusion of young blood. In an obscure corner of the internet, the short video casually posted by a returning young villager was quietly brewing. From a few dozen views to hundreds, then thousands. The comments section, initially barren, began to see occasional arguments. Photoshopped. This greenhouse looks too sci-fi. Does China even have this technology? The blogger is located in Yilin County. That place is dirt poor. How could they afford something like this? The road in front is still dirt, and suddenly there's a high-tech base behind it. The contrast is too absurd, obviously fake. Looks like some kind of poverty alleviation project, but what are those construction vehicles for? Building a road. As the video was pushed by the algorithm, a user familiar with the local situation in Yunzhou finally left a comment that changed everything. This village is called Qinghe Village. Qinghe. Could it be related to Qinghe vegetables? This village is called Qinghe Village. Qinghe. Could it be related to Qinghe vegetables? That seemingly ordinary comment was like a spark that ignited the boiling cauldron of public opinion. In an instant, the comment section erupted. At first, netizens from other provinces were full of confusion. What is Qinghe vegetables? Is it famous? Yet this comment acted as a rallying cry, instantly awakening all the veteran gourmets lurking in the comment section from within the province. Coordinates Yunzhou. Let me translate. What the hell is a surprise? Those before, stop asking. Ask and you'll never understand what the ceiling of vegetables means. Holy crap, I've finally found my people. This Qinghe vegetables is the top-tier hard currency in our provincial capital right now. Even money can't guarantee you a taste. The army of explainers officially entered the fray. When a diner who claimed to have eaten at Tianranju typed out that line, with an almost boastful tone, the entire comment section spiraled out of control. Let's not mention anything else. Just one dish there, a cold smashed cucumber costs 388 yuan a serving. You have to beg the manager to reserve it, and if you're late, there's nothing left to see. Boom. A plate of smashed cucumbers for 388. This price was like a depth charge detonating violently in the minds of tens of thousands of netizens. Doubts, mockery, and curses instantly flooded the entire comment section. Are you insane? Is the cucumber made of gold? 388. Why doesn't he just rob us? Idiot tax of the year, case closed. Which sucker would actually eat that? The blogger must be taking dirty money for hype. No shame fabricating even a somewhat believable price. The video's popularity skyrocketed at an uncontrollable pace. Within a few hours it garnered over 1 million likes and hundreds of thousands of comments directly storming the trending list. Heavenly priced cucumber rural dish at 388 uncover Qinghe Village. 3 hashtags, 3 rockets soaring straight into the sky. At first the tide of condemnation was overwhelming. But soon the battle took a strange turn. Those who had actually eaten the food spontaneously formed an unshakable alliance fighting back with incredibly evocative language. Those who haven't eaten it shut up. You can't even imagine what that flavor is like. The crispness of that cucumber. I've lived 30 years, and this is the first time I've known a cucumber could taste this good. Exactly. My wife hates tomatoes the most, but that day at Tsinghua she devoured an entire plate by herself, and even licked it clean. She said it was the best thing she'd ever eaten in her life. More than just delicious. Last time I treated a client to dinner, I ordered a table full of Qinghe vegetables, and the deal closed right on the spot. The client said anyone who can get their hands on this kind of produce must have real capability. This money is worth more than anything else. These testimonials firsthand and powerful carried an indescribable magic. The scales of public opinion began to tilt in a bizarre direction. Seeing that the price war was lost, some trolls and self-styled exposé bloggers who caught wind of the trend immediately switched tactics and unleashed their ultimate killer move. Chemicals and industrial tricks. How the taste is so abnormal and the price is so high. If there's nothing added, it'll eat my keyboard. It must be hormonerapine toxic vegetables. How else could they grow so fast and have such a pungent flavor? Everyone, don't be fooled. Isn't this the hex technology of the food industry? Eat too much and you might mutate. This claim instantly struck a nerve in countless people's anxiety about food safety, because it sounded sufficiently scientific, sufficiently horrifying, and sufficiently devastating. Diners could only repeatedly emphasize delicious and makes the body feel great, but these subjective experiences were utterly unable to counter the seemingly professional, though actually sophistical, allegations of hormones and additives. Once the seed of doubt was planted, it grew wildly in people's hearts. This internet storm soon landed on the desk of Li, the party secretary of Yilin County. In the county party secretary's office, Li's face was dark. His fingers swiped rapidly across the screen, and at the sight of words like toxic vegetables, hormones, and chemical tricks, his temples throbbed with agitation. The Qinghe Village project was a benchmark project he had personally approved. The 180 million yuan road construction contract and the 3-year tax exemption red letter document weighed heavily on his political future. He would never allow this project to drown in the filth of public opinion at its very start. Lin grabbed the red telephone on his desk and dialed Su's number directly. Secretary Xiao, this is Lian. When the call connected, Li's voice was thick with barely contained anxiety. Have you seen what's happening online? I've seen it, Secretary. On the other end of the line, Su's voice was as calm as if nothing had happened. This calm only made Lian more impatient. The public opinion is very unfavorable for you right now. Lian stressed. Online public opinion is no trivial matter. 3 people spreading a rumor can create a tiger, public clamor can melt metal. Once the label toxic vegetables is stuck to you, all your early efforts will turn to dust. If you need, the county can immediately activate the emergency plan, have the propaganda department coordinate with provincial and municipal media to help you clarify. Lian was virtually laying all his cards on the table. He was ready to mobilize every official resource to fight a public opinion battle for Qinghe Village. However, Su on the other end only chuckled lightly. Thank you for your concern, Secretary. Don't worry, they're just clowns on a stage. I've been prepared for this for a long time. Su's voice carried a reassuring confidence. Just wait a day or two and watch a good show. Lian was stunned. He had a belly full of words and a whole set of countermeasures, but Su's offhand remark blocked them all. What kind of confidence was this? Hanging up, Lian leaned back in his chair, and the burning anxiety in his heart was surprisingly mostly soothed by Su's composure. He suddenly felt a glimmer of anticipation. Still, he called the propaganda department and ordered them to monitor the public opinion around the clock, ready to step in at any moment. On the other side, in the Qinghe Village Committee office, Su hung up the phone with an unruffled expression. He had long anticipated this day. To shatter all doubts, talking was useless. The only thing that worked was absolute, indisputable scientific proof. As early as when the first batch of vegetables was sent to Tsinghua, he had contacted the most top-tier third-party testing agency in the country through an alumnus from Qinghe University. He had sent an entire set of samples of all vegetable varieties produced in Qinghe Village by express air freight, all for this very day. Just then the screen on Su's desk phone lit up and began to vibrate. The incoming caller ID was exactly his alumnus, now a professor at Qinghe University. Su smiled, a smile of assured victory. He picked up the phone, his voice steady. Hello, is the report ready? On the other end there was a full 3 seconds of silence. Then a voice barely suppressing extreme shock and excitement practically shouted through the line. Forget about the report for now. Su, tell me honestly, how the hell did you grow these vegetables? The voice on the other end of the line was distorted by extreme excitement, almost to the point of incoherence. Sui, the data on your vegetables. It's driving everyone here crazy. Absolutely crazy. The caller was Chundong Suyi's alumnus from Qinghe University. Chundong had always been known for his calm and meticulous nature as Su. He had never heard him so utterly discomposed. Brother Chen, take your time. I'm listening. Suyi's voice remained placid as he leaned back in his chair, his fingers absently tapping on the desk, though a flicker of anticipation stirred within him for what the report might contain. Just how exaggerated could the report be to render Chundong this astounded? Take my time. I can't possibly take my time. Chundong's voice rose sharply, barely concealing his fervor. Tell me, did you grow your vegetables in a dust-free laboratory drip irrigated with premium nutrient solution? No. Even so, it's utterly impossible for them to be this pristine. He seemed to pause, gasping for breath as he struggled to restore his logic. But when he spoke again, the profound shock in his voice remained undeniable. We conducted tests for every known type of pesticide residue on all the samples you sent. And do you know what the results were? Chundong's voice began to tremble. Not detected. Every single test result came back as not detected. It's absolutely incredible. And heavy metals, lead, mercury, cadmium, arsenic, also not detected. All known harmful chemical additives, hormones, and ripening agents on the market, still not detected. By the end, Chundong's voice carried an uncontrollable shudder. Sui, do you realize what this means? This is more than just zero pesticide residue. The organic vegetables we usually talk about are at best low residue, but yours. He paused as if searching for the right words. This is even cleaner than the ultra-pure water we use to calibrate our instruments. Cleaner than the distilled water we use for blank controls. This level of purity. It's as if it couldn't possibly be cultivated by human hands. Sui listened quietly, the smile on his lips deepening. As expected, anything produced by the system is a masterpiece. Though he had long known these vegetables were extraordinary, he hadn't anticipated that under the cold eye of scientific instruments the results would be so absurdly perfect. On the phone, Chundong's emotions had clearly spiraled out of control. The shock was too great, and he needed an outlet. And that's not even the most insane part. The most insane part is its nutritional profile. We analyzed the trace elements. Oh my God. He gasped sharply. Selenium content per 100 grams is 23 times the highest record for tomatoes in the National Nutrition Database. Zinc content is 31 times that of an ordinary cucumber. Vitamin C, that's even more exaggerated, 42 times the average level for similar vegetables. And several substances that are only found in high-end health supplements are present in your vegetables at alarmingly high levels. These aren't vegetables anymore, Sue. From a data perspective, they look more like the product of precision bioengineering than traditional agriculture. How did you do it? Have you mastered some targeted cultivation technique we don't know about? Sui didn't answer. He could picture his meticulous alumnus on the other end clutching his hair as his worldview shattered. Chundong realized he had asked something he shouldn't. He gave a bitter laugh and changed the subject. You know, when the first test results came out, the Ph.D. student running the operation stared at the data dumbfounded. His first reaction was that the multi-million-dollar imported instrument had malfunctioned. He almost submitted a maintenance request. He said the instrument must have a bug because there was no way it could produce such absurd numbers. That little anecdote made Suyi's smile grow even wider. And then, the matter blew up. Chundong's tone had unconsciously taken on a note of reverence. This directly caught the attention of the real heavyweight in our institute, academician Wang. You know Wang Qinghe, the doyen of agricultural biology in this country. Suyi's heart stirred. The name Wang Qinghe was known even to non-professionals. An academician of the National Academy of Agricultural Sciences, he had presided over countless major agricultural research projects and enjoyed a stellar international reputation. The moment academician Wang saw the report, he uttered 3 decisive words: impossible. Then, on his own orders, all your samples were sealed. We launched the highest level cross-validation protocol, switching to 3 different sets of testing equipment with different principles, and 3 independent teams conducted simultaneous duplicate tests, all to eliminate any possibility of instrument error or operational mistake. Suyi's heart tightened slightly. Academician Wang personally supervising 3 teams, 3 sets of instruments, back-to-back verification. This was no longer a routine commercial test. It was a rigorous scientific assessment of the highest order. On the other end, Chundong fell silent for a moment, as if reliving that breathless scene. The results. His voice turned parched, yet carried an almost worshipful reverence. The 3 reports, the data aligned perfectly with an error rate of less than 1/10. Academician Wang stared at the report for a full 10 minutes, then took off his glasses and wiped the lenses with trembling hands. The shock and awe in his expression, I'll never forget it. Chundong lowered his voice to a whisper as if sharing a forbidden secret. He kept muttering under his breath that he had worked with soil and crops his entire life and had never seen such a perfect creation. Perfect creation. Those 4 words uttered by a venerable academician carried the weight of a mountain. Sui couldn't help but chuckle softly, a surge of ineffable pride welling up within him. The power of the system had indeed exceeded human imagination. He could already picture how ridiculous all those online criticisms would look in the face of this authoritative report. So how exactly did you grow these vegetables? Chen Dong's voice was filled with urgency and curiosity. Oh, I just built a high-tech greenhouse back in my hometown and planted them casually. They turned out fine. Su Yi's light laugh carried an air of nonchalance, though a hint of self-satisfaction crept in. The yield is decent and sales are going well. The line went dead silent. 3 seconds later. Decent yield. Selling well. Chen Dong's voice exploded, cracking completely. You mean, this divine produce, you've already achieved large-scale production, and it's on the market? Qinghe vegetables. Have you heard of them in Jingzhou, brother Chun? Qinghe vegetables, wait. Chen Dong's voice cut off abruptly as a lightning bolt struck his mind. That outrageously priced vegetable that's been trending online lately. It's called Qinghe. Could it be? That's right. Su Yi grinned. Bang. A loud crash of a chair falling over came through the phone, followed by Chen Dong's completely unhinged shout. Oh my god. Oh my god. Academician Wang was just in his office exclaiming incredible. An agricultural miracle. And you're already selling it like common cabbage. No, I have to go tell him right now. Brother Chen, calm down. When can you send me the report? Right now? I'll email it to you immediately. Chen Dong's voice regained some composure. But Sui, I have to warn you, once this report goes public, the entire industry will go crazy for you. Are you ready? Sui glanced at the flood of online criticism on his computer screen and smiled. I've been ready for a long time. Hanging up the phone, Sui leisurely moved his mouse and opened his email inbox. Chen Dong's efficiency was astonishing. An email titled Test Report had already settled silently at the very top of the inbox. Attached were 4 separate PDF files. Sui opened each one in turn. He didn't bother reading the dense, overwhelming data that would drive any agricultural expert mad. His eyes fell directly on the last page of every report. The same format. The same data conclusion. Only the testing times and the signatures of the responsible personnel differed. The sole commonality was the 2 striking imprints at the footer. One was a glaringly red official seal. Qingbe Joint Biological Laboratory. The other beside the seal was a bold, forceful handwritten signature with a vigorous style. Tsinghua. That was it. Sui closed the file, unable to hide the smile spreading across his face. He took out his phone, found a contact in his address book, and dialed. Su Lu. This kid was the most internet-savvy among the first batch of young people returning to the village and had the most followers on his short video account. The call was answered instantly. Brother Xiaoyi. What's the order? Su's voice carried a sharp, clever energy. Lo, I have a task for you. Sui spoke with steady authority. Immediately register an official public account and video account for Qinghe Village High-Tech Agriculture Co. Ltd. No problem. I'm good at this. He'll send you the electronic versions of 4 files in a bit. Sui's tone turned serious. You need to turn the contents of these 4 reports into the clearest, most intuitive video as fast as you can. Title it Qinghe Vegetable Test Report. After it's done, post it on the official account. Got it. Final step. Sui tapped the desk lightly. Have both your own account and everyone else's in the village share this video. Remember, don't say a single extra word. Just share. Understood. Brother Xiaoyi, leave it to me. Su's voice was brimming with uncontrollable excitement. He didn't know what the files were, but just from Sui's tone he understood. The moment of reckoning had arrived. The internet's court of public opinion was now a sea of streaming frenzy. 2 hashtags dominated the trending charts: unmasking Qinghe Village and her overpriced vegetables, and IQ tax or tech conspiracy. Countless self-media accounts, debunking bloggers, and keyboard warriors reveled in the feast of traffic. Breaking news. According to insiders, King's greenhouses are just for show. The vegetables are ordinary produce bought from elsewhere, repackaged and hyped. Shocking. An agricultural expert has spoken. Based on growth cycles and appearance, Qinghe vegetables are 99% likely to contain excessive growth hormones and bulking agents. No bottom line for money. If this toxic food hits the market, the consequences would be disastrous. Where are the authorities? Seize them immediately. Just as the wave of condemnation reached its peak, seemingly ready to nail the name Qinghe Village to a pillar of shame, a brand new video appeared silently under the official name of Qinghe Village High-Tech Agriculture Co. Ltd. Like a drop of water falling into boiling oil, it was instantly pushed by algorithms to all netizens following the incident. Countless people clicked in with mocking, gleeful anticipation. The dormant comment section on the internet ignited instantly. The lurking haters and righteous passers-by swarmed like sharks drawn to blood. So the big shot finally shows up. What photoshopped some pictures to whitewash? Let me see how absurd this is. Test report. Ha ha, I can't stop laughing. Trying to fool us like we're idiots. The first wave of mockery was swift and vicious. Soon as people opened the video to find more fodder for ridicule in the pile of gibberish, the comment section grew even sharper. This data is ridiculously fake. Did they make it up without thinking? No pesticide residue. No heavy metals. Are your vegetables grown in a sterile vacuum? Do you take us for 3-year-olds? Vitamin C content 23 times the national standard maximum. Is your vegetable a vitamin pill in disguise? In no time, Qinghe vegetable data fabrication soared to trending with mockery, reaching its peak. The debunking blogger Scientific Iron Fist with 3 million followers directly attacked. You dare release a photoshopped report that even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe. It's an insult to our intelligence. Let me announce right now the cabbage under my building has 100 times the chlorophyll of ordinary cabbage. His comment instantly became the top hot comment, and countless people joined in the meme. That's nothing my radish can prevent baldness. You're all weak. My potato eat one and you'll ascend to heaven on the spot. The entire comment section turned into a grand feast of extreme ridicule. Every keyboard warrior who typed a sarcastic comment felt like an avatar of justice, a hero exposing lies. They reveled in the pleasure of using common sense to judge the absurd. Right at the climax of this nationwide carnival beneath Scientific Iron Fist's comment with hundreds of thousands of likes, a reply bearing the golden label of Qinghe University, certified PhD, quietly appeared. You are all mocking the data. Hasn't anyone looked at who is backing this data? The stamp and signature at the bottom right. Such big characters. Are you truly blind or willfully ignoring them? You are all mocking the data. Won't anyone see who endorsed this data? The stamp and signature at the bottom right. Such huge words. Are you truly blind or deliberately ignoring them? This comment, like a needle, gently pricked the celebratory balloon. At first, not many paid attention, but soon its likes began climbing at a strange pace. More and more people, after seeing the comment, stopped typing. A single thought emerged simultaneously in their minds. That stamp and signature at the bottom right. What was it? Did it exist? Countless people frowned and reopened the video they had dismissed as a joke. They dragged the progress bar, freezing the frame on the last page of the report. Then they spread 2 fingers to zoom in on the image. And zoom in again. In that instant, the entire internet seemed to be muted. The screen's light reflected on millions of faces. The previous laughter, sarcasm, disdain, all froze in that moment, replaced by an indescribable shock that surged from the soles of their feet and spread through their limbs. The red round seal, magnified dozens of times, showed every character as clearly as a brand. Qinghe Joint Biological Laboratory. And beside the seal, the vigorous signature was like a hammer striking everyone's heart. Tsinghua. The entire internet fell into dead silence. In a study in some high-end apartment, Scientific Iron Fist was smoking a cigarette, enjoying the adoration of fans and surging tips. He saw the comment from the Qinghe PhD and sneered dismissively, also opening the image to see what the fuss was about. When he likewise zoomed in and saw the official seal and signature, the smile on his face stiffened and cracked inch by inch, his mind going blank. The cold sensation at his fingertips traveled along his nerves straight to his cerebral cortex. The half-cigarette in his mouth slipped silently. Sparks fell on the expensive mechanical keyboard, burning an inconspicuous black dot, emitting a faint wisp of smoke. He felt nothing. The entire study was terrifyingly quiet, only the low hum of the computer's fan breaking the silence. The screen's light froze and then shattered the smug expression on his face piece by piece. Stiffness. Cracking. In the end, nothing remained but an ashen void. The words Tsinghua Peking Joint Biological Laboratory and Tsinghua appeared clearly on the screen, and the entire clamorous internet seemed to have all sound sucked out of it in an instant. The carnival fortress built from traffic, lies, and arrogance silently crumbled in a single moment. Silence spread across the entire network. It was an eerie, oppressive dead silence, as if billions of hands frantically typing were frozen in place by a spell at the same instant. Then a volcano erupted. The comment section, previously filled with mockery, derision, and cheap justice, now seemed to have a nuclear bomb dropped into it. All words were instantly overwhelmed, torn apart, and devoured by a tsunami of new comments. Am I seeing this right? Tsinghua. Is that the academician Tsinghua I know? Upstairs, remove the. And is that? In the field of domestic agricultural biology, besides that titan, is there another Tsinghua who would dare to sign like this? Wait. Let me process. My CPU is fried. Someone slap me and tell me this isn't real. Fake. Definitely fake. The seals and signatures of the Tsinghua Peking Lab and academician Wang are something you can just casually use. This is forgery of a national-level research institution seal. This is a crime. The poster is going to jail. This stubborn doubt was immediately thrust to the top, but it was quickly drowned by replies filled with trembling shock. Are you stupid? Look at the account that posted this. Qinghe Village High-Tech Agriculture Co. Ltd. The real deal has come out. Do you think a company would use its official account to forge something that could poke a hole in the sky? Exactly. If this were fake, the legal department of Tsinghua University and academician Wang himself would sue them into bankruptcy and rot in prison. So, the only explanation is, this report is real. When this conclusion was typed with trembling hands, the entire public opinion arena completely spiraled out of control. It was an extreme emotion mixed with absurdity, shock, and upheaval surging from the soles of the feet to the top of the head. Everyone's worldview was hit with unprecedented intensity. In the midst of this chaotic ocean beneath the top-rated comment of Iron Fist of Science that was nailed to the pillar of shame, a new, divine comment began to frantically seize everyone's attention with an unstoppable momentum. The number of likes grew visibly from hundreds to thousands, then tens of thousands. Everyone stop arguing, stop questioning photoshopping. Let me, someone with a functioning brain, explain the truly terrifying part here. This comment began with a convincing calm. You only saw the 3 characters Wang Qinghe and got goosebumps. But you didn't understand that these 4 reports themselves are the most terrifying part. Think about it, why 4 reports? Why not 1? There is only one answer. When the first test result came out, the data was so ridiculously good, so perfect that it seemed distorted that even the top experts at the Tsinghua Peking lab couldn't believe it. So the other 3 reports were cross-verified by different teams using different equipment. And only academician Wang himself could have ordered such a highest-level verification procedure. Therefore, these 4 reports prove exactly how unimaginably terrifying the authenticity of this data is. What we were mocking was never a photoshopped image. We were mocking an ironclad scientific proof personally confirmed by academician Wang Qinghe. Boom. If the name Wang Qinghe was a deep-sea bomb, then this meticulously reasoned step-by-step divine inference was a nuclear fusion that detonated the entire ocean. It instantly dispelled all the fog, presenting the truth in an even more shocking and brutal way, bloodily displayed before everyone's eyes. At this moment, the tide of public opinion completed its most thorough 180-degree reversal. Damn, I get it. I'm growing a brain. Brilliant analysis. Everything makes sense now. This isn't just a slap in the face, it's our faces being ground into the ground by a hammer of science. Oh my god, we were the clowns all along. I apologize for my ignorance. Sorry, Qinghe Village. Sorry, academician Wang. Waves of apologies began to surge. And at that moment, an account with an official blue V badge posted a brand new statement. ID Tsinghua Peking Joint Biological Laboratory. The platform pushed this statement with the highest priority, accurately delivering it to every terminal paying attention to this matter. The content was shockingly short. Regarding the test reports from our laboratory circulating online, we hereby declare that the 4 test reports submitted by Qinghe Village High-Tech Agriculture Co., Ltd., are all true and valid, and the data possesses extremely high scientific research value. No redundant explanations. No lengthy arguments. Only a cold, unquestionable, authoritative verdict. The final word was spoken. In the study of Iron Fist of Science, all color had drained from his face, leaving only a corpse-like pallor. He finally struggled back from that soul-crushing shock. His first action was to lunge for the mouse, his cursor trembling as he searched for the delete button beneath his comment. Delete it. He had to delete it immediately. That was the only thought in his mind. But his hands shook too violently. He clicked 3 times straight and missed. On his screen, his private message window flashed at a frantic rate, the number jumping from 99 to 999. His follower count plummeted like a waterfall. Countless people flooded into his latest video, and the comment section was completely overrun. Iron Fist, come out and take your beating. So you're called Iron Fist of Science. Are academician Wang's fists iron enough? Hilarious, a big V with 3 million followers can't even read a report, and you're still stirring shit. Don't you have any shame? I hereby declare that the water content in Iron Fist of Science's brain is 100 times that of a normal person. The memes he had used to mock others now turned into the sharpest daggers picked up by countless people and stabbed back into his own chest. A death blow to the heart. Oh! A choked sound escaped from Iron Fist of Science's throat. He swung his arm and smashed the mouse hard against the desk. The crisp sound of shattering was especially piercing in the dead study. With a click, the comment that had earned hundreds of thousands of likes and once made him proud finally disappeared. But he knew it was useless. The internet has a memory. He was finished. In this circle, he was socially dead. Meanwhile, in the office of the Yilin County Party Secretary, Lian stared at the instantly reversed public opinion online. His expression shifted from surprise to shock and finally turned into deep admiration. He murmured softly, "That kid." He shook his head, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift. Picking up the red telephone on his desk, he directly dialed the propaganda department. "Old Zhang, have you seen the shift in online public opinion?" "Yes, about the Qinghe Village matter." His voice was steady and powerful. "Immediately activate the contingency plan. Organize all county-level official media to guide the narrative positively. Focus on the 2 key points: authoritative certification and technology-driven agriculture. Set the tone firmly. Seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to steadily present Yilin County's new calling card." There was no smoke in the digital battleground. When the authorities stepped in, all the clamor and strife collapsed into silence. What followed was a top-down, almost glorifying wave of positive propaganda delivered in the form of commendation bulletins. The official media matrix of Yilin County was the first to respond. The front-page headline of the Yilin Daily announced the new direction with a glaringly bold red font: "A model of science and technology In agriculture, a blueprint for rural revitalization stepping into Qinghe Village, unveiling the hardcore strength behind the sensational vegetables. The county television station's evening news even devoted an unprecedented 10-minute primetime slot to an in-depth feature. The camera slowly panned from the new village committee building of Qinghe Village over the bustling road construction site, finally settling on the vegetable greenhouses that flowed with the vitality of nature like something out of a sci-fi creation. Following closely the propaganda machinery of the city, and even the province was fully engaged. The official characterization, like an invisible hand, lifted Qinghe vegetables from an internet hotspot to the strategic height of a provincial-level agricultural benchmark. What was once derided as sky-high prices became the self-evident premium quality for a premium price. What was once slandered as technology and chemical tricks became the admired crystallization of high-tech agricultural techniques. And drawing a definitive close to this storm was a lengthy article from a commentary account under the central media. The title was piercingly direct: One Inspection Report. Whose arrogance and prejudice did it shatter? The article, devoid of flowery rhetoric, struck like a blade, nailing those so-called fact-checking bloggers and keyboard warriors to the pillory of shame, calling it a perfect counterattack of scientific spirit against online violence. Thus the verdict was final. This storm eventually transformed into an irresistible east wind, blowing the name Qinghe Village across the length and breadth of the land. The most immediate change manifested on the highway leading to Yunzhou. Out-of-town license plates surged visibly. The five-star Hotel Natural Abode in downtown Yunzhou, once a high-end restaurant, became an internet-famous pilgrimage destination for countless admirers. The absurdly long waiting line at the restaurant entrance had practically become a city landmark. Yilin Pavilion. Boss Qian Lacun sat at his computer desk, a half-burned cigar between his fingers, his gaze dark and murky on the screen. He felt a suffocating tightness in his chest, a bitter mixture of regret and jealousy churning from his stomach, scorching his throat. What opportunity had he missed? No, he hadn't missed it. He had personally kicked away a celestial staircase that could have elevated him to the throne of the provinces, even the nation's culinary empire, with his own foot. For the clamor outside Su, he had already stopped paying attention. He had delegated all cleanup of the public opinion war to Su Lu. That young man was in a state of extreme exhilaration, leading a few internet-savvy villagers in running the official account of Qinghe Village High-Tech Agriculture Co. Ltd., with flying colors practically becoming the only window for outsiders to peek into this mysterious village. Su Yi, on the other hand, had completely turned into an idle manager. With the 80 million down payment for the project, boss Zhou's construction team unleashed astonishing efficiency. All kinds of heavy machinery and workers moved in, fully working 3 shifts around the clock, manpower never ceasing, machines never stopping. The entire Qinghe Village echoed with the roar of construction and the fervor of rebirth. Su Yi's life, contrary to expectations, had become unprecedentedly leisurely. Occasionally he would put on a hard hat and take a stroll around the site, watching each swing of the excavator's iron arm tear open a patch of the land's oldness. Watching each roll of the steamroller compact an inch of the future's foundation. Su Weigua followed behind him, hands clasped behind his back, belly protruding, putting on an official air bigger than anyone else. One moment he'd scold a worker for not fastening his helmet properly, the next he'd discuss cement grades with the construction foreman, busying himself with glee. Secretary Xiao, look how solidly this roadbed is dug. Su Weigua beamed with shared pride. Tell everyone safety first, quality above all. Sui nodded and walked away. Most of the time, though, he just sat in his office, spreading out the master plan of Qinghe Village, pencil in hand, drawing circles and marks on the blueprint. He wasn't doodling idly, he was making the most meticulous plans for the system's next reward. Currently, the road connecting Qinghe Village to the outside world was already under construction, and it wouldn't be long before the system's second quest would be completed. The quest reward: Peach Blossom Village. A complete upgrade of all residential houses in the entire village. Just thinking about this reward of upgrading the whole village's housing after the quest made Su Yi's heart race. This god's eye view of turning grand blueprints into reality step by step satisfied him far more than any digits jumping in a bank account. Pushing open the window, he saw distant mountains veiled in dark green, the nearby construction site roaring, and the villagers' smiles brighter than the sunlight. Su Yi leaned back into his chair and closed his eyes. This was what he wanted. Once he was free, his phone turned into a hotline instead. The first caller was Chen Dong. Sui, you'd better prepare to receive your guests. Old Wang has confirmed it. Next Wednesday, he's personally leading a team to visit your Qinghe Village for an on-site inspection. On the other end, Chen Dong's voice mixed excitement with reverence. Old Wang said he wants to see with his own eyes what kind of technology could produce such perfect vegetables. All right, I'll be waiting anytime. Sui chuckled, having expected this. For a national-level academician who had spent his whole life with soil and crops, that report on Qinghe vegetables was enough to rob him of sleep and appetite. Without seeing it in person, he'd never rest in peace. The second frequent caller was County Party Secretary Lian. His attitude compared to the beginning was a world apart. Over the phone, Li An's tone was familiar and cordial, no longer the directives of a superior, more like a chat between friends. Secretary Xiao Yi, a big leader from the province, called again today to ask about your village's situation. He's full of praise for you. Haha, you're now the pride of our Yilin County. Su Yi naturally responded with flawless smiles. That afternoon, as Su Yi was watching the sunset outside the window, his phone rang again. He picked it up casually and found it was Tang Jinyuan. Hey brother Tang. On the other end came a long sigh from Tang Jinyuan, his usually booming voice now thick with profound fatigue. Brother Su, you're practically killing me. He seemed to be using a joking tone to mask his stress. Ever since your report came out, plus the official propaganda people from all over the country who want to find you have worn down my doorstep. Su Yi listened quietly, a faint smile on his lips. I turned down a lot, but there are a few I simply can't refuse, and dare not refuse. Tang Jinyuan's voice dropped, turning extremely serious. They're from other provinces, giants and chain dining leaders in premium fresh produce. Every single one carries far more weight than me. They're too embarrassed to block you directly, so they come block me. They've begged me to make an introduction, no matter what, to set up a meeting with you. Brother, what do you think? Brother Tang, we are on the same side. No need to be so formal. Su Yi's voice came through the receiver, carrying a steady calm that put the listener at ease. Rest assured, even if it's dozens of people, as long as Brother Tang brings them to the village, Su Yi will treat them as honored guests. Tomorrow, right? Fine, Brother Tang, rest assured. He'll receive them personally. These words instantly loosened the tense breath on the other end of the line. Tang Jinyuan repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Good, good. Brother, with your words I feel at ease. After hanging up the phone, Su Yi curled his lips into a meaningful smile. A formidable outsider from another province. Perfect timing. The next morning, a convoy of luxury cars, utterly out of place amid the dusty construction site, rolled over the temporary gravel road and slowly entered Qinghe Village. Leading the procession was a black Maybach 62S, its massive body like a silent beast traversing the dusty ground without the slightest jolt. Behind it came a Bentley Flying Spur, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Each car gleamed immaculately, their polished paint reflecting the sweat-drenched workers on the construction site and the towering excavator arms. The scene was both absurd and real. Su Weigua, who was supervising the construction, stared wide-eyed at the spectacle. The treasured enamel tea mug in his hand jolted violently, splashing hot tea onto his trousers and making him wince in pain. Good heavens! Which big shot has come now? He was about to puff out his chest and approach to inquire when he saw the door of the village committee office open. Su Yi stood alone at the entrance, a faint smile on his face. The convoy came to a smooth stop in front of the committee office. The car doors opened one by one, and several middle-aged men stepped out, each exuding an aura of authority from long-held positions of power. Tang Jinyuan hurried forward, rushing to Su Yi with a face mixed with gratitude and deference, lowering his voice. Brother Su, they're all here. Su Yi smiled and nodded, his gaze sweeping past him to the men behind. One wore a traditional Chinese-style Tang suit with gold-rimmed glasses, elegant and refined. Manager Gu of the Shanghai-based chain restaurant Yushinfei. Another burly and imposing was Boss Zhao, who controlled the fresh food supply chain in Jingzhou. The third, lean and sharp-eyed as an eagle, was Mr. Chen, a specialty food supplier for high-end clubs in Zhuzhou. Any one of these three could shake a market with a single stomp of their feet. Yet now, stepping onto the muddy ground of Qinghe Village in their expensive handmade leather shoes, they looked at the young man before them, far too young for the occasion, and their eyes held not a trace of contempt, but intense curiosity and scrutiny. Gentlemen, you've traveled far. Thank you for your trouble. Su Yi showed no sign of nervousness, his smile perfectly measured as he gestured. The conditions are humble. Please come inside. Inside the village committee office, Su Yi personally brewed a pot of wild tea for the distinguished guests. The aroma of tea filled the room. After a few pleasantries, Boss Zhao from Jingzhou leaned forward slightly, cutting straight to the chase, and the oppressive pressure instantly filled the space. Secretary Su, we're straightforward people, so let's not beat around the bush. We're all here for your Qinghe vegetables. Price. On top of what Manager Tang offered, we can add 30. Contract. Sign for 5 years at once. Payment. We can prepay for 3 years. At these words, Tang Jinyuan's face turned pale as a sheet. He hadn't expected these big shots to be so direct, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. His hands clenched into fists on his knees. Manager Gu from Shanghai adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and added unhurriedly, what Boss Zhao said is our collective intention. Beyond that, we can mobilize the country's top-tier cold chain logistics to ensure that within 6 hours of harvest, Qinghe vegetables appear in the kitchens of any top-tier restaurant. Every condition they offered was immensely tempting. Tang Jinyuan's heart sank little by little. He knew that anyone would find it nearly impossible to refuse such terms. For a moment, the office fell into a deathly silence. All eyes were fixed on Su Yi, awaiting his final decision. Su Yi raised his teacup, took a gentle sip, but did not answer immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze to the restless Tang Jinyuan and offered a warm smile. Brother Tang, why are you nervous? Tang Jinyuan was taken aback, his lips moving, but no words coming out. Su-yi set down the cup, his eyes sweeping over the three magnates again. His voice was soft, but clear to every ear. I appreciate your kind intentions, gentlemen. He paused, his tone growing solemn. In business, the most important thing is trust. Su-yi stood up, walked over to Tang Xinyuan, and gently patted his shoulder. The gesture made Tang Xinyuan's body tremble. Su-yi looked at the magnates, enunciating each word. Brother Tang and I have already signed a contract, in black and white. So no matter how generous your terms, I must decline. As his words fell, the office plunged into a dead silence. The three powerful figures, their expressions shifted from confidence to astonishment, then to profound awe. They looked at Su-yi, and their eyes had completely changed. In this era driven by profit, they had seen countless betrayals, but never had they witnessed someone abandon such easily attainable enormous gain. Beside him, Tang Xinyuan was trembling with emotion. All the pressure and grievances of the past washed away in an instant, transformed into indescribable gratitude and relief. Yet just as everyone thought the matter was settled, Su-yi's tone shifted. The smile on his lips turned enigmatic. Of course, he said. I sold the vegetables to Brother Tang, so they are now his property. As for how he chooses to distribute them, whether to keep them all for himself or share some with you gentlemen to expand his network, that's a matter among you businessmen. Su-yi spread his hands, his expression relaxed. I'm just a farmer. I don't get involved in that. Boom. The three magnates were stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized the implication, their eyes blazing with excitement. That's right. Why hadn't they thought of that? They didn't have to buy directly from Su-yi. They could buy from Tang Xinyuan. In an instant, Tang Xinyuan became the center of attention. As the magnates turned their fiery gazes toward him, he was still dazed. One moment he was at the bottom of the abyss, the next Su-yi had personally lifted him to the clouds. He was no longer the middleman gasping for breath. He was the sole agent of Qinghe Vegetables. The transformation in status was like night and day. Tang Xinyuan's lips trembled with excitement. Su-yi smiled and waved his hand, signaling him to stay calm. Then, looking at the magnates with burning eyes, he slowly dropped an even more astonishing piece of news. However, though all the current contracts for Qinghe Vegetables in the market are signed with Brother Tang, Su-yi's smile turned playful, just recently some rare little items have ripened in my farm. Would you gentlemen be interested? As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Xinyuan seemed to recall something, his pupils contracting sharply, a mix of ecstasy and disbelief spreading across his face. The three magnates shrewd as they were saw Tang Xinyuan's expression and felt their hearts skip a beat. They saw Tang Xinyuan's face, a look of utter astonishment, and their hearts raced. In the office, three business magnates who had navigated the commercial seas stared intently at Su-yi's face. A little trinket that could cause Tang Xinyuan to lose his composure to such an extent. What exactly was that thing? Tang Xinyuan finally managed to recover from his extreme excitement. Watching the clawing and restless expressions of the big shots, an unprecedented sense of superiority arose in his heart. He tried to calm his wildly beating heart, but the slightly trembling corners of his mouth completely betrayed the tumultuous waves within him. He naturally knew what a storm Su-yi was about to unleash next. You've traveled a long way, it wouldn't be right to just drink tea. Su-yi stood up without answering directly, making a please gesture. Seeing is believing. Let's go. They'll take you for a casual stroll around the farm. The more he put on such an aura of mystery, the more Boss Zhao and the others' hearts felt like they were being scratched by a cat's paws. The three exchanged a glance, seeing the same thing in each other's eyes, intense curiosity and anticipation. They immediately stood up and followed without a second word. The group walked out of the village committee office. The construction site was bustling with activity. The roar of heavy machinery was deafening. The closer they approached the super farm, the stronger the cold sense of technology and surreal pressure became. When Su-yi swiped open the heavy metal door, soft bright light and fresh pure air poured out from within. Even Boss Zhao and the others who were accustomed to the world's most luxurious scenes flashed a hint of astonishment in their eyes. Please. Su-yi stepped aside to let them go first. When they stepped into the huge pure white space, seeing the neatly arranged culture media like a giant chessboard and the intricate pipelines spread like neural networks, the three of their expressions changed instantly. Here what they saw was money, efficiency, infinite possibilities. Constant temperature, constant humidity, sterile environment. General Manager Gu from Shanghai adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. He ran the most upscale chain of restaurants and was pathologically strict about the growth environment of ingredients. Secretary Su, your farm is like an Eden tailor-made for top-tier ingredients. This automated control system, I'm afraid you won't find a second one in all of Asia. Boss Zhao, who controlled the supply chain, fixed his gaze on the flickering data streams on the wall. He could understand the terrifying productivity behind those curves. Secretary Su, this is no longer traditional agriculture, Mr. Chen from Juzhou said with sharp eyes, hitting the nail on the head. This is industry manufacturing. It turns the land into a state-of-the-art production line. Hearing this, Su-yi just smiled without dwelling on the praise. Su-yong. Su-yi called out. Not far away, a young man in blue work clothes looking to be in his early 20s with a sharp and capable demeanor immediately jogged over. Brother, this is Su Yang from our village, now the production supervisor of the farm. Su Yi briefly introduced him. Is everything ready? Yes, Brother Yi. Su Yang pointed at several refrigerated storage boxes gleaming with metallic luster. Just harvested, absolutely fresh. Su Yi nodded, turned to look at the big shots who could no longer hold back with a playful smile on his face. Gentlemen, the little trinkets I mentioned are all here. He pointed at the boxes. You can open them and take a look. In an instant, everyone's breathing stopped. Tang Xinyuan's heart pounded wildly. The climax was coming. Boss Zhao, General Manager Gu, and Mr. Chen exchanged glances and almost simultaneously stepped forward quickly. The closest boss, Zhao, first reached for the first box. Click. With a soft sound, the lid lifted. A fresh yet exceedingly assertive pungent aroma sharply invaded everyone's nostrils. Inside the box, on pure white ice, dozens of rough-fruited items resembling green wild radishes lay quietly, each carrying a fresh, earthy fragrance. This is wasabi. Boss Zhao's eyes instantly widened. He picked one up, feeling its rough texture and heavy weight. And its impeccable high-quality wasabi. A wasabi of this quality, the top producing regions might not yield even one in a year. Boss Zhao turned to look at General Manager Gu. Old Gu, if your flagship store Imperial Kitchen uses this freshly grated wasabi, what can that rival of yours who flaunts Michelin 3 stars every day to overshadow you use to compete with you? While Boss Zhao was speaking, General Manager Gu had already opened the second box. As the box opened, a blinding snowy white made everyone squint. Inside, neatly arranged bundles of pure white items like ivory-carved artworks were stacked. They were straight, smooth, and almost uniform in thickness. The tightly wrapped buds at the tips emitted a unique sweet fragrance. White asparagus. Gu murmured, his hand stroking the white asparagus, as if caressing a lover's skin. This quality is a whole level better than the top-grade stuff I specially air freight back. Crazy. This is absolutely crazy. Before he finished exclaiming, Mr. Chen on the other side had already opened the third box. Inside were tiny fruits shaped like fingers in various colors. Finger lime. Mr. Chen, who ran high-end clubs, was all too familiar with this trendy ingredient. He casually picked one up and gently sliced it open with a pocket knife. Instantly, translucent caviar-like flesh rushed out eagerly, and a complex fragrance of lemon and citrus spread around. Superb. The plumpness and fragrance of this fruit are absolutely unprecedented. Mr. Chen's eyes instantly became blazing hot. This stuff sells for thousands per small box on the market, and it's the finishing touch for top-tier desserts and cocktails. With this, the drink menus of his clubs could directly crush the entire industry. At that moment, Tang Xinyuan personally opened the last and largest box. The lid lifted. An indescribable, rich yet mysterious and assertive fungal aroma like an olfactory bomb instantly exploded and enveloped the entire space. In the box, matsutake mushrooms with plump caps and thick stems carrying morning dew and moist soil stood like rows of soldiers holding their heads high. The perfect form. The almost tangible, assertive fungal aroma. The astonishment in Boss Zhao and the others could no longer be restrained. Wasabi, white asparagus, finger lime, matsutake. Any one of these 4 items alone is a top-tier ingredient that can drive any top chef crazy. Not to mention such an unprecedented perfect appearance that surpasses theoretical limits. They had been amazed by the quality of the Qinghe vegetables earlier. Now they realized that was merely an appetizer. This was the real storm. In their minds, Su Yi's earlier casual remark about little trinkets echoed repeatedly. Little trinkets. You call this little trinkets? The gazes of the 3 magnates collided and intertwined silently in the air. Astonishment, greed, vigilance. All kinds of emotions swirled within a mere dozen seconds, eventually crystallizing into a bizarre mutual understanding. None present were fools. They all grasped Su Yi's intent. This was no mere display, it was a silent yet crystal-clear auction. Ultimately, it was the most hot-tempered Boss Zhao of Jingzhou whose thunderous voice shattered the farm's silence. Secretary Su, if I may ask, what are the exact yields of these items? This question, like a key, instantly unlocked Pandora's box. General Manager Gu of Husher and Mr. Chen of Juzhou instantly shifted their gaze from those trinkets, locking onto Su Yi's face like twin searchlights. This was the core. No matter how miraculous the items, if yields were meager, they were ultimately just gimmicks incapable of shifting market dynamics. But if the yields could reach a scale sufficient to leverage the market, then today within this high-tech farm of Qinghe Village, everything unfolding would completely rewrite the landscape of the nation's high-end dining market. Facing 3 scorching stares that could almost bore through a person, Su Yi chuckled lightly. As for the yields, he said casually, not much. Those 2 words made the hearts of the 3 magnates leap into their throats. Wasabi roughly 10 tons a month. White asparagus around 30 tons. Finger limes also about 30 tons. As for Matsutake, he paused, his gaze sweeping over their tense faces. This one's yield is slightly lower, just 2 tons. Boom. Every number struck like a heavy cannonball, precisely bombarding the hearts of the 3 magnates. Not much. You call this not much? 10 tons of premium wasabi, 30 tons of flawless white asparagus, 30 tons of top-tier finger limes, and 2 tons of exquisite matsutake every month. This yield might indeed be a drop in the ocean for the national common market. But for the pinnacle realm they occupied, it was no longer just leveraging the market. It was a terrifying force capable of triggering a tsunami. If all these goods fell into the hands of a single party, Boss Zhao, General Manager Gu, and Mr. Chen almost simultaneously saw undisguised fear and vigilance in each other's eyes. If the competitor got hold of it, then they themselves would be doomed. Secretary Su, Boss Zhao of Jingzhou, was the first to regain his composure. He lunged forward a step, his voice hoarse with excitement, yet carrying an undeniable dominance. I want all of this. A month, 3 billion. Sign the contract for any duration. I can pay the full annual amount up front. General Manager Gu of Husher leisurely adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, but the gaze behind the lenses was icy. He didn't even look at Boss Zhao, fixing his eyes on Su, his voice calm, yet each word piercing. President Zhao, your table has never had anything but money, no culture. Secretary Su, I'll offer 5 billion a month. I pledge that within 5 years the name Qinghe will become synonymous with global top-tier ingredients. All of my Imperial Kitchen's Michelin 3-star restaurants worldwide will exclusively use your ingredients. 5 billion. General Manager Gu, are you trying to fool a beggar? Mr. Chen of Juzhou sneered, his gaze sharp enough to cut. I offer 7 billion a month. Michelin stars. That's for the ordinary rich. My guests never look at stars because they themselves are the suns in their respective fields. 8 billion. I bid 8 billion a month. Boss Zhao roared, veins bulging on his neck. 8 billion. Gus' voice remained steady, but his price reeked of bloodshed. I bid 9 billion. 10 billion. Mr. Chen countered again, his voice low, but carrying an unyielding resolve. 10 billion. A month. Listening to the magnate's escalating bids, Tang Jinyuan felt his legs go weak, almost unable to stand. Was this what true titans were like? Wielding money, waging a war he barely had the right to witness. Throughout the farm, aside from the faint hum of automated equipment, only the heavy, ragged breaths of the 3 magnates could be heard. The atmosphere was stifling to the extreme. Numbers of money seemed to have lost meaning here, becoming weapons for 3 fierce beasts to tear at each other. Yet Su at the storm's center remained silent, watching calmly. His smile never wavered, as if he were enjoying a splendid play. Only when Mr. Chen shouted 10 billion, pushing the tension to its peak, did he finally raise his hand slowly and press it downward. A simple gesture, yet it carried a strange magic. The 3 magnates readied from the contest stopped almost in unison, all eyes once again focusing on the startlingly young man. Gentlemen, no need for such hot tempers. Sui's voice was soft, yet it clearly cut through all noise. Harmony brings wealth. His gaze swept over everyone present, finally resting on the dazed Tang Jinyuan. Brother Tang is the first friend Sui made in Yunzhou. Sui smiled, his tone casual, but his words struck everyone's hearts. So I've decided that Brother Tang gets 10% of the monthly yield of these 4 items. 10%. Tang Jinyuan jerked his head up, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had done nothing, not even had the courage to speak, yet, with just one sentence from Sui, he was awarded a 10% share. Boss Zhao and the others' pupils contracted, but none voiced opposition. They merely cast a deep, envious glance at the pale-faced Tang Jinyuan. Then their looks at Sui held even more profound meaning. As for the remaining 90%, Sui's gaze returned to the 3 magnates, his smile turning enigmatic. All 3 of you are honored guests who have traveled from afar. 30% each, let's all be friends and prosper together. What do you say? Boss Zhao, General Manager Gu, and Mr. Chen were first stunned. Then almost simultaneously their tense bodies relaxed. The aggressive hostility on their faces rapidly faded, replaced by a more complex expression mixed with awe, admiration, and relief. Secretary Su speaks with refreshing directness. I am convinced. 30%, I have no objections. Boss Zhao was the first to declare, his tone filled with sincerity. I have no objections either. General Manager Gu adjusted his glasses and nodded solemnly. Secretary Zu's arrangement is the best arrangement. Mr. Chen also sheathed all his sharpness. Seeing the 3 had agreed, Sui's smile widened. Now that the shares are settled, we should discuss the price. Just now President Chen bid 10 billion a month. I think. Sui paused, raised a finger, and tapped it in the air. This number shows great sincerity. The total price will be based on this figure. He looked around, finally fixing his gaze, an intangible pressure enveloping the entire venue. Each share per month, 1 billion. Gentlemen, any issues with this price? Sui's voice was not heavy, yet every word struck like a depth charge, detonating within the hearts of these business titans. 10 billion. 1 month. This was merely the price of admission. To claim a share, one must offer such sincerity. This was no longer a simple price, but a threshold forged in gold coldly delineating two entirely disparate worlds. A suffocating silence lasted no more than 3 seconds. No problem. Boss Zhao from Qinghe was the first to break the deadlock. His rugged face was now etched with unbridled appreciation. With a resounding slap, he smacked his thigh vigorously, his voice rolling like thunder. Secretary Su, you're a man after my own heart. We named our own prices. If we back down now, what kind of men would we be? 30%, 3 billion a month. I old Zhao have no problem whatsoever. His words were charged with heroic fervor. Beside him, General Manager Gu and Mr. Chun exchanged a fleeting glance, instantly reading each other's minds. They too had fully grasped Su Yi's overarching strategy. An auction? To the highest bidder. This young man had likely never intended to play such a low-level game from start to finish. By merely fanning the flames without stirring a finger, he had compelled these formidable players to drive the price to a zenith so delirious that none could dispute it. Then, with a fairness bordering on bestowal, he redistributed the colossal benefits capable of shaking the entire industry. Such finesse, such audacity, far more awe-inspiring than a mere victory in bidding. Boss Zhao is right, said General Manager Gu from whose city, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. The gaze behind the lenses narrowed momentarily, only to be replaced by a greater ambition. At our level, business isn't about money, it's about vision. I Gu bowed to Secretary Zu's vision. The price is acceptable to me. Mr. Chun from Juzhou gave a slight nod, his words as concise as ever. I too approve of Secretary Zu's arrangement. Thus the three formidable dragons were tamed and arranged to perfection by Su Yi. Tang Jinyuan, standing by only now, felt strength return to his trembling legs. During that breathless bidding war, he had nearly forgotten to breathe. A total monthly plate of 10 billion. What did that mean? He had never dared to imagine before. Even more staggering was that he could claim a slice of such a massive pie. His gaze towards Su Yi had transformed from initial admiration and cooperation into heartfelt respect and gratitude. I have no objections either, Tang Jinyuan said, his voice carrying a tremor he himself did not notice. 1 billion a month. A figure that fell precisely within his capacity. Waves of emotion surged within him. He could not help but admire this brother Su anymore, and he might have lain awake at night under the pressure of cash flow, perhaps even forfeiting the opportunity. Now no more and no less, it was just right. This was no mere business collaboration. It was a favor bordering on rebirth. Since everyone is in agreement, Su Yi said, his smile as relaxed as if he had just closed a deal for a few hundred yuan of vegetables rather than 100 billion order. Then let's work together happily. The moment the words fell, the tense atmosphere in the farm dissipated like smoke. In its place emerged an efficient synergy born of consensus. Without a word of pleasantry, Boss Zhao pulled out his phone and dialed a number. His tone shifted instantly from bold camaraderie to an irrefutable command. Highest priority, cold chain fleet, depart immediately. Have cargo planes on standby at the nearest airport. I want the first batch on tables in Qingzhou before midnight tonight. He hung up succinctly and flashed Su Yi a hearty smile. Secretary Su, my people will be here shortly. On the other side, General Manager Gus' movements were more elegant. He merely lowered his head, tapped a few quick keys on his phone, and sent a message. But everyone knew that behind that message lay the directive for a vast business empire to spring into high gear. Mr. Chen also picked up his phone, his voice kept low, but his words equally decisive. Activate the highest priority logistics plan. Funds and legal team mobilize immediately. Yes, Qinghe Village. The three of them demonstrated the weight of this transaction through their most direct actions. Su Yi watched them with a nod and a smile. Let's head back to the office, sit a while, have some tea. The contracts should be ready. The group returned to the modest office in the village committee. Su Ling, the accountant, had been notified in advance and had efficiently prepared everything in the office. On the computer screen were 4 draft contracts already drawn up. The terms were clear, straightforward, focusing on product category, shares, and prices. The 3 tycoons' legal teams joined via video conference. When they saw the amounts, tens of billions each month, even the veteran lawyers accustomed to grand scenes gasped audibly from their screens. After confirming every detail, they processed all formalities with a terrifying efficiency. As the printer spat out the first contract, still warm with ink, the air in the office grew heavy again. Tang Jinyuan picked up the weighty fountain pen, his fingertips exerting subtle force. He took a deep breath and with meticulous strokes signed his name on the signature line. When he finished the last stroke, a sense of drained relief washed over him. Then Boss Zhao, General Manager Gu, and Mr. Chen stepped forward in turn. Their signatures, some flamboyant, some restrained, some razor-sharp, each bore an unwavering decisiveness. For contracts. Behind each contract lay a massive cash flow of tens of billions monthly, hundreds of billions annually. Together, the 4 contracts meant that this obscure Qinghe village with just a few little trinkets had unlocked a spine-chilling annual order totaling 120 billion. When the last contract was signed, Su Yi shook hands with each of the 4. Pleasure working together. Pleasure working together. This time the smiles on Boss Zhao and the others bore a touch of genuine sincerity. For them, problems that could be solved with money were never the hardest. The hardest part was finding a problem worth solving with money. And Su-yi along with his Qinghe Village was clearly that answer. After seeing off the still ebullient three tycoons, Tang Jinyuan lingered to the end. He gazed at the departing luxury motorcade outside the window, then turned to Su-yi, whose face remained calm. His lips moved, but all words of gratitude seemed hollow. Brother, great kindness needs no words. From now on, if ever you need me, Tang Jinyuan, for anything, through fire and water, I won't even bat an eye. Su-yi smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Brother Tang, you're being too formal again. After Tang Jinyuan left, the village committee, which had bustled all day, finally fell silent. At that very moment, a voice only he could hear softly echoed in Su-yi's mind. Ding. Detected that the annual total contract amount for enterprises under Qinghe Village has exceeded 100 billion RMB. Successfully achieved hidden achievement. 1 year, 100 billion. Rewards being distributed. Congratulations, host received 1000 achievement points. Achievement shop unlocked. A series of cold mechanical prompts echoed in Su-yi's mind. Devoid of any emotion, yet more melodious than any sound. Hidden achievement. Achievement shop. An immense wave of surprise crashed over him, making the smile on his lips all the more genuine. He had thought that the greatest reward of the day was the annual contract worth hundreds of billions, the one that had truly launched the Qinghe brand. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that the system had such a trick up its sleeve. Su-yi suppressed the ecstasy surging in his heart, and with a mere thought the scene within his consciousness transformed instantly. A brand new interface, exuding a cold technological aura, unfolded in the darkness. At the center, 4 characters emitted a white glow bearing a high-dimensional texture. Achievement shop. Su-yi's consciousness reached out to touch it. Whoosh! The shop interface spread out like a star map. In an instant, countless gray icons surged before his eyes, each like a dim star, with an immovable metal lock hanging above. Su-yi's gaze swept across them rapidly. Controlled nuclear fusion miniature reactor unlock requires 200 achievement points. Super intelligent artificial robot unlock requires 800 achievement points. Fully automatic hovering car factory unlock requires 600 achievement points. Gene level intelligent diagnosis and treatment hospital unlock requires 400 achievement points. Immersive super brain education school unlock requires 300 achievement points. As he scanned each item, Su-yi's eyelids twitched wildly and his breathing grew heavy. Holy moly! Not a single item in this achievement shop was simple. Each name represented a terrifying technology capable of changing the world. Yet the exorbitant, almost despair-inducing unlock points instantly brought him back to reality. 200 achievement points. Signing the contract worth 120 billion today had barely earned him 100. Reaching the points needed to unlock that nuclear fusion seemed utterly distant. Is this system planning to make me build Qinghe Village into an independent technological divine kingdom? Su-yi clicked his tongue, feeling that the road ahead was both challenging and brimming with infinite possibilities. He wondered just how far the system intended him to develop the countryside. His gaze continued downward, and soon he spotted an item that was already in an unlocked state. It was the system's initial mission reward, the Super Ecological Farm. Super Ecological Farm price, 100 million renminbi, per mu 100 million. The price was ridiculously high. However, recalling the almost miraculous output efficiency of that super farm, Su-yi felt the price seemed reasonable. After all, the trillion yuan contract signed today was the best proof. Then his attention was drawn to the only gray icon that shimmered faintly, indicating it could be unlocked. Super Livestock Breeding Farm unlock requires 100 achievement points. Seeing this item, Su-yi's eyes lit up instantly. Livestock Breeding Farm. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Currently, Qinghe Village's development was entirely built upon that super ecological farm. Whether it was Qinghe vegetables or the just signed top-tier ingredients like wasabi and matsutake, all belonged to the realm of plant cultivation. This path had immense potential, but also its limitations. After the 100 mu super ecological farm's annual output value exceeded 1 trillion, there was little room for further growth. To continue expanding revenue, expanding the farm was the only option. But a complete, truly top-tier agricultural eco-brand couldn't rely solely on vegetarian ingredients like fruits and vegetables. The dining table always craves meat, eggs, and milk. Why were Boss Zhao and President Gu so frenzied? What they valued was King's ability to stably supply premium products. What if Qinghe Village could produce meat, eggs, and milk of the same quality as Qinghe vegetables? Su-yi could almost imagine the expression of utter madness on the faces of Boss Zhao and the others when he presented them with equally extraordinary beef, pork, and chicken. That would no longer be a tsunami. It would be a planetary collision capable of overturning the entire food industry. By then, Qinghe Village would have truly established its own commercial moat, securing an unshakable, transcendent position. With that thought, Su-yi hesitated no longer. Development couldn't be one-legged, it had to advance on 2 legs, or even multiple legs. The emergence of the super livestock breeding farm was the key to completing his other leg and letting the dragon that was Qinghe Village soar. Unlock. He issued the command in his mind. Ding. Consume 1000 achievement points. Confirm unlock of super livestock breeding farm. Confirm. As his thought fell, the 1000 achievement points vanished instantly. In the achievement shop interface, the previously gray icon of super livestock breeding farm suddenly burst into a dazzling golden light. The light faded and the icon became sharp and vivid. The next second, detailed product information emerged. Super livestock breeding farm description: a breeding facility integrating gene optimization, automated feeding, environmental simulation, and disease eradication, enabling precise customization of livestock product quality for meat, eggs, and milk. Price 1 billion renminbi per moo. Holy crap. Su's eyes went wide and he couldn't help but curse inwardly. This price was 10 times that of the super ecological farm. The system really didn't hold back. Before he could finish his complaint, a sub-option automatically expanded beneath the product information. Super nutrient feed formula already unlocked. Description provides optimized energy conversion feed formulas for different livestock species, purchasable as finished products or as formulas for self-production. Price: finished product 100 RM ton. Formula purchase 5 billion RM copy. Seeing this, he understood completely. Animals and plants are fundamentally different. In the super ecological farm, plants could almost absorb nutrients out of thin air through nutrient fluids and precision pipes growing wildly. But animals couldn't. They needed to eat. They needed a source. The system had laid out the entire industrial chain before him with clear price tags. From the initial breeding facility to the subsequent feeding process, everything was interlinked, not a single cent spared. To raise livestock, he first had to spend 1 billion per moo to build the farm. To raise the animals, he also had to buy the system's super feed. This combination was nothing short of a bottomless pit. He calmly calculated, even to build a minimal-scale super livestock breeding farm of just 1 moo plus the cost of the first batch of breeding stock and feed, the initial capital would likely exceed 2 billion. Truly, one hurdle after another. He rubbed his forehead, but instead of feeling pressure, a stronger fighting spirit surged in his chest. Generally, the greater the challenge, the greater the reward. With just plants, he could tap a trillion yuan market. So what about adding meat, eggs, and milk of equally miraculous quality? Trillions. Or more. He dared not imagine, but the mere thought was enough to make his blood boil. The super livestock farm must be built. This thought flashed through Su's mind and lingered, never to be dismissed. However, he was also aware that the currently available funds on Qinghe Company's account were only a little over 1 billion yuan remaining from the accumulated sales of Qinghe vegetables. Although he had just signed that massive deal worth 120 billion yuan, it would still take some procedures and time for the first installment to arrive. Distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. After all, he couldn't just use those dozen billion to build a 1-acre farm and raise a few cows for his own entertainment. That would just be pet cows. Looking at the massive investment required for the super livestock farm, the faint pride he had felt from the 100 billion contract was instantly washed away. He realized that he was far from being a tycoon holding enormous wealth. He was merely a player who had just received the entry ticket for the next game. The road ahead needed to be paved with capital far beyond imagination. He rubbed his brow. Yet under this invisible pressure, his mind operated with greater clarity and speed. A farm capable of achieving economies of scale and steadily impacting the market required at least 10 acres of land to start. The construction cost alone was 10 billion yuan. The subsequent introduction of breeding stock and the procurement of exorbitantly priced feed were an even greater bottomless pit. This super livestock farm was a terrifying beast that was hungry and could only devour gold. The pressure had almost become tangible. But Su's thinking under this heavy pressure became clearer than ever. One must eat one bite at a time. One must walk one step at a time. Since he had already unlocked the super livestock farm, the construction could be put on the agenda, but it should not be rushed. Money would soon flow in continuously. That 100 billion contract would bring him nearly 10 billion in cash flow every month. What he needed to do was to plan everything in advance before the funds arrived. He began to ponder. First, the breed of livestock. Beef. This was undoubtedly the absolute hard currency of the high-end dining market, the golden standard for measuring the depth of a top-tier restaurant. What M9 grade Wagyu, what Kobe beef in the face of the super beef produced by the system would likely be crushed relentlessly like those ordinary vegetables. He could almost imagine the madness that would erupt when beef surpassing the limits of human imagination appeared on the dining table. Therefore, cattle were a must. Next were pork and lamb. Although these two meats seemed homey, the market at the top of the pyramid also had jaw-dropping value. The Iberian black pigs of Spain and the Dowling sheep of Australia, which one was not exorbitantly priced. What the system farmed would inevitably be the pinnacle of the industry, as species capable of redefining luxury, deliciousness, and nutrition. In addition, regarding the newly added super ecological farm expansion feature, he pondered for a while and then gave up. The current output of the 100-acre farm was already high enough, top ingredients valued scarcity. Once they became abundant, their value would inevitably decline. Rather than blindly expanding production, it was better to maximize the brand value of Qinghe. He committed these complicated thoughts to memory one by one and cast his gaze out the window again. Outside the village committee, the roar of excavators and bulldozers on the construction site was still clearly audible through the window. That sound was filled with the strength of steel and the hope of construction. That road, the asphalt road under construction leading to the outside world, was the top priority for the current development of Qinghe Village. It was also the key to the system's main mission. First, fix the road after the funds are in place, then start the construction of the livestock farm. For a moment, he felt that the burden on his shoulders had become heavier, but the heroic spirit ignited by reality burned even more fiercely in his chest. Meanwhile, on the other side, the few trinkets he casually tossed out were being transported via the highest priority cold chain express at a terrifying speed to top-tier consumer venues in Jingzhou, Juzhou, and elsewhere. A storm triggered by the pallet was quietly brewing. Jingzhou Zichen Guildhall. This was one of the most exclusive private clubs in Jingzhou and the absolute flagship of Boss Zhao's business empire. Tonight, those who could secure a private room here were all figures who could shake the ground with a single stomp in Jingzhou. Inside the best view, Tianzi No. One private room on the top floor. The renowned domestic tycoon Chairman Lin was hosting an important client returning from overseas. He swiped his finger across the ordering tablet, his brows slightly furrowed. The dishes were still the same. Luxurious, exquisite, but lacking a bit of novelty. For people of their stature, what they ate no longer mattered. What mattered was the experience, the rarity, the uniqueness. Just then the door of the private room was gently pushed open. Manager Wang of the Guildhall personally entered carrying a pot of top-grade aged tea, a perfectly respectful smile on his face. Good evening, Chairman Lin. Manager Wang personally poured tea for the two, his movements flowing like clouds and water. Chairman Lin took a light sip, set down the cup, and casually asked, "Old Wang, anything fresh today?" Manager Wang had been waiting for exactly this question. He bowed his back a little lower, his eyes revealing an undeniable excitement. "Chairman Lin, you've hit the nail on the head. This afternoon we just received a batch of brand new ingredients. Boss Zhao personally ordered the highest spec cold chain charter plane to transport them from a place called Qinghe Village in Yinzhou." Qinghe Village. Chairman Lin was taken aback, the name sounding somewhat familiar. The client who had returned from overseas also showed interest. Chairman Lin quickly recalled, "Is that the Qinghe vegetables that have been so popular recently?" "Yes, Chairman Lin." Manager Wang nodded, a sense of mystery in his voice. "But this time it's not just ordinary vegetables." "Oh." Chairman Lin's interest was piqued. He knew Boss Zhao's style, anything that made him dispatch a plane must be extraordinary. "Tell us, let's hear it." Manager Wang cleared his throat, deliberately lowering his voice. "Wasabi white asparagus finger limes, and matsutake mushrooms." As he listed each name, Chairman Lin's expression grew more astonished. These were all regulars at top restaurants, not unusual. But if these items came from Qinghe Village, it was a different story. If ordinary vegetables from Qinghe Village could reach that quality, what about these top-tier ingredients? Driven by Chairman Lin's curiosity, Manager Wang quickly handed over the tablet. Looking at the photos of the ingredients displayed, Chairman Lin's gaze instantly froze. In the photos, the wasabi rhizomes were thick and full-bodied. The white asparagus stood upright, pure as jade. The finger limes were vivid in color with crystalline pearls. The matsutake mushrooms were perfectly shaped, their fragrance almost seeping through the screen. "This appearance," Chairman Lin murmured. Having indulged in gastronomy for half his life, his discerning eye immediately recognized the uniqueness of these items. "All of them, serve them all." He spoke almost subconsciously, his tone carrying an unquestionable urgency. That evening at the Zichen Clubhouse in Jingzhou, in the top-floor VIP suite, the wealthy Lin Dong fixed his gaze upon the matsutake clear soup being served. The broth was crystal clear with a few slices of matsutake thin as cicada wings gently unfurling. Yet the pure, almost domineering aroma of the mushroom had already overpowered the entire feast of delicacies. He carefully scooped up a slice with a silver spoon. He brought it to his mouth. The act of chewing paused at the very first bite. Fresh, tender, smooth, crisp, fragrant. All the taste sensations compressed to the extreme, then exploded with a bang. His well-traveled overseas client beside him also had eyes wide open, expression frozen like a statue under a spell of paralysis. The next day, the internet world was turned upside down by the previous night's series of top-tier banquets. At first, the storm brewed only beneath the surface. In a few niche forums dedicated to luxury goods and high-end living, a few lines of text quietly appeared. "Tasted the legendary new products from Qinghe Village at the Zichen Clubhouse last night. What can I say? Truly worthy of Qinghe Village's reputation. At the Imperial Kitchen in Shanghai, a portion of white asparagus. My dad almost swallowed his tongue after eating it. Is there any big shot from Juzhou? I heard Boss Chen's club has also added it, called the Qinghe Premium Collection. Is it really that divine?" These posts didn't stir much of a reaction. Those who could frequent such places were already a tiny minority, their world far removed from ordinary people under the sun. Until noon. A few screenshots of consumption bills heavily censored were unexpectedly thrown onto Weibo with a highly inflammatory caption. I thought the hundreds yuan per serving Qinghe vegetables were the ceiling, but now I realize that was just their appetizer. The bills were from the Zichin Clubhouse. The clear item names and prices on them were like deep water bombs, instantly stirring up monstrous waves in the online public opinion sphere. Qinghe Premium Matsutake Soup per serving. 29999 Charcoal Grilled Qinghe White Asparagus proportion. 2888 Freshly Ground Qinghe Wasabi proportion. 12999. That series of numbers with an almost irrational impact fiercely stung the eyes of every wage earner. Silence. After a brief silence came an earth-shattering eruption. 29,900 for a bowl of soup. Is it brewed with dragon liver and phoenix marrow? Holy crap. My month's salary can't even afford one scallion they eat. Oh wait, that's asparagus. Is this price for real? Does the price bureau not care? Brother upstairs, you're too young. The pricing in places like this never looks at the price, but at the qualification. If you think it's expensive, it means you don't even qualify to be ripped off. Harsh, isn't it? The public opinion exploded completely. A food influencer with millions of followers followed up at lightning speed with a long analysis article born out of nowhere. The title was so straightforward it took one's breath away. Calculate how much it costs to eat a Qinghe premium meal. The article drew on extensive references linking all information since Qinghe Village's debut. From the initial affordable vegetables to today's sky-high ingredients. Finally, he arrived at a conclusion that made everyone's scalp tingle. So it's not hard to calculate that if a diner wants to fully experience the entire Qinghe premium collection, the bill for one meal would be around 200 to 300 yuan. This price is roughly enough to pay a down payment on a house in some third-tier cities in China. One meal a down payment on a house. This equation's simple, crude, yet incredibly sharp, instantly sliced open everyone's emotions. My salary can't afford how many mushrooms. This topic, laden with strong self-mockery and bitterness, surged to the top of the trending list at an incredible speed. Under the topic, it was a nationwide netizen cyber competition of misery. Don't ask. After a year of working labor deducting food and expenses, I only have enough for one serving of matsutake soup. Count your blessings upstairs. I work 996 for a month. That's only enough for the leftover change of that wasabi. LOL, I'm literally that per serving the unit of measurement at 29999. I'm so tired of saying jealous. Countless jokes, self-deprecation, and envious remarks pushed the heat to its peak. The entire internet was immersed in the strange atmosphere of I don't understand the world of the rich, but I'm utterly shocked. However, just as this sentiment fermented to its extreme, a new yet extremely clear demand sprouted from countless whales and quickly became mainstream. Alright, stop being jealous. We can't even imagine the joy of the rich in this life. Exactly. I just want to ask, we can't afford the 290 matsutake, but a few hundred yuan for cucumber and tomato. We can grit our teeth and try for a taste, right? Exactly. I just want to know, when can Qinghe vegetables be shipped to my place? Yes. This cry like a spark instantly ignited the long-suppressed dry wood. Indeed. We can't afford the sky-high matsutake, but the affordable vegetables we can afford. The anger of desire unfulfilled instantly transformed into a terrifying collective purchasing urge. When will Qinghe vegetables be sold nationwide? A new topic emerged out of nowhere, dominating the charts again with even more ferocity. This time it was no longer envy and self-mockery, but overwhelming petitions and shouts. Qinghe High-Tech Agriculture Co., Ltd. Come out and take the beating. Hurry up and distribute nationwide. Location: Shu capital Chengdu, already drooling with tears, speed it up. Location: Yang City, Guangzhou, wallet ready, speed it up. We people in the 3 northeastern provinces also want a taste. Can't be regionally discriminatory. The entire network turned into a grand spectacle of urging for supply. Countless netizens expressed the same appeal in the simplest way: I can't afford your most expensive, but can't I afford your cheapest? Qinghe Village Committee. Su Lu, in charge of online public opinion, practically burst through the door of Su Yi's office. He held his phone high, face flushed with extreme excitement, even stammering a bit. Go. It's blown up. Everything is blown up. He rushed in front of Su Yi, thrusting the phone screen toward him, fingers frantically swiping. Quick look. Trending topics. All ours. Number 135. All for Qinghe Village. And this one: when will Qinghe vegetables be sold nationwide? Look at the comments below. People from all over the country are going crazy. They're all urging Qinghe vegetables to ship there quickly. Su Le's voice was filled with uncontrollable ecstasy and shock. He never dreamed that his own village could one day dominate the national spotlight in this way. However, Su Yi, at the center of the storm, only calmly glanced at the mountain sand-cease-like discussion on the phone screen. Then, under Su Le's gaze mixed with admiration and confusion, he chuckled lightly and leaned back in his chair. Isn't this only normal? It shows our product is good enough. Su Yi laughed heartily. As for when we can ship there, doesn't that still depend on the big bosses? Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, the capital of gastronomy. In the back kitchen of a Michelin 3-star restaurant not open to the public, chef Antoine, known as the god of French cuisine, wearing white gloves, carefully picked up a brilliantly colored fruit with tweezers. It was the finger lime from Qinghe Village. He gently cut the peel with the tip of a knife. The crystal-clear flesh, like top-grade caviar, slowly oozed out. A fragrance never seen before with incredibly complex layers instantly overwhelmed his entire sense of smell. This top chef, who commands the most discerning palates in the world, found his hands trembling uncontrollably. In his blue eyes a light of almost obsessive fervor radiated. Next, a storm in the truest sense quietly began to unfold on overseas social media platforms. The first to ignite the fuse was the world-renowned legendary superstar Leon. His account had been dormant for over half a month, but now it posted only a single photo. The composition was minimalist. A segment of expertly cooked white asparagus lay quietly in an expensive bone china plate. The caption was equally concise. Last night at a private club, I tasted a white asparagus from Tsinghua. Impeccable. A perfect work of art. As soon as the tweet was posted, the comments section instantly exploded. Oh my god. Leon finally updated. Tsinghua, what new luxury brand is this? I've never heard of it. If Leon calls it impeccable, what does it actually taste like? Countless fans and food enthusiasts flooded in, curiously discussing this unfamiliar Eastern name. But this was only the beginning. A few minutes later, the technology tycoon who perpetually dominated global tech headlines, a tech visionary dedicated to commercial spaceflight, also posted an update. No image. The text, however, was filled with a kind of technical regret. Just tasted the matsutake from Qinghe Village. A true natural miracle. The only drawback is that the supply is far too scarce. If Leon's tweet was a pebble in the world of high-end living, then this tech mogul's statement instantly smashed the word Qinghe into the global spotlight of capital and technology. Even Eric praises it like this. What is this Qinghe Village? Supply is scarce. That's the point. True luxury is always scarce. Have my assistant investigate immediately. I must get my hands on this. The storm was accelerating. Then a third heavyweight entered the fray. A true aristocrat who had long been listed among the top of the Forbes rich list, with a family legacy spanning centuries, owning castles and titles in Europe. He posted an even shorter update, not even bothering to use his full name. Qinghe. 2 words, followed by directly tagging his globally renowned sourcing advisor known for his extraordinary connections. Priority for the next batch. Find a way to secure it. This tweet carried no emotion, yet was filled with a commanding tone. It struck like a heavy hammer, utterly bewildering all overseas netizens watching the event. A global superstar, a tech god, an ancient European aristocrat. These 3 individuals represented the pinnacle of entertainment technology and capital on a global scale. At this moment, they were creating a remarkable resonance on social media over the same Eastern name, Qinghe. This was no longer a coincidence. It was a signal that would send chills down the spines of all top buyers, luxury conglomerates, and high-end ingredient suppliers worldwide. It was afternoon domestic time. While domestic netizens were still clamoring, when will Qinghe vegetables be available nationwide? A few screenshots like celestial messengers were swiftly reposted to Weibo by domestic marketing accounts and quick-reacting overseas student groups. The headline was simple and blunt, yet packed with explosive power. Twitter stormed: the world's wealthy are going crazy for Qinghe. The post contained screenshots of those 3 world-famous figures' tweets, along with precise translations. There was no lengthy analysis, no exaggerated flattery. Only facts. Yet the impact of those cold, hard facts was 100 times more terrifying than yesterday's bill for the Tsinghua matsutake soup. After a brief, deathly silence on Weibo, boom, the volcano of public opinion erupted completely in an unprecedented manner. Leon. It's really Leon. My idol. He's eating our Qinghe vegetables too. Look closely, that's not vegetables. It's white asparagus. The same one that Zichen Club sold for 2,800 a serving yesterday. The key is the second one, that's Eric, the god of tech. He said King's matsutake is a natural miracle and complained he can't buy it. The last one is even more ruthless. Old European money. He directly ordered his sourcing advisor to grab the next batch. The imagery is so vivid. I was still feeling sorry for my wallet yesterday, but today I realized that all the rich people in the world are worrying with us. Except we're worried about not being able to afford it while they're worried about not being able to buy it. This comment, like a switch, instantly ignited everyone's emotions. Yesterday, the prevailing sentiment online was envy, jealousy, and self-deprecation over the sky-high menu. Now all emotions swiftly reversed, converging into an indescribable sense of pride and honor. Awesome. This feeling is so awesome. Before, we were always begging for international luxury goods from agents, but now the tables have turned. They're begging to buy our stuff. What is this called? This is cultural export. A cultural export of the palate. Prestige. What is international prestige? Tactical lean back. Yesterday I was cursing the capitalists for being greedy, but today I just want to say, Boss Xiaoso, you did a great job. It should be sold at this high price. Let's earn back the money from foreigners. Haha, I can't help laughing at the thought of an old European aristocrat worrying, because he can't eat our village's produce. The entire public opinion direction of the internet completed a dramatic reversal within just 1 hour. Netizens who were still feeling sorry for themselves as measurement units a second ago the next second straightened their backs feeling proud and honored. Soon a new topic brimming with national pride was forcibly pushed to the top of the trending list by hundreds of millions of proud netizens with immense enthusiasm, followed by a bright red, explosive tag. Qinghe opens the world's eyes. Under this topic, yesterday's wailing and self-mockery were gone. Replacing them were uniform pride and honor. This wave is a top-tier reverse purchasing. The horizon has expanded, brothers. Our Qinghe Village's goal has never been the domestic market. It's the stars and the sea. Qinghe Village, a name that originally only existed in domestic news, for the first time, with an exceptionally forceful posture, truly stepped onto the world stage. Qinghe Village Committee. Su Lu once again burst through the door of Su Yi's office. This time his expression could no longer be described as excitement. It was a mixture of extreme shock, bewilderment, and fervor. Go. His voice was trembling as he handed his phone to Su Yi. We've gone abroad. We're trending on Twitter. Su Yi's gaze swept over the freshly trending Qinghe opens the world's eyes, and then glanced at the translated tweet screenshots. Leon Eric, the European aristocrat. Of course he knew who these people were. To be honest, even he hadn't expected Boss Zhao and his team to have such influence and act so quickly. In just one day, they had directly delivered the farm's produce to the tables of that tiny elite at the top of the world, triggering such a terrifying chain reaction. Seeing Su Le's state of near shutdown, Su Yi leaned back in his chair, a relaxed smile spreading across his face. He raised his hand and pressed it down. Calm down. Just routine operations. Su Lu opened his mouth, watching Su Yi's nonchalant demeanor, feeling his worldview being reshaped over and over. This is called routine. It's almost breaking through the sky. Just then Su Yi's personal phone rang abruptly. He glanced at the caller ID. It was Chundong, a college alumnus he hadn't contacted in a long time. Su Yi answered with a smile. Hello, why are you calling me again? On the other end of the line, Chundong's voice was unprecedentedly urgent and excited. Su Yi, little rascal. In just a couple of days you've made such earth-shattering waves again. Now the Qinghe Village brand has become popular abroad. Su Yi chuckled. Hee, just average. Stop being modest. Chundong's tone suddenly turned serious, his voice lowered, and his words coming out like a machine gun. Academician Wang Xinghua. Old Wang saw the news online about your new ingredients, especially the matsutake and white asparagus. After the old man finished his meeting this afternoon, the moment he saw the news, he couldn't sit still and made a decision on the spot. He can't wait a single moment. Tomorrow morning, we'll be arriving in Yunzhou. The call ended. Chundong's near-shattering voice seemed still echoing in the office. Su Yi gently placed his phone on the desk, his fingertips idly tapping on the warm screen. The morning light outside the window streamed into his deep-set eyes, and beneath the smile lay thoughts surging like the deep sea. Academician Wang Xinghua was coming ahead of schedule. It was both unexpected and yet within reason. The next day, the sky had just barely taken on a pale fishbelly white, and the morning mist had not yet fully dissipated. Several black cars silently drove into the village entrance along the service road without honking or disturbing anyone. The car door opened, and County Party Secretary Li En was the first to step out. The morning air carried a moist chill mingled with the fresh scent of soil and vegetation, which filled his lungs but did not relax his taut nerves in the slightest. He quickly led the county leadership team toward the village committee office with complex emotions. The door of the village committee office was left ajar. Li En gently pushed it open, but the expected tension or bustle did not appear. Instead, a warm, mellow tea fragrance wafted toward him, instantly soothing a trace of the anxiety brought on by the overnight journey. He looked up and was momentarily stunned. Inside the office, Su Yi was sitting alone behind a tea table. He wore a simple white t-shirt, his demeanor relaxed, and he was intently arranging a set of purple clay gongfu tea utensils. Warming the cups, placing the tea leaves, pouring water. His movements were fluid and natural, as if the turbulence outside had nothing to do with him. A strange feeling welled up in Li En's heart. On the way here he had imagined countless possibilities, but never this scene of stealing a moment of idle leisure. Was this young man genuinely confident, or simply ignorant of the heavens and the earth? Hearing the commotion at the door, Su Yi looked up and saw Li En and his party. There was no surprise on his face. He smiled and raised his hand in a casual gesture. Secretary Li, long time no see. Please have a seat and try my new tea. Li En walked over steadily and sat down opposite him. He looked at Su Yi's young but composed face, at his calm, unruffled eyes, and the complex emotions in his heart grew even stronger. He gave a gentle laugh and shook his head, a tone of genuine admiration in his voice. Kid, old Wang will be here any minute, yet you're so unperturbed. This calm. Even us oldimers are no match for you. Su-yi picked up the teapot and poured amber-colored tea into the small cup before Lian's steam rising in wisps. Secretary Li, since you're already here, rushing won't help. Sit down and have a cup of hot tea to moisten your throat. When you report to the higher-ups later, your voice will be clear too. This remark left Lian momentarily speechless. He raised the cup, brought it under his nose, and inhaled. The elegant fragrance relaxed his tense nerves a little. To be honest, I never dreamed that your few scallions and vegetable leaves could stir up such a commotion abroad and even invite old Wang, the true deity, to our backwater village. Lian said with a complex tone, this is a great honor, a glory for our Heyuan County. Su-yi lifted his own teacup and raised it toward Lian. Secretary Li, your words are too heavy. Qinghe Village wouldn't be what it is today without the county's initial support and far-sighted vision. I just did what I should. These words were pleasant to hear. Li's features softened as he listened. He set down the cup, then abruptly shifted the topic, a perfectly timed wry smile appearing on his face. He pointed out the window at the thriving village and shook his head half-jokingly. Now I dare not think too much about your company's revenue. Thinking about it makes my heart ache for our county's budget. He looked at Su-yi with a mix of teasing and helplessness. Back then, with a stroke of my pen, I exempted you from taxes for 3 years. Now looking back, that was really generous of me. The moment he said this, the office fell silent. The smiles on the faces of the cadres behind Lian froze for an instant, and their hands holding teacups paused in midair, not knowing how to respond. Su-yi smiled too. He calmly refilled Li's tea, the steam rising and blurring his expression. Secretary Li, why be so reserved? That wasn't being generous, it was farsightedness. You planted the most promising seed for the future development of our entire Heyuan County. Vision shouldn't be limited to the next 3 years. Qinghe Village is Heyuan County's Qinghe Village. That will never change. As he finished, cough cough. One deputy cadre couldn't hold back and choked on his tea, his face turning red. He didn't even bother wiping his mouth, just stared at Su-yi in shock. The other cadres also wore mixed expressions. When they looked at Su-yi again, it was no longer admiration, but something close to awe. How could this young man's mind work like that? Lian was stunned for a moment, then the pent-up frustration in his chest vanished, as if blown away. He pointed at Su-yi and finally burst into hearty laughter. Ha 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 ha. Good. Well said. Young man, you are truly extraordinary, truly remarkable. At this moment his heart was genuinely delighted. Su-yi's words were not an explanation at all. They had neatly placed a tremendous credit onto his shoulders. The atmosphere in the office instantly became lively. Just then a low rumble of engine noise grew closer from afar. The sound was completely different from the trucks at the construction site. Deep, steady, carrying an undeniable presence. Everyone's hearts stirred, and they walked out of the office almost in unison. Several black sedans with government license plates formed a convoy, slowly approaching and finally came to a stop on the open ground in front of the village committee. Lian and the others instinctively straightened their collars and hurried forward to greet them. The door of the lead car opened, and Yunzhou's Secretary Zhang Xiang's figure appeared first. Without even glancing at the approaching Li, and he quickly walked around to the other side, bent down, and personally pulled open the rear door, one hand shielding the roof. This action made every official present feel their hearts skip a beat. A foot in ordinary cloth shoes first stepped out and planted firmly on the soil of Qinghe Village. Then an elderly man with graying hair, a gaunt but upright face, a straight back, and sharp eagle-like eyes stepped out of the car. He carried no official air, yet exuded a weighty presence that made no one dare underestimate him. He was the towering figure in agricultural science, academician Wang Tsinghua. The sound of wind along with the rumble of a distant construction site became the only noise on this open ground. Everyone's breath unconsciously softened. Their eyes were locked onto the old man who had just stepped out of the car. Secretary Lian and several county leaders had already hurried forward, their faces wearing the most enthusiastic smiles, practiced countless times, with prepared words of welcome on the tip of their tongues ready to be delivered. However, academician Wang Tsingua's gaze passed straight through them. He swept past the Yunzhou secretary, past the county secretary, past face after face, wearing standard smiles. In his eyes they all seemed to be nothing more than meaningless background. Finally, that astonishingly sharp gaze locked with pinpoint precision onto the young man at the very back of the crowd, who was wearing only a simple white t-shirt. Su-yi stood still, not moving. He clearly saw the smile on Secretary Li's face freeze for an instant. He also saw Secretary Zhang Xiang's hand slightly raised and ready to speak, hovering awkwardly in midair. Interesting. Those two words surfaced in Su-yi's mind. The next second, a scene that made every official's heart stop occurred. Academician Wang Tsinghua, a national treasure-level titan, whom even the Yunzhou secretary had to personally bend over to open the car door for, actually ignored the two secretaries standing right beside him and strode directly towards Su-yi with large steps, carrying an unquestionable urgency. His worn cloth shoes stepped on the dirt path, each step fast and steady, kicking up faint dust. The entire scene was eerily silent. Secretary Li's mouth still held the shape of someone about to speak, his expression completely frozen. He had rehearsed hundreds of reception plans in his mind, but none of them included this one. This pillar of the nation actually couldn't be bothered with the most basic formalities. Under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, Wang Tsinghua had already stopped in front of Sui. An old hand, sinewy and extraordinarily strong, reached out proactively. "You are Comrade Sui, right?" The old man's voice was loud and powerful, carrying the unique, penetrating quality of a scientific researcher echoing across the quiet open space. Sui quickly extended both hands and grasped that hand. The sensation from his palm was rough and scorching hot, the mark of years of labor. That grip strength was nothing like that of a man over 70. "Elder Wang, hello, I am Sui." Wang Tsinghua looked him up and down. His eyes held no polite appreciation, but rather the probing and fervor of a scientist examining a rare specimen. He squeezed back forcefully, as if using that gesture to confirm that the young man before him was not an illusion. "Good, good." The old man said 2 goods in a row, his admiration genuine. "He looks even more spirited than in the photos." Secretary Zhang Xiang, who had been left aside, finally found his voice and hurried forward to smooth things over, forcing a warm smile onto his face. "Indeed, Elder Wang, though Sui is young, his achievements make us elders feel humbled. Truly, heroes emerge from the young." He was about to add a few more polite remarks, but Wang Tsinghua abruptly waved his hand, cutting him off directly. "No more formalities." The old man's eyes burned fiercely as he stared at Sui. "Comrade Sui, I came here for one reason only. To see your land, to see your planting model. What kind of method could produce things of that quality? Let's go to the fields right now, this instant. How about it? My heart has already flown to your farm along the way, though I can't wait another moment." These words were so urgent as to be almost rude, leaving the leaders standing nearby, exchanging bewildered glances at a loss. Sui, however, smiled. He could sense that this old man was truly anxious. That pure craving for unknown agricultural technology had already overwhelmed all worldly conventions. He understood instantly. Sui slightly turned sideways, made a pleased gesture toward the silver-white behemoth not far away, and said in a crisp, decisive tone, "Elder Wang, esteemed leaders, this way please." The path leading to the gate of the super eco farm was not long. Wang Tsinghua practically shook off everyone else, walking ahead, with Sui alone. The 2 secretaries Zhang Xiang and Yilin followed behind, even having to jog a few steps to barely keep up with his pace, looking quite awkward. When the massive door, seamlessly integrated, gleaming with cold metallic light, appeared before them, Wang Tsingua's steps finally halted. He looked up, gazing at this futuristic building. In his clouded eyes there was a blazing light mixed with anticipation and tension. Sui walked to the door, took out a black access card, and swiped it gently. Beep. Amid a low hum, the massive door slid open slowly to both sides. At that moment, everyone held their breath. Wang Tsinghua stood at the very front, taking the brunt. The instant the door opened, a surge of air rushed toward them. It was not simply fresh air. It was a dense, inseparable primal vitality, a living energy. His body jolted sharply. As a top agricultural expert who had dealt with land and crops all his life, he knew exactly what this meant. It meant that the world behind that door possessed a nearly perfect, self-contained, ecological cycle. He could no longer restrain himself. Before the door was fully open, he sidled in and squeezed through first. After everyone had followed, the massive door behind them slowly closed, completely shutting out the clamor of the outside world. A single step apart, 2 different worlds. When the scene inside the door was fully presented before Wang Tsingua's eyes, this old man, who had weathered many storms and rendered outstanding service to the country, came to a complete halt. He took a half step forward, but his body stumbled, nearly falling. Secretary Zhang Xiang, following behind, was quick-witted and fast-handed, immediately reaching out to support him. "Elder Wang, be careful." But Wang Tsinghua, as if he hadn't heard, brushed his hand aside, eyes wide, staring fixedly ahead. His entire being was like a statue nailed to the spot. As far as the eye could see, there was a boundless green ocean. All the crops displayed the extremes of life in an almost savage manner. But he did not indulge in this macroscopic shock. His professional instinct made him frantically scan every detail at the very first moment. Wrong. Everything was wrong. His brain was spinning at an unprecedented speed, frantically comparing what he saw with the agricultural knowledge base stored in his mind for over 50 years. Yet the conclusions he drew were one after another contradictory, to the point of absurdity. Where were the traces of large agricultural machinery? Where were the tire tracks left by tractors, seeders, and harvesters? None. The ground was as smooth as an immaculate green carpet, without any marks of heavy machinery. And the irrigation system? What about traditional sprinklers, drip irrigation tapes, or even more advanced hidden pipelines? Nothing. He couldn't see a single water pipe, nor hear the hum of a water pump. Yet the moisture of every inch of soil was as perfect as if it were the result of supercomputer precision calculations. Throughout the entire farm, aside from the subtle sounds of plants growing, there was only an extremely faint background hum, as if the whole space itself was breathing. No, it's more than just wrong. Every aspect exudes a bizarre sense of defiance against the laws of nature. Academician Wang Zhengguo's eyes at this moment were like two precision instruments operating at full capacity, scanning everything within his field of vision, attempting to find even a marginally plausible logic for the scene before him. The soil. Wang Zhenghua abruptly crouched down. Ignoring his nation treasure status and the clean clothes he wore, he directly scooped up a handful of black earth with his hands. Behind him, Secretary Zhang Xiang and Secretary Lian felt their hearts clench and instinctively moved forward. Academician Wang, the ground is cold. Before the words were finished, Wang Zhenghua cut him off with a sharp command. Don't come close. The old man's voice carried an unquestionable authority. He brought the handful of soil to his nose and took a deep breath. Moist, soft, and rich with astonishing organic matter. Most crucially, the humidity was uniform, as if precisely calibrated drop by drop in a sterile lab. Too much would rot, too little would dry. But then the question. Where was the water? His gaze searched the ground inch by inch. All the leading cadres following behind held their breath, not daring to make a sound. They couldn't comprehend what Academician Wang was doing, but they could clearly sense that this towering figure in agriculture was caught in an extremely intense emotional storm. Su Yi stood to one side, watching quietly without a word. Suddenly, Wang Zhengguo's movements froze. His eyes locked onto the root of a white asparagus plant. There the soil seemed to have the faintest, almost imperceptible bulge, different from its surroundings. Had he not been lying on the ground observing from an almost floor-level perspective, it would have been impossible to detect. The next second, to the horror of all onlookers, Academician Wang Zhenghua, like a child who had discovered a treasure, reached out with his hands and began digging directly into the soil with his fingernails. Academician Wang, your hands. Zhang Xiang and Lian could no longer restrain themselves, exclaiming as they were about to step forward. Don't disturb Academician Wang. Su Yi's voice was not loud, but it nailed everyone's footsteps firmly to the ground. The two secretaries turned back in shock, their faces full of confusion and anxiety. Su Yi only gave them a slight shake of his head. He knew that for an agricultural scientist who had dedicated his entire life to the land, any interruption at this moment would be a desecration. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Zhenghua had already dug through the surface soil. Soon a section of pipe, entirely black, its surface smooth as a mirror exuding a composite texture of metal and ceramic, appeared beneath his fingertips. The pipe was not thick, only about the diameter of a pinky finger, lying quietly underground, perfectly coexisting with the surrounding soil, as if it were a natural part of the land. The instant his fingers touched the pipe, Wang Zhenghua shuddered violently, as if electrocuted. He did not dig any further. He understood. Irrigation, fertilization, even regulation of soil temperature. Every aspect relied on this unseen underground piping system, like the blood vessels of a living organism that he had never encountered before. He slowly stood up, brushed the dirt from his hands, and the manic confusion on his face had vanished, replaced by a deeper sense of awe and understanding. So that's it. So that's it. He seemed to speak to himself, yet also to everyone. But before the others could recover from the upheaval, Wang Zhenghua made another move. Without any warning, he suddenly strode briskly in another direction. That area, separated by a transparent, almost invisible air wall, contained plants distinctly different from the white asparagus, and the light was dimmer. Academician Wang, over there. A staff member instinctively tried to warn him. But Wang Zhengguo's pace was too fast. He almost bumped into that space. Passing through the invisible barrier, a completely different air rushed to meet him. Cooler, more humid, carrying the unique chill of a mountain stream at dawn. The moment Secretaries Zhang Xiang and Lian followed, and they couldn't help but shiver. The temperature difference was too obvious. It was like stepping from an early summer field into a rain-soaked forest in late autumn. In this dim, damp, and cool environment, stalks of wasabi with thick roots exuding a distinctive pungent aroma were growing exuberantly. Wang Zhenghua stopped, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Indeed. He opened his eyes, sweeping his gaze over the wasabi, then looking further to the finger limes thriving in another temperature zone. And finally his sight rested on the distant area, simulating the high-altitude, dry, and cold environment for matsutake cultivation. Zoned environmental simulation. And it was precisely tailored independent microclimate ecosystems. He finally understood why those top-tier ingredients, vastly different in growth conditions and harvest seasons, could appear simultaneously in this one farm like common cabbages. Because this place was not a farm at all. It was a collection of countless perfectly segmented, independently operating mini-worlds. This building was God's creation chamber, capable of simulating any ecological environment on Earth. Realizing this, an indescribable sense of powerlessness and awe instantly swept over Wang Zhenghua. His entire life, he had pursued ways to help crops better adapt to the environment, to improve soil through technical means, to avoid harm and seek benefit. But this young man before him did not make choices. He directly created the environment. It was a dimensional assault. Wang Zhenghua slowly turned around and looked again at the young man who had remained calm throughout. This time his eyes no longer held scrutiny or inquiry, only pure reverence for unknown technology. He was silent for a long time, then with a somewhat hoarse voice asked a question that everyone cared about but dared not voice. This farm must have cost a fortune, right? The moment the question was posed, all the leaders pricked up their ears. Hearing this, Su-Yi's face broke into his signature harmless smile. He did not answer, but his smile said it all. A smile that conveyed, your imagination limits your perception of the price. Seeing that smile, Wang Tsinghua also smiled with relief. He was not disappointed. Instead, he felt a clear-headed enlightenment. It might not be replicable or scalable for now, but its mere existence was like a lighthouse pointing a distant, yet unmistakably clear direction for the future of agriculture. Good, excellent. Wang Tsinghua praised from the bottom of his heart. He stepped forward and patted Su-Yi's shoulder forcefully. Young man, you've shown me the future of agriculture. The tense atmosphere in the office instantly dissipated with the academician's words. Secretary Li Yin's face had already bloomed into a chrysanthemum of smiles. He cleared his throat and tentatively asked, Secretary Su, for Qinghe Village's next step, should we prepare to expand this super farm so that people across the country can enjoy Qinghe vegetables as soon as possible? This question was also on everyone's mind. After all, the online clamor for nationwide distribution was almost overwhelming. Wang Tsinghua also looked at Su-Yi with interest, eager to know what this young man possessing such a divine tool would do next. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Su-Yi's smile remained unchanged. He gently shook his head. Expanding the farm. Not for now. Everyone was taken aback. Not expand. Leave such a gold mine untouched. Just as everyone thought they had misheard, Su-Yi slowly delivered the second half of his sentence. Next, I plan to set up a technological breeding. The words fell. The entire farm fell into a dead silence. The expressions of everyone, including academician Wang Tsinghua, who had just marveled at seeing the future, instantly froze on their faces. Technological breeding. Breed what? In that moment, everyone's minds collectively crashed. Technology. Farming. These two words individually, everyone present understood. But when Su-Yi uttered them in that matter-of-fact tone, combining them, as if it were the most natural thing, the result was so absurd it left everyone stunned. The thick, palpable life force within the farm seemed to freeze in that instant. Secretary Li, who had been brimming with excitement at academician Wang's remark about the future of agriculture, found his smile stiffening like a withered orange peel. He opened his mouth, emitting a dry but found himself utterly at a loss for words. Farming. Raise what? Chickens, ducks, or pigs? What kind of ridiculous joke was this? To abandon this gold mine that could print money, to turn away from the vast luxury vegetable market that had the world's wealthy clamoring for it, and instead take up livestock farming. That wasn't just neglecting one's proper work, it was sheer insanity. He blurted out instinctively, Su. Secretary Su, you're not joking, are you? This vegetable business is at its peak. The whole world is watching. We should strike while the iron is hot, expand our scale, not suddenly pivot to that. He wanted to say raising pigs and chickens, but those words felt utterly incongruous against the silvery, futuristic building before him, and he couldn't bring himself to say it. It wasn't just him. Secretary Zhang Xiang of Yunzhou, a municipal leader who had weathered countless storms, was also frowning deeply. For the first time, his gaze toward Su-Yi carried scrutiny and confusion. In his eyes, every step Su-Yi had taken so far had been nothing short of genius. But this move, he simply couldn't comprehend it. It was too anomalous. It defied every business logic and development principle. Yet facing a room full of nearly paralyzed officials, Su-Yi's expression remained unchanged. His smile was still relaxed, his gaze clear, as if he had just remarked on the pleasant weather rather than something earth-shattering. He scanned the room, taking in everyone's shock and bewilderment, then replied with a question of his own, his voice steady and forceful. Secretary Zhang, Secretary Li, academician Wang. Distinguished leaders. You all accepted using technology to grow vegetables. Why can't you accept using technology for farming? This rhetorical question, like a pebble dropped into their frozen thoughts, stirred ripples. Indeed, tech-based farming had sounded just as absurd, yet the results were undeniable. Then what about tech-based livestock? Before they could dwell on it, Su-Yi's voice rang out again, carrying an unshakable confidence and penetrating force. Since I can use technology to create the perfect environment for plant growth. He paused, his gaze sweeping over their suddenly changing faces. Then why can't I wield the same technology to craft the perfect environment for animals? A thunderclap exploded in everyone's mind. The pupils of Secretaries Li Yun and Zhang Xiang contracted sharply. All their doubts, confusion, and sense of absurdity shattered in that moment, obliterated by the sheer brutal logic of his words. Yes, why not? It was their own mental inertia that had shackled the word farming to muddy, foul-smelling, chaotic traditional barns. They had subconsciously equated livestock raising with low and dirty and disorderly operations. But the tech-driven farming Su-Yi spoke of was clearly on an entirely different plane from what they imagined. Using the technology that produced Qinghe vegetables to raise livestock. What kind of creatures would that yield? For a split second, an uncontrollable image flashed through Secretary Li's mind, a herd of pigs in sunglasses leisurely doing yoga in a temperature-controlled room where classical music played. Startled by his own absurd fantasy, he shuddered and drove the image away. When he looked at Su Yi again, his expression had changed completely. It was the look one gave a monster. This young man's thinking had utterly surpassed their realm of understanding. Even academician Wang Jinghua, the doyen of agricultural science, after a brief moment of shock, had a fierce gleam erupting in his aged eyes. Until now, his entire focus had been on botany and soil science. Su Yi's words had sliced open a brand new, even more frenzied and far vaster world within his ossified knowledge system. Using technology to create life environments. It worked for plants. Why not for animals? The logic was simple, crude, yet irrefutable. Wang Jinghua slapped his thigh, trembling with excitement. He pointed at Su Yi, then at the farm, his lips quivering as he struggled to form a coherent sentence. You kid. You. It wasn't doubt, but sheer awe. The wild, irrepressible joy of a top-tier scientist beholding an entirely new path toward the future. Good. Brilliant thinking. Wang Jinghua finally found his voice. He grabbed Su Yi's arm with surprising strength, his eyes blazing. I understand. I understand it all. What has our research direction always been? To make animals adapt to the environment we provide. Better feed, better vaccines, more scientific pin designs. But ultimately, it's just tinkering within the old framework. And you're out to overturn that framework entirely. You want to create a Garden of Eden for animals. The old academician's voice grew louder, almost a roar, and his heartfelt excitement infected everyone present. The phrase Garden of Eden sent a shiver down the spines of Secretaries Yilin and Zhang Xiang. A jolt of electricity from their tailbones straight to their crowns. Vision. That was true vision. Su Yi smiled, but said nothing. In truth, he hadn't harbored such grand ambitions. He simply figured that since the system had given him this tech-driven farm technology, it would probably be even more impressive than farming vegetables. So he decided to go for it. Of course, he couldn't say that aloud. In the eyes of the leaders, he had to appear as a far-sighted grand strategist. Seeing that time was running short, and academician Wang Jinghua, though mentally exhilarated, was elderly and needed rest. They accompanied the old academician to the fleet of cars at the village committee entrance. Before getting into his vehicle, Wang Jinghua grasped Su Yi's hand tightly, reluctant to let go. He looked at Su Yi, his eyes brimming with admiration and anticipation. Comrade Xiao Su, my trip to Qinghe Village has been an eye-opener. I've gained so much. The old man turned to the beaming secretaries Lin and Zhang Xiang, his tone growing solemn. After I return, I will personally submit a report to the higher authorities. Although the Qinghe Village model cannot be replicated at present, the direction it represents holds lighthouse-like significance for our nation's agricultural modernization. I'll join forces with a few old colleagues to secure the title of National Comprehensive Reform Pilot Zone for Modern Agriculture for Qinghe Village. National Demonstration Site for Comprehensive Reform of Modern Agriculture. These words echoed in the air, each one carrying immense weight. Secretary Li's breath grew ragged, a flush spreading from his neck to his forehead. He bit his lip so hard he feared he might cry out in excitement. This was a golden national accreditation. If Qinghe Village obtained this title, it meant preferential national policies, financial support, and glory for the entire Heiyuan County. Though Secretary Zhang Xiang outwardly maintained composure, his eyes betrayed his inner jubilation. Securing this demonstration site would be a monumental political achievement for Yunzhou. Academician Wang Jinghua observed the two secretaries' barely suppressed agitation with profound satisfaction. He patted Su Yi on the shoulder, his voice resonant. Comrade Xiao Su, do your best. The nation needs young people like you. With that, the elder turned and boarded the car, followed promptly by Secretary Zhang Xiang. Comrade Xiao Yi, keep up the good work. If you encounter any difficulties, come to me. Yunzhou will always be your steadfast support. Secretary Zhang Xiang flashed a thumbs-up through the car window. The convoy slowly departed, kicking up dust as it vanished at the entrance of Qinghe Village. Watching the taillights fade, Secretary Lian let out a long sigh, his excitement still lingering. Su Yi, I never imagined our Heiyuan County could produce a talent like you. Lian patted Su Yi's arm, his tone steeped in admiration. Academician Wang is a national treasure. His single word carries more weight than all our efforts combined. Su Yi smiled guilelessly, yet a hint of slyness flickered in his eyes. Secretary Li, you flatter me. I've always been committed to contributing to our county's development. Lian burst into laughter. Yes, I misspoke. You've never let us down from the very start. Then, Su Yi drew out his words, a mischievous glint in his gaze. When my Qinghe Village Livestock Company is established, could we perhaps enjoy some preferential policies from the county? Tax exemptions, for instance. At this, Secretary Li's blooming smile instantly froze. Tax exemptions. His mind raced. The current output of Qinghe Village's super farm had already made the County Finance Bureau officials salivate. If they added a high-tech livestock farm, the production value would multiply manifold. Tax exemption on top of that would devastate the county's fiscal revenue. Hey, Lian waved his hand frantically, a wry smile on his face. Don't joke with me like that. I exempted your taxes for 3 years because your village was impoverished. Now Qinghe Village has transformed. How can you still ask for exemptions? Lian pointed at the silvery white farm building in the distance, laughing helplessly. You're going to drive our county tax bureau chief crazy. Su-yi shrugged with an innocent expression as if he were just asking casually. Just kidding. He'll pay taxes properly. After all, Qinghe Village's development relies on the county's support. Hearing this, Lian finally exhaled in relief. But then a thought struck him and his brow furrowed. Su-yi, that high-tech farming you mentioned to academician Wang. Were you serious? His tone carried a hint of concern. I'm not doubting your ability, but with the farm already thriving, why not focus on expanding vegetable production instead? Online customers are clamoring for deliveries. If you build more farms, vegetables alone would make you a fortune. Su-yi felt a warmth in his heart at Lian's earnest expression. Though the county party secretary sometimes had ulterior motives, his genuine care for Qinghe Village was undeniable. Secretary Li, rest assured. I know what I'm doing. Su-yi's voice was calm, but carried an unwavering confidence. No rush to expand the farm. It's at the perfect scale now. As for livestock, he paused, a mysterious smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Just wait and see. Watching Su-yi's composed demeanor, Lian's doubts dissipated. The young man had never disappointed since becoming village secretary. If he had faith, let him forge ahead. All right, I'll say no more. Lian patted Su-yi's shoulder. But remember, call me directly if you need anything. The future of Yilin County depends on Qinghe Village leading the way. With that, Lian got into his car and left. Su-yi was about to return to the village committee when he heard a cough behind him. Turning around, he saw village director Su Weigua standing there, his expression stern. Uncle Weigua, when did you arrive? Su Weigua, hands clasped behind his back, strode over with a measured gait, exuding an air of official inspection. I heard quite a commotion from the office and came out to check. Su Weigua cleared his throat. And I overheard you talking to that academician about high-tech livestock. Xiaoyi, I need to ask, is this for real? Su-yi barely suppressed a laugh at the director's exaggerated seriousness. The village director was usually a joker, but in formal matters he loved to put on this bureaucratic air. Of course it's real. When have I ever joked with you? Su Weigua's frown deepened. You? The farm is thriving, the whole country knows about Qinghe Village. Why would you think of raising those? He waved his hand in disgust. Chickens and ducks. How foul. Su-yi chuckled helplessly. Uncle Weigua, who said anything about chickens and ducks? Then what are you raising? Su Weigua's eyes widened. You're not planning to keep tigers or lions, are you? Well, Su-yi teased, you'll find out in time. But I promise it won't stink. Su Weigua's curiosity was piqued. You little rascal, always keeping us in suspense. He waved dismissively. Never mind. I trust your judgment. But I must warn you. He leaned in and lowered his voice. With our village's reputation, everything you do is under scrutiny. Think carefully about this livestock venture. Don't tarnish Qinghe Village's name. Su-yi nodded solemnly. Uncle Weigua, rest assured. I have a clear plan. Good. Su Weigua sighed in relief, then reverted to his jocular demeanor. But if it succeeds, won't Qinghe Village become famous again? He'll be the most badass village director in the country. Seeing Su Weigua's smug grin, Su-yi couldn't help laughing. All right, Uncle Weigua, don't count your chickens before they hatch. For now, focus on the work at hand. Oh, and with all the officials visiting the farm today, the villagers are bound to be excited. Go calm them down and make sure production isn't disrupted. At the mention of work, Su Weigua immediately straightened up. Got it. I'm on my way. With that, he marched off toward the farm with a pompous swagger. Watching his antics, Su-yi shook his head with a smile. The next day, in the meeting room of Qinghe Village Committee, sunlight streamed through the Venetian blinds onto the conference table, and the air still carried the lingering excitement from academician Wang's visit the previous day. Su-yi sat in the main seat looking at the elderly village committee members gathered around the table, his mood quite cheerful. The effect of yesterday's academician inspection exceeded expectations. Now it was time to lay out the next plan. Ahem. Su-yi cleared his throat. I called everyone here today to report on Qinghe Village's future development plans. Su Weigua immediately sat up straight, adopting the full posture of a village director. Shall we go ahead? We're all ears. He shot a meaningful glance at the other old men, signaling them to be serious. Third granduncle was even more dramatic, pulling out a small notebook and pen from his pocket, pretending to be ready to take careful notes. Shall we? Whatever you say, you'll write it down so us old fools won't forget. The other committee members also perked up, their eyes filled with anticipation. After all, every time this young man called a meeting, good things were sure to follow. After visiting our farm yesterday, academician Wang gave it very high praise. Su-yi looked around. If nothing unexpected happens, Qinghe Village will soon receive the national title of National Modern Agriculture Comprehensive Reform Demonstration Site. Wow, that's an incredible piece of news. Third granduncle was so excited that his pen fell to the floor. A national title. I never dreamed it could come to our village in my lifetime. Exactly. With this title, our village will be ranked among the best in the whole country. Another committee member said excitedly. Su-yi nodded. So we must strike while the iron is hot, and not let this opportunity slip away. He stood up, walked to the whiteboard in the meeting room, and picked up a marker. Right now our farm mainly grows a variety of vegetables, and the market response has been excellent. But just growing vegetables is too narrow in scope. The old men exchanged glances, not quite sure what Qinghe was getting at. My idea is to build a supporting livestock farm next to the farm. Qinghe drew a simple diagram on the whiteboard. Agriculture plus livestock farming, forming a complete ecological industrial chain. Su Weidong frowned slightly. Xiaoyi, what kind of farming are you talking about? Raising chickens and ducks? Of course not. Qinghe smiled. I'm talking about technological farming, just like our farm. Using the most advanced technology to raise the top-grade livestock and poultry. Upon hearing the term technological farming, the old men's eyes lit up. When Qinghe had mentioned this concept to academician Wang yesterday, they hadn't fully understood it, but the sense of high sophistication was still impressive. Then this livestock farm. How big should it be? Third granduncle asked tentatively. Not big, just 10 mu for the first phase is enough. Qinghe said casually. 10 mu? Isn't that a bit small? Su Weigua questioned. Our village still has plenty of idle land. Really just 10 mu? Right, what's 10 mu? Not to mention 10 mu, we can even spare 100 mu. Another committee member pounded his chest with bravado. The other committee members chimed in, some suggesting picking the best feng shui location, others wanting to hire the best construction team. Everyone was incredibly excited. Qinghe watched the old men's light-hearted and happy expressions, secretly chuckling to himself. If they knew what number they were about to hear, this ease wouldn't last long. He deliberately coughed to regain everyone's attention, then revealed a smile that seemed harmless, but was actually full of mischief. Everyone, I haven't finished yet. He slowly returned to his seat, folding his hands on the table. The budget construction investment for this 10 mu livestock farm is... Everyone held their breath, waiting for Qinghe to reveal the specific number. The meeting room was so quiet that even the chirping of birds outside was clearly audible. 10 billion yuan. As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire meeting room fell into a silence so profound that you could hear a pin drop. Time seemed to freeze. Everyone looked as if they had been hit with a pause button. Su Weidong's teacup froze in midair, tea threatening to spill, but he was oblivious, staring blankly at Qinghe, his mouth slightly open. Su Weigua, whose back had been so straight moments ago, instantly slumped, his mouth agape, his jaw nearly dropping onto the table. Third granduncle was even more dramatic. He leaped up from his chair, trembling finger pointing at Qinghe, unable to speak for a long time, his mouth opening and closing wordlessly. The other committee members had similar reactions. Some stared with eyes as wide as brass bells, others stood frozen in place, and still others began to wonder if they had misheard. 10 billion. Su Weigua finally found his voice, but it trembled violently. 10 billion. That's right, 10 billion yuan. Qinghe nodded, his expression as casual as if he were talking about 100 yuan, even with a hint of mischievous smile. He clearly enjoyed the feeling of stunning everyone. Oh my god. Third granduncle finally came to his senses, plopping heavily back into his chair, which creaked under the impact. He rubbed his temples vigorously. Xiaoyi, are you running a fever? 10 billion. How many zeros is that? All the money I've seen in my life doesn't even add up to a fraction of that number. You rascal, don't scare us old bones. Su Weidong recovered his composure, his voice still trembling, but trying to stay calm. Building a livestock farm of just 10 mu with 10 billion. Are you going to raise dragons? Or phoenixes, hey? Qinghe looked at the old men's thunderstruck expressions, laughing inwardly. When he had first heard the system's quote, his reaction had been similar. Everyone, don't get worked up. Let me explain. Qinghe waved his hand. This 10 billion is not spent in vain. The returns it can bring far exceed this investment. No matter how high the returns were, would our village get 10 billion? Su Weigua said with a grimace. Don't worry about the money. Qinghe said confidently. You may not be fully aware of our farm's current revenue situation, but funding is not an issue. Third granduncle shook his head vigorously. No, this is too crazy. Xiaoyi, our village is doing fine as it is. Why take such a big risk? Exactly, what if it fails? 10 billion. That's an astronomical figure. Another committee member also expressed worry. Qinghe looked around at these old men who cared about him and the village, feeling warmth in his heart. Their concerns were genuine. Not because they feared accountability, but because they truly regarded the village's future as their own lifeline. But he still had to convince them he couldn't let fear hinder the village's development. Everyone, think about it. When our farm was first built, didn't everyone find it incredible? Qinghe began slowly. And what's the result? Now people across the country are snapping up our vegetables. The old men exchanged glances. That was indeed true. The same logic applies to this livestock farm. Qinghe continued. We use the most top-tier technology to produce the finest livestock products, building a globally top-tier brand. Imagine, when the world's finest restaurants pride themselves on using our ingredients, what a spectacle that will be. And consider this now, a gene of vegetables sells for 100 yuan. What about premium beef and lamb? Qinghe's lips curled up slightly. Would it be strange if their prices multiplied by tens or even tens or hundreds of times. Su Weiguo's eyes bulged wide. He trembled as he counted on his fingers, muttering under his breath. Our vegetables cost 100 yuan a jean. Multiplied by tens of times. That means meat costs several thousand yuan a jean. Several thousand yuan. Third granduncle's voice shot up instantly. Is that still meat, or what? Su Yi watched the incredulous expressions on the old men's faces and merely nodded calmly. Uncles and elders don't think it's exaggerated. Have you heard of Kobe beef? The village committee members exchanged blank looks, clearly unfamiliar with the term. Su Yi patiently explained. The world's finest beef in top-tier foreign restaurants, a steak weighing less than half a jean costs over 2,000 yuan. And that's just for less than half a jean. Su Weiguo's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard. So a full jean would cost 4 or 5,000. Exactly. Su Yi pressed on. And then there's the Dolong sheep from our country. A top-breed sheep can sell for over 100,000 yuan. These aren't myths, they're facts happening right now. Why are they so expensive? 2 words: quality and scarcity. Su Yi suddenly stood up, placed both hands on the table, leaned forward, and swept his piercing gaze across everyone present. Our farm has only one mission. Surpass them, crush them, and become the true world number one. The old men fell completely silent, their minds overwhelmed by the dizzying numbers, several thousand yuan a jean, and over 100,000 for one animal, that crashed and collided in their heads. But the moment they thought of the 10 billion yuan investment, the tiny spark that had just been kindled in their hearts instantly died out. The meeting room fell into an eerie stalemate. Just then Su Yi's phone lying on the table lit up. Ding dong. A crisp notification sound shattered the frozen air. Su Yi glanced at it briefly, then withdrew his gaze, his expression unchanged. The old men paid little attention, assuming it was just spam. But before even a few seconds passed, ding dong. Another sound. Su Yi glanced again, his face calm as still water. This time Su Weiguo frowned. In the middle of a meeting, what was going on? Then, ding dong, ding dong. The phone, as if programmed, rang twice more in succession. 4 notification sounds in a row drew everyone's eyes involuntarily to the phone. Su Weiguo finally couldn't hold back. He cleared his throat and spoke with a hint of caution. Xiao Yi, is there something urgent? Maybe. You should take care of it first. It's nothing. Su Yi looked up, suddenly breaking into a smile. Not an emergency. It's just, the money has arrived. The money arrived. What money? The old men's faces were full of question marks. Su Weiguo looked at Su Yi and ventured, is it the payment for our farm's vegetables this month? Su Yi nodded. How much? Came in. Third granduncle asked casually, almost without thinking. Su Yi picked up his phone, swiped his finger gently across the screen, then looked up, his tone as light, as if he were commenting on the weather. Just 10 billion. As the words fell, time itself seemed to freeze. The entire meeting room fell into deathly silence, even the rustling of leaves outside the window vanished. Tetan. Su Weiguo's tongue tied, a guttural sound escaping his throat. He pointed at Su Yi, his face cycling from red to white, then from white to green. 10 billion. That's right, 10 billion. Su Yi nodded again, his expression as calm as if confirming a transaction of 100 yuan. Oh my heavens. Third granduncle finally snapped out of his petrified state, let out a strange cry, and collapsed heavily onto his chair. The old wooden chair groaned under the sudden weight. He rubbed his temples vigorously, his lips trembling. Xiao Yi, say that again. My ears. Are they playing tricks on me? 10 billion. Su Yi's voice was clear and steady, even carrying a hint of amusement. The 4 partner companies just settled their first month's payment in full. Su Weidong felt his brain turn to mush. He muttered to himself, you mean? Our village. Our village's account now has over 10 billion. To be precise, Su Yi shook the phone screen. It's 11,208 million. Just now for transfers. Boss Zhao of Jingzhou, 3 billion. Boss Gu of Husher, 3 billion. Mr. Chen of Juzhou, 3 billion. Boss Tang of the local area, 1 billion. This cascade of numbers like sledgehammer blows shattered the old men's last shred of rationality. This was no illusion. This was no joke. Is it really over 100 billion? Su Weiguo's voice quivered like a child seeing the world for the first time. Of course. Su Yi picked up his phone and directly opened the banking app. And it comes every month. Would you like to see the balance with your own eyes? Swish. The old men, like sprinters at the starting gun, shot up from their seats in unison, crowded around him, heads bumping against heads, eyes glued to the small screen. When they saw the account balance column, a number starting with 112, followed by an endless string of zeros they couldn't even count. A collective gasp filled the meeting room. 11,208 million. Oh my God. Third granduncle's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed limp into his chair. Su Weidong, as if injected with adrenaline, sprang up and paced anxiously around the room, slapping his chest as he walked. No, let me catch my breath. I need to calm down. This old heart is about to burst. Su Yi watched the old men who looked like they'd won the lottery jackpot, and his smile deepened. Now, he said slowly, his voice soft yet clear enough to reach every ear, Do you still think building a farm with 10 billion is a problem? After a brief silence, an avalanche of responses erupted. No problem. Not a single bit. Su Weiguo was the first to roar, his face flushed red. Xiaoyi, build as many as you want. Yes. Yes. Third granduncle also slammed the table in excitement, rattling the teacups. Not just 10 billion, even 20 billion would be fine. Oh Xiaoyi, if only you'd told us we were this rich earlier. Another village committee member laughed, his wrinkled face spreading wide. We old fools were worried for nothing. Su Yi laughed heartily. I wanted to give you all a surprise. Surprise? This is no surprise. Su Weidong clutched his chest, half laughing, half crying. This is pure shock. This old skeleton nearly kicked the bucket right here. The oppressive atmosphere in the meeting room vanished, replaced by uncontrollable ecstasy and soaring ambition. With a cash flow of over 100 billion as backing what was a 10 billion investment. It wasn't a risk, it was a drop in the bucket. Then it settled. Su Yi laid down the final word. The high-tech farm project is officially launched. They'll handle the paperwork immediately. Great. The old men answered in unison, their voices booming. After the meeting, the village committee elders huddled together, still buzzing excitedly around the numbers, each looking 20 years younger. Su Yi returned to his office, closed the door, picked up the phone, and calmly dialed a number. Hello, Secretary Li. This is Su Yi. On the other end, Secretary Li An's hearty laughter came through at once. Xiao Su, what a rare guest. What made you think of calling me? Nothing much, Secretary Li. Su Yi leaned back in his chair, his voice carrying a hint of meaningful ease. I just suddenly thought of dropping by your office to have some tea with you. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, inside the Huyuan County Government Building. When Su Yi pushed open the door to Li An's office, the county party secretary was leaning back in his spacious leather chair. He held a ceramic mug emblazoned with the phrase, "Serve the people," squinting as he gazed at the sky beyond the gaps of the Venetian blinds. Oh! Hearing the door, Li An turned his head. The moment he saw Su Yi, his entire demeanor shifted instantly. He set down the mug, strode briskly from behind the imposing executive desk, spread his arms, and laughed with a booming voice. A rare visitor. Our little Secretary Su. What wine has blown you here today? Secretary Li, how can you say that? I've come to report on my work, of course. Su Yi acted as if he owned the place, naturally settling onto the sofa. He lifted the tea on the table and inhaled its fragrance. Your tea smells wonderful. Haha, just some ordinary bilyuakan. Far from the treasures your Qinghe Village produces. Li An returned to his seat, his gaze scrutinizing as he looked Su Yi up and down. Go on out with it. No one comes to the Temple of the Three Treasures for nothing. You made a special trip here today. You must have something to ask of me. Su Yi set down his cup, wearing that signature smile of his. One that made everyone feel close yet remained inscrutable. Secretary Li, your eyes are as sharp as ever. Nothing escapes you. Today there is indeed a small matter I'd like to trouble you with. What is it? Speak. Li An raised his mug, assuming the posture of attentive listening. Our Qinghe Village wants to establish another company and set up a livestock farm. As for the approval process, I'd like to ask you to help expedite it. Is that all? Li An's eyebrows shot up. He had thought it would be something monumental. For ordinary folks, establishing a company and securing permits for a farm meant endless legwork and exhausting negotiations. Yet coming from Su Yi these days, and for the current Qinghe Village, it truly was a trivial matter. That's all. Su Yi nodded, his tone resolute. Hearing this, Li An smiled. He looked at Su Yi, a hint of amusement playing on his face. Kid, you're getting more and more presumptuous. You've even learned to order me around the county party secretary as if I were your office director. Yet his movements showed no hesitation. Li An set down the mug with a thud, picked up the red telephone on his desk, and pressed the shortcut keys with precision. Without a moment's hesitation. Hello, Li An speaking. The moment the call connected, all trace of levity vanished from Li An's voice. Every word was steady, weighty, brimming with unassailable authority. Notify the directors of the County Development and Reform, Ecology and Environment, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Market Regulation Bureaus. Now immediately, this instant, to come to my office. Yes, right now. With that, he hung up crisply. The whole process took less than 30 seconds. Then he picked up his mug again, raised an eyebrow at Su Yi, his expression as if he had just ordered takeout. Su Yi watched quietly, his heart stirred. This was power. A single command, and the top officials of several key departments had to drop everything and rush over at the fastest speed. Such efficiency was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. This feeling was strange. Before Su Yi could finish his second sip of tea, a knock came at the office door. Thump, thump, thump. The knock was urgent, loud, carrying the breathlessness of a sprint. Enter. The door opened, and a slightly plump, middle-aged man walked in, panting with beads of sweat on his forehead. It was Director Liu of the County Development and Reform Bureau. He spotted Su Yi sitting on the sofa at a glance, paused for a moment, but still respectfully addressed Li and Secretary, you called for me. Shall Liu have a seat? Li An pointed to a nearby chair. Director Liu had barely sat down when rapid footsteps sounded outside the door. Then one after another the directors of the Ecology and Environment Bureau, the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Bureau, the Natural Resources Bureau, and the Market Regulation Bureau, figures whose mere footsteps could shake Yilin County, filed in. Each one looked as if they had just finished a 100-meter dash, breathing uneven, yet their faces bore absolute respect and a hint of confusion. The once spacious office was instantly packed. These men who normally ruled their departments with iron fists now stood rigidly before Li and hardly daring to breathe. Their gazes involuntarily drifted to the young man calmly sipping tea on the sofa. Every heart jolted. For Secretary Li to summon all of these heavyweights simultaneously with such a tone, it could not be a trivial matter. And the core of this matter was clearly Secretary Su of Qinghe Village. All present. Li An's eyes swept across the group. All present, Secretary, they chorused. Could take a seat. The directors carefully pulled out chairs and sat down, but their backs were ramrod straight, hands on knees like schoolchildren in a lecture. Today I called you all for one thing. Lian cut straight to the point, pointing at Sui. I don't need to introduce this man, do I? He's the treasurer of our Heiyuan County, nay even of Yinzhou City. Everyone immediately wore knowing smiles, nodding to Sui, with goodwill shining in their eyes. Secretary Su, we've long admired your reputation. Indeed, indeed. Qinghe vegetables are now famous the world over. My wife never stops talking about them. Secretary Su is young and accomplished, the pride of our Heiyuan County. Sui rose smiling and cupped his hands in greeting. You flatter me, esteemed leaders. Enough with the pleasantries. Lian waved his hand, steering the conversation back to business. Secretary Zus, Qinghe Village plans to establish another company and set up a tech-driven livestock farm. Now they require the relevant formalities. Li An's gaze scanned across the assembled directors like a searchlight. I called you here today for on-site processing. Company registration, land approval, project initiation, environmental impact assessment. I have one requirement for you all: speed. Any problems? At these words the directors felt a chill run down their spines. On-site processing. The secretary personally overseeing. The honor bestowed was as vast as the heavens. Director Wang of the Market Regulation Bureau stood up first, thumping his chest resolutely. Rest assured, Secretary. Leave the company registration to me. I guarantee priority processing. A green lane within the green lane. By this afternoon the business license will be in Secretary Zh's hands. Good. Lian nodded, turning his gaze to the director of the Natural Resources Bureau. And the land? No problem. That director stood up immediately. We are well aware of the land status in Qinghe Village. Once the site is selected, the land permit will be approved right away, not a minute's delay. Then came the Development and Reform Agriculture Environment Directors. Our bureau fully supports the project. 100% approval. As for the agricultural quarantine certificate, we will issue the proof immediately. We will send our most professional team to guide the environmental assessment, guaranteeing compliance at the fastest speed. A torrent of assurances followed. Those hurdles that seemed insurmountable for ordinary people now looked like paper lanterns ready to be punctured with a single poke. Sui sat there, teacup in hand, a faint smile on his lips, not saying a word. But his heart was flooded with emotions. So this is what it feels like to have connections above. Damn, it felt good. All right, everything's clear. Get on it now. Lian waved his hand. Yes, Secretary. The directors, as if pardoned and injected with adrenaline, rose in unison, respectfully bid farewell to Lian and Sui and turned to leave. Soon the office fell quiet again. Lian looked at Sui, his expression relaxing once more, even tinged with a touch of smugness. Well, am I living up to the title of office director? More than living up to it. Sui set down his teacup and praised from the heart. Secretary Li, your efficiency is the benchmark of the industry. Ha ha ha. Li An's mood soared, his laughter echoing through the office. After the laughter subsided, he picked up his mug, took a sip, and asked in a seemingly casual tone. By the way, your livestock farm is making such a stir that even academician Wang has been alerted. How much are you planning to invest? Lian leaned back in his chair, his demeanor relaxed. In his mind, a tech-driven livestock farm would naturally require a massive investment. 100 million, or 3 to 500 million. Given Qinghe Village's current financial strength, even $1 billion or $2 wouldn't surprise him. Sui smiled. He placed his cup firmly on the tea table, the bottom meeting the surface with a crisp clink. He looked up, meeting Li An's curious gaze, his face still carrying that serene expression. Then with the same light tone, he uttered a single number. Not much. For construction costs. Let's start with 10 billion. 100 billion. The teacup in Li An's hand trembled violently the instant he heard the number. A few drops of scalding tea splashed out, staining a small dark patch on his crisp suit trousers. Yet as if struck by a paralysis spell, he remained completely oblivious. Those eyes, weathered by the ups and downs of society, narrowed slightly as they fixed intently on Sui, as if searching for any hint of jest on his face. Unfortunately, there was none. Sui's expression was perfectly natural. That composed and matter-of-fact demeanor instantly made Lian realize this kid is serious. Ahem. Lian set down the teacup heavily with a dull thud. He cleared his throat, trying to conceal his loss of composure and striving to make his voice sound steadier. 100 billion. Xiao Su, your move here is indeed quite substantial. Though his lips said substantial, a storm raged in his heart. 100 billion. What did this number mean? This investment, not to mention placed in Yilin County, even if dropped into the provincial level, would be a key project that provincial leaders would personally oversee. And now this astronomical figure had been uttered so casually by a young man barely in his 20s. Li Yin's gaze reevaluated Su Yi. The weight of this young man had been dramatically elevated once again in his mind. Being able to casually pull out 100 billion for investment, what did that signify? It meant that Qinghe Village's profitability was far more terrifying than even his boldest previous estimates. It also represented how much Su Yi valued and believed in this breeding project. And such a colossal investment landing in Yilin County, what did it mean for him? Li Yin? Political achievement. An earth-shattering achievement. 100 billion investment project was enough to get him on the city's radar and rank him among the county party secretaries across the province. At this thought, Li Yin's eyes grew even more fervent. Xiao Su, for this project, I give you my personal guarantee on behalf of the county party committee and government. His voice suddenly rose, filled with vigor. Anywhere you need the county's involvement, just speak up anytime. If you need more people, I'll deploy them. If you need better policies, I'll go to the city or province to get them. Then thank you in advance, Secretary Li. Su Yi stood up with a smile. I've taken up so much of your time today. I'm sorry for the disturbance. I won't keep a busy man like you any longer. Hey, don't rush off. Li Yin also stood up, as warm as if he were a different person. Tonight it's my treat. We must sit down and have a good chat. Next time, definitely next time. Su Yi waved his hand with a smile. The project has just started. There are 1,000 things to handle. I need to get back and oversee things immediately. Seeing his firm attitude, Li Yin didn't insist. He personally escorted Su Yi to the office door, firmly grasping his hand. All right, go ahead and attend to your work. Remember, for anything 24 hours a day, call me anytime. Walking out of the county government building, the afternoon sun bathed him in warmth. Power. It was indeed satisfying to wield. One phone call, and all department heads were instantly in place. One word, and all approval processes got the green light. This kind of efficiency was beyond what ordinary people could even dream of. Returning to Qinghe Village, the night was already deep. Su Yi did not go to the village committee to disturb the old men who were still in a state of excitement. He went straight back to his office. Closing the door, the whole world fell silent. His consciousness like quicksilver sank into the interface that only he could see. Super Livestock Farm description: a breeding facility integrating gene optimization, automated feeding, environmental simulation, and disease eradication, enabling precise customization of the quality of meat, eggs, milk, and other livestock products. Price 1 billion renminbi per moo. Su Yi did not hesitate. He selected purchase quantity 10. Please confirm if you wish to spend 10 billion to purchase 10 moo of Super Livestock Farm. Yes. Ding. Purchase successful. Please select a construction location. A holographic 3D map of Qinghe Village appeared on the system interface. Su Yi observed carefully, and his will turned into an invisible hand circling an open area to the east of the farm on the map. That area was flat terrain at a moderate distance from the farm, convenient for management without mutual interference. Most importantly, its total area exceeded 100 moo, sufficient for future expansion of the Super Livestock Farm. Confirm selection of this plot as the construction site for the Super Livestock Farm. The system's cold text appeared. Confirmed. Su Yi silently intoned in his mind. Ding. Site selection successful. Plot coordinates locked. Please complete the payment within 1 hour or the order will be automatically voided. Su Yi picked up the phone and dialed the finance office. Xiaoling, are you still in the office? Yes, Secretary Su. Come over here. I need you to handle an urgent transfer. A few minutes later, Su Ling pushed open the door holding a stack of documents. Secretary Su, here are the latest financial statements, including today's several large transfers. I've just organized them. Would you like to take a look? Leave that for now. Su Yi pushed a handwritten note across the desk. On it was only a bank account number. Now transfer a sum of money to this account. Su Ling took the note and asked naturally, all right, how much? 100 billion. Su Yi picked up his water glass and said casually, all right, 100 billion. The smile on Su Ling's face instantly froze. She stood rigid, her mind blank. A full 3 seconds passed before her pupils refocused. Did I hear that right? How much? She suspected she was hallucinating and her voice had turned shrill. 100 billion. Su Yi repeated. This is the construction cost for the next phase of the farm. The village committee has already discussed and studied it. The preliminary procedures are complete. All that's left is the payment, and then the construction team will move in. Go ahead and transfer it immediately. Su Ling saw the unyielding look in Su Yi's eyes and swallowed hard. She knew that as a finance officer one shouldn't ask unnecessary questions. But this was 100 billion. Okay, I'll go do it right away. She practically walked out of the office with a stiff, synchronized gait. 10 minutes later, Su Ling pushed the door open again, but this time, she could barely walk steadily. Secretary Su, the transfer is done. Thank you for your hard work. After Su Ling left, the long-awaited notification sound echoed in Su Yi's mind. Su Yi reopened the system interface. Ding. Payment received and confirmed. Super Livestock Farm Construction Program activated. Exclusive construction team dispatched, expected to arrive at the project site within 24 hours and contact the host. Please keep communication lines open and prepare for handover. The next day, the sky was barely light when Su Yi's phone rang. A familiar voice tinged with amusement came through. Mr. Su Li Ming, the chief engineer for this super livestock farm project. Our construction team has arrived at the entrance of Qinghe Village. Is it convenient for you to come over? Su Yi was taken aback, then broke into a smile. Engineer Li, how come it's your team again? It's fate, Mr. Su Li Ming replied with efficient professionalism. We're handling this project as well, and I guarantee your satisfaction. Su Yi quickly washed up and hurried to the village entrance. A familiar sight greeted him. The spotless engineering vehicles were lined up like a military parade. Workers in uniform stood quietly and solemnly, exuding an aura of elite precision. The only difference was that the convoy was noticeably smaller this time. But that made sense. After all, it was just a 10-acre project. Good morning, Mr. Su Li Ming said as he strode over, handing him a tablet. The construction plan is ready. Please take a look. Let's go with this. Su Yi quickly reviewed the plan and nodded with satisfaction. Thank you for your hard work. My duty. Li Ming took back the tablet, turned and signaled to the team behind him with a crisp, decisive gesture. With a roar, the massive engineering team came to life like a slumbering steel titan awakened, moving toward the chosen plot with precision and efficiency. Excavators rumbled, bulldozers rolled, everything orderly and exuding an industrial aesthetic. The commotion soon drew the attention of early rising villagers. Oh, it's that amazing construction team from last time. That's right. Look at the vehicles, look at the people. It's them. Our livestock farm is definitely in good hands. With their craftsmanship, the buildings they put up could be heirlooms. The villagers' murmurs were filled with absolute trust and reassurance. The architectural quality of the super ecological farm, a veritable work of art, was the best calling card. Su Weidong, third uncle, and other village committee members also arrived on hearing the news, watching from a distance. It's that team again. Xiao Yi always knows how to put our minds at ease, Su Weidong remarked. Indeed. It seems Xiao Yi trusts them deeply, third uncle agreed. Just then Su Weigua, who had been silent all along, felt his brow twitch. A thought unsettling even to himself emerged without warning. Wait. Su Weigua suddenly grabbed Su Weidong's arm, his lips trembling slightly, a glint of something even he feared in his eyes. Let me ask something. Seeing his expression, third uncle leaned in and asked softly, Weigua, what's wrong? You look terrible. Su Weigua ignored him, staring fixedly at Su Weidong, and forced out, last time. How many acres was that farm of ours? 100 acres, everyone knows that. Why are you asking? Su Weidong replied casually. And what about this livestock farm this time? Su Weigua pressed. 10 acres. Xiao Yi made it very clear at the meeting, spent 10 billion. Hiss. Su Weigua drew in a sharp breath, counting on his fingers, muttering. 10 acres, 10 billion. 100 acres. He didn't finish, but the old men around him were no fools. They caught on instantly. Impossible. Third uncle was the first to shake his head, as if trying to shed this absurd notion. A livestock farm and a vegetable greenhouse can't be the same. The costs must differ. But the construction team is the same. Su Weigua seized on that point, his voice trembling. Look, the same people, the same vehicles. Xiao Yi is on such good terms with Engineer Li, which means the standards are identical. If the standards are the same, then the price. He dared not voice the rest, but the number had already branded itself into every heart like a hot iron. 100 billion. They exchanged glances, each face now wearing only an expression of sheer horror. Third uncle felt a numbness at the back of his head. His mouth moved for a long time before he managed to rasp out a distorted whisper. Heavens above, if that's true, that farm must have cost 100 billion. Su Weidong shook his head violently, as if trying to fling this figure, absurd enough to shatter reason, out of his mind. No. Xiao Yi never mentioned that amount. Of course he couldn't. Su Weigua spoke the truth, his voice trembling. When the farm was built, the village accounts had no money. Not a single cent. The entire upfront investment was handled by Xiao Yi himself. You mean? Third uncle's eyes widened. Xiao Yi. No wonder. No wonder he never brought it up. Su Weiguo's eyes turned red, his voice choked. This kid must have been worried, would feel burdened, afraid we old bones wouldn't be able to sleep. The more the old men thought about it, the more their hearts ached, and at the same time an indescribable admiration and gratitude flooded their minds like a breached dam. That young man, always smiling and seemingly not yet grown up, had silently borne a mountain of 100 billion in cash unknown to any of them. We were truly blind. Third uncle slapped his thigh hard, filled with remorse. We thought Xiao Yi was just a capable lad, but the truth is he had already reached heights we never dared to imagine. And so low-key, so considerate of the village. Su Weidong let out a long sigh, filled with affection. Su Weiguo suddenly lowered his voice, his expression deadly serious. Since Xiao, he doesn't want us to know, then let's keep our mouths shut. No one is to ask or mention it. Right. Third uncle nodded vigorously. Well, bury this in our guts. Must never let Xiao Yi find out we guessed it. Otherwise that kid would feel burdened. The old men exchanged heavy glances and nodded, reaching a consensus. From that moment on, the way they looked at Su Yi changed completely. Their gazes now mingled with tenderness, gratitude, admiration, and a fervor bordering on worship. Su Yi, of course, had no idea what a storm was brewing in the minds of these old companions. He only sensed that the atmosphere had grown strange. Why were the looks from these uncles so burning? Hot enough to make him uncomfortable. Ahem, he cleared his throat and walked over. Uncles, what's the lively discussion about? Nothing. Third uncle quickly waved his hand, his smile exaggeratedly bright. We were just watching the construction team. Feels good, gives us peace of mind. Yes. Su Weiguo nodded like a pecking chicken. Xiao Yi, go ahead with confidence. If anything comes up, just call. We old bones will be here at your beck and call. Su Yi was even more baffled. What had gotten into these elders today? Just then his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID and felt a slight stir in his heart. On the screen, 3 characters appeared. Tang Xinyuan. Su Yi answered the phone, and Tang Xinyuan's hearty laughter immediately rang out from the earpiece. Brother Su, I heard you're about to make another big move, setting up a livestock farm. Su Yi raised an eyebrow, his gaze instinctively sweeping over to where Su Weiguo and a few elderly men were pointing at the construction crew. Word travels too fast. Brother Tang, has your intelligence network reached our village gate? The foundation hasn't even been leveled yet. Haha, brother, look at your status now. You're the pillar of the circle. Tang Xinyuan laughed heartily. You lift your foot and countless eyes are watching where it lands. Come on, are you planning to take on the high-end meat market? Su Yi watched the roaring stream of steel machinery in the distance and calmly hummed an acknowledgement. It's just the beginning. Nothing is set in stone yet. Hey, I don't like hearing that. Tang Xinyuan's tone turned instantly solemn. Brother, look at the quality of Qinghe vegetables. It's a living miracle. Now you're going into livestock farming. I guarantee with my name Tang Xinyuan that this is the start of another industry revolution. Brother Tang, you have that much faith in me? Su Yi chuckled. There's not even a shadow yet. What if I mess it up? Mess it up? Tang Xinyuan on the other end of the phone sounded as if he had heard the funniest joke of the century. Brother, the quality of Qinghe vegetables speaks for itself. Who would dare say you'll fail? I've been in business for so many years and I still have an eye for people. All right, Brother Tang, I'll remember your words. Su Yi readily agreed. Once the farm produces results, I'll inform you immediately. Then it's settled. Tang Xinyuan said with satisfaction. I won't bother you any longer. If you need any help, just let me know. Hanging up, Su Yi was about to go talk to Su Weiguo and the others when his phone rang again. Not far away, Su Weidong was whispering with third granduncle and the others. See, I told you Xiao Yi is different now. Phone calls one after another. Su Weidong's face glowed with pride. Of course, third granduncle lowered his voice, his expression excited and mysterious. Think about it. That's 100 billion yuan farm. A kid handling such a huge project. Can he be ordinary? The people he knows, can they be ordinary bosses? Before he finished speaking, they saw Su Yi answer another call. On the screen, it was President Zhao from Jingzhou. Secretary Su, I heard Qinghe Village is going into livestock farming. President Zhao's voice carried a burning urgency. This is tremendous news. Su Yi had grown somewhat accustomed to this rhythm. President Zhao, you're in Jingzhou, but you get the news faster than many of our local media. Haha, Secretary Su, you're the living god of wealth. We're all watching closely now. The surprise that Qinghe Vegetables brought us is too big. Now that we hear you're going into livestock, who among us isn't excited? President Zhao didn't hide his eagerness. Let me be direct, once your farm yields results, Jingzhou will undoubtedly be the biggest market. Those top-tier restaurants and private clubs are all waiting for your products. He paused, a note of pleading in his voice. So Secretary Su, please be sure to look out for an old friend. Our demand in Jingzhou is huge, and we hope to get priority on the allocation. Price is not an issue, quality is the key. As long as it's produced by Qinghe Village, we'll take the entire output. Jingzhou, take the entire output. Su Weiguo's sharp ears caught the key words, and his legs went weak on the spot, almost collapsing. Third granduncle quickly caught him, but his own arm was trembling uncontrollably. Su Yi had just finished dealing with President Zhao with a smile. President Zhao, rest assured, if there's the first bite of meat, I won't forget old friends. No sooner had President Zhao's call ended than the screen still bright lit up with a third call. Who sure, President Gu. Secretary Su. Going into livestock. What great news. Su Yi was completely resigned, rubbing his temples wryly. President Gu, did you guys set up a group chat dedicated to discussing me? Hey brother, you're the weather vane of our circle now. Our precious treasure. When you move, we all have to follow. President Gu laughed heartily. Brother, the high-end market in Hushur has a huge demand for quality meat. Those Michelin restaurants and private customizers are all looking for top-tier ingredients. I have absolute confidence in you. When your products come out, don't forget me, old brother. They'll take care of the Hushur market. Hushur. Who too? Su Weidong's breath caught his chest tight, feeling his heart start to pound wildly. He looked at his son standing calmly nearby answering calls, his mind filled with bewilderment and unfamiliarity. Was this still his son? How could it feel like one casual phone call of his could easily stir up the nation? The other village committee elders were also speechless, staring blankly. They felt they were not standing at the village entrance construction site, but at the center of some world-class business summit. However, this was not the end. Just as President Gus' call ended, Mr. Chen from Juzhou followed right after. President Su, congratulations. You're venturing into a new field again. Mr. Chen's voice was full of excitement. Su, he was already numb. Oh, same to you. Haha, Secretary Su, let me be direct. As long as it's from you regardless of price, we in Juzhou will purchase the entire supply. Please make sure to save a share for an old friend. Another full purchase. Third granduncle stared blankly, muttering to himself. Jingzhou, Hushi, Juzhou. These are the richest places in the country, all lining up to bring money to Xiao Yi. Upon hearing this, the old men's bodies trembled in unison. After taking several calls in a row, even Su Yi himself couldn't help but be a little surprised. These big shots were too well informed. He had just started construction and they already knew everything. He hung up, took a deep breath, and his mind raced. It seemed the name Qinghe had become a golden brand of immense value. He turned to consult his uncles about the next steps, only to find the old men staring at him with an extremely strange expression. Su Yi felt a chill run down his spine, his heart uneasy. Uncles, what's wrong with you all today? Su Weiguo waved his hands hastily, his forced smile more akin to a grimace. No, nothing at all. Third granduncle nodded vigorously in agreement, his voice carrying an unprecedented reverence. Su Yi, you go about your business. We're just here to watch the excitement purely for the spectacle. Su Yi grew increasingly puzzled by the uncharacteristic restraint of his uncles today. He felt a strange unease from the intense heat in their gazes. Yet he refrained from probing further, offering a smile and a nod. All right, I'll head back to attend to some matters. Keep me posted if anything comes up. As Su Yi's figure vanished around the corner, Su Weiguo and the others let out a collective sigh as if their spines had been removed. Back in his office, Su Yi closed the door, pulled open a drawer, and retrieved a thick folder containing the fruits of his labor over the past few days. The construction of the farm had commenced, and the procurement of breeding stock must be prioritized. The folder revealed pages of meticulously selected top-tier breeds: Huashi cattle, Dolong sheep, and Dowries pigs. These three were his final carefully considered choices. Huashi cattle, the pinnacle of domestic beef cattle. Su Yi's fingertips traced the images in the dossier, as if he could already envision the perfect marbling rivaling, even surpassing, the finest Wagyu. Dolong sheep, a gift from the Western Plateau. With their imposing stature and remarkable meat yield, their most prized attribute was the utterly pure, tender flavor devoid of any gamey aftertaste. An absolute king on the barbecue grill. As for Dowries pigs, a treasure among local breeds, Su Yi's mind already conjured the intoxicating aroma of braised pork belly, the perfect balance of fat and lean melting on the tongue, capable of making any gourmand lose composure. These three breeds already stood at the apex of their respective domains. Were they to undergo systematic genetic optimization? Su Yi's lips curled into an irrepressible smile. He could almost foresee the storm of wealth that would erupt when meat bearing the Qinghe origin label hit the market. Yet splendid as the blueprint was, reality had its thresholds. Acquiring the purest, most superior bloodlines was never a mere matter of money. The top-tier breeding bases in the country were swamped with orders stretching years into the future. Their elite breeding stock was a strategic resource never flowing into open markets. Could an ordinary person breach those gates with cash? As difficult as scaling the heavens. But now Su Yi happened to hold a key that could unlock any door. He picked up his phone, his finger gliding across the screen to dial General Manager Zhao of Jingzhou. The call was answered almost instantly. Secretary Su. Zhao's voice brimmed with fervor that seemed to burst from the earpiece, laced with eager anticipation. You're contacting me so soon. Is there good news from the farm? Indeed, there's a matter I'd like your help with, Su Yi said with nonchalant ease. I need to procure a batch of top-tier breeding stock: Huashi cattle, Dolong sheep, and Dowries pigs. I was wondering if you have any connections. A brief silence of a fraction of a second on the other end. Then Zhao's voice erupted into an exaggerated laugh. Ha, Secretary Su. You've called the right person. His tone brimmed with the ecstasy of striking gold, as if this were a monumental opportunity. I'm intimately familiar with those breeds. An old buddy of mine controls the finest Huashi cattle germplasm in the country. I also know a pastoral magnate who is the protector of the original Dolong sheep habitat. As for Dowries pigs, even simpler. A friend in the northeast is just a call away. Su Yi listened reassured. Then I'll leave it in your hands, General Manager Zhao. Don't say that. Zhao's tone shifted instantly to a mode of utmost solemnity. Your affairs are my affairs. He'll call each of them right away, and he'll make sure you get their most treasured stock. Don't even mention the price. He'll handle the negotiations. After hanging up, Su Yi placed his phone on the desk. Connections sometimes were indeed the most efficient form of productivity. The efficiency was astonishing. Within 2 hours, Zhao called back. Secretary Su, everything is settled. His voice was filled with the fervor of one seeking praise. Top-tier breeding stock for all 3 breeds. My friends have prepared them for you. As many as you need. So fast. Su-yi was somewhat surprised. Of course. Zhao laughed heartily. The moment I said it was for you, Secretary Su of Qinghe Village, they were even more excited than I was. They all scrambled to offer their best stock, afraid of falling behind. Just tell me when and how many you need, and they'll arrange special transport to deliver them right away. The farm will be finished in about 5 days, Su-yi calculated. Let's set it for 6 days from now. He'll get back to you with the quantities later. Got it. He'll notify them immediately, guaranteeing that the finest cattle, sheep, and pigs arrive at your village entrance on time. Over the following days, Qinghe Village entered a peculiar atmosphere. The construction team, which seemed to have descended from heaven, once again demonstrated to the villagers what it meant to be an infrastructure maniac. The 10-acre farm rose at a visible pace under their operations. The steel framework was erected, composite wall panels were assembled, and various advanced automated equipment was installed with precision. The entire process was fluid, embodying the accuracy and efficiency of the industrial age. The villagers couldn't decipher the complex blueprints or name the high-tech equipment, but that didn't stop them from offering their most genuine admiration. Good heavens, this isn't a pigsty, it's a palace. Look at that floor. It's shinier than the tiles in my living room. From now on, the pigs in our village will live better than city folks. The village committee elders, on the other hand, adopted a more professional demeanor. No longer shouting like ordinary villagers, they stood with hands clasped behind their backs at a distance, silently observing the construction site with appraising eyes. Whenever Su-yi appeared, they would instantly mask their expressions, adopting a composed, yet deeply concerned countenance. Su-yi, don't overwork yourself. Your health comes first. Yes, we old bones are keeping an eye on the project. You get some rest. This behavior only deepened Su-yi's confusion, yet he could only smile and nod in acknowledgement. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, a futuristic, tech-inspired dark gray building took full shape on the land of Qinghe Village. It stood there silently, with sleek lines and precise structure reflecting the cold metallic luster of the sun. Li Ming and his team completed the final adjustments and inspections. Mr. Su, the super livestock farm is fully completed and ready for immediate operation. Li Ming handed a thick acceptance report to Su-yi, a professional smile on his face. Thank you for your hard work. Su-yi took the report, nodding with satisfaction. Tomorrow, the carefully selected elite breeding stock would arrive, ushering in a new chapter for the Qinghe brand. Just then, Su-yi's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, a flicker of emotion crossing his face. On the screen flashed the name of Secretary Lian. Su-yi pressed the answer button. Secretary Li. Su-yi, is your farm officially launching tomorrow? On the other end of the line came Li Yin's robust voice, brimming with undisguised delight. Yes, Secretary. The breeding stock arrives tomorrow, and we plan to hold a simple inauguration ceremony. Simple, eh? Li Yin's laughter grew louder. Your billion-yuan investment project is anything but simple. They'll bring a few key county leaders tomorrow to give you some support and show our presence. On the morning of the second day, the sky above Qinghe Village was exceptionally azure. Su-yi rose early and stood by the office window, gazing at the brand-new super livestock farm in the distance. The deep gray structure gleamed under the morning light, its sleek, precise lines exuding a futuristic aura that transcended the era. Today was the day of its official inauguration. In Su-yi's mind, once the convoy carrying the breeding stock arrived, they would simply be herded inside, and that would be the end of it. But Secretary Li Yin's phone call yesterday had thrown everything into disarray. The county party secretary himself was coming to grace the event. Su-yi massaged his temples. It seemed this grand performance was unavoidable. A sharp knock echoed at the door, followed by Su Weiguo's voice trembling with barely contained excitement, almost cracking. Xiaoyi, come out and see. Su-yi pulled open the door. Su Weiguo's weathered face was flushed crimson. He pointed toward the village entrance, his arm quivering. What's wrong? Cars. So many cars. Su Weiguo's arm trembled with excitement as he gestured, a line of black sedans, all with government plates. Su-yi's heart stirred. He strode to the window and looked out. On the narrow road at the village entrance, a motorcade had indeed come to a halt. A row of dark official sedans reflected a solemn, icy luster under the sunlight, silently proclaiming the hierarchy of power. My heavens! A faint, almost imperceptible twitch tugged at the corner of Su-yi's mouth. Had Lian brought the entire county party leadership? And that's not all. Su Weiguo's voice shot up another octave. Look over there. The TV station's van is here, 2 cameras already set up. Following his finger, Su-yi spotted a white minibus emblazoned with the words Yilin County TV Station. Several media personnel loaded with gear were busily calibrating their equipment. Such a spectacle. Su-yi steadied his breath and tugged at his collar. Very well. Since the stage was set, he as the protagonist would have to play his part. Let's go greet the leaders. The two had just stepped out of the office. Su Weidong and third granduncle along with a few village committee elders came charging toward them, as if their eyebrows were on fire. Xiao Yi. Su Weidong's face was tense. The big shots from the county are here. What do we do? Is our preparation enough? We mustn't offend them. Indeed, third granduncle added, his voice quavering, his face filled with unease. Those are the county's top figures. If we say the wrong thing or do something improper. Watching these old men who usually held sway in the village now so nervous they didn't know where to put their hands, Su Yi smiled. Old comrade Su and all you uncles and elders, relax. He reached out and firmly patted old Su on the shoulder. Today's protagonist is our village's farm, not us. The leaders are here to cheer us on. This is a wonderful thing. Right? Exactly. Su Weigua, as if finding his backbone, nodded vigorously. Xiao Yi is right. It's a wonderful thing. The group hurried toward the village entrance. From a distance, Su Yi spotted Secretary Li and standing beside the motorcade surrounded by a cluster of middle-aged men and women in suits. The county magistrate, the People's Congress chair, the political consultative conference chair, the organization department head, the propaganda department head. Indeed, the entire four-branch leadership was gathered. Secretary Su Li and Sharpeed saw Su Yi and immediately shrugged off those around him, striding over with a broad grin. Secretary Li, esteemed leaders, welcome to Qinghe Village to guide our work. Su Yi stepped forward to greet them. Huh. It's we who should be learning. Lian warmly clasped Su Yi's hand and shook it vigorously. Qinghe Village is now the county's benchmark. Today's inauguration of this farm is momentous. The county magistrate, around 50, with a genial smile, also approached. Secretary Su, I've long admired your reputation. Qinghe vegetables are the undisputed gold standard of Yilin County. Today we're here to witness another miracle. You flatter me, leaders. Su Yi responded modestly. Just then the TV reporter, catching a whiff of a story, quickly gathered around the camera lens fixed on the center of the crowd. Secretary Su Yi, hello. Could you briefly introduce this farm? A young, capable female reporter thrust a microphone towards Su Yi. Su Yi glanced at Li Yin, who nodded with an approving smile, and began calmly. This super livestock farm covers 10 acres with a construction investment of 10 billion yuan. We have introduced the world's most advanced breeding technology and automated equipment. The first batch will raise 3 top-tier breeds: Huashi cattle, Dowling sheep, and Dewizi pigs. 10 billion. The female reporter's pupils constricted sharply, her hand gripping the microphone tightened involuntarily. The figure exploded like a heavy bomb in the ears of everyone present. The surrounding leaders, even those already informed, couldn't help but have their facial expressions twitch upon hearing it again. Secretary Su, what are your expectations for the farm's prospects? The reporter's voice carried a tremor. Su Yi's gaze was calm, fixed on the futuristic structure. He said softly, our goal is to create a domestic brand of the highest quality meat. With Qinghe products comes guaranteed excellence. All said. Lian immediately applauded, his voice booming. This is the vision and ambition of our Yilin County's entrepreneurs. Soon it was exactly 10 o'clock in the morning. In front of the farm, a bright red ribbon was stretched taut, and several golden scissors lay neatly on a tray. All TV cameras were trained on the scene. Dozens of villagers gathered nearby, their faces brimming with excitement and pride. Esteemed leaders, dear fellow villagers. Today marks the grand opening of Qinghe Village's super livestock farm. Lian personally took the microphone, his voice amplified across the venue. This project is not only a major milestone in Qinghe Village's development, but also a crucial step for Yilin County toward agricultural modernization. Thunderous applause erupted. Now let us witness this historic moment together. Lian, the county magistrate, and several other key leaders stood shoulder to shoulder with Su Yi before the red ribbon, each picking up a gleaming pair of golden scissors. 3, 2, 1. Snip. The ribbon was cut cleanly, and applause and cheers erupted once more. Then from the village entrance, a deep, continuous rumble of truck engines grew louder, rolling closer. Everyone paused and turned in unison. On the main road at the village entrance, an unimaginably vast convoy appeared. These were not sedans, but massive trucks designed for transporting live livestock. 1, 2, 3. The convoy stretched into an endless dragon, kicking up dust like a steel beast, bearing down inexorably. All the leaders, reporters, and villagers stood frozen, their minds blank. What kind of spectacle was this? The colossal convoy slowly came to a halt, the roar of engines gradually fading, leaving the air tinged with the faint scent of diesel and the peculiar aroma of livestock. All eyes in the vicinity were fixed on the first vehicle of the convoy. The passenger door opened, and a figure familiar to Su Yi leaped down from the truck. Secretary Su. President Zhao, though travel-worn, was brimming with an unusual excitement as he strode briskly towards Su Yi. I, old Zhao, have personally delivered your goods. Su Yi was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed President Zhao would merely make a phone call to coordinate, never expecting this titan of Jingzhou to lead the expedition himself. President Zhao, you have. With such an important matter, how could I not oversee it in person? President Zhao laughed heartily, clapping Su Yi on the shoulder. These goods are all carefully selected treasures of mine. I had to see them safely into your hands. He turned, sweeping his arm in a grand gesture toward the seemingly endless steel dragon behind him. Huashi cattle, 1,400 head. Dowries pigs, 2,000. Dowling sheep, 2,800. The breeding livestock you requested, Secretary Su, are all here. More than enough, not a single head short. President Zhao's voice boomed, each word striking like a hammer against the hearts of everyone present. A deathly silence fell over the crowd, soon broken by the villagers' involuntary gasps rising and falling uncontrollably. 1,400 cattle, 2,000 pigs, 2,800 sheep. These figures shattered the limits of their imagination, leaving their minds blank and buzzing. The total number of livestock they had seen in their entire lives likely didn't match what this single convoy had brought. Standing nearby, Secretary Yilin found his eyelid twitching uncontrollably. He struggled to maintain the composure befitting a county party secretary, but his suddenly constricted pupils and unconsciously clenched jaw betrayed his inner shock. An investment of tens of billions. He had mentally prepared himself for that. But that didn't mean he could comprehend what he was seeing. On a mere 10 acres, the number of livestock packed and exceeded that of the county's breeding farm, which spanned over 100 acres. Just as the crowd was lost in a daze from these staggering numbers, Su Yi's gaze passing over President Zhao's shoulder unexpectedly caught sight of several familiar faces among the onlookers. They stood casually among the villagers, wearing amused grins, as if enjoying the spectacle. Tang Jinyuan, President Gu, Mr. Chun. These titans who could shake the entire business circles of their respective cities with a single stomp were now blending into the crowd like tourists wandering into the village for a novel sight, pointing and whispering with keen interest. Tang Jinyuan noticed Su Yi's gaze, grinned, and quickly winked at him. President Gu and Mr. Chun also smiled and nodded in greeting. Su Yi understood instantly. These gentlemen most likely had planned this outing together, coming specifically to watch his performance today. He chuckled softly and shook his head, withdrawing his gaze. Ahem. At that moment, Yilin cleared his throat, forcibly suppressing the awe in his heart. He walked over to Su Yi, his eyes scanning the massive convoy, and then the farm in the distance. Though futuristic, it was hardly spacious. His tone carried a mix of curiosity and bewilderment. Little Secretary Su, your farm. It only occupies 10 acres. How could you have purchased so many livestock? This question, like a key, instantly unlocked the doubts of everyone present. The female TV reporter's cheeks flushed with excitement. She seized upon this biggest news angle frantically, signaling the cameraman to lock the lens on Su Yi, afraid to miss a single word. Facing the gaze of all, Su Yi merely smiled. He didn't answer directly, but teased them, his tone light, yet carrying a reassuring confidence. Secretary Li, esteemed leaders, seeing is believing. Our Qinghe Village farm is quite different from others. Just wait and see. With that, he ignored the crowd's doubtful looks, turned, and began issuing orders. President Zhao, please ask the drivers to cooperate. Convoy, follow my command. From the lead truck, vehicles 1 to 10 proceed to the east entrance number 1. Vehicles 11 to 20 to entrance number 2. The rest hold position. The command activated the once still steel dragon. Rumble. The massive truck engines roared again, and one by one they peeled off from the main column with precision, moving like disciplined soldiers, advancing methodically toward the dark gray building. The entire scene exuded a beauty of power and efficiency. Everyone held their breath, staring dumbfounded. The county head behind Li and leaned in, lowering his voice. Secretary, what? What is little Secretary Su up to? This completely defies logic. Lian didn't answer. His eyes were locked onto the building and the approaching convoy, his atoms apple bobbing with difficulty. Logic. In Qinghe Village with this young man, he had already witnessed too many miracles that defied logic. Today perhaps would bring another. Soon, under everyone's gaze, the first massive truck laden with Huashi cattle reversed steadily and stopped before the east entrance number 1. The entrance was unassuming, just an ordinary-looking metal roll-up door. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. They craned their necks and widened their eyes, eager to see how this 10-acre farm would swallow thousands of cattle, pigs, and sheep. Under the collective watch, Su Yi walked to the metal door, pulled an ordinary-looking white magnetic card from his pocket, and swiped it lightly over an inconspicuous black sensor panel by the door. Beep. A soft sound, and the metal roll-up door emitted a low mechanical hum, rising smoothly and swiftly, revealing a pitch-black passage within. Then Su Yi gestured to the truck driver. The driver immediately pressed a button. With a loud clang, the metal ramp at the back of the truck lowered slowly, landing precisely on the entrance floor, forming a wide, gentle slope. Moo. A calf poked its head out from the truck, its dark eyes filled with wariness and unease. But what happened next sent a shockwave through everyone's worldview. The Huashi cattle, the moment it stepped onto the ramp and reached the entrance, shed all its anxiety and agitation, vanishing into thin air. It even gave a gentle shake of its head, then stood obediently, perfectly still at the doorway. The next second, something even more bizarre occurred. From the dark entrance floor, a wide conveyor belt rose silently, firmly supporting the little Huashi cattle, and carried it smoothly inside at a steady pace. Then came the second, the third. The conveyor belt operated smoothly, steadily delivering livestock one after another into the deep entrance. There were no panic collisions, no uneasy neighs. Only the low, rhythmic hum of mechanical operation. This scene shattered the ingrained image of livestock entering the pen in everyone's mind. In their memories, it should have been a chaotic scene of dust, shouts, and confusion. Yet before them, there was only silence and efficiency. It even possessed the precision and coldness unique to industrial aesthetics. Soon the first truck was empty. The driver skillfully drove away, and the second truck seamlessly took its place, reversing and lowering the ramp. The process was identical. The conveyor belt started again, and one robust Dweezy pig after another was steadily sent in. Then came the third truck, the fourth truck. One after another, truck after truck. The entrance of the farm was like a bottomless black hole that could never be filled, greedily devouring everything brought by this massive steel dragon, yet showing no sign of being satiated. The villagers were completely dumbfounded, mouths agape, eyes vacant, even lacking the energy to discuss. At least 1,000. Su Weidong murmured unconsciously, his voice dry. I don't think so. Third granduncle's throat bobbed as he felt his throat go parched. In no time, at least 1,000 livestock had vanished behind the not-so-large door. And the building covering only 10 moves stood quietly as if nothing had happened. Eerie too eerie. Secretary Su. Finally, Secretary Li and couldn't hold it in. As the county party secretary, he thought he had seen much, but the scene before him shattered his cognitive boundaries. He tried to keep his voice steady, but the tremor betrayed his inner turmoil. What is going on? Is the space inside this farm that vast? The moment the question was posed, everyone's ears perked up, and their gazes snapped to Su E. The female reporter from the TV station was so excited her face flushed. She clutched the microphone tightly and signaled the cameraman to give Su E a close-up. She had a feeling that the biggest news of the day was about to break. Facing everyone's gaze, Su E simply smiled. Secretary Li, esteemed leader's hearing is false, seeing is believing. He teased, turning to point at the metal door not far away. That's the entrance to the farm. How about we go in and take a look? Yes, yes, yes. Li nodded, immediately determined to get to the bottom of this today. The other leaders and reporters followed suit, each face etched with irrepressible curiosity and anticipation. Su Weigua and third granduncle exchanged glances, seeing in each other's eyes extreme shock and barely contained fervor. Let's go. Follow. Su Weigua waved his hand and straightened his back. The crowd followed Su E to the large door. He swiped his card again. Drip. The metal door slid silently to one side. A stream of cool, fresh air carrying the faint scent of grass and wood rushed out from within. Cool. Fresh. Fragrant. Everyone was stunned. Was this really a livestock farm? Where was the slightest odor? Secretary Li and was the first to step in. When he saw the scene behind the door, he froze instantly. Those who followed in one and all stood as if paralyzed, mouths agape, unconsciously, pupils contracting violently. Before them was no farm at all. This was clearly a biobase straight out of futuristic sci-fi. A wide, bright corridor, the floor paved with some unknown special material, smooth as a mirror, clearly reflecting the soft lights overhead. The air was a constant 22 degrees Celsius, incredibly comfortable. But what truly shook the soul were the sights on either side of the corridor. Row upon row of uniform, independent compartments gleaming with cold metallic luster. Each compartment was made of transparent, reinforced glass. And they were divided into two layers, upper and lower, with steel structures. This three-dimensional design instantly elevated space utilization to an inconceivable level. My God! The county magistrate murmured, his mind racing with calculations of land cost and utilization rate. The conclusion made his scalp tingle. No wonder this tiny Tsinghua farm could accommodate such a number of livestock. Look, there's a cow in the pen, a sharp-eyed reporter whispered in surprise. Following his pointing finger, they saw in a glass compartment not far away a Huashi ox standing quietly, just delivered by the conveyor. But there was something strange about this ox. Is this the same ox? Su Weigua rubbed his eyes, incredulous. He clearly remembered that although the calves on the truck were of fine breed, after a long journey, they were inevitably dusty with disheveled fur and eyes reflecting fatigue and weariness. Yet this one before them had glossy, smooth fur, as clean as if it had received a full spa treatment at a top pet salon. Underneath the hide, smooth muscle lines were clearly visible. It stood quietly in its single room, neither restless nor agitated, even swaying its head leisurely, its big dark eyes full of curiosity and contentment with the new environment. The stark contrast made a bizarre thought emerge in everyone's mind. It was like the same child. A moment ago, a wild boy covered in mud and snot in the countryside, the next brought into the city and meticulously groomed by loving parents into a clean, handsome little prince of outstanding demeanor. Xiao Yi. What's going on? Su Weidong asked, his voice trembling, feeling his mind could no longer keep up. Su Yi smiled and explained, before entering the compartments, all livestock go through a fully automatic cleaning tunnel for a complete wash, disinfection, and drying. So their current state is their healthiest and cleanest. So that was it. Everyone realized, but immediately an even bigger question arose. Then, why are they so well behaved? Secretary Lian voiced the confusion in everyone's hearts. Even if they are cleaned, they shouldn't be this quiet. It's as if they understand commands. Exactly. That was the most abnormal part. Any livestock in a strange environment would have a stress reaction, nervousness, fear, and running around. But the cows, pigs, and sheep before them were all quietly staying in their single rooms, wagging heads in an incredibly good state. Su-Yi's smile deepened. As for why they are so docile. Because each compartment has a built-in microenvironmental soothing system. It releases a special sound wave that adjusts trace elements in the air, allowing the animals to eliminate fatigue in the shortest time and reach a state of utmost relaxation. Additionally, the compartments are one-way see-through and completely soundproof. They can neither see nor hear any outside activity. Hearing this, everyone looked at the rows of sci-fi single rooms and the livestock inside in peak condition, and only one thought remained in their minds. This was no farm. This was clearly a 5-star livestock sanatorium, a palace. Just as the crowd was stunned into mental disarray by the scene before them, still unable to fully digest the impact, a faint electric hiss close to the ground crept eerily from the metal walls on both sides of the corridor. Wall! Look at the wall, someone shouted. Instantly, everyone's gaze tore away from the placid livestock and fixated on the gleaming metal walls. Without a sound, the smooth surface slid open, revealing a series of delicate square openings. In the next instant, amidst the collective gasps of the crowd, mechanical arms gleaming with silvery cold light slowly emerged from within. The ends of these arms were not cold pincers, but round vibrating discs wrapped in soft silicone, studded with countless fine bumps. They precisely reached into each glass compartment, moving with a gentleness that made no sound, and hovered steadily before the cattle, sheep, and pigs. What are they doing? Su Weihua instinctively retreated half a step. The wall. How did so many hands grow out of the wall? The several elderly men beside him, including third Uncle Gong, were so terrified their faces turned pale. Yet the next scene that unfolded instantly froze their horror into stupefaction. Those mechanical arms made no aggressive moves. They simply began to tap, press, and knead the livestock with a gentle rhythmic motion. Some traveled slowly along the muscles on either side of the cattle's spine. Some performed deep massage on the pig's shoulders with high-frequency vibrations. Others gently circled on the sheep's hind legs. The force was just right, the rhythm unhurried. The moment the mechanical arms touched them, all the livestock already content quivered in unison. Immediately afterward, as if by common accord, they all revealed an expression of indescribable ultimate bliss. The Huashi cattle squinted its eyes in comfort, letting out a contented low moo, its tail swishing leisurely. The Dowezi pig was even more decisive. It flopped onto its side legs in the air, exposing its white belly without any guard, grunting dreamily. The Dolong sheep was the most dramatic. It even actively rubbed its neck against the mechanical arm with all its might, eyes closed, wearing a blissful expression that screamed, "Yes, right there, a little harder." This. Everyone present was dumbfounded. They felt their brains had completely short-circuited, unable to process such a surreal scene. The young, competent female reporter had utterly abandoned her professionalism. With her mouth agape and the microphone frozen midair, she subconsciously screamed at the cameraman beside her, "Film this. Quick. Film everything. If this airs, the whole country will go crazy." The cameraman didn't need her reminder. He clutched the camera tightly, frantically switching between different compartments, afraid of missing any detail of the livestock's ecstasy. "Xiaoyi, this." Su Weidong's heart pounded wildly. He stared intently at his son, who wore a calm, detached expression and felt utterly alien. Just what kind of earth-shattering thing had this kid cooked up in the village? "Dear leaders, no need to be nervous." Su-Yi's voice rang out at just the right moment, calm and composed, breaking the deathly silence. Pointing at the livestock that were enjoying the service, he explained with a smile, "This is our farm's intelligent muscle activation system." Intelligent muscle activation system. Secretary Lian repeated the awkward term with difficulty, each word forced out. He felt every brain cell wailing inside. "Correct." Su-Yi nodded. "Its function is to simulate the total amount of exercise these livestock would get in the wild, running, jumping, foraging, through high-frequency vibrations and anthropomorphic massage. It relaxes their muscles and bones, uplifts their mood, and more importantly stimulates deep development of their entire musculature, encouraging the fat to form the most even and perfect marbling between muscle fibers." Su-Yi's gaze swept over the enraptured livestock, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. In other words, this system allows their meat to reach the ultimate perfection permitted by their genes while they are in the most comfortable state. Replace free range. Uplifted mood. Peak meat quality. Every word of this statement was like a bombshell detonating in the hearts of everyone present. Just as everyone's minds were reeling from this black tech massage, and their worldview was crumbling, a crisp, pleasant chime echoed through the corridor. The working mechanical arms slowly retracted into the wall, the metal openings closed, and the wall surface returned to its pristine state. Immediately after, a feeding trough silently rose from the floor of each glass compartment. A sealed transparent tube extended from the ceiling, precisely aligned with each trough. A soft whoosh sounded. Feed, in 3 colors and various forms, cascaded down from the tubes like a colorful waterfall. For the Huashi cattle, it appeared to be a grain mixture of plump corn kernels, bright red dried strawberries, and emerald alfalfa, vividly colored like a work of art. For the Dowries pig, it was a cake-like substance, made from soybean meal wheat bran mixed with truffles and acorns, steamed and pressed, emitting a rich, sweet aroma of nuts and grains. For the Dolong sheep, it was even more outrageous. A silage fermented from a dozen types of grass minerals and probiotics, even garnished with a few glistening blueberries and plump goji berries. This wasn't feed at all. It was clearly a top-tier healthy meal prepared by a master chef. A rich fragrance blending herbal freshness, grain sweetness, and fruity aromas instantly permeated the air, aggressively invading everyone's nostrils, causing many to unashamedly swallow their saliva. Oh my goodness! This food smells better than my New Year's Eve dinner. A villager muttered softly, gazing at the cake-like pig feed. Several people around him nodded vigorously in agreement. And the moment the livestock caught the scent, their eyes lit up instantly. They eagerly crowded around the troughs and began to feast with gusto, eating with total absorption and relish. The only sounds in the space were the crunching of their chewing and the contented snorts. Watching the cattle, sheep, and pigs, clean, spotless, having enjoyed a top-tier SBA and now savoring gourmet food, many people present couldn't help but feel a trace of deep envy. Sigh. Su Weigua let out a heavy sigh, staring at the Dowries pig that was eating with grease all over its mouth, his eyes complex and resentful. I've lived nearly my whole life, and now I've ended up envying a pig. Upon hearing this, everyone was speechless, because they realized shamefully that they all agreed with that sentiment. When the crowd emerged once more from that metal door and basked in the warm afternoon sunlight, they were seized by a disorienting sense of having traversed another lifetime. The air outside bore the familiar scent of the countryside, mingling soil and vegetation. Yet the reality they had just experienced, the futuristic bio-based, the livestock indulging in full spa treatments and premium nutrition, rendered this mundane scene surreal. Everyone wore a dazed expression, their eyes vacant, their minds replaying those paradigm-shifting moments. Secretary Lian exhaled deeply, as if expelling all the accumulated shock from his chest. He did not speak immediately. Instead, he turned and cast a gaze of unprecedented complexity upon the gray building. Previously, he had seen only a key project with 10 billion in investment. Now he perceived the nascent form of an agricultural technology empire, one defying conventional reasoning, rising steadily. He walked over and nudged the absent-minded Director Qian with his elbow. Old Qian snapped out of it. Oh, Secretary. Director Qian jolted upright like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. In his gaze toward Lian, awe now mingled with an almost fanatical excitement. Secretary, he stammered, unable to find words. His mind was a frenzy of numbers, tax revenues, GDP, industrial chains, the entire fiscal blueprint of Heiyuan County for the next decade. Streams of golden phrases coalesced into a trembling exclamation from the depths of his soul. Secretary, our Heiyuan County is about to strike gold. Lian regarded his almost tearful expression, a rare smile flickering at the corner of his mouth, before quickly composing himself and restoring the dignity befitting a county party secretary. He clapped Director Qian firmly on the shoulder. Gold or not, it's too early to say. But one thing you must remember, the Qinghe Village project will henceforth be the top priority of our county's finance work. Understood. Director Qian straightened his chest, his voice booming like a bell. At that moment, the way he looked at Su Yi was as ardent as if he were gazing upon the god of wealth incarnate. Not far away, Wang, the TV station's young female reporter, was gripping the arm of her cameraman, oldly bouncing on her heels with barely contained excitement. Oldly, you got everything right. Not a single shot missing. Everything. Got it all. Oldly beamed with exhilaration. In 15 years of this job, I've never seen anything like this. If this airs, our station's ratings will go through the roof. I have to rush back to edit the footage and write the script, Wang said, already grabbing her equipment bag. She called out hastily to Su Yi, Secretary, Su, thank you for your cooperation. We'll head back and produce the news segment. They bustled about, packing their gear as if they couldn't wait to fly back to the station. Amid the commotion, Tang Jinyuan and his group, who had been watching the spectacle from the crowd, finally stepped forward. Their expressions were a tangled web of emotions, shock, envy, fervor, all intertwined. Brother Su. Tang Jinyuan strode over and slapped Su Yi's shoulder with a hand as broad as a palm leaf, his voice ringing loud enough to deafen. I take back what I said before. Su Yi staggered under the blow and smiled wryly. Brother Tang, what are you taking back this time? I said you were going to disrupt an industry. Tang Jinyuan's eyes bulged with excitement. Now I realize I was wrong. Completely wrong. This isn't disruption. You're grinding the entire high-end meat industry into the ground. He pointed at the gray building, spittle flying. Brother, be honest with me, is this a farm or a money-printing factory? In all my years traveling the country, I've never seen anything like it. I'm completely convinced. Utterly convinced. Standing nearby, Director Gu, immaculate in his tailored suit, adjusted his wire-rimmed glasses, his gaze sharp as a scalpel. Brother Tang's words are coarse, but not without reason. He shook his head with a smile, then turned to Su, his tone deadly serious. Brother Su, today was worth it. Before we came, our confidence in you was built on Qinghe vegetables. But now, we have an almost blind faith in you as a person and in the Qinghe brand. Mr. Chun from Juzhou nodded repeatedly, sighing with awe. Unbelievable. That environment, those feeds, the massage system. I have no doubt the meat from here will become the ultimate luxury on the tables of the wealthy. Not one of them, the ultimate. They no longer looked at Su as a promising junior. They saw a titan wielding a nuclear weapon about to rewrite the rules of the game. Brother, I won't beat around the bush. Boss Zhao set his hand on Su's shoulder, lowering his voice with an almost pleading insistence. The share we discussed on the phone. You have to save more for me. Name your price. He'll take whatever you have. Come on, Zhao, that's not fair. Director Gu from Shanghai interjected, his tone refined but uncompromising. What do you mean by take whatever you have? Quality isn't about quantity. Brother Su, listen to me. In Shanghai, he'll build your brand, handle the distribution. I guarantee I can sell it for the price of gold. Hey Gu, trying to cut me out. Boss Zhao glared. Cut you out. This is about putting the right people on the job. Just as these tycoons whose combined wealth could sway a province's economy were about to tear into each other over meat, not yet even butchered, Su, amused and exasperated, quickly intervened. Elders, rest assured, rest assured. He waved his hands frantically. The meat's only half ready, don't get worked up. Once the first batch is out, he'll notify you all immediately. No one's share will be shortchanged. Hearing Su's guarantee, the men cooled down, but the fervor in their eyes remained undimmed. After the pleasantries, the tycoons departed with their own preoccupations, needing to return and adjust their corporate strategies to prepare for a market storm set off by a piece of meat. The scene gradually quieted down. That evening at 7 o'clock sharp, the theme music of the county's evening news broadcast played from countless television sets in Yilin County. Thousands of citizens eating dinner watched the TV absent-mindedly as usual. Now broadcasting a breaking report just received by our station. The anchorman's crisp, clear voice rang out as the screen switched to an aerial shot of the gray building in Qinghe Village. Today, the highly anticipated Qinghe Village livestock farm project with an investment of 10 billion yuan officially went into operation. Our reporter on site witnessed this paradigm-shifting moment. In the footage, reporter Wang's slightly excited voice narrated, followed by a series of stunning images. Massive trucks moved in orderly fashion. Thousands of livestock were smoothly conveyed into the facility via conveyor belts. Behind the doors, the interior of the biobase, something out of a sci-fi movie, was revealed to the public for the first time. Mirror-smooth corridors, a constant spring-like climate-controlled environment. Rows of metallic, three-dimensional glass cubicles gleamed. When the camera focused on mechanical arms emerging from the walls, initiating a fully automated high-frequency vibration massage on a pig. Across Yilin County, countless dinner tables echoed with the clatter of dropped chopsticks. Everyone stared at the pig on the screen. Its eyes closed, a faint smile on its face, its limbs sprawled in pure bliss. An unstoppable thought festered in every mind: I am living worse than a pig. The evening news of Yilin County TV station exploded like a depth charge in the online world. Initially, the ripples only spread within the local social circles of Yilin County. Holy crap. Go watch the county news. Our county has a 10 billion yuan breeding farm. What breeding farm? Wait. Qinghe Village, why does that sound so familiar? Duh. It's that Qinghe Village selling sky-high vegetables, and now they're into breeding. When someone clipped the less than 3-minute news video, trimming the beginning and end to retain only the most essential part, from the robotic arm extending to massage the pig to the top-tier feed delivery, and uploaded it online, a storm sweeping the entire internet took shape within just a few days. The video's title was simple and crude, yet fatally alluring, about how I lived 30 years and realized I'm worse off than a pig. The video opened with that large whey pig thudding onto its side legs, splayed, exposing its snow-white belly. Then a coldly gleaming robotic arm extended and began high-frequency, vibrating massage on the pig's belly with a technique that would shame even the most skilled human masseur. The pig, eyes closed, even curled its mouth slightly, letting out contented grunts from its throat. This scene inflicted tons of critical damage on every netizen scrolling through their phones late at night, toiling for a living. The comments section collapsed within minutes. I just finished overtime gnawing on a cold bread in the subway, and you show me this. Bro, don't even start. I'm in bed slapping on a pain patch for tomorrow's manual labor, and seeing this pig I cried loudly. That pig's expression, how to put it, is full of mockery and disdain for us workers. I'm shattered, folks, truly shattered. Half my life lived, and I've never had automatic massage, not even someone to rub my feet. And when the second half of the video showed feed comparable to top-tier human health meals, the entire comment section's tone twisted completely. Holy crap. I think I saw truffles and acorns in that pig feed. The sheep feed has blueberries and goji berries. I wouldn't even put that many in my own tea. It's over now. The whole nation knows I live worse than a pig. I live worse than Qinghe Village pig by an unbelievable speed. This hashtag was pushed to the trending list by netizens themselves, its rank soaring. Just then some eagle-eyed netizens finally seized key information from this surreal scene. Wait. Qinghe Village. This farm is from Qinghe Village. That's the Qinghe Village that grew the sky-high vegetables. Holy crap. No wonder it looked so familiar. Case solved. Qinghe products are always top-notch. If their vegetables are that outrageous, it's only reasonable that their pigs get this treatment right. Reasonable, my ass. This isn't breeding anymore, it's raising ancestors. The wolf is here. The wolf from the vegetable world has now run into the livestock world. The immense fame of Qinghe vegetables acted like a potent catalyst, causing this incident to escalate exponentially. If before everyone was just watching a bizarre funny video, now everyone realized this was real. Countless food bloggers, catering tycoons, and even agricultural experts emerged, leaving comments and sharing. A foodie influencer with tens of millions of followers, Old Glutton Master Wong, posted an update overnight. In 30 years of my career, I've tasted Kobe beef and Iberian pork. But I never thought I'd be so intrigued by a pig from a rural village. For no other reason. I just want to know what the meat of a pig raised with Folato SBA and specially formulated nutrition tastes like. Qinghe High-Tech Agriculture Co. Stop being coy. When will it go on sale? Price is not an issue. Under that post, countless high-end foodies and restaurant procurement managers flocked to comment. Master Wong speaks my mind. Money's ready, just waiting for a purchase link. Our 3 Michelin-star restaurant formally expresses procurement interest in Qinghe Village. The wolf is here. For all domestic high-end meat brands, this isn't just a wolf. It's Godzilla landing. Of course, amid the fervent anticipation, there were also countless ordinary netizens' heartbroken voices. Don't ask, the answer is I can't afford it. Qinghe vegetables are already sky-high. With this massage and luxury meals, I dare not even imagine the price of this pork. Before I couldn't afford pork because I was poor, and now I can't afford pork because I'm poor. My wallet feels an unprecedented chill. In the Qinghe Village committee office, Su Yi leaned back in his chair, scrolling through his phone with amusement, reading the various comments online, a bemused expression on his face. He hadn't expected a county TV news story to stir up such a huge wave online. Behind it, there must be the unseen help of big shots like Boss Zhao and Brother Tang, who love to stir things up, wanting to give Qinghe breeding a head start in reputation. But thinking of that trending topic, I live worse than Qinghe Village pig, Su Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Watching the video of that pig's blissful, ecstatic expression, he touched his chin thoughtfully. These little guys really are living a bit too well. Su Yi murmured to himself with a smile. Even pigs enjoy such luxury every day, while I the boss toil from dawn till dusk like a beast of burden. Shouldn't I treat myself too? After working so hard, can't I just enjoy life? This line inexplicably popped into Su Yi's mind, and the more he thought about it, the more sense it made. It seemed that when the new year came, he'd have to throw a feast with music and dance. Otherwise, he'd be cheating himself. Just as he was about to put down his phone, the screen suddenly lit up with an incoming call from an unfamiliar Jingzhou number. Su Yi paused. A call from Jingzhou at this hour. He hesitated a moment, then pressed the answer key. Hello. Is this Secretary Su? A slightly aged but vigorous voice came through the phone. It sounded familiar. A flash of insight struck Su Yi, and he tentatively asked, Is this Academician Wong? Ha ha ha, good memory. Academician Wong laughed heartily on the other end. I was wondering if you'd forgotten this, old man. How could I, Academician Wong? Su Yi quickly sat up straight, his tone becoming more respectful. You're calling at this hour. Is something the matter? Can't I call a busy man like you for no reason? Academician Wang Tsinghua joked, his voice brimming with laughter that seemed to spill from the receiver, clearly in high spirits. I thought you'd take it slow, get the vegetable base sorted out first before considering anything else. But who would have thought? I've only been back a few days, and you've already got pigs living in single rooms with full-body automatic massages. Su Yi, listening to the old academician's teasing over the phone, leaned back in his chair and chuckled. Professor Wang, you've seen the news online too. Seen it. That's an understatement. Wang Tsinghua laughed heartily on the other end. Now my old colleagues are sharing your video in the group chat every day, clamoring to organize a trip to your Qinghe village. They want to see for themselves. Is it the people or the pigs who live better? The academician's tone was laced with jest, but Su Yi detected a deeper meaning. You're always welcome. We'd be honored to have the experts guide our work, Su Yi replied politely. Guidance? Hardly. We're coming to broaden our horizons. Wang Xingguo's laughter subsided, and his tone shifted abruptly, carrying an unprecedented solemnity. But the real reason I'm calling is about another serious matter. You, my boy, have stumbled into something big again. Su Yi's heart skipped a beat as he sat up straight. Wang Xinghua continued. The news about your farm has gone viral online. Honestly, at first some of us were worried. Such an avant-garde model might invite misunderstanding, even negative backlash accusations of showboating and burning money. But none of us expected. Wang Jingguo paused deliberately, his voice barely containing excitement. A leader who has long been focused on agricultural technology development saw the news too. Not only did he not find it excessive, he actually admired it. He specifically mentioned it in a meeting. Su Yi's breath unconsciously grew lighter. Wang Jingguo repeated almost word for word. His exact words were, "Our agricultural modernization can't keep spinning within old frameworks. What we lack is precisely the imagination and boldness to dare to overturn tradition and push technology to its limits. The young people of Qinghe Village are doing a great job." These words struck Su Yi like a thunderbolt. He knew that the phrase "a leader above" carried enough weight to shake Yilin County, no, the entire province. True to his guess, Wang Zhengguo's next words confirmed his suspicions. "So that National Modern Agricultural Comprehensive Reform Demonstration Site plaque I mentioned, no need to wait through the slow process anymore. That leader gave the green light, the approval has been signed. The official documents will be out in a day or two, then passed down to your province, city, and county." The academician's voice was filled with genuine joy and emotion. "This is at least a month faster than I expected. Secretary Su, congratulations in advance. From now on, your Qinghe Village is officially part of the national team. The responsibilities you'll shoulder are even greater. But I must warn you, once that plaque goes up, your village will become the focus of national attention. Then it won't just be us old techies coming up, all kinds of people will flock to your place. Can you handle it?" "Professor Wang, rest assured. We will not betray the nation's trust or your expectations." Su Yi's voice was steady and resolute, suppressing the turmoil within him. "Good. With your word I'm reassured." Wang Jingguo laughed contentedly. "All right, I won't keep a busy man like you. In a few days, once I wrap up my affairs, I'll bring those old fellows to broaden their horizons at your place. They'll be awaiting your arrival." After hanging up, the office fell silent again. Su Yi placed his phone on the desk and leaned back heavily in his chair, his chest heaving slightly. "National team." He murmured the words, a novel sensation washing over him. This feeling wasn't half bad. Just then the office door creaked open. Su Weiguo poked his head in, clutching his prized thermos filled with strong tea. Seeing the light still on, he figured Su Yi was still busy and decided to check on him. "Xiao Yi still not resting?" "Always busy with nonsense," Su Weiguo said as he sat down across from him, placing the thermos on the desk with a dull thud. His eyes held undisguised curiosity as he asked casually, "So late, who were you talking to?" Sounded like quite a long chat. Su Yi snapped back from his thoughts, looked up at Su Weiguo's gossipy expression, and smiled. It was Academician Wang. Academician Wang. Su Weiguo froze his hand, pausing mid-motion as he was about to sip his tea. His small eyes instantly filled with wariness and doubt. A big shot like Academician Wang calling Xiao Yi late at night. Could the village have gotten into trouble? Su Weiguo set down the thermos, involuntarily leaning forward, his voice dropping to a whisper. What did he want? Su Yi found his nervous demeanor amusing and deliberately kept him in suspense, slowly taking a sip of water before speaking unhurriedly. Nothing major. Su Weiguo's heart eased a little, as long as it wasn't bad news. He muttered, good. Otherwise my heart would be in my throat, feeling unsettled. Just to let us know. Su Yi paused, setting down his cup, meeting Su Weiguo's probing gaze, and enunciated clearly. That National Modern Agricultural Comprehensive Reform Demonstration Site plaque. The higher-ups have approved it. It'll be hung up soon. The moment the words left his mouth, Su Weiguo's expression froze as if struck by a paralysis spell. The office fell into a deathly silence. 1 second, 2, 3. Su Weiguo blinked, as if not comprehending, his lips moving dryly. What? What was that? A national-level plaque, Su Yi chuckled and repeated. Crash. A sharp sound shattered the stillness. Su Weiguo's prized thermos slipped from his hand, crashing onto the concrete floor, splashing hot tea and tea leaves all over his pants and shoes. Over the following days, Su Yi truly learned what it meant to be a village head driven mad by a plaque. From that night onward, Su Weiguo seemed like a changed man. The leisurely figure who always carried his treasured thermos and strolled around at ease had vanished. In his place stood a wound-up, bloodshotted, anxious top spinning around Su Yi. His mind was consumed by only one thing, the plaque. Day 1. No sooner had Su Yi settled into his office chair than Su Weiguo burst in like a whirlwind. Xiao Yi, the plaque. Can it arrive today? Su Yi continued flipping through documents without looking up. Uncle, the document has to go through the process layer by layer. It won't be that fast. Oh, alright, that makes sense. Su Weiguo nodded, rubbed his hands, paced around the office twice, then leaned in, anxiously lowering his voice. But tell me, could it get lost on the way? Day 2. At the breeding farm, Su Weiguo showed up with 2 massive dark circles under his eyes, looking haggard. Xiao Yi, this thing. Is it reliable? Could someone as important as Academician Wang possibly be joking with us? Su Yi looked at him helplessly. Uncle, a national-level agricultural expert. Do you think he has that much free time? I suppose so. Su Weiguo nodded in agreement, but his hands were tightly clenched and his expression remained dazed. But it's been 2 days, and there's still no news. My heart feels like a cat scratching at it. restless and unsettled. Day 3, day 4, day 5. Su Weiguo had completely lost his mind. Every day, he came to Su Yi's office 3 or 4 times asking increasingly absurd questions. Shall we? How big is the plaque? Is it made of gold or wood? Do we need to repaint the village committee wall? What if it hangs crooked? Will the TV station people come? Should I take out my treasured Zhongshan suit and iron it? In the end, he simply moved a small stool to the village committee entrance and sat there all day staring intently at the road leading out of the village. With that posture and that look, anyone might have mistaken him for a wife waiting for her husband to return home. The villagers, seeing their village head so distracted, found it both amusing and curious. What's wrong with the director? What's he staring at all day? No idea. He looks like he's lost his soul. A couple of days ago, he grabbed me and asked if I could play the Suona, saying the village was about to have a great celebration. Su Yi found it both funny and exasperating, so he simply let him be. Finally, on the 7th day, when Su Weiguo's eyes were nearly worn out from waiting, Su Yi was handling office affairs when the familiar number from Jingzhou lit up again. He glanced at the doorway. Su Weiguo was squatting on the threshold, looking utterly despondent, drawing circles on the ground and muttering to himself. Su Yi cleared his throat and pressed the answer button. Old Wang, hello. At the door, Su Weiguo, who had been lost in his own world, suddenly perked up his ears. On the other end of the line, academician Wang Xingguo's hearty laughter came through. Secretary Su, have you been anxious these past few days? Su Yi chuckled. Not at all. I know you and the other leaders are busy. Oh, we're not in a hurry. Huh. You're quite the calm one. Wang Xingguo laughed heartily, his tone filled with admiration. Unlike those old fellows on my end. They've been nagging me every day, asking when they can come to your place to broaden their horizons. Upon hearing this, Su Weiguo beside him grew so nervous his heart leaped into his throat and his fists clenched involuntarily with excitement. All right, enough joking. Let's get down to business. Wang Xingguo's laughter faded and his tone turned formal. The plaque is ready. I've assembled a team with a few comrades from the ministry and some old colleagues from the expert panel. We'll set off in 3 days. We'll fly directly to the provincial capital where comrades from the province and city will join us, and then we'll head to your Qinghe Village together. We're bringing you the plaque for the National Modern Agricultural Comprehensive Reform Demonstration Site. Boom. Every word struck Su Weiguo's heart like a heavy hammer. He felt a surge of blood rush to his head, his face instantly turning crimson, his entire being ablaze with excitement. It was happening. It was really happening. This was no dream. Su Yi also took a deep breath. Even he felt an indescribable thrill surging in his chest. Steadying himself, he replied in a composed yet deeply grateful voice, Old Wang, thank you so much. You, the leaders and the experts personally coming here. It's an immense honor for our Qinghe Village. We will make thorough preparations and await your arrival. Haha, great. It's settled then. See you in 3 days. See you in 3 days. The call ended and the office fell into a brief dead silence. Su Yi lifted his head, looked at Su Weiguo, who stood frozen like a statue, and asked with a smile, Uncle, did you hear that? Yais. Su Weiguo's lips trembled, his voice distorted with emotion. The next second, as if snapping out of a trance, he slapped his thigh hard. Ow! A thunderous roar burst from his throat, rattling the office windows. 3 days. Only 3 days left. He jumped up like a child, flailing his arms and dancing with excitement, speaking incoherently. Hurry, hurry. We need to get ready. Call the Suona players, the drummers, and the village's Yanga dance troupe. Everyone must be mobilized. And the road at the village entrance. Every able-bodied man in the village should come out and clear the weeds on both sides overnight. Sweep the ground clean. We can't let the big leaders from Jingzhou laugh at us. A red carpet. Yes, we need a red carpet. From the village entrance all the way to the village committee. No, all the way to your breeding farm. He charged around the office like an excited bull, muttering incessantly, completely consumed by ecstasy. Su Yi watched him with a smile, about to tell him to calm down. Ring. Just then his phone rang urgently again. The caller ID showed County Party Secretary Lian. He answered again. Hello, Secretary Li. On the other end, Lian's voice, barely containing his extreme excitement, came through slightly trembling. The document. The official document from the ministry just arrived. Lian paused, as if composing himself, then said, the plaque for the National Modern Agricultural Comprehensive Reform Demonstration Site. Your Qinghe Village has secured it. Secretary Suyu, you have rendered an immense service to our Heiyuan County. On the other end of the phone, Secretary Lian's voice sounded an octave higher than usual, accompanied by short, rapid breaths. Clearly, he had just received the news and was beside himself with excitement. Secretary Li, don't get too worked up, take it slow, Su Yi replied with a chuckle, leaning back in his chair. How can I not be excited? Lian burst into laughter on the other end, his voice so loud that Su Yi's ears rang. You kid, when you make a move, you never hold back. You've given me such a tremendous surprise. He cleared his throat forcefully, but the excitement in his tone could not be suppressed in the slightest. All right, no more chit-chat, let's get down to business. I just received the official document from the ministry. According to the latest information, in 3 days, ministry leaders and an expert team will personally visit your village to hold the plaque awarding ceremony. It's going to be a huge event. You kid, make sure you prepare thoroughly. Don't let our Yilin County lose face. Sui smiled and replied, don't worry, I'll make sure everything is in order. Great. With your words, I'm relieved. The two quickly finalized a few reception details before hanging up. Sui put down his phone and looked up. Before him, Su Weiguo was still bouncing in place like a spinning top, so excited that he seemed more like a young man in his 20s than someone over 50. He waved his arms wildly in the air, muttering calculations incessantly. Red carpet, yes, it must be red carpet. All the way from the village entrance to the front gate of the farm. And banners, the biggest and reddest ones. He found his uncle's obsessive state amusing. Uncle, please calm down first. Calm down. How can I calm down? Su Weiguo's eyes were wide and bloodshot with excitement. This is a national-level plaque, national level. It will definitely be recorded in the history of our Qinghe Village, he said, and suddenly slapped his forehead with a crisp sound. Right. We must immediately inform the whole village. Let every household know this tremendous good news. Before his words faded, he became like a whirlwind rushing towards the door. Uncle, where are you going? He called after him. Broadcast. Turn on the loudspeaker. Su Weiguo replied without looking back, his voice booming. With such great news, it must reach every corner of the village. He couldn't stop him in time. Su Weiguo's figure had already disappeared at the stairway. Immediately after, the sound of heavy footsteps, dong dong dong, echoed down the stairwell, as vigorous as a bull bounding down the stairs, surprisingly agile for a man his age. He shook his head helplessly and walked over to the window. Sure enough, within a few minutes. ZZT. After a sharp crackle of static, the large loudspeaker atop the village committee building came to life. Then Su Weiguo's voice, slightly distorted by extreme excitement, yet still resounding, rolled like thunder across the entire sky of Qinghe Village. Hello, hello, can you hear me, fellow villagers? I am your village director, Su Weiguo. Now I announce a piece of phenomenal good news. Listen carefully. In the broadcast, Su Weiguo shouted at the top of his lungs, pouring every ounce of strength into each word. Our Qinghe Village will receive a national-level plaque. In 3 days, high-ranking officials and experts from Jingzhou will personally come to our village to hang the plaque of National Modern Agricultural Comprehensive Reform Demonstration Site. A single sentence. Like a thunderclap, it exploded in the peaceful village. The entire Qinghe Village instantly erupted. Good heavens. Did I just hear that right? A national-level plaque? Wife, pinch me. I feel like I'm dreaming. Over the broadcast, Su Weiguo's excited voice continued, his pitch rising higher and higher. So, fellow villagers, starting now a whole village mobilization. Every household, pull out all the weeds in your yards. Sweep clean all the dirt in front and behind your doors. As for the village roads, men, women, old and young, everyone who can move, get moving. Remove every single weed on the roadside. Sweep the road surface cleaner than your own Kong. In the office, He listened to this heroic declaration and couldn't help but laugh out loud. This Su Weiguo is such a character. Furthermore, Su Weiguo's voice cleared over the broadcast. Clearly something big was coming. To express the soaring enthusiasm of our Qinghe Village, I have decided. Sui's heart skipped a beat and a sense of foreboding arose. Organize our village's gong and drum team, the Yanga dance team, and the Swana band. In 3 days it must be a riot of gongs and drums, firecrackers roaring, shaking the heavens to warmly welcome the high officials. He staggered, nearly slipping off his chair. It's over. He has completely lost it. Anyone who can beat gongs and drums, hurry to the village committee to sign up. Those who can do Yanga also sign up. Those who can play Swana especially sign up. We want to show the big leaders from Jingzhou the soaring spirit of our Qinghe Village. He immediately rushed out of the office, but the broadcast had already ended. As he reached the door, he saw Su Weiguo's face glowing red, dashing down from upstairs like a gust of wind. Uncle Yu. Xiaoyi, did you hear that? Su Weiguo rubbed his hands together excitedly. What do you think of my arrangement? Isn't it grand? Su was amused. Uncle, with all this, people might think we're holding a wedding or a funeral. Nonsense. Su Weiguo's eyes widened, and he slapped his chest, emphatically correcting seriously, this is called hyping the atmosphere. It's called creating an atmosphere. Don't you understand? Before his words faded, the village committee entrance was already packed with a dense crowd, layers upon layers blocking the doorway completely. Director, what you just shouted on the loudspeaker, is it all true? Is the nation really granting our village a plaque? Absolutely true. Su Weiguo straightened his back and spoke with an unprecedented proud tone. Would I, Su Weiguo, joke with everyone about something like this? Oh my heavens! Our village is going to soar to the skies. The crowd completely burst into chaos. Countless villagers surged forward like a tide, their voices mingling into a sea of joy. Director, I sign up. I can beat the gong. Me, I'm awesome at drumming. My wife plays the Swana, famous in all the neighboring villages. She does weddings and funerals. A woman in a floral blouse pushed to the front and grabbed Su Weiguo's sleeve. Director, when I was young, I was the lead of our village's Yanga team. For this Yanga team, I must be the leader. Su Weiguo looked at the boisterous scene, his heart brimming with joy, and he couldn't stop grinning. All right. Everyone will have a chance. He waved his hand grandly. But for now the top priority is cleaning. Starting today, every household must take action. In 3 days I want our Qinghe village to become the cleanest village in the entire county. We guarantee to complete the task. The villagers roared in unison, their momentum soaring like a rainbow. 3 days later, early morning. At this hour Qinghe village would normally be shrouded in quiet mist. But today an irrepressible excitement quietly ignited in the air. In front of the village committee building, a brand new crimson carpet was laid out in a straight line. From the building's entrance all the way to the main road at the village entrance, the carpet blazed red, stark and solemn. On both sides stood flower pots brought in overnight, their petals glittering with dewdrops, delicate and vibrant. The courtyard walls inside and out had been swept spotless, even the decades-old moss in the corners scraped clean. This was the final compromise after Su Yi and Su Weiguo's fierce debate. Su Weiguo's original vision was to have drums thundering and firecrackers crackling to drag out the village's nearly disbanded Yanko troupe, and have them dance all the way from the entrance to the committee building. In his own words, we must go all out with the pomp. Let the big leaders from Jingzhou see the volcanic passion of our Qinghe village. But this wild proposal was ultimately vetoed by Su Yi. So the drums and gongs were gone, the Yanko dance vanished, leaving only this red carpet, the highest symbol of honor. Even so, Su Weiguo felt an inexhaustible surge of energy. At the first glimmer of dawn, he put on his treasured dark blue Zhongshan suit. The clothes were crisp with the top hook button fastened meticulously tight around his neck, his face slightly flushed. He paced back and forth along the carpet with his hands behind his back, his leather shoes silent on the new fabric, yet his posture was more dignified than ever. No, this bit of carpet has a crease. Quick, pull it straight. Zhu's wife, move that broken tricycle by your door right away. It's blocking the way. He directed a few young villagers in final adjustments, his voice booming and spirit astonishingly high. Su Yi leaned against the office doorway, watching him scurry about, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Just then a black Audi glided silently to the village entrance. The door opened, and Secretary Lian, dressed in formal attire, stepped out from the driver's seat himself. He hadn't even brought a driver today. Secretary Li, why are you here so early? Su Yi asked, mildly surprised as he strode quickly to greet him. According to the schedule, the convoy of provincial and city leaders was expected around 10 o'clock. It was only 7:30. Something's on my mind, couldn't sleep, so I came early to keep an eye on things. Li Yin's lips were tight, the excitement in his eyes almost overflowing. He strode over, clasped Su Yi's hand, and shook it firmly, his palm burning hot. His gaze swept over the vivid red carpet and the renovated committee building, filled with unspoken approval and emotion. Not bad, dignified yet festive. This is good. He knew all too well the weight of this ceremony. As the top official of Yilin County, he was more nervous than anyone. Secretary Li, you're way too early. Su Weiguo, spotting Lian, immediately scurried over with a beaming grin, his back bent a little lower than usual. Director Weiguo, you've worked hard. Lian smiled and patted him on the shoulder. That single word, hard, made Su Weiguo feel every pore in his body open wide. He abruptly straightened his back, thumped his chest with a boom boom, and replied in a booming voice, no hardship. Serving the people. This vigorous shout made Lian laugh. He pointed at Su Weiguo, shaking his head, then turned to Su Yi and lowered his voice, kid, give it to me straight. Nothing's going to go wrong today, right? Su Yi chuckled, Secretary Li, don't you trust me? I've already prepared your tea. Let's go upstairs for a cup to settle your nerves. Let's definitely have a cup. Lian let out a long breath. Only your tea can put my restless heart somewhat at ease. The three entered the office together. Su Yi skillfully boiled water and brewed tea. Lian sat before the tea table, gazing at the crimson carpet outside the window, his eyes somewhat distant. Honestly, it still feels like a dream to me. He lifted the teacup but didn't drink, only feeling its warmth with his fingertips. A national-level demonstration site. I've worked most of my life and never dared to dream such an honor could fall on our Yilin County. Su Weiguo, listening nearby, puffed out his chest with pride, his nostrils seeming to flare a little wider. Su Yi refilled his cup with tea and said softly, Secretary Li, this is just the beginning. Lian paused, then burst into laughter, pointing at Su Yi, kid, you sure have ambitions. But I like it. If every cadre in Yilin County were like you, would we still worry about development? Time ticked by. As the sun rose higher, the atmosphere in the village grew more fervent. Villagers who had heard the news put on their best clothes, gathering in small groups on both sides of the red carpet, murmuring among themselves, their faces glowing with simple, sincere joy and pride. They didn't shout or crowd, they just waited quietly. That anticipation coalesced into an invisible force, making the entire Qinghe village seem solemn. Su Weiguo patrolled back and forth outside, repeatedly instructing the village cadres and young volunteers maintaining order. Perk up. When the leaders arrive, don't look like you just woke up. Especially those who'll be on TV. Smile sincerely, not like you're in pain. Near 10 o'clock, a low, steady rumble of engines grew from afar, piercing the village's peace. The sound was utterly different from the village's common tractors and small trucks. heavy smooth, carrying a unique authority. They're here. The crowd waiting at the entrance instantly fell silent. Every gaze fixed on the end of the road, necks craned as far as they could stretch. Lian and Su Yi immediately stepped out of the office, standing side by side on the steps. A convoy of several black sedans and 2 minibuses rolled slowly into view. The cars came to a flawless stop in the open space before the committee building, each movement precise, without a trace of superfluous motion. Lian subconsciously adjusted his collar, his Adam's apple bobbing. Beside him, Su Weiguo was so nervous he didn't know where to put his hands, tugging at the hem of his Zhongshan suit repeatedly before finally gripping the seams of his trousers tightly. The door of the lead car opened. A gleaming black leather shoe stepped firmly onto Qinghe Village's soil. The figure of Yinzhou Secretary Zhang Xiang appeared first. He looked around, his eyes carrying scrutiny and satisfaction. Then the doors of the 2 minibuses behind slowly opened. From the first minibus, a group of journalists armed with cameras and microphones filed out instantly, seizing advantageous positions as flashes began to flicker. Behind the journalists came several provincial leaders, flanking a few middle-aged cadres with composed, serious auras. Lian recognized them clearly. Those unfamiliar faces must be from the ministry. The second minibus disgorged a group of elderly men with graying hair but vigorous spirits. Among them was academician Tsinghua. The moment he stepped off, his gaze pierced through the crowd and landed precisely on Su Yi standing on the steps, a familiar hearty smile spreading across his face. Then he gave Su Yi a firm nod of acknowledgement. Su Yi's gaze pierced through the bustling crowd, meeting that of academician Tsinghua standing among the group. A knowing smile passed between them. A steady firm nod. Everything was conveyed without words. He stood upright, his demeanor unruffled. The scene before him, enough to shake the entire Yilin county, felt to him as ordinary as a routine gathering at his own village entrance. Beside him, Su Weiguo lacked such composure. The old director felt every heartbeat slam heavily against his chest, his throat tightening. His palms clenched at the seams of his trousers were slick with sweat. He strained to puff out his chest, trying to make his mouse suit appear more dignified, but the slight trembling of his knees betrayed the tempest within. Director Lu, esteemed leaders and experts, this is the youngest and most visionary village party secretary in Yinzhou, Secretary Su Yi of Qinghe Village. Yinzhou Party Secretary Zhang Xiang walked at the forefront, turning slightly with a well-measured pride as he introduced Su Yi. His voice was not loud, yet it carried distinctly to every ear present. Instantly all lenses and all eyes converged upon Su Yi. The provincial leaders smiled and nodded toward him, their gazes brimming with evident admiration and curiosity. And in the very center of the entourage, a middle-aged cadre with a composed aura fixed a direct, scrutinizing gaze upon Su Yi's face. This was Director Lu, the leader of the delegation. Director Lu, hello. Su Yi met his look and extended his hand. Hello, Comrade Su Yi. Director Lu shook his hand, his palm broad and firm. He released it, but did not speak immediately, merely appraising Su Yi from head to toe. Several seconds passed before he spoke, his voice steady. Very young, younger than I imagined. He paused, then shifted tone with a hint of amusement. I saw that online video too, to be honest. At first I thought it was just another young person's gimmick, something to grab attention. At these words, Secretary Lian and Su Weiguo felt their hearts clench. But Director Liu's next sentence immediately set their minds at ease. However, the veteran experts led by academician Wang spoke very highly of you. Later, a leader who has long focused on agricultural development personally inquired and told me that this is exactly the kind of imagination our future agriculture needs. A hint of approving smile finally appeared on Director Liu's face. Bold in thought, bold in action, and you actually made it happen. Remarkable. The weight of that word remarkable was immense. Secretary Li's face flushed with uncontrollable redness, a profound heartfelt pride. Su Weiguo trembled with excitement, every wrinkle on his flushed face brimmed with ecstasy, his mouth stretched, ear to ear, unable to close. He longed to dash to the village committee's loudspeaker and broadcast that word remarkable on a loop for 3 days and nights. You flatter me, leader. Su Yi smiled. We merely carried out some modest explorations and attempts on our own land. There is still much to learn and improve. Director Lu nodded with satisfaction, said no more, and turned to face all the journalists and villagers present. He cleared his throat, and the entire scene fell silent, broken only by the rapid clicks of camera shutters. Comrades, fellow villagers. Director Liu's voice, amplified by a portable microphone handed over by a staff member, resounded across the entire village committee square. Today we have come from Jingzhou for one purpose and one purpose only: to deliver a national affirmation of Qinghe Village's pioneering spirit and outstanding achievements. His eyes blazed as he swept his gaze across the crowd, each word crisp and forceful. For a long time, whenever we spoke of agriculture or the countryside, we thought only of backs bent over the yellow earth of a life dependent on the whims of weather. Our agricultural modernization has also been spinning within certain entrenched frameworks, lacking the courage to break new ground. But Qinghe Village has given us a tremendous surprise. It has proven with facts that agriculture can be imbued with a sense of technology. that the countryside can become a paradise everyone aspires to, that even pig farming can enjoy conditions better than those of people. At the last remark he himself could not help laughing, and a ripple of good-natured laughter spread through the audience. The journalists excitedly pressed their shutters, capturing this witty and charming side of the leader. Therefore, after deliberation within the ministry and approval from higher authorities, we have decided. Director Lu paused, each word striking like a hammer on every heart, to confer upon Qinghe Village the honorary title of National Demonstration Site for Comprehensive Modern Agricultural Reform. As he finished, he swept his hand downward decisively. Award the plaque. 2 uniformed staff members carried a plaque draped in red cloth, stepping forward with steady strides. The breath of everyone present seemed to hold still. Under the gaze of countless eyes, amid a sea of camera flashes, Director Lu stepped forward, flanked by Yunzhou Party Secretary Zhang Xiang, and together they grasped a corner of the red cloth. With a sharp rip, the red cloth was pulled away. A massive plaque appeared before the crowd. On its surface, 14 golden characters, National Demonstration Site for Comprehensive Modern Agricultural Reform, gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight. Each character seemed to bear immense weight, the golden light, so dazzling it nearly hurt the eyes. A wave of thunderous applause erupted from the crowd after a brief, stunned silence. The villagers clapped like mad. Many elderly people, their rheumy eyes reflecting the piercing golden light, could no longer hold back their tears, which silently traced the furrows of their weathered faces. This was an honor that their ancestors, who had toiled bent over the earth generation after generation, had never dared to imagine or even dream of. Tsinghua could no longer contain himself. This man, who had always valued face above all else, now shook with violent sobs, his shoulders heaving. His throat released muffled whimpers as he wiped his tears and snot carelessly with his rough, calloused hands, mumbling incoherently, "Ancestors above. Our village has made it." Director Lu stepped forward and personally placed this heavy plaque into Su-Yi's hands with solemnity. "Comrade Su-Yi, this is not just a simple placard." Director Liu's voice carried expectation. "It is a weighty responsibility, an expectation from our higher leadership. We will not fail that trust." Su-Yi took the plaque with both hands. Its heft was far greater than he had imagined. He raised the plaque high, facing all the villagers and all the cameras. Clicks, clicks, clicks. The flashes blazed as bright as daylight, freezing this historic moment forever. The applause lingered on and on. After a long while, Director Lu raised a hand to gesture for silence. He looked at Su-Yi with keen interest. "Comrade Su-Yi, now that the ceremony is over, might we have the privilege of visiting your nationally renowned modern farm and livestock facility?" "Of course, no problem." Su-Yi, without a second thought, stuffed the plaque, still warm from his hands, into the arms of Tsinghua, who was so excited he could barely walk straight. "Uncle, first enshrine this treasure of our village, then find the most conspicuous spot to hang it. Let me take the leaders to see the fruits of our village's labor." "Huh." Tsinghua lowered his head, and the moment his eyes touched the golden heavy plaque cradled in his arms, he froze solid. A tingling, numbing thrill exploded from the pores of his arms, instantly shooting through his limbs and bones, snapping his slightly trembling body upright, as if infused with the soul. This was the national plaque, handed out personally by a high-ranking official from the capital. He hurriedly used the cleanest sleeve of his Zhongshan suit to wipe it with utmost reverence, his movements as gentle as polishing a peerless treasure. Afraid that his own excited sweat would defile this weighty golden ingot, he jerked his head up and bellowed to the still-stunned village cadres nearby. "What are you standing around for? Get over here and lend a hand. This is a national treasure, the heirloom of our village. Don't let it get scratched or bumped." The village cadres snapped out of their trance like a jolt and swarmed around him like locusts. One supported from the left, another from the right, and someone else hovered their hands beneath as a precaution, bustling and crowding around Tsinghua as they shuffled toward the village committee building. Tsinghua, flanked by the crowd, stood tall with his back straight and his chin jutting skyward. Stepping onto the red carpet, he strutted with a swagger that acknowledged no one. To an outsider, he looked like a triumphant general returning from battle. This scene, both solemn and comical, sent the nearby cameramen into a frenzy, their flashes erupting into a sea of white. Su-Yi watched them treat the plaque like the imperial seal, the corners of his mouth twitching upward uncontrollably. He turned and made a welcoming gesture to Lu Si and the others. "Esteemed leaders and experts, this way please. Let's first visit the farm." The group walked along the newly poured concrete path, short as it was, with vibrant flowers planted by villagers on both sides in full bloom. Lucy, walking at the front, suddenly spoke. "Is that gentleman just now your uncle?" "Yes, our village chief, Tsinghua." "Quite an interesting fellow," Lucy chuckled. "You can see they're genuinely happy and proud of this honor. That kind of raw, simple emotion is very precious." County Party Secretary Yilin added with a smile beside him. "Director Lu, you haven't seen Chief Su in his usual element. His enthusiasm is off the charts." Hearing this, Su-Yi's mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. "Off the charts. If I hadn't stopped him, he would have played a Suona for you all on the spot and sent you off in style." In the group, academician Qinghe pulled an old man with thick-rimmed glasses aside and muttered in a low, mysterious tone, "Old Joe, don't blink when you go in." Zhou Pin, the botanist called Old Joe, pushed up his glasses looking unconvinced. "Long, you've been bragging to me 8 times already. You'll see for myself what farm could make you lose your composure." As they spoke, the massive silver-white building came into view. When the enormous metal door loomed before them, everyone fell silent in unison. The reporters grew excited, training all their cameras on the door, waiting for the moment of wonder. Su-yi walked to the entrance, took out a black access card, and swiped it lightly. Beep. A low hum sounded as the giant door slid open to both sides. The moment the door opened, an indescribable life force surged forth. Lucy at the front halted abruptly. He felt every pore on his body open in that instant. The fresh, pure air flooded his lungs with a cool, crisp sensation, traveling down his windpipe, as if cleansing his very organs. An unprecedented wave of exhilaration shot from his chest straight to his crown. In his half-century of life, he had visited countless famous mountains and rivers, so-called natural oxygen bars, but never had he experienced such pure, breathtaking breathing. He wasn't alone. The provincial leaders beside him, the experts and scholars behind, all stopped in their tracks. On every face was the same expression of shock and bewilderment. Everyone stood frozen at the entrance, greedily, almost instinctively gulping down the air spilling through the gap, utterly speechless. The scene before them, they had seen it countless times in videos. But standing here in person, they understood that video captured not even a quintessence of the reality. My God! Botanist Zhou Piyuan, the old expert who had scoffed earlier, now had his mouth wide enough to swallow an egg, his thick glasses nearly sliding off the tip of his nose. His eyes bulged like copper bells fixed on the strange, verdant world beyond the door, his throat emitting unconscious murmurs. The door fully opened. The entire interior of the farm was laid bare before them. Row after row of lush green vegetables emerged from their growing medium, each leaf stretched to perfection, gleaming with a vitality that seemed to radiate inner light. The air was filled with the fragrance of plants and a faint mist of moisture. The constant temperature made every inch of skin feel incomparably comfortable. Above, soft, simulated sunlight poured down, bathing the space in a sacred glow. Everything here was spotless, meticulously ordered to the point of awe, radiating an ultimate harmony of order and technology. This is your farm." Lucy finally found his voice, but the tremor in his tone was unmistakable. He took another deep breath, savoring the air that seeped into his soul, then slowly exhaled, as if purging the years of accumulated toxins from his lungs. "Watching the videos, I only found it novel. I never imagined that experiencing it firsthand would feel like this." He turned to Su-yi beside him, his gaze infinitely complex. "If you stay here long enough, I'm afraid it could truly extend your life." "Ha, Director Liu, if you like, you're welcome to visit often," Su-yi replied with a smile. Just then, botanist Zhou Piyuan snapped out of his daze, lunged forward in one stride, and dove toward a row of greens. He adjusted his glasses, his face nearly pressed against the leaves. "Impossible, absolutely impossible," he muttered to himself as he examined them. "Perfect appearance. Not a single yellow leaf, not one insect hole. This growing environment is even stricter than the highest grade sterile lab." He stretched out a trembling hand to touch the jade-like leaves, only to yank it back halfway. He was afraid that the mundane aura of his own body would defile this perfect creation that shouldn't exist in this world. The other agricultural experts could no longer restrain themselves. They surged in, each gravitating toward their own field of study, their throats emitting uncontrollable exclamations and praises. Lucy watched the nearly frenzied old experts, then glanced at the calm and composed Su-yi beside him, emotions swirling in his heart. He stepped forward and patted Su-yi's shoulder solemnly. "Comrade Su-yi, today, I finally understand why Academician Wang held you in such high regard after returning." Lucy solemnly patted Su-yi on the shoulder, his eyes accustomed to witnessing the vicissitudes of life, now brimming with intricate emotions. Behind him, the group of experts finally managed to reclaim their breath from the suffocating shock. Zhou Piyuan, a botanist and a titan in the domestic botanical community, adjusted his thick-rimmed glasses that had slipped to the tip of his nose. He approached Su-yi, his lips trembling for a long moment before he squeezed out a sentence from his parched throat. "Secretary Su-yi, I have studied plants my entire life." He exhaled a long, turbid breath, carrying within it a mixture of 3 parts self-doubt and 7 parts utter reverence. "Today I finally realized my knowledge was nothing but a frog at the bottom of a well." "Professor Zhou, you flatter me." Su-yi quickly waved his hand. "No, not at all." Zhou Piyuan waved his hand abruptly, his emotions surging again, his aged face flushing crimson. Growing more excited as he spoke, he grabbed the arm of academician Qinghe beside him. Qinghe, staggered by the shake, laughed helplessly. "You old fellow, now you believe I didn't fool you." Just as the group was still immersed in the paradigm-shifting marvel of the plant farm, an elderly expert in animal husbandry suddenly pushed up his glasses. His gaze, sharp as 2 laser beams, shot straight at Su-yi. "Secretary Su, His voice carried an irrepressible urgency, even trembling slightly. Since plants have reached such a level. Then, what about your livestock farm? This question, like a pebble dropped into a tranquil lake, instantly stirred 1,000 ripples. The scene fell silent. Exactly. The farm had already upended botanical common sense. Oh, what fantastical spectacle would the legendary farm, where pigs enjoyed single rooms and massages, reveal? Everyone's curiosity was ignited in an instant. The nerves numbed by the vegetable wonder were once again stretched to the breaking point. The interest in Lucy's eyes grew keener as he looked at Sue-yi. Indeed, Comrade Sue-yi, that clip of the pig massage in the video certainly opened many eyes in our ministry. Today we must see it with our own eyes no matter what. Of course. Sue-yi smiled, a hint of subtle amusement in his expression. Everyone this way, please. The group once again followed Sue-yi, exiting the farm and circling around to another futuristic deep gray building. If the farm gate evoked a fusion of life and technology, the gate of this building exuded an added chill and austerity, like the maw of a slumbering steel beast. Again a card was swiped. Beep. The metal door slid open silently. Beyond the door, the same cool air, fragrant with grass and trees, greeted them, devoid of any odor of breeding. This alone caused all first-time visitors to experience another cognitive dissonance. Are we sure we didn't enter the wrong place? Whispered a young journalist. Sue-yi turned sideways, making a gesture of invitation, his tone as relaxed, as if introducing his own backyard. Everyone, don't rush to be amazed. This is just an appetizer. The group stepped in, half in doubt. When the full panorama behind the door unfolded before them, gasps of succeeding breath echoed in the bright, empty corridor. Even with mental preparation, witnessing this sci-fi genetic engineering base wrenched everyone's hearts. Mirror-smooth floors. A comfortable, controlled climate. Rows of metallic reinforced glass cubic stands lining both sides. All reminiscent of the farm scene, yet distinct. But here the protagonists were no longer silent plants, but living livestock. That cow. Look at its coat. My God, glossy it reflects. Its fur shines. Look at that pig. Its eyes, why so serene? Is it enjoying itself? Journalists' cameras went wild, shutters firing like a storm. The few livestock experts stood frozen, as if turned to stone. The elderly expert who had spoken earlier fixed his gaze on a luxury suite of a Huashi cow. His lips trembled, his eyes behind the lenses bulging bloodshot. Physique, coat, clarity of the eyes. Is this a beauty contest champion? Even the standards for elite breeding bulls aren't this extreme. His voice quivered, his worldview teetering on the edge of collapse. Another expert rushed to the suite of a large whey pig, his face nearly pressed against the glass. The pig had just enjoyed a round of intelligent muscle activation, now lying on its back, utterly defenseless, snorting, contentedly drooling as it slept. Look at its skin. The expert pointed at the pig's white belly, his voice shaking. Pink, delicate, not a single scar or skin disease. This indicates an extremely superior living environment, perfect nutritional balance, and its mental state, utterly relaxed. He turned to the crowd, his face a complex mix of envy, jealousy, and exasperation. I've studied pigs my entire life, concluding that the happier a pig, the more even the intramuscular fat deposits, and the richer the flavor. But I never dreamed a pig could live more comfortably than me. Puffed. His remark triggered laughter, lightening the app. Lucy couldn't help but chuckle. He watched the cattle, sheep, and pigs enjoying top-tier treatment in their suites, then turned to Sue-yi. Comrade Sue-yi, I now fully understand why so many people online wish to be reborn as a pig in your Qinghe Village. Sue-yi spread his hands, smiling. Perhaps they accumulated good karma in past lives. The joke drew another round of smiles. Yet amid the light and overwhelming atmosphere, County Party Secretary Yilin remained tight-browed. As a second-time visitor, he had some immunity to the environment. His gaze didn't wander over the high-tech equipment. Instead, it locked onto the first batch of large whey pigs that had been brought in. His expression shifted from initial appreciation to puzzlement, then shock, and finally horror. Something was wrong. Extremely wrong. As County Party Secretary, he understood farming. He knew exactly how piglets looked and how fast they grew. He clearly remembered just 10 some days ago. Standing here, he watched the first batch of pigs enter. Though robust, they were just piglets at most 40 or 50 gene. But these pigs now, their size, their plump, sturdy build. Each one must be well over 100 gene. 10 some days. Gained 100 gene. Lian felt his heart pound uncontrollably, a chill shooting from the soles of his feet, straight to his crown. Secretary Lian stood amid the crowd, his expression gradually freezing. While others marveled at the unheard-of high-tech equipment, his gaze was drawn like iron filings to a magnet, locking firmly onto the pigs enjoying their private rooms. Something was wrong. The more he looked, the more wrong it seemed. His breathing suddenly quickened, and a layer of clammy cold sweat formed on his palms. This subtle change did not escape Director Liu's eyes. Secretary Li, what's wrong? Director Liu's voice was not loud, yet carried a natural penetrative force. Swish. All eyes shot toward Lian, and even Sue-yi, who had been conversing in low tones with academician Wang Jinghua, paused. Secretary Li, are you unwell? Su-yi asked with concern. No, it's not that. Lian swallowed with difficulty, his throat parched and dry. He raised his hand, his fingers trembling slightly from the strain, pointing straight at a large enclosure pig that was grunting not far away. Secretary Su, tell me the truth. His voice was hoarse. Were these pigs replaced with a different batch later? This question came out of nowhere, leaving everyone present stunned. Replaced with a different batch. What did that mean? Su-yi smiled. Secretary Li, how could that be? These are the very first batch of piglets that were brought in. They've always been these. This affirmative reply did not relieve Lian, instead it drained the color from his already taut face. Not replaced. Lian's Adam's apple bobbed violently. He felt as if the common sense he had built up over a lifetime was now creaking like cheap glass under unbearable strain. His unusual behavior thoroughly piqued everyone's curiosity. Academician Wang Qinghe frowned deeply, strode quickly to Lian's side, and followed his pointing finger. There lay a grotesquely robust enclosure pig comfortably sprawled on the self-cleaning floor, rolling over to reveal a pale, plump belly. What's wrong with this pig? Academician Wang Qinghe was bewildered. Academician Wang. Lian's voice was strained. Do you still remember what these pigs looked like in the news video from back then? Wang Qinghe paused at the question, sinking into recollection. Not just him. Everyone present began recalling the video that had gone viral across the internet. I remember. A young reporter carrying a camera suddenly shouted, his eyes wide, as if he had seen a ghost. In the video? In the video, the pigs were all normal piglets, each only about this big, at most 40 or 50 catties. His shout was like a thunderbolt exploding in everyone's minds. That's right. Piglets. What had been brought in was clearly a group of lively, bouncing piglets. Quick, pull up the video from that time, someone shouted. Immediately, a quick-thinking reporter fumbled out his phone, fingers frantically tapping the screen, and soon found the news video. Found it. Everyone look. A crowd instantly huddled together, heads pressed against heads, their gazes glued to the small phone screen. In the video, a group of pink tender piglets lay on their backs in their private rooms, enjoying massages. Though they were robust, any discerning eye could tell they were just weaned from the sow. After watching the video, the crowd slowly raised their heads. In unison, their dull gazes shifted to those fat, sturdy monsters, lying leisurely in the glass compartments. Then a series of uncontrollable gasps arose one after another. The sound seemed to suck the air out of the entire corridor, the temperature dropping sharply. If the perfect quality of the vegetables in the farm had overturned their understanding, then the growth rate of these pigs before them completely shattered their worldview. This wasn't pig farming at all. It was like blowing air into the pigs' bodies. The livestock expert who had studied pigs his entire life was now leaning against the glass wall, his whole body trembling. He didn't even notice his reading glasses slipping to the tip of his nose, his lips pale, murmuring to himself, impossible. Absolutely impossible. He suddenly turned his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Su-yi, his voice distorted. Secretary Su, can you tell me what is going on? His emotions were nearly broken. The scientific edifice he had built over a lifetime was now shaking at its foundation. Their current weight, by estimation, each one is around 170 to 80 catties. How long has it been? At most 12 or 13 days. In 12 or 13 days, the piglets have gone from 40-50 catties to 170-80 catties, an average of 10 catties per day. 10 catties per day? This was a number that would drive every livestock company in the world wild. Director Liu's breath grew heavy as well. He stared fixedly at Su-yi, his usually composed face now bearing only pure shock. He had originally thought that the high-tech environment making the pigs happy was the biggest highlight, but he had never expected that the real trump card lay here. This was no longer about improving meat quality. It was a fundamental rewriting of the underlying logic of livestock farming. This was a dimensionality reduction attack. The reporters had already gone completely wild. The flashlights converged into a dazzling silver sea. The shutter sounds like torrential rain, frantically recording this surreal scene. They knew that after today, Qinghe Village would once again shock the nation. Then, at this rate, another expert adjusted his glasses, striving to keep his voice steady, but his trembling tone betrayed the storm within. He looked at Su-yi and posed the question everyone wanted to ask. At this growth rate, doesn't that mean in another day or two these pigs will reach slaughter weight? The standard slaughter weight for commercial pigs is generally around 200 catties. At a rate of 10 catties per day, reaching that standard was imminent. This meant that the entire breeding cycle for pigs in Qinghe Village had been compressed to an inconceivable duration. Everyone's gaze once again focused on Su-yi. They were all waiting for his answer, waiting for him to personally confirm this miracle that was about to detonate the entire industry. Looking at the faces full of shock, horror, and frenzy, Su-yi finally smiled. He didn't answer directly, but instead asked a calm, unhurried counter-question. His voice was not loud, yet it exploded like a heavy bomb in everyone's ears. Who told you that the slaughter weight for the pigs in our Qinghe Village is 200 catties? Su-yi's casual rhetorical question made the entire breeding farm fall into a pin-drop silence. The cameras that had been clicking just a moment ago all went mute. Even the journalists froze, forgetting to press their shutters. What did he mean? Who said the slaughter weight should be 200 jin? Every word in this sentence was understandable, yet when combined they became an incomprehensible enigma. 200 jin was a conventional standard in the domestic commercial pig industry, an optimal solution derived from countless market validations and cost calculations. But now Su-yi was actually questioning this cornerstone standard of the industry. For the first time, Lucy, the official from Qingzhou, saw his usually composed expression shift. His eyes, accustomed to witnessing vicissitudes, were now filled with undisguised astonishment. He stared intently at Su-yi, trying to detect even the slightest hint of a joke from that young and calm face. Yet there was none. Su-yi's expression remained relaxed, even carrying a hint of amused mockery. He glanced around at the stunned faces of the crowd, finally let out a laugh, breaking the suffocating silence. Everyone, don't look at me like that. I'm a little scared." This joke set the frozen air flowing again. Only then did the crowd realize that their backs had been drenched in a cold sweat. Lucy's throat was dry. "Comrade Su-yi, what exactly did you mean by that?" "Exactly what I said." Su-yi spread his hands, his smile carrying a natural ease. "Our village invested 10 billion to build this Tsinghua breeding farm, so of course, it couldn't be the same standard as ordinary farms." 10 billion. This number spoken by Su-yi once again struck the crowd's nerves. Although they had heard rumors before, when used as the annotation for everything before them, its weight truly pressed on everyone's hearts. Su-yi gave them little time to think and continued, "The environment is just the core of the entire farm, but it is supported by a complete growth system." He pointed to the feed in the troughs, which looked like top-tier health meals. "Take this for instance. It's not any feed you can find on the market. Based on the genetic map of dowries pigs, we tailored a special ration according to their nutritional needs at different growth stages. Its energy conversion rate is beyond your imagination." This remark jolted the few animal husbandry experts, their gazes instantly fixed on the contents of the trough, eager to rush in and grab a handful for study. Of course, good feed alone isn't enough. They need to digest and absorb it. Su-yi's tone was as relaxed as if introducing his own cat. "So this is where the environment comes in. The farm simulates the climate best suited for feeding and digestion through environmental control, and then uses intelligent muscle activation to promote blood circulation and metabolism, greatly enhancing absorption efficiency. The result is," Su-yi paused, dropping a heavyweight statistic. "These 2,000 piglets from 30 to 40 gene to the current 180 to 190 gene have consumed only 200 tons of special feed. How is that possible?" At this, the senior livestock expert could no longer maintain his composure, exclaiming in shock. This number was even more terrifying than the earlier 10 gene per day. Only 40,000 gene. His emotions peaked. Without needing others to calculate, his mind was already working automatically. A normal fattening pig has an average feed conversion ratio of about 3. Based on this data, to gain 140 to 150 gene, each pig needs 400 to 500 gene of feed. 2,000 pigs would need at least 900,000 gene of feed. How can it be only 400,000 gene? And they grow so fast. The old expert paced back and forth like a trapped beast, muttering, "Impossible," looking as if his faith had collapsed in an instant. Su-yi looked at him, smiled, and kindly offered a hint. "Sir, have you considered what these pigs are eating?" He pointed at the pigs. In traditional pig farming, they eat, then sleep, and sleep, then grow. Here they eat, then exercise, letting the intelligent devices convert food into energy most efficiently. After absorption, they sleep comfortably. Even while sleeping, their bodies undergo high-speed metabolism. How could they not grow fast and plenty? These words acted like a key, unlocking the rusty locks in everyone's minds. Exactly. They had only seen the pigs, but overlooked the entire system behind them. High-energy feed opens up resources. The intelligent system ensures efficient conversion. After eating, they absorb while consume little and put on weight. It would be strange if they didn't. Having understood this, everyone's gaze towards Su-yi completely changed. Su-yi met their eyes, his smile fading a little, turning more serious. "So do you still think gaining 10 gene a day is so exaggerated?" No one spoke. Exaggerated. It was beyond exaggerated. It was a myth. But this myth was now unfolding right before their eyes. Su-yi looked around, spoke slowly, his voice soft yet firm. "Many times it's not that they can't, but that we think they can't. Without pushing their potential, how would you know where a pig's limit lies?" This twisted reasoning, tinged with internet chicken soup, carried an undeniable magic when spoken by Su-yi. Pushing potential. Lucy chewed on those 4 words, the light in his eyes growing brighter. At this thought, the answer to the earlier slaughter weight question was already emerging. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the ultimate answer that would overturn the entire industry. Su-yi looked at their expectant and tense faces, finally stopped beating around the bush. He held up 4 fingers, his tone as calm as if commenting on the fine weather. "The traditional slaughter weight for commercial pigs is set at 200 gene, because beyond that the feed conversion ratio plummets, fat ratio increases, and costs soar. It's not cost effective. But this problem doesn't exist here. Through system control, we can always maintain the optimal liana-fat ratio and feed conversion rate. However, considering the breeding space, his gaze swept across the room, finally settling on Lu Si's face. The final planned slaughter weight for pigs from our Qinghe village is 400 gene. 400 gene. When these two words escaped Su Yi's lips, the air within the entire farming facility was instantly drained and solidified. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. All eyes were glued to Su Yi's face, which bore a faint calm smile. Their minds struggled to process the information just received, then completely crashed. 200 gene was common sense. It was the ironclad rule of the livestock breeding industry built over decades with countless data points. But now this young man, with the tone of discussing what to have for dinner, trampled that rule, along with all their proud knowledge, underfoot, grinding it into dust. The first to break free from this speechless shock was the elderly livestock expert who had been the most emotional earlier. He no longer shouted, "Impossible." His body stopped trembling, and in his cloudy eyes the dense bloodshot veins now revealed a tinge of fervent devotion. He stared fixedly at the leisurely pig behind the glass wall, his lips moving slightly, like a supercomputer performing an immensely complex calculation. "Feed," he murmured, his voice hoarse yet remarkably clear. "If the energy conversion rate of the special feed is truly that high." Environment. His gaze swept over the precision equipment. If constant temperature, constant humidity, and intelligent muscle activation can truly maximize absorption and break through metabolic bottlenecks. Then, he abruptly looked up at Su Yi, his eyes no longer questioning, but filled with a nearly pilgrim-like quest. Then the traditional feed-to-meat ratio inflection point no longer exists. Your Qinghe village has fundamentally solved the deadlock of sharply declining weight gain efficiency once livestock reach a certain weight. The old expert's words struck like a heavy hammer, jolting everyone still in a daze back to reality. Exactly. How could they have forgotten? This was Qinghe Village, a place where vegetables could be crafted into works of art, where the air could purify the soul. Here, measuring by common sense was the greatest absurdity. When miracle after miracle unfolded, what was called a miracle became the daily norm. Think about it carefully. With such a dreamlike breeding environment, eating rations more precious than human food, enjoying round-the-clock smart fitness therapy. In the end, the slaughter weight nearly doubled. It seemed not so hard to accept. Once this thought emerged, it invaded everyone's mind like a virus. The sense of absurdity receded. In its place arose a more terrifying sense of rationality. The county party secretary gazed at the scene before him, the storm in his heart raging 100 times more violently than during his first visit. High yield, short cycle, superior quality. What did these three words combined mean? A money printing machine. A super money printing machine capable of overturning the entire industry. Lu Si exhaled a breath, as if that breath had carried away the last shred of doubt in his heart. He looked at Su Yi, his gaze immensely complex. "Comrade Su Yi, you and your Qinghe village have taught all of us a lesson today." His voice was filled with deep emotion. A lesson on what it means to break conventions and dare to think and act. There was no need to continue the tour. Everyone's minds were already overloaded with information. Any further sight would only numb them. Emerging from the farm and standing under the sunlight, many squinted, momentarily dazed, as if they had just returned from another world. They looked back at the two futuristic silver-white and dark gray buildings, their eyes filled only with awe. Director Lu, esteemed leaders and experts, the village has prepared a simple meal. Perhaps. At this moment, village chief Su Weigwa stepped forward and tentatively extended an invitation. Lu Si waved his hand, a faint apologetic smile on his face. "We'll skip the meal. We appreciate the sentiment. What we saw today needs to be digested quickly, so we must hold a meeting and discuss it thoroughly. Yes, official matters come first." Before boarding the car, Lu Si approached Su Yi once again and solemnly shook his hand. That hand was strong and his gaze was sharp. "Comrade Su Yi, before coming here we thought that plaque was an affirmation of your past achievements. Now it seems more like an expectation. An expectation for the future. We will certainly strive." Su Yi returned the handshake, smiling in reply. Lu Si nodded, released his hand, turned around, and got into the car decisively. The convoy slowly started moving. Academician Wang Jingguo rolled down his window and gave Su Yi a thumbs up, his face unable to hide pride and excitement. And the agricultural experts, especially the elderly livestock expert, Su Qingyun, pressed against the window, shouting hoarsely, "Secretary Su, when your pigs are ready for slaughter, you must notify me. I must see with my own eyes just how good the meat quality of a 400-gen pig can be. You must let me come." His manner was desperate, as if afraid Su Yi would forget him. "Certainly." Su Yi waved at him with a smile. The convoy slowly drove away, stirring up a faint dust. Secretary Li and did not leave immediately. He stood beside Su Yi, watching the departing convoy, silent for a long time. He turned his head and looked at Su Yi as if examining an alien. "Secretary Su, tell me honestly, how many more jaw-dropping things are hidden in that mind of yours?" Su Yi rubbed his nose and chuckled. "Secretary Liam, just an ordinary village secretary, just muddling through with random ideas." Cut the act. Lian pointed at the two buildings. If these two random ideas of yours were released, the whole world would tremble. Having said that, he gave Su-yi a hearty pat on the shoulder, said no more, turned, and got into his own car. That evening at exactly 7 o'clock, in the village committee meeting room, Su-yi Weidong, along with the core village cadres and several clan elders, gathered together. The table before them was polished to a mirror-like shine, reflecting their faces. At the center, the plaque, covered with red cloth inscribed with National Demonstration Site, stood like a village treasure radiating an invisible majesty. Su Weigua, his hands clasped behind his back, belly protruding, paced back and forth in front of the brand-new large-screen TV, like a marshal about to review his troops, occasionally clearing his throat. Sit up straight. Back straight. It's about to start. Be serious. Su-yi watched his dramatic antics, too lazy to expose him, leaning back in his chair with a faint, elusive smile. His father, Su Weidong, sat beside him, feigning composure, but his eyes locked on the screen betrayed the fervor within. It's coming. It's coming. As the iconic opening theme music, etched into the DNA of every citizen, began to play from the TV, everyone in the room instinctively held their breath. All gazes were sucked into the screen in unison. Tonight's news was destined to be extraordinary. After a few routine bulletins, the scene shifted abruptly, without warning. Whoosh. It was the sound of a drone speeding through the air. The camera plunged from above the clouds, and the futuristic panoramic view of Qinghe Village, like a sci-fi blockbuster, domineeringly filled the entire screen. Then came the anchor's clear, precise voice. This just in. Today, in recognition of Qinghe Village's groundbreaking contributions to modern agricultural innovation. On the television screen, the aerial panorama of Qinghe Village unfurled like a scroll, abrupt and breathtaking. The silver-white eco farm brimming with a futuristic sheen, and the deep gray intelligent livestock farm solid and imposing lay like steel beasts crouched amidst the green mountains and clear waters, silently heralding the arrival of a new era. Ma dear, is this really our village? Village Chief Su Weiguo's eyes bulged as he nearly dove into the television. The scene shifted to the morning's plaque awarding ceremony. When Director Liu's stern face appeared on the screen, solemnly presenting the gilded plaque reading, National Modern Agriculture Innovation Demonstration Site. To Su-yi, everyone in the meeting room instinctively straightened their backs, their faces brimming with shared pride. The camera zoomed in for a close-up of Su-yi. Sunlight happened to fall upon his youthful face, exuding confidence and composure. Beside him, Su Weidong's eyes glazed over with a layer of moisture. His lips quivered the words, "Good son," almost tumbling out, but they turned into a choked murmur instead. If only your grandfather could see this day. He yearned all his life for our Su family to truly rise above. He abruptly turned away, roughly wiping his face with his calloused hand. When he turned back, his eyes had cleared, but the redness at the corners betrayed him. Su Weidong's palm landed heavily, yet with a slight tremor, on Su-yi's shoulder. Good. Excellent. Dad's whole life I've counted on you to bring honor. As the words fell, a scene on TV triggered an uncontrollable burst of laughter in the room. The lens captured Village Chief Su Weigua returning to the village, clutching the plaque. His back was as straight as a spear, his chin lifted so high it seemed to pierce the sky. His swagger, captured in high definition, was so comical it could make the whole nation chuckle. Puffed. Someone was the first to laugh. The laughter spread like a spark to gunpowder, instantly igniting the entire meeting room. Ha ha ha, Chief, you're going viral. The whole nation just saw your walk. Majestic. Truly majestic. Su Weiguo's face flushed beet red. He craned his neck, spittle flying. What's so funny? You don't get it. This is dignity. The dignity of escorting the village treasure. Though he grumbled, his eyes never left the screen, afraid to miss any heroic shot of himself. Su-yi could only shake his head, amused by the lively chief. Just then, the host's voice on TV grew impassioned, each word striking the hearts of Qinghe villagers like celestial music. Qinghe Village's success lies not only in its revolutionary agricultural model, but also in providing a visionary yet practical path for China's agricultural modernization. As the narration continued, scenes of the eco-farm's artful vegetables and the livestock farm's pampered animals once again challenged the nation's perceptions. The closing theme of Xinwen Lianbua began to play. The meeting room fell into a profound silence. Everyone remained transfixed on the screen, immersed in the immense, unexpected honor. Slap. Su Weigua slapped his thigh, springing from his chair, his face flushed with extreme excitement. We made it. Qinghe Village really made it onto national news. He waved his arms, spinning wildly in place, his words tumbling out incoherently. The whole nation saw it. Su Weigua, this life, it's been worth it. His ecstasy ignited everyone. Worth it. So worth it. From now on, who wouldn't look up to our Qinghe Village? The clamor in the village committee office persisted for a good while after the closing theme ended, before gradually subsiding. Su-yi, unnerved by the blazing gazes of his elders, was about to crack a joke to lighten the mood when he keenly noticed that the clan elders seated at the head table wore expressions starkly different from the others' wild joy. In their eyes, beyond gratification, there was a peculiar, almost sacred solemnity. Then an aged yet steady voice rang out. Xiaoyi. It was third granduncle. The moment this respected elder who had devoted his life to the village spoke, the previously boisterous room fell so silent that a pin drop could be heard. All eyes turned to him. Third granduncle's hair was gray, his face etched with the furrows of time, yet his aged eyes blazed with astonishing brightness. He fixed his gaze solely on Sui. In all my years I never dreamed that our Qinghe village could see such a glorious day. His voice was hoarse, carrying an irrepressible tremor. In the past the village was so poor that young men couldn't find wives and girls scrambled to leave. Your grandfather and we worried ourselves bald, but we couldn't find a solution. Now it's good. Third granduncle's deep wrinkles bloomed into a smile. Since you came back, the village's roots have come alive. Before his words faded, he stood up shakily. Beside him the other clan elders, as if receiving a silent command, rose one by one, their expressions solemn to the point of reverence. An intangible heavy weight pressed down on every heart in the room. Sui's heart leaped, and he immediately stood as well. Third granduncle, esteemed elders, what is this? Third granduncle waved a hand signaling him to sit, but he and the other elders remained standing straight. He swept his gaze across the room, his voice low but distinct. Our Sioux ancestors fled here to take root in this mountain valley. In their blood was etched 4 words: bring glory to the clan. Over the years the Sioux family has produced scholars and merchants. But to make the entire Qinghe village and our Sioux clan stand so tall before the nation. His gaze like a nail fixed firmly on Sui. In his eyes were admiration, pride, and the respect reserved for a pillar of the family. Only you Sui alone. This plaque is the nation's affirmation. But our own village, our Sioux family, must also give its due. Third granduncle, as if summoning his last strength, heaved a deep breath, his voice suddenly rising. The elders and I have discussed it. We have decided to revise the family genealogy. Revise the genealogy. Hearts pounded, blood rushed to heads, and everyone sensed the earth-shattering revelation to come. Indeed, third granduncle's next words struck like a thunderbolt in the minds of every Sioux clan member present. With all his might he declared word by word to everyone, and to the ancestors in the shrine, we have unanimously decided, for Sui, in the genealogy, open a new page for him alone. Open a new page of the genealogy. The final 4 words from third granduncle struck like a heavy hammer, crashing onto the minds of everyone in the meeting room. For a fleeting moment, even the sound of airflow vanished. Everyone had anticipated it, yet none dared to dwell on it. So when those words actually left third granduncle's lips, every mind ground to a halt, plunged into a speechless shock. Every movement and expression in the room froze at that instant. Only the national demonstration site, plaque placed in the center of the table, reflected a cold, yet scorching golden light under the lamp, silently witnessing this earth-shattering scene. A new page of the genealogy opened for a single person. These 6 words: in any family that values blood heritage, signify the highest honor. It was not a mere record of achievements. It meant that one's name would be completely separated from the family tree sequence, placed alongside the founding ancestors, enjoying the utmost worship and reverence from future generations. This meant that this person's contribution to the entire clan was so immense that it could not be measured by ordinary ink. A towering titan capable of altering the entire family's destiny. The Sioux clan of Qinghe Village had never seen such a precedent in the hundreds of years since the village was founded. Third granduncle's aged eyes slowly swept across everyone present, finally settling on Sui, who had completely frozen in place. The weight of that gaze made Sui's heart clench violently. He opened his mouth, wishing to say something to decline, yet found not a single syllable could escape his lips. This honor was too heavy. So heavy that even he, who considered himself somewhat seasoned in facing storms, felt an overwhelming helplessness, his mind left with nothing but a dazed blank. A new page. Su Weidong's lips trembled. He instinctively looked at his son, his voice carrying not only ecstasy, but also a tremor he himself hadn't noticed. Third uncle, this honor. Is it too heavy? Sui is still young. I fear he cannot bear it. Indeed, this is a treatment on par with the ancestors. Could this go against the rules? Fragmentary murmurs began to arise. No one questioned Sui's merits, but the decision to open a new page had evidently touched the traditional core ingrained in their bones. Rules. Third granduncle suddenly laughed, yet the laughter held no warmth. He slammed his palm on the table. A sharp crack cut through all murmurs instantly. Rules are made by people. Third granduncle's voice rose abruptly, sharp as a blade. I asked you all decades ago, when the village was too poor to keep the pot boiling, girls bent over backward to marry out, and young men remained bachelors until 30. What were the rules then? Everyone's mouths hung open, speechless. It was resignation. Third granduncle shouted it on their behalf, his voice full of suppressed fire. I ask you again. His gaze turned to another side. Over a decade ago, when the village was left far behind by the outside world, the young couldn't stay, and the elderly sat at the village entrance waiting for death. What were the rules then? It was admitting defeat. Each of his words was like an invisible slap, mercilessly striking the hearts of every middle-aged person present who had lived through those bitter days. One by one their heads bowed involuntarily. Now, third granduncle's gaze once again fell on Su-yi, blazing with astonishing heat. Su-yi has returned. He has made the name of our Qinghe Village resound across the nation. He has made every one of us stand tall enough to walk with our spines straighter than telephone poles. He has turned what our ancestors never dared to dream into reality and has reclaimed every single shred of dignity we lost over decades. He shattered the rule of resignation and tore apart the rule of admitting defeat. And now you want to bind him with old rules. Third granduncle spoke each word deliberately, his voice like a great bell. I tell you all, he Su-yi is now the greatest rule of our Qinghe village, of our Su clan. These words thundered like celestial lightning, exploding in every heart in the meeting room. After a deathly silence, a burst of heavy breathing erupted. Those who had harbored doubts now bore only burning shame and uncontrollable excitement on their faces. I have no objection. At that moment, Su-yi slammed the table fiercely, making the teacups jump. He stood up first, straightening his iconic beer belly, his liver-colored face turning into a flush of agitation. Su-yi am the first to agree. Besides Su-yi, who else deserves this treatment? Who? Step forward and let me see. I agree too. Su-yi deserves it. Without Su-yi, our village wouldn't be where it is today. The pent-up emotions exploded completely at this moment. Voices of agreement grew from sparse to dense, eventually converging into an unstoppable torrent. Su-yi sat there, clenching his fists so tightly that veins bulged on the back of his hands. He looked at his son, who was the focus of everyone's gaze, and in his eyes, besides the pride that seemed ready to overflow, there was a deep concern. Behind this honor lay a burden of immense responsibility. The glory brought to the family came with the weight of the entire clan's future pressing down on those young shoulders. Third granduncle, all uncles and elders. Su-yi finally came to his senses. He stood up and bowed deeply to third granduncle and all the clan elders. Before he could finish his words, third granduncle waved him off. Su-yi, sit down. The elder's tone was gentle, yet carried an unyielding will. This decision is not up for discussion, nor is it a request. It is a notification. It is the affirmation from us old folks who watched you grow up, representing the ancestors of the Su clan. Su-yi fell utterly silent. He looked around and saw faces brimming with fervor, trust, and expectation. He understood. Slowly and solemnly he bowed deeply once more to third granduncle and all the clan elders. This time he said nothing more. When he straightened up, his spine stood straighter than ever before. Good. Third granduncle's deep wrinkles bloomed into a smile as he nodded emphatically. Wagwa. Yes, here. Su-yi snapped to attention, puffing out his chest like a soldier awaiting orders. Notify everyone to convene a village-wide assembly first thing tomorrow morning. I will announce this decision to every person in the village. Then we will select an auspicious day to open the ancestral hall and perform the rite of ancestor worship. Third granduncle paused here, his gaze converging on Su-yi, once more filled with boundless expectation and pride, his voice echoing throughout the meeting room. We will, before the presence of our forefathers, revise the family genealogy for our Su clan's exceptional son, Su-yi, to honor his name. The next day, the Qinghe Village General Assembly convened. On the elevated platform, the core members of the village committee and several clan elders stood in a row, each with a solemn expression. Third granduncle stepped to the front, picked up the microphone, and first tested the sound. Then his aged yet resonant voice clearly spread across the entire square. Did you all watch last night's news? We did. The wave of sound surged higher and higher, as if to lift the very sky above the square. Everyone's face glowed red with a pride that could not be suppressed. Good. Third granduncle nodded heavily, his murky, old eyes now frighteningly bright. Our Qinghe village, established for hundreds of years, has never seen such glory as today. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the dense crowd below. Who brought this glory? It's Secretary Su-yi, someone shouted first. Secretary Su-yi. Secretary Su-yi. The name converged into a torrent, pounding every corner of the square, causing ears to ring. Su-yi stood at the side of the stage, listening to the heartfelt shouts, his heart, as if gripped by an invisible hand, heavy and astonishingly hot. Third granduncle raised his hand to press down, and the sound gradually subsided, but the fiery atmosphere grew even more intense, as if the very air was burning. The village has today's achievements, and Su-yi deserves the greatest credit. He not only gave up the comfortable life in the big city and returned to Qinghe Village, but also used technology to lead the whole village to prosperity. This contribution is seen by the nation, so it bestowed upon us a plaque of National Modern Agriculture Comprehensive Reform Demonstration Point. He changed his tone, his voice suddenly becoming extremely solemn. The nation has given its affirmation, but our village, our Su family, must give our own reckoning. Therefore, after unanimous deliberation by the village committee and the Su clan elders, the next step. Revise the genealogical records. A sound of sharp intakes of breath rose among the crowd. Everyone held their breath, their hearts pounding wildly in their chests. Third granduncle gave them a moment to digest, then suddenly raised his voice, each word exploding like a thunderclap. For the current secretary of our village, Su-e, a separate page in the genealogical records. Boom. The entire square fell dead silent for a second. Everyone's mind went blank from the impact of those 6 words. Their eyes widened, mouths open, but no sound came out. After the brief silence, the entire square was instantly detonated by a tremendous wave of sound mixed with awe, fervor, and pride. Secretary Su-e. Secretary Su-e. Secretary Su-e. Su-e stood on the stage looking down at the faces flushed with extreme excitement. He let out a long breath, then facing the dense crowd below, he solemnly and deeply bowed. The auspicious day was set for 7 days later. During these 7 days, the entire Qinghe village was immersed in an atmosphere of excitement and solemnity. The whole village was mobilized. Every household hung red lanterns and cleaned their courtyards with a fanfare 100 times more grand than the new year. During these days, Su-e was so busy his feet didn't touch the ground, but he knew that the busiest were not him, but village chief, Su-weigua, and third granduncle. On the auspicious day before dawn, Su-e was dragged out of bed by his father Su-weidong and changed into a brand new Zhongshan suit. The Su ancestral hall sat deep within the village with gray bricks and black tiles. Its gate was usually locked, exuding an aura of forbidding dignity. Today the 2 heavy wooden doors were slowly pushed open. A scent mingling aged timber and lingering incense wafted forth. Sunlight slanted into the dim ancestral hall, and the dancing dust motes were clearly visible in the rays, as if telling ancient tales. In the center of the hall, rows upon rows of ancestral tablets silently watched over these descendants. Su-e looked at the somewhat blurred tablet at the very top. That was the founding ancestor of the Su family. When he was young, his grandfather had pointed to it and told him that the ancestor had come as a refugee, hoping that future generations would bring glory to the family and never suffer hardship again. Everyone get moving. Be quick, but careful. Whoever damages any ancestor's belongings, they'll skin him alive. Village Chief Su-weigua shouted hoarsely, directing the village's youngsters to clean the ancestral hall. This village chief, who usually loved to clown around, was frighteningly serious today. He even personally carried a bucket, using the cleanest cloth, kneeling on the ground, and meticulously wiped the high threshold of the ancestral hall inch by inch. A young man passed by carrying a basin of water and accidentally spilled a few drops on the ground. Su-weigua glared, his voice low but full of menace. Do you have no eyes? What day is today? Can't even handle such a small thing. Su-e walked over and half-squatted. Chief, your style today is even more impressive than a leadership inspection. Without looking up, Su-weigua continued working, muttering, Go, go, go. Can't you see him reporting to the ancestors? This is piety, understand. After the ancestral hall was cleaned spotlessly inside and out, the most important part arrived. The sacrificial offerings were brought up one by one. They were no ordinary offerings. The largest and most succulent cabbage from the ecological farm, so green it seemed to drip water, tomatoes as big and red as lanterns carried on red silk by the most meticulous women in the village, and freshly slaughtered Dewezi pigs and dowling sheep. Though not yet reaching the planned slaughter weight, a few were butchered early for this day. These were all symbols of Qinghe Village's new life today. Third granduncle personally put on white gloves, climbed a wobbly wooden ladder, and reverently brought down a heavy volume wrapped in yellow silk from the uppermost shrine of the ancestral hall. The yellow silk was unwrapped, revealing the genealogical record, its edges yellowed by age. A sacrificial table was set up before the ancestral hall. Third granduncle lit 3 sticks of incense and bowed deeply 3 times to the tablets of the ancestors. Ancestors above. Our Su clan has been rooted in Qinghe Village for hundreds of years, weathering storms without losing the family's honor. Now the 21st generation descendant Su-e, with his far-sighted vision, led the entire village in reforms and innovations, gaining fame nationwide. His contributions are enough to comfort the ancestors. His virtue is enough to shine upon future generations. Today, by the consensus of the whole clan, we revise the genealogical records and open a separate page for him to honor his merit and encourage posterity. May the ancestors in heaven bless our Su clan for thousands of generations with prosperity and flourish. Su-e stood aside the whole time, his father Su-weidong beside him. This usually steady man had been turning his head away since the ceremony began, his shoulders heaving. He tried to speak several times, but the words died in his throat. Finally, he couldn't hold back and gently nudged Su-e with his elbow. Su-e turned his head. Shao-e, Su-weidong's voice trembled with barely suppressed emotion. Your grandfather. If only he could have seen this. Old comrade Su-e interrupted him, his gaze returning to the tablets, his voice soft, yet piercingly clear. Grandfather is watching. The ceremony continued until sunset, when golden afterglow bathed the ancient ancestral hall in a sacred halo. Before the hall, a square table had already been prepared, covered with a new red cloth. The genealogical record was solemnly placed at the center of the table. Brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, all were ready. The one responsible for copying was fourth grandfather, the best calligrapher in the village. The old man washed his hands, burned incense, and then sat down at the table. Everyone held their breath. Inside and outside the ancestral hall, a pin drop could be heard. Third granduncle walked to the table. Instead of opening the old genealogical record, he took from a wooden box a brand new sheet of xian paper made by a special process and several times thicker than ordinary paper. This sheet would be Su Yi's separate page. He carefully placed this blank page before the first page of the genealogical record. Then he turned to fourth grandfather, who was ready to take up the brush, and with all his strength issued a solemn command. Open the brush. Write the name of our Su clan's Yilin. Fourth grandpa, the finest calligrapher in the village, cleansed his hands and ground the ink stick under the gaze of all. The ink was premium Huizhou ink, its liquid jet black and glossy, exuding a faint, delicate fragrance. He lifted a brand new wolf hair brush, dipped it fully into the ink, and held his arm suspended, yet hesitated to make the first stroke. His hand trembled slightly, not from age, but from agitation. He knew that what he was about to write would be a stroke worthy of being recorded in the annals of Qinghe Village. The entire ancestral hall fell into a terrifying silence, so profound that even the sound of breathing vanished. All eyes converged on the tip of that brush. The bristles descended, the force penetrating the paper. The character Su was ancient and majestic. The character Yi was ethereal and extraordinary. In one fluid motion, the two characters were inscribed at the very top of the rice paper, centered and standing alone with no other name beside them. After writing the name, fourth grandpa let out a long breath, his forehead already beaded with fine sweat. He switched to a small regular script brush, redipped it in ink, and began recording Su Yi's basic information and achievements below his name. Su Yi, born in. Returned to his hometown in the year of EC with foresight and extraordinary insight, established an ecological farm, produced rare fruits and vegetables, and rose to fame. In the same year, founded an intelligent livestock farm, reformed the ills of traditional breeding, astonishing the world with his skills. Ultimately earned the favor of the state, established the honor of a national demonstration site, bringing glory to his family and blessings to his descendants. Each sentence surpassed mere record-keeping, with added literary flair and momentum. When the final stroke fell, fourth grandpa set down the brush and exchanged a glance with third great-uncle. Together, they turned to face the silent rows of ancestral tablets in the hall, leading all the Su clan members present in a deep bow. Let the ancestors bear witness. Third great-uncle's voice echoed through the hall, trembling with a sense of fulfilled duty. Then he carefully lifted the rice paper filled with writing, held it high, and faced all the villagers outside the hall. When everyone saw the name Su Yi standing alone at the top of the paper, along with the stirring achievements listed below, the air in the square seemed to freeze. Then a name exploded like a thunderclap from clear skies. Secretary Su. What followed was not chaotic cheers, but a unified torrent of shouts for that name. Secretary Su. Secretary Su. The waves of sound rose higher and higher, shaking the very tiles of the ancestral hall. Su Yi stood at the forefront, looking at the page bearing his name, then raised his head to gaze at the silent rows of tablets. He bowed deeply and solemnly to the ancestral tablets. When he straightened up, his father Su Weidong could no longer hold back. He abruptly turned his head, roughly wiping away tears with the back of his calloused hand, yet couldn't help but break into a grin. The ceremony concluded, and the ancestral hall gradually regained a touch of worldly warmth. Su Weigua let out a long sigh, his entire body relaxing. He placed his hands on his hips, reverting to his smug demeanor, and paced back and forth at the entrance of the ancestral hall. I told you, the ancestors are watching from above. Such a big event today must have made them happy. As he spoke, he even made a show of bowing toward the hall. Ancestors, just wait and see. From now on, the incense at Qinghe Village will only burn brighter. For festivals and offerings, we'll switch to our village's own special products, ensuring you enjoy fine fare in the afterlife too. This remark drew laughter from the clan elders, who had just recovered from the solemn atmosphere. You Weigua are already making empty promises to the ancestors. Haha, I think it's a good idea. Even the ancestors would praise our village's pork. In front of the ancestral hall, dozens of large round tables had been set up, stretching from the entrance to the center of the square. Today, the entire village was hosting a flowing banquet. Not only the local villagers, but also married daughters and young people working away from home, all who could make it, had returned to witness this historic moment. The centerpiece of today's feast was the dowries pig and dowling sheep, specially slaughtered for the ancestral rites. The kitchen was set up at the edge of the square with several large stoves temporarily erected. The best cooks in the village were invited to take charge, each showcasing their signature skills. Braised pork, twice-cooked pork, steamed pork with rice flour, pig trotter soup. Roasted lamb, leg lamb skewers, hand-grabbed lamb, offal soup. The aromas of various dishes mingled with the smoky scent of firewood aggressively invaded everyone's nostrils, making a group of children drool as they gathered around the stoves. The feast begins. With village chief Su Weiguo's loud shout, the villagers who had been eagerly waiting cheered, and surged toward the tables. The first main course was large basins of braised pork. The meat was cut into neat cubes braised with a secret sauce until glossy and red, the fat parts crystal clear and the lean parts richly colored. Just looking at it stirred the appetite. A young wife who usually dreaded fatty meat hesitantly picked up a small piece at her husband's urging and put it into her mouth. The next second her eyes flew wide open. That seemingly greasy piece of fat melted the moment it touched her tongue without a trace of oiliness. Instead, it transformed into an indescribably rich meaty aroma that exploded in her mouth. The lean meat was so tender it was almost mushy. A gentle press of the tongue dissolved it instantly. Heavens! Is this Qinghe Village pork? She exclaimed in disbelief. Delicious, so delicious. In over 40 years I've never eaten such good meat. A burly man shouted indistinctly while stuffing meat into his mouth. Then the roasted lamb leg and hand-grabbed lamb were served. The dowling lamb had not a hint of gamey smell, only a pure grassy freshness. The roasted lamb leg had a crispy golden skin while the inside was so tender it seemed to ooze water. One bite sent scalding juices splashing in the mouth. The hand-grabbed lamb was simply boiled in water with a pinch of salt. Its unadorned sweetness made everyone understand what it meant to reach the ceiling of ingredients. This lamb is even better than what I had during my travels on the grasslands. For a moment, the entire square was filled only with intermingling praises and the sound of chewing. Su-yi holding a wine glass made the rounds, toasting with Su-Weigua and third great-uncle. Seeing the genuine satisfaction and happiness on the villagers' faces, his sense of accomplishment was stronger than if he had earned 100 billion. After several rounds of wine, the feast drew to a close. In the village committee office, lights blazed brightly. Su-yi village chief Su-Weigua and the young man Su-Lu, who managed the new media accounts, gathered around a brand-new large-screen computer. Su-Lu rubbed his hands nervously as the screen displayed the newly edited video. The video captured the solemnity of the ancestral rites, the close-up of fourth grandpa's brushstroke, and the mouth-watering braised pork and roasted lamb leg from the flowing banquet, along with the villagers' most genuine and exaggerated expressions after tasting the food. How is it, Secretary-in-Chief? Is this video good enough? Su-Lu asked. Su-Weigua puffed out his chest, leaned close to the screen, and pointed at a shot. What about that swaggering walk of mine when I carried the plaque? Where did you cut it? That's the highlight. It has to be included. Come on, Chief, your moment of glory has already been on the news, seen by the whole nation, Su-yi said with a smile, patting him on the shoulder. This version is fine. He stared at the screen with a sharp gaze. Lizzie posted on the official account. Title it, Qinghe Village Genealogy Revised opens a new page. When the video was uploaded, it was already 11 o'clock at night. At the village square, the clamor of the open-air banquet had not yet fully faded. A few drunken men were supporting one another, bellowing an out-of-tune rendition of Song of Heroes at a utility pole. Meanwhile, in the intangible world of the internet, a true storm was rapidly taking shape. Behind the scenes of Qinghe Village's official account, data refreshed faster than a stopwatch. The numbers behind views, likes, and comments were rolling madly in an almost unreasonable manner, as if they were about to burst the screen at any moment. At first, only a group of night owls who habitually grabbed front-row seats flooded in. Reserving a front-row seat. Qinghe Village posted another video. Like first, watch later, force of habit. Then, when the ancient ancestral hall, the solemn ceremony, and the declaration of a separate page in the family tree appeared on screen, the comment section changed entirely. The video editing was nothing short of superb. In the first half, the deep, resonant voice of third granduncle dominated throughout. To clear the name of my Su family's finest son, Su-yi. Then fourth grandfather's wolf hair brush danced across the paper, the camera locked tightly on the two characters, Su-yi, their strokes penetrating the paper isolated at the top of a single page. A profound weight and glory emanating from the depths of bloodline burst through the screen, striking every viewer's chest. Countless people unconsciously straightened their backs, their blood simmering faintly. In the second half, the scene abruptly shifted to the bustling open-air banquet on the square. Platters of braised pork were carried to the tables, the meat glowing with a lustrous red sheen, trembling slightly, with each step the fatty parts nearly translucent. The camera zoomed in for a close-up. A pair of chopsticks picked up a piece, the skin bounced with a soft duong. Then it cut to villagers' mouths wide open, stuffing the meat and their eyes bulging as if their souls had been knocked out. There was also a whole roasted lamb leg sizzling with oil torn apart by a burly man with his bare hands, hot juices trickling down the corner of his mouth. Utmost solemnity and utmost worldly vitality. Two completely different impacts were seamlessly stitched together, leaving every viewer feeling a tingling on their scalps. After a brief dead silence, the comment section erupted like a volcano. Holy crap. I'm not even a member of the Su family, and I got goosebumps all over. To inscribe the name of our Su family's finest son. This is the most ultimate romance and recognition deeply embedded in our countrymen's bones. What kind of merit must one have for the entire clan to open a separate page in the genealogy for a single person? This isn't just bringing honor to ancestors. It's becoming an ancestor yourself. I'm broken, truly broken. If I could achieve something like this, my grandfather would probably laugh out loud from his portrait. Does Secretary Sue need a driver? No pay required, just meals. Of course there were also discordant voices. What era are we in, still clinging to this feudal drag of clan genealogies and ancestral halls? This comment was immediately torn to shreds by angry netizens. Feudal. If you could lead a whole village to earn a national-level title and appear on the news broadcast, the entire village would worship you like a living Buddha. Not only would they open a separate page, they'd probably tear out the first page and replace it with your name. Here they come, the classic keyboard warriors. Nothing in real life, but they love to lecture the world online. Go pick a village and lead everyone to prosperity. Let's see it. If you could even fix the lack of toilet paper at the village latrine, you'd be a legend. I bet $100 that person doesn't make more than $3,000 a month because their cognition matches their suffering. The voice of doubt was instantly drowned in a sea of spittle. Another wave of off-topic commenters completely took over. For those talking about glory, can I interrupt for a second? That platter of braised pork, did you see it trembling? It's seducing me. This is outright crime. That roasted lamb leg. I swear I could hear the skin crackle through the screen and the oil splattering when that guy took a bite. I'm going crazy. Has Qinghe Village acquired some sort of alien black technology? Their vegetables look unreal, and now the pork and lamb are ridiculously good too. When are they going to put them on the market? My wallet is howling with hunger. A separate page in the family tree and Qinghe Village's top-tier meat. Two radically different topics converged under the same video, racing side by side, and with terrifying speed swept across the trending lists of all major platforms. Early the next morning, Su Yi was in his office discussing the next step of publicity work with Su Lu when Su Weiguo burst in like a gust of wind. He held up his phone, high face beaming, belly protruding, walking with a swagger. His smugness couldn't be hidden. Secretary Su, look, it exploded again. He thrust the phone in front of Su Yi, spittle flying. Look at the views, look at the comments. Incredible, absolutely incredible. Su Weiguo paced excitedly in the office, his belly bouncing. Now I understand what top-tier popularity means. Our village is now the rural trendsetter of the whole country. He swiped his phone, opened the comment section, and read aloud with great animation. Listen to this. I declare that my ultimate goal in life is to have my name on a separate page in the family tree. Hey, ambitious. And this one. I came to watch agricultural innovation, but when I saw that braised pork, my tears flowed from the corner of my mouth. Ha ha ha, no shame. Su Yi was amused by his antics. He picked up his teacup and took a sip. Director, calm down. Watch your leadership image. Can't calm down. Su Weiguo's eyes bulged. I tell you, that video yesterday was incredibly powerful. It perfectly combined our traditional culture with modern foodie culture. One video harvested two audiences. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. He gave Su Yi a thumbs up, his admiration sincere. Su Yi smiled and turned to Su Lu beside him. This isn't my credit. It's Li's masterful editing that blended the two elements seamlessly. Right. Su Weiguo slapped his thigh and turned to Su Lu. Lizy, great job. He'll have your aunt make you braised pork later. As much as you want. Su Lu was a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. It's all thanks to the secretary's guidance. All right, no more mutual praise. Su Yi put down his teacup, a hint of depth in his smile. Lizy, get the next video ready, as I said, ready to post anytime. Another video. Su Weiguo immediately leaned in, curiosity overflowing. Strike while the iron is hot. Show me what's this big move. It's no big move. Su Yi leaned back comfortably in his chair, meeting Su Weiguo's inquisitive gaze. Just 2 testing reports. 2 test reports. Su Weiguo was still excitedly murmuring the online praise, but upon hearing this, the string in his mind snapped with a sharp crack. He stood frozen, his oily face glowing with excitement, now filled with huge question marks. Test reports. Those 4 words, like a rusty iron key, violently pried open the iron gate of his memory. The first thing that came to his mind was the report that had slapped the faces of black haters when Qinghe vegetables first appeared. An utterly absurd thought jolted through his spine like an electric current. Su Weiguo's small eyes widened suddenly, his breathing grew heavy, and he pointed at Su Yi, his voice raspy, as if scraped by sandpaper. You? Don't tell me that the pigs and sheep slaughtered during the ancestor worship. You also sent them for testing. Su Yi couldn't help but laugh at his ghostly expression. He leisurely picked up the large tea mug on the table, gently blew away the floating tea leaves, and asked slowly, otherwise? Director, such fine things, if we only enjoy them ourselves, isn't it a waste not to make good use of them? Su Weiguo choked on his breath, nearly ascending to heaven on the spot. With his mouth hanging open, he couldn't utter a single word for a long time, feeling as if 10,000 bees were having a party in his mind. What kind of brain circuitry did this kid have? Wouldn't a normal person still be basking in the immense glory of having a separate page in the family tree? Wouldn't they still be savoring the greasy flavors of the feast? The whole village, including Su Weiguo, had been at the ancestral hall the day before, moved to tears before the ancestors' tablets, bowing and making promises in a solemn atmosphere. But this kid, amidst such a scene, he was still scheming about business. While receiving the highest respect from the entire clan, he had already planned the next business move and publicity bombshell with crystal clarity. Such calculation, such plotting. Su Weiguo looked at this young man, only a few years older than his own son, and the newfound pride of being the nation's top village director instantly shattered into dust. Top village director. What a joke. At most he was just a big loudspeaker cheering for someone else. That young man was the commander-in-chief orchestrating it all. He slapped his thigh hard, not out of anger, but sheer admiration. An admiration that surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, leaving him utterly in awe. Quick, let me see. Su Weiguo snapped back to reality, shoved Su Yu aside, and ignored any pretense of authority. He leaned in front of the big screen, his oversized head nearly burrowing into the monitor. Yuezi, zoom and blow it up for me. Su Yu quickly operated, and 2 PDF files stamped with bright red seals instantly filled the entire screen. Qinghe Village Dowries Pork Meat Component Analysis Report and Qinghe Village Dowling Sheep Meat Component Analysis Report. The reports were issued by the same national-level authoritative center as last time, with the name of top livestock expert, Su Qingyun, prominently listed below. Su Weiguo stared with bull-like eyes, struggling to decipher the dense cryptic data. Unsaturated fatty acids, inosinic acid, amino acids, trace elements. Though he didn't understand, his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the comparative values in parentheses after the data. Whether compared to national best standards or imported premium Wagyu, almost every beneficial indicator in Qinghe Village's pork and lamb displayed a crushing, illogical, and terrifying advantage in the numbers behind them. Especially in the columns for flavor compounds and beneficial trace elements, the figures were so high they made his head spin. My God! Su Weiguo swallowed hard. This isn't a test report, it's another 2 knockout punches. He could already imagine the monstrous wave that would surge online when these 2 reports were made public. Wouldn't the netizens who were crying, jealous to death, in the comments go absolutely crazy? Wouldn't high-end domestic restaurants and ultra-wealthy individuals, upon seeing this data, flock to their door begging to buy riches? This time they were about to soar again. Yuezi, let's go. Su Weiguo slammed the table and switched from shock to combat mode. He grabbed Su Yu's arm, his face flushed with excitement, his eyes blazing with fiery determination. What are you waiting for? Video. Get the video out now. As the secretary said, turn these 2 reports into 2 mighty slaps and smack them right across the faces of the whole nation. With that, he rushed out, dragging Su Yu along. Hey director, slow down. The office instantly fell silent. Su Yi smiled and shook his head leisurely, took a sip of warm water from his mug. He unlocked his phone, scrolled through his contacts, dialed a number. The call was picked up almost instantly. Secretary Su, oh my dear Secretary Su. Boss Zhao's booming voice exploded from the earpiece, warm enough to melt the phone. Su Yi moved the phone away, smiled, and cut straight to the chase. Boss Zhao, I need to trouble you again. Name it, name it. If old Zhao can do it, he'll go through fire and water without a word. Help arrange another batch of young livestock. Su Yi's tone was relaxed, as if discussing a trivial matter. This time, just dowling sheep and Dowries piglets, same quantity as last time. Send them to the village in 10 days. 10 days. Boss Zhao repeated the words, his voice tinged with confusion. But just a fraction of a second later, that confusion turned into a shocking realization. Needing new livestock in 10 days. What did that mean? It meant the first batch was ready for market. Ready for slaughter. Boss Zhao's voice shot up, nearly cracking with shrill excitement, and a loud clatter came from the earpiece, as if he had knocked something over in his agitation. Ever since Qinghe Village made the news, his business friends had been blowing up his phone, all asking, when can we get Qinghe Village meat? He had been restless with anticipation each day, feeling like a year. He never expected happiness to come so suddenly. Yes, Secretary Su, no problem, absolutely no problem. Boss Zhao's voice was brimming with uncontrollable ecstasy, even carrying a fawning tremor. Not just 10 days, if you wanted me to deliver them tomorrow, I'd be there. He'll arrange it right now. Su Yi ended the call after finalizing the procurement of a new batch of young animals with Mr. Zhao. He leaned back in his chair, his fingertips tapping rhythmically on the smooth desktop. Breeding his own stock. The thought flashed through his mind, only to be quickly suppressed. The farm at present had at most 10 mu of land. All of it had to be devoted to fattening for slaughter to maximize profits. Breeding was a systematic project requiring considerable space. For Qinghe Village at this stage, the timing was simply not ripe. Only after the farm expanded in the future could he seize control of breeding and make everything truly foolproof. One must eat bite by bite and walk step by step. There was no need to rush. That same morning, while the video titled "A Separate Page in the Family Tree" was still blazing across the entire internet, the official account of Qinghe Village silently dropped its second bomb. Another new video. No stirring soundtrack, no flashy editing. The video opened with 2 PDF files stamped with bright red seals, slowly zooming in on the screen until every word was sharply piercing. A report on the meat composition analysis of Qinghe Village Dowries pig and a report on the meat composition analysis of Qinghe Village Dowling sheep. This consecutive heavy blow struck the hottest public opinion focus across the entire internet. If the previous video had ignited people's longing for traditional glory and their craving for top-tier cuisine, then this one, with two cold, rigorous, yet overwhelmingly powerful scientific reports, hammered everyone's fantasies brutally into reality. The comments section, after a brief moment of frozen silence, erupted into a strange, unprecedented carnival. He's coming with the test report again. Why am I not surprised at all this time, and even a bit amused? You're not alone, man. Last time the vegetable report came out, I was so shocked I couldn't sleep all night. Now seeing the meat report, my heart was completely calm, and I even brewed myself a cup of goji berry tea. With the precedent of the Qinghe vegetable report, netizens were mentally prepared this time. They were no longer simply astonished. On top of that shock, they developed a self-defeating fervor of, I knew it would be like this. Doubts. No one dared to question easily anymore. When a miracle repeats itself again and again, it ceases to be a miracle. It becomes the standard procedure of that place. Qinghe Village had been branded by all netizens with labels like the end of science, magical reality, and anything is possible. Everyone's focus had jumped directly from the authenticity of the data to another far more practical and heart-wrenching question. I hereby declare from now on, what comes out of Qinghe Village can no longer be called Dowries pig or Dowling sheep. This is an insult to these two species. They should be called Qinghe pig and Qinghe sheep. Yes, that's it. These are brand new species, and I suggest they be written into biology textbooks. I said it, and even Jesus can't stop me. This comment instantly ignited resonance among everyone. Seconded. These aren't even the same species anymore. How much would the genes have to mutate to produce meat like this? Qinghe pig, Qinghe sheep. These names are perfect. From now on, Qinghe Village is a golden brand. Haha, so true. From now on, when someone asks me what I want to eat most, I'll say braised pork from Qinghe pig and roasted leg of Qinghe sheep. Instant class upgrade. The frenzy among domestic netizens soon spilled beyond the borders. The comments section began to feature comments with bizarre tones, their IP locations diverse. Oh my goodness. Is this the miracle village that appeared in the news? After producing divine vegetables, now they've started with meat as well. This report is several times more exaggerated than the data for our top-grade Kobe beef. I beg your village to open international purchasing channels. Translation: Respected administrator, hello. I am a gourmet. I am deeply shaken by your video and this scientific report. May I ask, when can this Qinghe sheep be purchased? I am willing to pay any reasonable price. My tongue cannot wait to go on a pilgrimage. Aish, how is this possible? Our country's best Hanwu beef is nothing but garbage in front of this report. Why does such a divine thing appear in China? I want to eat it. Even if I have to swim there, I will eat it. My chef friend went crazy after reading this report. He's been crying while hugging the salt shaker in the kitchen for 3 hours straight, saying his lifelong culinary skills are meaningless in the face of such ingredients. So when will you sell it? These comments, laced with heavy translationese, were quickly spotted by sharp-eyed domestic netizens. Holy crap, what's going on? It's already gone international. I'm dying of laughter. Even a translation is here. Respected administrator. This guy is way too polite. Look at that chef crying with the salt shaker. Even more ridiculous. What new literary genre is this? Haha, cultural export. This is real food culture export. In the past, we drooled over foreign food shows. Now it's their turn to stare at our screens and howl with hunger. Domestic netizens were overjoyed. They enthusiastically replied to those foreign comments using memes and emojis to explain Qinghe Village's miracles. For a time, the comment section of Qinghe Village became a large-scale online base for friendly mutual drooling exchanges between Chinese and foreign netizens. But all discussions eventually converged on the most core and urgent question, so the key point. When will the link go up? Right? Stop with all these gimmicks. Stop teasing us with videos every day. You dare to post videos, then you dare to put them on the shelves. Hurry up, post the link I want to buy. I don't care. My salary has been paid and my year-end bonus is ready. I'm just waiting for Qinghe Village's pork and lamb. My wallet is prepared to be ransacked. Bro above, be confident. With this report, are you sure your wallet is enough? I feel like this meat might have to be sold by the gram. This comment sparked a chorus of wails below. Both domestic and foreign netizens were now trapped in a complex emotion of wild anticipation mixed with a faint ache in their hearts. The next second, amidst the countless frenzied refreshes and heated discussions in the comment section, a pinned comment from the Qinghe Village official appeared out of nowhere. It contained only 4 characters in 10 days. Rumble. The morning mist had yet to fully dissipate when the heavy roar of engines shattered the tranquility of Qinghe Village. The 10-day deadline had arrived. On the weathered dirt road at the village entrance, several colossal livestock transport trucks crawled forward like steel beasts. The convoy split into 2 distinct groups. One was laden with newly purchased piglets and lambs, their cries youthful and tinged with fear of the unfamiliar surroundings. The other stood empty, its tall compartments and sturdy railings gleaming with a cold metallic sheen under the morning light, silently awaiting their targets. Almost simultaneously, 4 luxury sedans utterly incongruous with the rural dirt road crawled along behind the convoy at a painfully slow pace. With every jolt of the wheels, the bigwigs inside swayed in unison. At the village entrance, Su-yi and Su-Weigwa had been waiting for some time. Watching the tycoons alight from their cars with pallid faces, each rubbing their aching backs, Su-yi greeted them with a smile. Brothers, you've had a rough journey. Bear it for another month. Once the road is paved next month, I promise you can drift your Rolls Royces at the village entrance. Haha, Secretary Su, that's what I like to hear. For that alone, this bumpy ride was worth it. Boss Zhao burst into laughter, strode forward, and gave Su-yi a solid bear hug, his strength immense, as if personally weighing the young man's worth. Su-Weigwa puffed out his trademark belly, his face glowing with pride like a marshal inspecting his own troops. He cleared his throat, trying to muster the dignified air of a village chief, but the grin stretching from ear to ear betrayed his inner ecstasy. Ahem, esteemed bosses, you've traveled far and worked hard. This way, please. Our precious treasures are all waiting for your inspection. The group crossed the square and headed straight for the super livestock farm. Before they even drew near, a cool breeze carrying the fragrance of grass and trees swept over them, completely overturning their preconceptions of the stench typical of traditional farms. As they entered the farm and beheld the scenes within the three-dimensional independent compartments, these tycoons, who had weathered countless business storms, found their throats tightening and their breath catching in unison. In compartments partly made of reinforced glass, enormous Dowries pigs, massive to the point of being terrifying, lounged lazily on the ground. That was not fat, but sheer bulk. Their hides gleamed with a silky luster under the morning light, sleek and glossy. Their bodies were round like giant meat barrels, and with every breath their mountainous bellies rose and fell, brimming with raw vitality. In other compartments, the Dolong sheep were far more agile. They stood robust, their muscle lines sharp and defined. Their iconic massive hindquarters under the sunlight resembled mobile, elastic, white mountains of meat. My dear mother. Boss Zhao's face, accustomed to exaggerated laughter, froze as his mouth hung slightly open, forgetting to close. He felt he wasn't looking at pigs and sheep, but at rows of neatly arranged, breathing golden bricks. Were these pigs and sheep? They were nothing less than walking printing presses. Director Gu adjusted his glasses, a fanatical gleam bursting from behind the lenses. Unbelievable. This is no mere commodity. This is living art. Tang Jinyuan and Mr. Chen remained silent, but the look in their eyes, as if they longed to leap over the railing, spoke volumes. Su-Weigwa watched their stupefied expressions, feeling a surge of pride like never before in his life. His belly thrust higher, his chin slightly lifted, exuding an air of regal authority befitting a national top-tier village chief. Gentlemen, care to inspect the goods? Su-Yi's calm voice roused them from their daze. Inspect what goods? Boss Zhao waved his hand grandly, his voice rising by an octave. Secretary Zu's integrity is the best inspection report. You can buy these with your eyes closed. Just give us the numbers. Su-Yi smiled and dispensed with formalities. Very well, I'll state the numbers directly. He paused, his clear voice echoing across the platform. First batch for slaughtered Dowries pigs totaling 1,990. Dolong sheep totaling 2,790. For this batch, well, follow the same distribution ratio as with the vegetables. Agree. After the farm expansion, well, renegotiate new shares. Natural residents gets 10% of Boss Zhao of Jingzhou, Director Gu of Husher, and Mr. Chen of Zhuzhou each get 30%. No one objected to this already established alliance of interests. Moreover, Su-Yi's personal promise of future expansion set their hearts ablaze. Tang Jinyan nodded first, but his gaze swept over the other 3 bosses as he spoke gravely. I have no objection to Brother Zu's proposal. Gentlemen, the quantity is considerable. Let's follow the old rule to avoid friction and ensure everyone gets their share. Boss Zhao immediately laughed. Of course. Listen to Secretary Su. We'll get rich together. Director Gu and Mr. Chen also nodded in agreement, their exchanged glances signaling a new understanding. Just as Secretary Su says. Director Gu and Boss Zhao echoed immediately. Mr. Chen said succinctly, agreed. Su-Weigwa stood nearby, counting on his fingers, mentally calculating the astronomical sum about to land in the village's coffers, his old face blooming like a chrysanthemum. With the distribution settled, the atmosphere was harmonious. Tang Jinyuan took a deep breath, turned to Su-Yi and asked the question that made everyone's heart leap into their throats. Brother Su, we have no issues with the quantity or shares. But may I ask roughly what price for this batch? In that instant, the wind on the platform, the distant animal sounds. Every noise seemed to be strangled by an invisible hand vanishing. Boss Zhao, Director Gu and Mr. Chen, their gazes like 3 searchlights, bore into Su-Yi's face. They had all steeled themselves to be fleeced. Those 2 test reports were Su-Yi's sharpest knife. But just how sharp would that knife be? Su-Weigwa swallowed nervously, feeling his heartbeat thunder in his ears like a drum. Su-Yi met everyone's gaze, his expression a slight upward curve, even tugging at his lips. He did not quote a price directly. Instead, he raised one finger. Sold per head. Those 3 simple words sent all 4 bosses' hearts sinking at once. Not by weight, but per head. That was the confidence reserved for luxury goods. The price per head. He spoke again, his voice clear and penetrating. He'll name a number. 1 million. 1 million. Sui's voice was not loud, even carrying a faint smile. In an instant, deathly silence fell. The human voices ceased. The distant grunts of pigs and sheep also seemed to be choked off by an invisible hand abruptly cut short. Boss Xiao's mouth hung open, unable to close for a long while. His face, accustomed to roaring with laughter, was frozen solid, his eyes not daring to move even a fraction. Manager Gu mechanically adjusted his glasses, his eyes behind the lenses, frantically calculating something. Mr. Chen narrowed his eyes, sweeping his gaze over the massive pigs and sheep, then nodded slightly. That gesture made Tang Xinyuan's heart sink. By the head, 1 million each. Tang Xinyuan's voice was dry as he repeated the suffocating number. Brother Su, this price. Too expensive. The smile on Sui's face deepened, his tone as casual, as if he were discussing the weather with the old fellows. Let's do a little arithmetic. He casually pointed to a large enclosed pig lying on the ground, its belly heaving like a mountain range. A large enclosed pig averages 400 gene at slaughter, so that's only 2500 per gene. Then his gaze shifted to the other side, to the vigorous Duolang sheep, whose massive hindquarters dazzled in the sunlight. Duolang sheep are lighter, averaging 200 gene at slaughter, which works out to 500 per gene. He paused, looking around at the 4 business titans. Do you gentlemen think, given the weight of those 2 test reports, given the golden reputation of the name Qinghe Village, does our meat not deserve this price? Does it not? That question was too stupid to even need an answer. Every crushing data point in those 2 reports was a slap in the face to all the top-grade meats in the world. The Qinghe Village brand in just a few months had been crowned by the entire internet as synonymous with miracle. Before they came, they had already steeled themselves for a hefty price. But none of them expected Sui's blade to be so swift, no sound of the wind so sharp that they didn't even feel the pain before it sliced into the bone. A dead silence. Ha ha. Boss Xiao suddenly slapped his thigh, a thunderous laugh exploding and startling Su Weigua, who had been holding his breath. It's only 1 million. Boss Xiao's face flushed red, his earlier stupor gone. He pointed at Su, his eyes a mix of profound admiration and helpless amusement. Secretary Su, you sure know how to name your price. But I love that spirit of yours. Pork at 2500 a gene. Lamb at 500 a gene. A fierce gleam burst from Boss Xiao's eyes. Once I haul this back to Jingzhou, they'll turn it into dishes worth tens of thousands. You believe me, those rich bastards in their luxury cars and villas will line up begging me for it. This isn't just meat. It's status. It's face. It's the ultimate flex material for a moment's post. Being able to eat a plate of Qinghe Village braised pork ahead of everyone else. That's 100 times more impressive than driving a brand new Ferrari out to show off. Manager Gu also let out a long breath, adjusted his glasses, and a knowing smile appeared on his refined face. Mr. Zhao is right. The price itself is the best advertisement and the highest threshold. My imperial kitchen aims for 3 Michelin stars for the most discerning palates in the world. A dish made from $1 million pig or sheep. That dish alone becomes a legend, an irreplaceable signature item for our restaurant, drawing the gaze of global tycoons. Mr. Chen finally spoke, still concise. My clients care about only 2 things. First, whether the product is absolutely unique. Second, whether only a tiny elite can enjoy it. The $1 million price helps me screen my clients perfectly. I have no objection. Finally, all eyes tacitly converged on Tang Xinyuan. Tang Xinyuan stared at Su, emotions swirling in his gaze. There was admiration, a sense of awe, and a trace of helpless resignation as a senior being swept aside by the rising tide. He smiled wryly and shook his head. What more can I say? If all 3 of you agree, it would be petty of me to haggle. He paused, his expression turning solemn, and extended his hand to Su. Brother Su, it settled then, 1 million each. Well, take the entire lot. Excellent. Su shook his hand with a smile crisp and decisive. Beside them, Su Weigua felt as if he had just ridden a heart-stopping roller coaster. From the cardiac arrest at the word 1 million to the final settlement, his old heart was now pounding like a drum again. He counted on his fingers, his lips trembling as he began mental arithmetic. 1 pig, 1 million. 1 sheep, 1 million. Total 4,780 head. So that adds up to nearly 5 billion. Oh my heavens. Su Weigua felt his legs go weak and the world swam before his eyes. In the span of just a few words, nearly 5 billion in cash flow had been secured in a single month. Su Weigua finally began to grasp the reality. Back when he heard tycoons on the news say $1 billion was just a small goal, he thought it was bullshit talk from up in the clouds. Now he believed it. He truly believed it. Here under Secretary Xiao, that was truly just the beginning. With the deal settled, the next step was the handover process. Secretary Su, what about the quarantine certificates for these pigs and sheep? Manager Gu, meticulous as always, raised the most crucial issue. Don't worry. Su was prepared. He shot a glance at Su Yang, who immediately handed over a document bag. The county handled it as a special case. All quarantine procedures are complete, and each animal has its own independent inspection tag. Once you take them back, you'll have a clear run. The bosses passed the documents around, and seeing the bright red stamps, their last shred of doubt vanished. As for slaughtering, Su Yi added, that's something you'll need to handle yourselves. Our village doesn't have a dedicated slaughterhouse yet. That's no problem at all. Boss Zhao waved his hand dismissively. Alive is even better. When we get them back, whatever part the customer wants, we slaughter it on the spot. That's a truly royal experience. The slaughterhouses I work with are on call 247. Manager Gu and Mr. Chen also nodded in succession. For them, personally controlling the final link from live animal to table was actually the best way to guarantee the top-tier quality of the ingredients and satisfy their impossibly picky clients. Since the price is settled, let's begin. After signing the sales contract, Su Yi turned around and beckoned Su Yang. Call the drivers over and proceed as planned. At these words, the several bosses exchanged a knowing glance. A blazing fire ignited deep within every pair of pupils. The sci-fi spectacle from the previous month's stocking still burned vividly in their memories. Now they held their breath, eager to witness firsthand what miracle would unfold during the outbound process. Under Su Yi's command, the fleet sprang into action once more. All trucks carrying newly purchased livestock follow my orders. Head to the east sides and Trans 1 and 2 line up in sequence and await entry. All empty transport vehicles proceed to the west sides, exit 1 and 2 queue up and prepare for loading. With a thunderous rumble, the roar of engines echoed through the valley, yet an eerie orderliness prevailed. A dozen heavy-duty trucks maneuvered on the cramped grounds, each turn and reverse flawless, as if following a pre-programmed script, wheels tracing the exact same tracks without a millimeter of deviation. Trucks laden with piglets and lambs sped toward the east. Trucks with spacious, empty cargo beds parked on the west. Eastward in, westward out. A perfectly closed-loop flow was now vividly laid out before their eyes amidst the wilderness. This single detail of logistics made the breaths of business tycoons like Tang Jinyuan falter in unison. Amateurs watch the spectacle, professionals see the underlying logic, the epitome of efficiency. Brother Su Yu. Tang Xinyuan's Adam's apple bobbed, and he could only shake his head with a wry smile. You always make us see the world anew. Su Yi smiled without replying, merely raising a hand to point distantly at the western exit. The real show is just beginning. In an instant, everyone's gaze was locked onto the 2 tightly shut metal rolling doors. Just then a faint electronic beep cut through the silence. The metal door of the west side exit 1 rose soundlessly. Every heart in the crowd surged into their throats alongside the door. Behind the door lay the same mirror-smooth passage. Soft light cascaded from above, and the air carried a refreshing scent of grass and leaves. No sign of commotion, no jarring cries. Not even a stray sound disturbed the atmosphere. The next second, a massive Dweezy pig appeared, borne smoothly on the conveyor belt. It stood calmly, its hide sleek and spotless, glistening like fine silk under the light. Its robust frame was no longer merely fat, but rippled with powerful, streamlined muscles. With each breath, the mountainous ridge of its back rose and fell steadily, and the look in its eyes made everyone's heart skip a beat. That gaze held no fear or unease typical of livestock facing the unknown. Instead, it radiated a languid, placid contentment, as if after a full meal and a sunbath. It even yawned, its large ears flapping lazily. The truck driver, already in sync, pressed a button. The metal panel at the rear of the truck lowered slowly, seamlessly connecting with the end of the conveyor belt to form a gentle ramp. Then the million-dollar pig swayed its head and strolled leisurely into the truck. Not a single squeal, not a single prod, not a trace of chaos. Before they could recover from the sheer astonishment, a second, a third, one after another, Dweezy pigs and Dowling sheep were sent forth on the conveyor belt, filing orderly into the trucks. They did not resemble livestock headed for slaughter. They were living, breathing treasures destined for an elite auction. As this sci-fi spectacle unfolded on the west, the east entrance began its operation. Beep! The rolling door rose. The younglings, just off a long journey covered in dust and trembling with fear, huddled together. But as they were herded onto the conveyor belt leading to the mysterious entrance, a miracle occurred again. The moment the belt lifted them, all their agitation, fear, and unease vanished into thin air. They quieted down, gazing around with innocent, curious eyes. On the east, young lives poured in endlessly. On the west, mature bounty streamed out without pause. In and out, increase and decrease. This farm, covering only 10 acres, was now an unceasing precision machine that churned out gold. The entire process of outbound and inbound was breathtakingly swift. Truck after truck seamlessly. As the last Dowling sheep was loaded on one side, the last piglet was sent into the cleaning tunnel on the other. The western door descended slowly while the eastern door closed in sync. In just over an hour, the handover and replacement of nearly 5,000 head of livestock were completed. Nothing remained but tire tracks. Not a single bristle or a speck of dung. Clean, crisp, as if nothing had ever happened. The teams brought by the bosses, seasoned managers, and experienced drivers alike, were all struck dumb, their minds blank. They stood with mouths agape, staring at the gray building, feeling as if they were not viewing a farm, but venerating an extraterrestrial miracle descended from the heavens. Mission accomplished. Su-yi clapped his hands and leaped lightly off the platform. A carefree smile graced his face as if he had just done something trivial. Gentlemen, the goods are handed over. The rest is up to you. Rest assured. Boss Xiao was the first to snap out of his daze. He thumped his chest with a voice like thunder. Secretary Su, just watch. He'll make the entire high society of Jingzhou go utterly wild over your pigs and sheep. President Gu and Mr. Chen nodded vigorously, their eyes burning with irrepressible ambition and fervor. The convoy slowly started and drove out of the village laden with breathing gold bricks. The scene fell silent, leaving only Su-yi and the still trembling Su Weiguo. Su Weiguo's face alternated between red and pale, muttering under his breath, "4.7 billion. 4.7 billion. Su-yi couldn't help but laugh, walked over and patted his shoulder. Director, snap out of it. It's barely 50 small targets. What's the big deal? What's the big deal, eh? Su Wei's voice shot up, his eyes bulging. You're speaking without feeling the pinch. Barely. My heart feels like it's about to stop. Su-yi chuckled, not teasing him further, but turned his gaze to the distant planned expanse of vacant land, his eyes profound. Director, don't get worked up. You'll get used to it. He withdrew his gaze, the corner of his mouth curling into a meaningful smile. Today's pigs and sheep, though they made a big splash, are just an appetizer to whet everyone's appetite. An appetizer? Su Weiguo was completely baffled. He pointed at the departing convoy, then at his own heart. Nearly 50 small targets, and you call that an appetizer? Su-yi's smile grew even more mysterious. He lowered his voice and said word by word, because the real trump card that can blow the sky wide open. We haven't even put it on the table yet. Royal flush. Su Weiguo blinked his unfocused eyes. His mind was still soaking in the figure, 4.7 billion, numb and buzzing. The scene that had just unfolded, for this old man who had spent his whole life as a village cadre, was a shock that far exceeded his brain's processing capacity. A total of nearly 5,000 pigs and sheep. A cash flow of 4.7 billion yuan. In just a few words, vehicles came and went, and in over an hour it was all effortlessly settled. To him this was already a heaven-defying feat that would pierce the sky. Yet Su-yi with an air of indifference told him this was just an appetizer. Then what kind of royal flush would the real one be? Su Weiguo couldn't imagine. His impoverished imagination had completely short-circuited in the face of the unit, 4.7 billion. Seeing Su Weiguo in a daze, unable even to move his eyeballs, Su-yi was secretly amused and decided to put his fragile heart through a second trial of intensity. He didn't say it directly, but instead teased with suspense. Su-yi slowly stroked his chin, his gaze drifting toward the distant dark gray behemoth, and asked with implication. Uncle Weiguo, think carefully. How many types of livestock were in our first batch that entered the pens? How many types? Su Weiguo responded purely on instinct. Stiffly he raised his hand and subconsciously began to bend his thick fingers. There were pigs, dweezy pigs. And sheep, dowling sheep. And. His voice, as if the power had been cut off, stopped abruptly. The finger that had just started to bend to count the third seemed frozen, suspended in midair, and even began to tremble uncontrollably. A memory that had been forcibly squeezed out of his mind by the terrifying profits of pigs and sheep and the sci-fi scene of slaughtering. Now ignited by Su-yi's words, it exploded. Boom. The arsenal of memories detonated in his mind. Cattle. There's also cattle. Su Weiguo's voice suddenly tore through, rising by an octave. My heavens. How could I have forgotten the cattle? He slapped his forehead hard. Slap. A crisp sound, fierce and heavy. Su Weiguo sprang up from the ground as if a rocket were installed under his, but pointing a shaking finger at the farm, his lips trembling uncontrollably, unable to utter a complete word. That's right. Cattle. It's cattle. In the farm, the most numerous and occupying the largest area, were the cattle. In that 10-acre super farm, the pig pens and sheepfolds combined only took up 30%. The remaining vast area was all prepared for those even more massive, terrifying creatures. Su Weiguo suddenly recalled the scene of first seeing those Huashi calves. They were still calves then, but their majestic aura and robust physique had already struck fear into his heart. In the top-tier environment of the farm, what monsters would those little ones grow into? Just imagining it made Su Weiguo's scalp tingle. He abruptly turned his head, staring fixedly, unblinkingly at Su-yi. His weather-beaten old face danced wildly between extreme terror and ecstasy. Xiao-yi, those cattle, will they in the future? Su-yi, seeing his finally enlightened and excited expression, nodded with satisfaction, his smile becoming meaningful. Director, now do you understand what a royal flush means? Although pigs and sheep are profitable, they are still far inferior to cattle. Su Weiguo opened his mouth, a wheezing sound escaping his throat as if strangled by an invisible hand, unable to squeeze out a single word. Su-yi, unhurried, poured another ladle of boiling oil onto his about-to-boil mind. Beef is a different dimension from pork and mutton. Su Yi's voice became steady and powerful, as if painting a blueprint that would shake the world. Pigs and sheep mainly target the domestic market. But beef is a hard currency, standing at the top of the global food chain. It is the irreplaceable crown on the tables of the world's top tycoons. Its value ceiling is infinitely higher than that of pigs and sheep. Think about it. Foreign Kobe beef and top-grade Wagyu often cost thousands or even tens of thousands per pound and are hailed as divine. But our Huashi cattle, after being bred on the farm, will have even more incredible quality. By then we will make the whole world understand what the true king of beef is. However, the breeding cycle of cattle is relatively long. Even with growth bonuses, it will take a full 3 months before they can be slaughtered. 3 months. These 3 words struck Su Weiguo's heart like an invisible Tinthasandan hammer. A month had already passed since the calves entered the pens. In other words, in another 2 months. Su Weiguo's freshly rebooted brain began to overheat and smoke again. He trembled his lips, frantically calculating in his mind. Pigs and sheep 1 million each. What about cattle? How heavy would an adult Huashi cow be when slaughtered? Su Weiguo conservatively estimated that one raised on their farm would weigh at least 2,000 jin. 2,000 jin. Even if calculated at the Dowling sheep price of 5,000 yuan per jin. Buzz. Su Weiguo's mind went blank in an instant. Countless zeros danced wildly before his eyes, forming a string of numbers that suffocated him. 5,000 multiplied by 2,000. That's 10 million. Gulp. Su Weiguo swallowed hard, his throat dry and burning. He instinctively reached for his shirt pocket to see if his quick-acting heart pills were still there. 10 million per cow. What an exaggerated number that was. But judging by Su Yi's recent style of conduct, he even felt that this figure was probably just a ridiculously conservative starting point. Director, that expression of yours. Did you come up with some staggering number? Su Yi teased with a smile, wanting to help you verify it. Don't say it. Su Weiguo waved his hand, repeatedly feeling his heart about to leap out of his throat. I'm afraid these old bones of mine will fall apart right here. Su Yi, looking at his richly expressive face, chuckled and shook his head. Director, you still need to work on your mental fortitude. As our village's business grows bigger, scenes like this will be the norm. He patted Su Weiguo on the shoulder and said no more, leaving him to digest this earth-shattering impact on his own. After Su Weiguo left in a daze, Su Yi stood alone, his gaze deep as the ocean. Meanwhile, trucks loaded with Qinghe pigs and sheep were swiftly dispatched to top-tier dining venues in Jingzhou, Huzhou, and other cities. An unprecedented storm of Qinghe Village meat was about to sweep through the circle of domestic tycoons. 10 days ago, when the official account of Qinghe Village released the inspection report and the notice of slaughter, Tang Jinyuan boss, Zhao General Manager Gu, and Mr. Chun had already spread the word in their respective territories. The name, Qinghe, itself had become a golden signboard in the high-end consumption sector, far more appealing than any luxury brand. Moreover, this time it was Qinghe meat. As soon as the news broke, the entire top-tier circle erupted. The wealthy, whose palates had already been pampered by Qinghe vegetables, sent pre-order requests to the 4 tycoons through various channels almost instantly. Phone calls, WeChat messages, private messages. The communication devices of the 4 tycoons never stopped ringing during those 10 days. Their capable subordinates were overwhelmed just dealing with the calls, inquiring about information and attempting to pre-order. Old Tang, I want beat around the bush. Save me one of the first batch of Qinghe sheep. General Manager Gu, I heard you got the exclusive agency for Qinghe sheep in Shanghai. Don't worry, price is no object. I just beg you to spare me 2 hind legs. The old man has a craving for it. Mr. Chun, my father's 80th birthday is next month. He lacks nothing, but he really wants to taste the legendary Qinghe meat. What do you say? Requests like these poured in like snowflakes. Faced with such a frenzied wave of pre-orders, the 4 business titans displayed astonishing unanimity. They all sang the same tune, leaving no room for leaks. The goods haven't arrived yet. We have no idea about the specific quantity or price. We'll talk when the goods arrive. This deliberate mystique only drove everyone's curiosity and anticipation to the peak. On the morning of the delivery day at Qinghe Village's farm, except for Tang Jinyuan, who was already in the province and could transport the live animals back to his secret base at Tianranju with a fleet of livestock trucks, Boss Zhao, General Manager Gu, and Mr. Chun, who were far away in Jingzhou, Shanghai, and Zhuzhou, made a jaw-dropping decision. Air freight. Live animal air freight. They understood deeply that for the top-tier clients they served, time was the ultimate luxury. Eating it one day earlier meant standing at the top of the social circle's food chain one day sooner. The procedures for live animal air freight were extremely cumbersome and the costs were exorbitant. That morning, 3 cargo charter planes, urgently requisitioned, were already standing by at the airport nearest to Qinghe Village. Boss Zhao and the others each escorted a small batch, about a few dozen pigs and sheep, in the most professional temperature-controlled vehicles speeding to the airport. Each pig and sheep was placed in specially made spacious transport cages, enjoying treatment comparable to national treasures. At noon, the 3 cargo planes roared into the sky one after another. That afternoon, the first batch of Qinghe pigs and sheep traveled across mountains and rivers, arriving in the top-tier cities of the country. In the back kitchen of Yashenfang's main store in Shanghai, the atmosphere was as solemn and reverent as a precise surgical operation. General Manager Gu was personally overseeing, with a row of top executives standing behind him, all of them barely daring to breathe. In the center of the kitchen, an old man in a spotless white chef's uniform with graying hair and eyes as sharp as an eagle's was staring at a piece of Qinghe pork belly on the cutting board. This was the executive chef of Yashenfang, a titan who had immersed himself in the culinary arts for 50 years. At this moment, however, he was like an apprentice, just beginning to glimpse the path, his eyes filled with reverence and devotion. That piece of pork belly lying there silently was itself a work of art. The layers of fat and lean were distinct, like magnificent natural rock formations. The lean meat was a vivid crimson, while the fat was a warm milky white, without a trace of impurity or any gamey smell. Water. Use snowmelt mineral water from the Kunlun Mountains. Salt. Use hand-harvested sea salt from the Mediterranean. Fire. Use fruitwood charcoal, slow simmer over low heat. The head chef's voice was low but carried undeniable authority. Without complex seasonings or fancy techniques, he chose the simplest cooking method that best showcased the ingredient's essence: boiling. When that piece of pork belly was placed into the boiling water, an indescribable rich meaty aroma instantly filled the entire back kitchen. It wasn't the foul smell of ordinary pork, but a pure ultimate oil fragrance carrying a hint of grassy freshness. Everyone present involuntarily swallowed. An hour later, the meat was taken out and sliced into thin pieces. Without any dipping sauce, the head chef picked up a slice with chopsticks and carefully placed it into his mouth. He closed his eyes and chewed slowly. The next moment, this old man, who had seen all kinds of delicacies and whose heart was long as still as an ancient well, actually let a single cloudy tear seep from the corner of his eye. He said nothing. But upon seeing this, General Manager Gu smiled, his smile gentle and refined, while behind his glasses his eyes shone astonishingly bright. A similar scene was unfolding simultaneously at Boss Zhao's private club in Jingzhou, and at the top-tier club exclusively supplied by Mr. Chen in Zhuzhou. Whether braised, grilled, or stewed in clear broth, the pigs and sheep from Qinghe Village, with their overwhelming, irrefutable, supreme deliciousness, conquered the most discerning palates in the country. Everyone who tasted the first bite had only 2 words left in their minds: worth it. A great bargain. The next morning, Yi had just finished his morning exercise when his phone in his pocket buzzed urgently in succession. It was Boss Zhao. As soon as the call connected, his signature loud voice thundered like thunder, making Yi's eardrums tingle. Secretary Su. My dear father, you are my living god of wealth. On the other end of the line, Boss Zhao's voice was so excited it cracked, as if he had just personally printed 1 billion yuan. What's the matter, Boss Zhao? Did you strike a gold mine this early morning? Yi teased with a smile. Gold mine? What's a gold mine compared to this? Boss Zhao's laughter shook the heavens. The goods you gave me, that's a breathing mountain of gold. You have no idea. Just one night yesterday, the entire high society of Jingzhou went crazy. Yi listened, a knowing smile playing at the corner of his mouth. All right, Boss Zhao, just reporting good news. Doesn't seem like your style. Yi shifted the conversation and cut to the chase. This call of yours probably isn't just to praise me, is it? The wild laughter on the other end suddenly halted. In its place came a long, conflicted sigh. Secretary Su, your mind is truly amazing. Boss Zhao's tone instantly deflated, exuding a sense of the trouble of making big money. The praise is sincere, but your big brother is also really here to complain. Oh, Yi raised an eyebrow. How so? Quantity. It's the quantity that's not enough. Boss Zhao's volume shot up another octave, this time filled with grievance and agitation. The total is over 4700 head. Sounds like a lot. My 30% share is over 1400 head. But that's for an entire month. Boss Zhao's voice carried a crying tone, the intense pain of watching a mountain of gold, while only being able to take away a small piece. When you break it down, I get less than 20 pigs and 30 sheep a day. How many top-tier restaurants and clubs do I have to feed? And then there are the social debts that could lift my skull off. This little meat, even if I grind it to dust, it's not enough. Secretary Su. My dear secretary, when the hell is your farm expansion plan going to start? Please hurry. If it doesn't expand, I'm afraid they'll really tear me apart alive. He listened quietly to the phone call, a faint smile even playing at the corners of his lips. He could almost see through the radio waves the comical sight of Boss Zhao on the other end of the line, scratching his head, anxiously pacing in circles around his office. This level of frenzy, though within his expectations, was proving far more entertaining than he had imagined. Secretary Su. My dear God, just give me a straight answer. Boss Zhao's voice on the phone was frantic, filled with the agony of making too much money. If you don't give me a definite reply soon, I'll be besieged at my doorstep tomorrow. President Zhao, don't rush. Yi's tone was unhurried, even carrying a hint of deliberate teasing. This is nothing. It's just not enough meat to go around. A small matter. A small matter. Boss Zhao's voice shot up instantly, his pitch cracking. My dear Secretary Su, you're being flippant. Do you think this is queuing for cabbages on the street? Do you know who called me last night? Some of them are recently retired officials. Even my father has to respectfully address them as uncle. They don't want anything else, just a taste of the legendary Qinghe meat. He was practically roaring in a hushed voice. 1 or 2 is fine, but with so many, how can I divide it? I only got a few hundred pigs and a few hundred sheep. Should I chop off a pig leg and give each of them a single hair? And there are plenty of secretaries who went through layers of connections to pass words saying their bosses have had bad stomachs lately and just want a light bowl of lamb soup to nourish themselves, asking if I could spare a little. Boss Zhao's voice carried a desperate madness. How can I spare it? What do I have to spare? Giving to one and not the other means offending someone. In all my years, this is the first time I can't sleep because money is coming in too easily. Su Yi listened to this grievance-filled complaint and finally couldn't help it. He burst out laughing, his shoulders shaking as he held the phone. Of course he understood Boss Zhao's pressure. It wasn't that those people were impossible to offend, rather at their level, the bigger the business, the more they valued the seamless art of human relationships and social graces. If a problem can be solved with a little resource, there's no need to stubbornly offend anyone. But now the resources are fixed while the obligations are flooding in like a tide. No one can balance it all. President Zhao, calm down, calm down. Su Yi cleared his throat, suppressing his laughter to reassure him. I understand that debts of gratitude are hard to repay, but this matter can't be rushed. The expansion of the farm is already in the plans. Su Yi casually gave him a hint. But as you know, building a farm takes time. The breathing on the other end of the line suddenly grew heavier, as if struggling to digest this tremendous good news. Really? It's really in the works? Of course. Su Yi's tone was absolute. So you'll have to tough it out for a while, President Zhao. Tell them that the best things are always worth waiting for. The first batch was just an appetizer, a taste of what's to come. The real show is still ahead. Su Yi guided him gently. Scarcity adds value. Those people understand that better than either of us. The harder it is to get, the more precious they think it is, right? There was a silence on the phone for a good 10 seconds. Boss Zhao's mind, clouded by money and obligations, finally cooled down as he savored the true meaning behind Su Yi's words. That's right. He had been so focused on managing the task that he forgot this itself was a once-in-a-lifetime top-tier marketing opportunity. Damn. You're quick-witted. Boss Zhao slapped his thigh, his tone shifting from wailing to sudden excited clarity. I get it. He'll go cry to them about how scarce this stuff is, rarer than a giant panda. He'll tell them old Zhao is just a porter, and getting even this small share was a fight with my life on the line from you. That's the spirit. Su Yi chuckled. All right, President Zhao, stop whining. Stay steady, we can win. After hanging up, the smile faded from Su Yi's face. He tapped his fingers lightly on the desk, his gaze growing distant. Expansion. Of course it was necessary. But not now. Expanding now would be like mining a newly discovered diamond mine, as if it were graphite, a sheer waste of treasure. He had to let this fire burn even brighter. At this thought, a playful smirk curled at the corner of Su Yi's mouth. Expanding the farm would require a huge capital investment. With Qinghe Village's current profitability, getting a bank loan would be no problem. But Su Yi didn't plan to do that. Rather than shouldering bank debt, it was better to let this hunger marketing spectacle play out even louder. Let those arrogant tycoons taste the bitterness of unattainable desire. Only then could the brand value of Qinghe meat be elevated to an unprecedented height. In the following days, just as Su Yi had predicted, Qinghe meat sparked an unprecedented storm within the top domestic circles. Every wealthy individual lucky enough to taste the Qinghe pork and lamb was utterly captivated by its supreme flavor. Overnight, Qinghe meat became a symbol of status, prestige, and taste. Anyone who could serve a dish made with Qinghe meat at a banquet would instantly gain immense face and skyrocket their cool factor. But the problem was the supply was far too low. The daily market supply from Tang Jinyuan, Boss Zhao, and the other two partners was nowhere near enough to meet the massive demand. As a result, the price of Qinghe meat soared, quickly breaking through the roof. Someone even witnessed at a private auction for a top tycoon a single uncooked Qinghe lamb leg, fetching a 7-figure astronomical price. The buyer remained expressionless, carrying the leg like a rare treasure. Everyone had gone mad. And while the domestic elite were tearing each other apart over a piece of meat, the ripples of this storm finally crossed the oceans, reaching every corner of the world. Ever since Qinghe vegetables burst onto the international scene and made a name for themselves, countless foreign gourmands, top billionaires, and Michelin-starred chefs have been keeping a close eye on Qinghe Village's every move. When they saw the two almost miraculous meat inspection reports online, everyone's expectations hit their peak. They eagerly awaited the global launch of Qinghe meat, just like the vegetables before. They prepared blank checks with no limits. They booked the most advanced temperature-controlled shipping channels. They gathered the world's most discerning palates. And then, nothing happened. 1 day, 2 days a week. All they got were boastful posts and show-off videos from China bragging about how delicious Qinghe meat was, how rare and how impossible it was to get. Countless pairs of eyes piercing through screens were fixated on the distant east. For gourmands and tycoons worldwide, the past week had been a veritable torture. They had witnessed firsthand how a substance called Qinghe meat had sparked a tsunami of frenzy on domestic social networks. They had seen those two terrifying inspection reports, each overwhelming data point proclaiming its extraordinary nature. They had watched videos of billionaires, worth hundreds of billions, brawling at private dinners over a single roasted lamb leg. They had even stumbled upon short clips leaked from kitchens. The raw meat's crimson and creamy white interwoven, its marbling and natural masterpiece already exquisite in itself. And then, nothing. Absolutely nothing. The official account of Qinghe Village had fallen silent since that earlier notice of the upcoming batch, with no further sales information. So can anyone tell me where to buy it? He'll pay double. Double. Buddy, I'd trade my prized 1982 Romanicani for a lamb leg. My God, I saw that report. Is Qinghe Village some kind of Eastern Eden? When patience wore thin and desire was hung high, the surging tide finally found an outlet beneath Qinghe Village's public account. Machine translated, Dear Qinghe Village, your pork looks delicious. My grandfather is 95 years old and wants a taste before he passes. Under that comment, a tower quickly rose. Hey, the guy ahead even dragged in his grandpa. Let me chime in. My girlfriend wants to break up unless I can cook her a Qinghe lamb chop. Save me. I'm a Michelin 3-star chef. He'll fly to Qinghe Village at my own expense, just to observe and learn how to cook this divine ingredient. He'll even work as a pig herder. Well, trade 10 tons of oil for a pound of pork. Contact me. I've sent a DM. A torrent of bizarre requests mixed with tearful pleas, flattery, and extravagant offers left domestic netizens gaping. Su naturally took note of the online uproar. He sat in his office leisurely scrolling through his phone, a playful smile curling on his lips as he read the wild comments. Setting down the phone, he spoke to Su Lu, who was organizing documents nearby. Lizzie posted another announcement on the official account. Su Lu hurried over, opened the computer backend, and beamed with excitement. What should I say? Are we telling them our meat is going abroad? Su shook his head. No. He leaned back in his chair, half closing his eyes, his voice clear and steady. The announcement covers 2 points. First, thank global food lovers for their attention and affection toward Qinghe Village's products. Second, clearly state that the first batch of Qinghe Deweezy pigs and Qinghe Dowling sheep has been fully sold out. Su's fingers flew across the keyboard. At that he paused. Huh, that's it. Not yet. A hint of a smirk tugged at Su's lips as he revealed the crucial step. At the end of the announcement, tag the official accounts of our 4 partner companies. And say, all products have been delivered. For any further sales inquiries, please contact our partners directly. Su's eyes lit up instantly. Brilliant. That move was a stroke of genius. It responded to the outside world's concerns while shifting all the pressure and spotlight onto Tang Jinyuan boss Zhao and the others. So minutes later, the brief announcement appeared on Qinghe Village's public account. The moment the announcement dropped, the comment section exploded again. Sold out. I'm crying. I just found out about this. Tian Ranju Jingzhou Zhao's fresh Yushanfang Juzhou, Chen's supply big shots. Look at me. Almost simultaneously after Qinghe Village's post in Jingzhou, Shanghai, Juzhou, and the provincial capital, the 4 business magnates, as if rehearsed, released statements on their official accounts. The wording varied, but the core message was eerily unified. The first to act was Gu of Yushanfang. His announcement was elegant and refined. Honored by Qinghe Village's trust, Yushanfang is privileged to be among the first partners for the Qinghe Meat series. However, due to extremely limited yield, and to ensure every diner enjoys the perfect experience, all products are currently allocated to domestic outlets. We deeply appreciate the affection of our overseas friends. In the future, Yushanfang may hold small-scale international tasting events. Stay tuned. This announcement wrapped not enough to sell in the guise of pursuing an ultimate experience, oozing sophistication. Next came Boss Zhao's Jingzhou Zhao's fresh, with a much cruder style. Stop asking, or he'll really jump off a building. There's only that much meat, and I can't even serve our domestic big shots properly. Overseas friends, I get your feelings, but I'm helpless too. Just wait, all of you. When production ramps up, I promise to airlift you the first batch. But for now, there's none. A plain-spoken rant brimming with the troubles of vast wealth and a Versailles-style complaint felt all the more authentic. Tang Jinyuan and Mr. Chen's announcements were similar, one highlighting local service, the other emphasizing extreme scarcity. The 4 statements agreed on 1 point: stock exists, but is minimal, insufficient even for domestic demand. Overseas friends for now can only watch. Yet every announcement left a sliver of hope in the future. When the opportunity arises, when production increases, a portion will be supplied. These words for the desperate foreigners were like a distant well that couldn't quench immediate thirst but still offered a glimmer. In a private group chat of 4, Tang Jinyuan, Boss Zhao, Gu, and Mr. Chen, the atmosphere was lively. Boss Zhao first shared a screenshot and email list compiled by his assistant Cinders, a long stream of names from foreign conglomerates, elite restaurants, and wealthy families. Boss Zhao, LOL. JPG brothers, this is amazing. So damn satisfying. In my 50 years this is the first time I've seen those snobs grovel to me, so humbly. Gu sent a nerdy glasses-pushing emoji. Boss Zhao, show some class. We now represent the nation's face back home. He then shared another screenshot, a private message from a senior Michelin committee member. The wording was exceedingly earnest, requesting a seat at Yushin Fang's international tasting event, hinting it would be crucial for Yushin Fang's next star rating. Gu added, but I admit this feeling isn't bad. Mr. Chun rarely piped up, just posting 2 characters one. Finally Tang Yuan sent a voice message, his voice laced with barely suppressed laughter. Same here. Several old European aristocratic families reached out through connections, asking for a whole lamb, by name saying I can name my price. Boss Zhao, you know what this feels like. Like pigs lining up at the slaughterhouse, wagging their tails at the butcher and squealing. He sent another voice message mimicking a pig's squeal, dripping with mockery and glee. Brother, please kill me now, I'll pay you. The group fell silent for a few seconds. Then Gu sent a facepalm law sticker. Mr. Chun reappeared. Exactly. Su-yi was naturally unaware of the private group chat among the 4 business tycoons. However, he had a thorough understanding of their temperaments. They were fat sheep delivered to their doorstep, having traveled from across the ocean, stretching their necks out, waiting to be slaughtered. If they could resist the urge to use the knife, the sun would rise in the west. Su-yi could even envision the scene. Right now those men were surely huddled together, deliberating how to sharpen their knives to a finer edge and choose the most cunning angle to flay the pig cleanly, skin, bristles and all, without drawing any blood. Those 4 old foxes must be hiding somewhere, snickering to themselves, he thought. He was all for it. The more viciously they slaughtered, the more pitiful the screams, and the farther the word spread, the brighter the golden signboard of Qinghe Village would shine. And as expected, 7 days after Qinghe Village's sold-out announcement, Boss Zhao's phone call came in. The moment the call connected, his iconic, booming voice exploded through the speaker, brimming with uncontrollable ecstasy. Secretary Su, my dear secretary, guess what? Su-yi calmly moved the phone half a foot away from his ear and chuckled. By the sound of it, you brought home a printing press. A printing press? That piece of junk can't make money as fast as our business. On the other end, Boss Zhao was laughing hysterically with a dull thud in the background, like something had been smashed by a slap. All right, Boss Zhao. Just say it. I'm busy here. Su-yi leaned back in his chair, speaking leisurely. Hey, hear me out, and I promise you won't be busy anymore. Boss Zhao cleared his throat, his voice deliberately lowered, carrying the excitement of someone about to reveal an earth-shattering secret. You told us to just hold on for now, right? Old Gu and I discussed it. Just holding on is boring. We have to give those howling foreign tycoons a little taste of sweetness, or else how will the fire burn bright? So, Su-yi knew all too well in his heart, but kept his face impassive. So we quietly squeezed out just a tiny bit, from between our teeth. Boss Zhao gestured with his fingers, though Su-yi couldn't see it. The stinginess in his tone was vividly conveyed. We only spared 10 pigs and 10 sheep in total, given to a few top-tier restaurants and hotels abroad that we have the strongest ties with, the most powerful ones. I tell you, Secretary Su, the scene was incredible. Boss Zhao's voice rose again. Those blonde-haired, blue-eyed bastards. When they got the meat, their eyes looked at it like it was their own father. No, even more affectionate than their own father. Su-yi let out a soft laugh, not interrupting, quietly listening to Boss Zhao's performance. This is just the appetizer. Boss Zhao changed the subject, the joy of showing off almost overflowing from the phone. The real highlight is yet to come. A dowling sheep was sent by one of our partners to an exclusive top-tier private club that's not open to the public for an internal auction. Auction? Su-yi raised an eyebrow. This tactic indeed took some thought. Yes, auction. Boss Zhao's voice trembled, a physiological response to extreme excitement. Guess. Just one Qinghe sheep. What price did it finally fetch? Without giving Su-yi a chance to think, he revealed the answer himself, shouting in a hoarse and crazed voice. 1,500,000. Su-yi calculated in his mind. He thought that although this price was high for Boss Zhao, who had seen rough seas, it shouldn't have driven him to such excitement. He was about to tease a little when he heard Boss Zhao with a tone nearly breaking roar out the most crucial information. It's dollars. $1,500,000. A moment of silence filled the office, leaving only the buzzing of electrical current. Even Su-yi's heart, accustomed to storms, skipped a solid half beat upon hearing that number. $1,500,000. At the current exchange rate, that would be 10 million renminbi. For just one sheep. Su-yi held the phone silent for a long time. He could even envision the auction scene, a group of soot-clad, snobbish foreign tycoons bidding like madmen for a sheep raised in his village, pushing the price to an absurdly ridiculous height. What do you think, Secretary Su? On the other end, Boss Zhao finally heard the silence he had been waiting for and chuckled triumphantly. Surprised. Shocked. Let me tell you, when I heard the news, I immediately spilled the Dahong Pao tea that my assistant had just brewed. 10 million. For just one sheep. Those foreign tycoons are truly wealthy. Su-yi slowly exhaled, a wry smile flickering across his face. Boss Zhao, you sure sharpened that knife quickly. Quick. You call this quick? Boss Zhao's tone was full of regret. I'm so regretful now. If I'd known they'd be this crazy, I would have taken it to auction myself no matter what. How much profit did the middleman make? My heart is bleeding. Alright, don't pretend to be unhappy after getting a good deal. Su-yi scolded with a smile. The reputation is out. That's more important than anything. There will be plenty of opportunities for you to wield the knife yourself. Hee true. Boss Zhao immediately turned from sorrow to joy. They chatted a bit more with Boss Zhao once again tearfully urging expansion, while Su-yi continued to keep him in suspense with good things come to those who wait. After hanging up Su-yi leaned back in his chair gazing at the blue sky outside the window silent for a long time. One sheep, 10 million. That number like a bombshell completely shattered his previous understanding of the high-end market. It turns out that poverty truly does limit imagination. In the eyes of those truly top global billionaires, money may indeed be just a number. What they pursue is scarcity, exclusivity, the sense of superiority that comes from standing at the apex of the pyramid looking down upon all beings. And Qinghe Village's products happen to satisfy all their vanity. It seems. I was still too conservative. Su-yi murmured to himself, his gaze growing deeper. In the days that followed, just as Su-yi and Boss Zhao had anticipated, the news of Qinghe Dowling, sheep fetches 10 million sky-high price, finally made its way back to the country after a few days of fermentation. A single stone stirs 1,000 ripples. The entire domestic internet exploded into a frenzy. One sheep equals a luxury apartment. Why domestic mutton conquers foreign tycoons? Qinghe Village modern myth. Various topics instantly dominated the trending lists on all major platforms, followed by a vivid red-hot label. At first the internet was still awash with sporadic doubts. But soon more jaw-dropping details were unearthed piece by piece by those resourceful netizens from overseas social media and private forums of some top-tier tycoons. Even a blurry, low-resolution photo secretly taken in a luxurious banquet hall was made public. In the photo, a group of impeccably dressed, extraordinarily elegant tycoons were staring intently at the auction stage. The focal point of their gaze was none other than the legendary knife-horned sheep. Though the photo was blurry, the fervent determination on each face was so vivid it seemed to pierce through the screen. The chain of evidence link by link was so complete that even the most stubborn skeptics were left speechless. At this moment the domestic internet was utterly detonated. Holy shit, I'm on my knees. The sheep from our village's country actually went abroad to fleece those foreign tycoons. Awesome. Is there anything cooler than this? Before they always harvested us with luxury goods, today the tables have finally turned. Whoa, I admit I'm broken. I haven't even tasted Qinghe vegetables yet, and they're already dining on a tens of millions sheep. The gap between me and the world's top tycoons is probably the span of a fingertip universe. The online uproar propelled Qinghe Village's reputation to an astonishing new height. As the creator of all this, Su-yi sat in his office scrolling through his phone reading these comments. When he saw that broken comment, a smile curled at the corner of his lips. Yet he knew well that no matter how fervent the online buzz, it was ultimately just icing on the cake. The true foundation of Qinghe Village would always be the land beneath their feet and the irreplaceable things it produced. He put down his phone and gazed out the window. There a brand new road was about to be fully awakened by the first rays of dawn. That day dawn was faint. At the entrance of Qinghe Village a new asphalt road had taken shape, black, flat, and wide. It was like an ink-black lightning bolt thrusting straight from the village entrance toward the distant national highway, splitting the entire green farmland in two, radiating a silent, yet awe-inspiring power. This two-way four-lane road, under construction for nearly 3 months, was finally to be fully open today. Nearly all the villagers of Qinghe had spontaneously gathered at the village entrance. No one shouted, no one clamored. Everyone simply stood in silence, caressing the road with their eyes almost greedily again and again. In their eyes were shock, excitement, and a surreal feeling as if walking on clouds. Dad, pinch me. I feel like I'm dreaming, murmured a man in his 30s, rubbing his eyes vigorously. His father, an old farmer with a face etched by wind and frost, raised his hand and slapped the back of his head. With a sharp crack, clear and loud. Worthless brat, the old man scolded, yet his eyes were fixed on the new road, his Adam's apple bobbing. How could this be a dream? This is our Qinghe Village's road. Now big trucks can run on it. Looking at this road, everyone was filled with emotion. For decades they had walked on that bumpy dirt road. Dusty on clear days, muddy on rainy ones. That was a memory etched into the bones of every generation of Qinghe villagers. Who would have imagined that one day such a grand road would be built right to their doorsteps? Wide, smooth, majestic. On both sides green belts had been laid out and rows of brand new solar streetlights reflected the cold metallic light of dawn, standing guard in silence. On the road surface white traffic markings were clear and striking like a piece of art on the pure black asphalt. Ahem. At this moment village director Su-yi cleared his throat, clasped his hands behind his back, puffed out his round belly, and imitated the demeanor of a leader inspecting the crowd pacing back and forth. Today is a great day for our village. The completion of this road has profound significance and far-reaching impact. He intended to deliver some official remarks to heighten the solemn atmosphere. It marks the end of Qinghe Village's era of isolation and the beginning of a grand stride into. But halfway through, as he looked at the road, gleaming black in the morning light, he couldn't hold it together anymore. He grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, and chuckled foolishly. Hee, whatever it strides into this road is truly damn wide. Truly damn smooth. A crude remark instantly ignited the crowd. The villagers burst into roaring laughter, and the previous solemnity vanished, replaced by pure heartfelt joy and pride. Su Weidong stood at the back of the crowd, watching the scene, his eyes slightly moist. He heavily patted Su-yi on the shoulder, not saying a word, but the force of his palm conveyed all the emotions. Beside him, third Uncle Gong, an old man who had dedicated his life to the village, was wiping his blurry old eyes with his calloused hands again and again. Su-yi watched all this, his heart also surging with waves. For this road, he had waited 3 months. It was not merely a road. To the villagers, it was a runway for takeoff, a broad avenue leading to the future. And for him personally, the completion of this road meant the fulfillment of the second system task. It meant that the key to opening the Peach Blossom Paradise was about to be in his hands. Just then, a low, powerful engine rumble came from afar. Several black SUVs with official license plates drove smoothly and swiftly along the newly built Qinghe Avenue, their tires barely making a sound on the fresh pavement. The convoy stopped steadily at the village entrance. The door opened, and Zhou-yi, general manager of the Chengjian Group, was the first to step out. 3 months had passed. He was darker and sturdier, with fatigue etched on his face from several sleepless nights, but his eyes were astonishingly bright, the gleam of extreme exhilaration. Zhou-yi's voice was so loud it could shake off dust. Cutting through all pleasantries, he took a document from his assistant and strode over to Su-yi. Secretary Su, all engineering targets have been exceeded and the quality can withstand any test. On behalf of the Chengjian Group, I now formally hand it over. Su-yi smiled and stepped forward, shaking his hand firmly. General Manager, Zhou, these 3 months you've worked hard. Not at all. Zhou-yi laughed heartily, turned to face all the villagers, and raised his voice sharply. I declare that Qinghe Avenue meets all traffic standards. From this moment on, it is officially open. Roar. The moment Zhou-yi's words fell, the villagers' long-suppressed ecstasy exploded. Cheers, shouts, children's laughter merged into a mighty wave surging skyward, as if to scatter the clouds above. Amidst this deafening celebration, a clear mechanical prompt audible only to Su-yi detonated in his mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the guidance task. Build an asphalt road connecting Qinghe Village to the outside world. Reward issuing. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Peach Blossom Paradise. Full village residential area upgrade and renovation gift pack. The mechanical sound exploded deep within Su-yi's consciousness. In an instant, his heartbeat involuntarily skipped a beat. Then, like a war drum, it thundered wildly, blood rushing against his eardrums, producing a muffled roar. An immense surge of joy, like a volcano suppressed to its limit, erupted violently, instantly flooding every nerve ending. Success. The final key to Taoyuan Village had finally been obtained. The celebration outside continued to boil over. Zhou-yi, the CEO of the construction group, was now surrounded by enthusiastic villagers, his exhaustion-laden face breaking into a supremely relieved smile. He gripped Su-yi's hand tightly with a force that seemed to weld 2 steel plates together with his body heat. Secretary Su, tonight we must drink until we're drunk. My brothers have been gnawing on dry rations for 3 months here, and they've been craving the victory feast from your village. Absolutely, absolutely. Su-yi forcefully suppressed the tumultuous storm within his mind, forcing the most appropriate smile onto his face. President Zhou, rest assured. Tonight Qinghe Village will have the finest wine and the best dishes to our heart's content. Village Director Su Weigua, with his round belly protruding squeezed in his face, beaming, his voice booming. President Zhou, don't worry. Our secretary has spoken, so it must be the highest standard. They'll go arrange the slaughter of pigs and sheep, ensuring the brothers eat and drink well. With that, he turned, carrying a sense of pride, and bustled off to organize the evening's celebration banquet. Su-yi continued exchanging pleasantries with Zhou-yi and others. Every moment now felt like a sweet torment. His mind had long been captivated by the system reward shimmering with golden light in his consciousness. Finally, he found a gap and patted his father Su Weidong heavily on the shoulder, lowering his voice to a near whisper. Comrade, old Su, please look after things here for now. I need to handle something urgent. Su Weidong looked into his son's eyes, bright and almost burning, nodded imperceptibly, and replied with his usual steady calm, go ahead. I've got this. With old Zus cover, Su-yi slipped away unnoticed from the rear of the jubilant crowd. He ran at nearly a sprint, racing toward the village committee office. The cheers behind him, the hearty laughter of the villagers, the brand new road gleaming like dark gold in the morning light, all blurred and receded in his vision. His entire world now shrank to the trembling anticipation of Taoyuan Village. Bang! The door of the village committee office slammed shut and locked. He took 3 steps and 2 rushed to the window and yanked the heavy curtains closed. The office plunged into dimness, sealing off all external noise. He sank heavily into the executive chair, closed his eyes, and immersed his entire mind into his consciousness. The familiar system interface brimming with futuristic technology appeared at his thought. At the center of the interface, a radiant golden gift box, slowly rotating, hovered quietly, radiating an enticing glow. Taoyuan Village. Full village residential area upgrade and renovation package. That's it. Sui's consciousness coalesced into an invisible hand, hesitated no longer, and pressed firmly on the open button. No earth-shattering visual effects occurred. The golden gift box merely trembled gently, then dissolved into billions of soft specks of light, vanishing silently. Next, two completely new options radiating distinct brilliance imprinted clearly in Sui's mind. Option 1, old dreams renewed, instant upgrade and renovation. Description: retain the existing residential layout and foundations of Qinghe Village. The system will comprehensively upgrade all villagers' houses and the surrounding environment, including but not limited to structural reinforcement and material replacement of walls, roof renovation, with waterproofing and insulation, optimization of interior spatial layout, full house intelligent water and electrical pipeline renovation, architectural aesthetic restoration. The text faded. Sui's perspective was yanked by an irresistible force, leaving his body and hovering directly above the village. The next second, he passed through the roof of his own old house. The scene before him began to undergo miraculous changes. The mottled walls shed the traces of time, regaining the smoothness and flatness of their initial construction. The old wooden window frames dissolved by themselves, replaced by new materials that combined rustic beauty with modern ceiling and sound insulation. The tangled web of wires disappeared entirely, perfectly hidden within the walls, and several warm-touch smart panels quietly emerged. He stepped out of his home. The dirt road below automatically hardened, paving into a charming cobblestone path of ancient allure. By the roadside, a delicate drainage ditch materialized out of nowhere, covered with carved stone slabs, with a few verdant bamboo shoots playfully poking out from the stone crevices. Every household, while preserving the original structure and neighborly relations, had become flawless. It was a tangible, touchable happiness. Stable, appropriate, nourishing things in silence. It would not arouse external suspicion, yet it would elevate the quality of life for every villager to the heavens. Just as Sui thought this option was already perfect beyond reproach, his gaze swept to the second one. Option 2, Peach Blossom from Flatland, entirely new planned construction. Description: the host may select a vacant plot of no less than 500 mu within the administrative boundaries of Qinghe Village. The system will construct a complete new village according to the Taoyuan Village design blueprint. White walls, black tiles, small bridges over flowing water, integrating traditional Chinese aesthetics with future ecological technology. Sui's heart was seized by these words. Before he could react, his perspective was abruptly lifted, soaring over a vacant plot in Qinghe Village. Then a creation sequence accelerated billions of times was implanted into his mind. The earth began to reconstruct itself violently. A crystal-clear stream born from nothing like a winding jade belt appeared out of thin air, cutting through the entire land. On the flat ground, several exquisite hills rose abruptly, their ridges undulating, each with a unique posture. Then a series of perfectly elegant Chinese-style courtyards following the stream and hills grew out of the ground in a staggered and orderly fashion. Snow-white walls, ink-black tiles. Set against the distant green mountains and waters, it formed a breathtaking painting that would make all inkwash artworks pale in comparison. In front of every household, clear water flowed gently. Small stone arch bridges connected the neighborly affections of dogs barking and roosters crowing. Inside the courtyards, pavilions, towers, terraces, and lush flowers and trees created a scene within every step, exuding the ultimate elegance of classical gardens. Sui's consciousness was guided by the system through carved eaves and past moon gates adorned with red lanterns. He could see that beneath the antique tiles, new materials indistinguishable to the naked eye were silently absorbing solar energy. He could hear the ecological circulation system within the walls silently regulating the temperature and humidity of every household. He could smell the fresh scent of underground pipes that purified all domestic wastewater by 100%, turning it into clear springs irrigating the plants at the doors. Tradition and future, classical and technology. Here they achieved an astonishing perfect unity. This place held both the poetic charm of plucking chrysanthemums under the eastern fence, gazing in leisure at the southern mountains, and a future core that would make the world's top technology blush with shame. Sui's breath completely stopped. Two choices represented two different paths. Should he choose the gentle memory-preserving old dreams renewed? Or should he choose the fresh start Alatan's Peach Blossom from Flatland? In the office, dim as the deep sea. The tumultuous cheers outside the window were blocked by the heavy curtains, leaving only a vague hum, like the tide's sound from another world. Sui leaned back in his chair, eyes tightly shut. In his mind, a silent war was unfolding. Two completely different paths, both shimmering with golden light, lead to entirely different futures. Option 1, renew the old dream, gentle, safe, like spring rain, nourishing things silently. This option is to restore Qinghe Village as an heirloom antique. Preserve every familiar alley, every old tree that has watched over the villagers as they grew, every neighborly pattern of families living together. The system would employ miraculous means to renovate this village, carrying the memories of generations from the inside out to perfection. This was the safest, least error-prone choice. But Sui also understood that this meant dancing in shackles. The village's ceiling was locked from the start by its existing layout. And the other option was entirely another matter. Option 2, build a paradise from scratch, start from zero, achieve everything in one go. This option is not restoration, but construction anew. The visuals displayed by the system, like a memory implanted into his soul, repeatedly washed through his mind. The crystal-clear stream created from nothing, the exquisite hill rising abruptly, and the series of Chinese-style courtyards that seemed to have naturally grown from the depths of the earth along the water's edge and mountain terrain. White walls, black tiles, small bridges, flowing water. The core of futuristic technology was perfectly concealed beneath the bones of Chinese aesthetics. It would no longer be an ordinary village. It would become a living legend, an artwork capable of driving architects and billionaires worldwide insane. But the problems it brought were as huge as its allure. First, 500 mu of construction land. This wasn't like buying cabbages at the market. It couldn't be taken just because they wanted it. The use of every inch of land was strictly regulated by national laws. To change its status was akin to pulling teeth from a tiger's mouth, requiring sky-piercing connections and procedures. Secondly, the relocation of villagers. Leaving one's native land is a complex ingrained in the very bones of Chinese people. Even if they were to move into a magnificent palace next door, making them leave their ancestral homes where they had lived for decades, the resistance and friction in this process would be enough to give any grassroots cadre a headache. Sui's fingertips tapped silently on the desktop. Reason was screaming madly, urging him to choose the first option. Safe, proper benefits outweighing drawbacks. But his mind uncontrollably replayed the scene of the paradise from scratch, demonstrated by the system over and over. Every detail was like a poison-coated hook firmly latching onto his soul. He recalled the sheep that had been auctioned off for a staggering 10 million. He thought of those global billionaires who had scrambled for his products. What exactly were they pursuing? It was uniqueness, irreplaceability, and extreme scarcity that could flaunt one's status. A renovated village, no matter how beautiful, could not avoid the flaws of its original layout. But a peach blossom land that could be freely planned and built. It itself was the ultimate luxury, surpassing Qinghe meat and Qinghe vegetables. It was the most brilliant crown jewel on the golden signboard of Qinghe Village. In a man's lifetime, if he always chooses the safest path in everything, what difference is there from a salted fish? Let's do it. He snapped, his eyes open. In the dim office, his gaze was startlingly bright. He had made his choice. He wanted that paradise built from scratch. Once the decision was made, his thoughts instantly cleared. The biggest obstacle now should be land planning. This matter had far exceeded the capacity of a village party secretary. He needed an ally with enough weight, one who could reach into the planning bureau and twist their arms. A name emerged clearly in his mind. Yilin, the party secretary of Yilin County. In the entire Yilin County, there was no more suitable candidate. Now Qinghe Village was no longer an ordinary village. It was the most shining and weighty achievement on Secretary Yin's resume. Their interests had long been deeply intertwined. One glory brings glory to both, one loss brings loss to both. He hesitated no more. He pulled out his phone, skillfully found the number, and dialed. The phone rang only once before it was answered. Hello, Secretary Little Sue. I was just thinking of calling you, but you've called first. Secretary Yin's voice came through, steady with a hint of warm laughter. Just got the news. Qinghe Avenue is fully open. Congratulations. This is a great joy for your village, and also a great joy for our entire county. It's all due to the county's support, especially your care, Secretary Li. Sui's tone was respectful, but not servile. You don't put on this fake show with me. On the other end of the line, Lian chuckled lightly and changed the subject. I've also heard something else. Something more international. 1.5 million and in dollars. Secretary Little Sue, this time, you've truly created a myth for our small Yilin County. In Lian's tone was unconcealed admiration and joy. He could even imagine at the next superior meeting, when he casually mentioned this matter, the faces of his colleagues brimming with envy, jealousy, and hatred. That was all market behavior, pure accident. I never expected it to be so crazy. He humbly brushed it off. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries, the atmosphere warm and cordial. He knew the moment was ripe. He followed Lian's words, speaking in a half-joking, half-serious tone. Secretary Li, you said it's a myth. But a myth must have a temple worthy of it, right? The road here is built, but the old broken small houses in the village are like mud huts with thatched roofs. They really don't match our international reputation. I'm afraid that one day a foreign journalist might come, take a photo, and publish it, and our myth will become a joke. On the other end, Lian chuckled softly, obviously amused by Sui's vivid metaphor. You kid always have so many crooked arguments. I understand what you mean. The village's appearance does need improvement. It's an important part of the new countryside construction. The county will definitely support it. I support you to carry out a comprehensive renovation of old houses. If you need policies, just ask. What Lian had in mind, like any normal cadre, was repair and renovation. He had been waiting for this very sentence. He held the phone, the joking tone in his voice gradually fading, becoming unprecedentedly serious. Secretary Li, what I want might. Sui paused, then said clearly word by word, be more thorough than renovation.